I scaled my online service-based business from 0 to over 10 million per year, and I've acquired 100% of my clients through paid ads. And in this video, I've put together 12 different trainings from my paid mastermind, which I completely shut down and you cannot buy anywhere on the internet, that walk you through step by step exactly how to replicate my 10 million plus paid ads funnel into your own business, including how to create your client acquisition offer, how to run ads for free without spending a cent out of pocket. Instead, you actually get your clients to pay for your ad spend. I give you my copy and paste ad scripts, which all you need to do is just simply fill in the blanks. You get my word for word VSL script, which you can just copy, my exact media buying process, and I actually take you inside my live ad account to show you exactly how I'm spending 300K a month plus on my own ads right now. I show you the only 6 ways you can increase the quality of your sales calls so that you can speak with more qualified clients who say yes on the call. I give you my referral playbook, which will allow you to get 2 to 3 referrals for every 1 client that you sign from ads. I also give you my pricing for scale formula and the price to value ratio that is guaranteed to give you the highest profitability whilst having the highest retention rate and by extension, the lowest churn rate. I go through the theory of constraints and give you a playbook you can rinse and repeat to constantly find the biggest constraint in your business as of right now and exactly how to fix it so that you can scale to the next level of revenue. And finally, I give you the profit and loss model that I've used to scale to multiple millions profitably and how you can use that P&L to make decisions on a daily basis within your own business so that you're always profitable at any level of scale. Enjoy. Welcome to the 7-day fast start. This is something I've been wanting to launch for such a long time now, but I never felt quite ready as I wanted to ensure that what I'm going to be giving you again inside this 7-day fast start is the best of the best of the best, meaning I had to spend the last 2 years dialing this funnel in, so much so to when now, if you just follow the exact steps I lay out, there's no way this won't work for you. And you know, not only do I personally spend 150K a month on this funnel, and by the way, I'm spending that money on this funnel right now. Like this isn't something that used to work last year or something that, you know, again, once worked, but now no longer works or whatever. No, this is what I'm actively right now, as of last month, spent 150K on, but this month we're actually pacing to do 200K spent on just this exact funnel that you now have access to. So not only that, but we also have 238 active clients, again, at the point of recording this video, at my done for you agency, scaleclients.io, who are all using, again, this exact same funnel. So it's safe to say that we have this dialed in, and I'm going to give you everything inside of this 7-day fast start. You know, there's no paywalls, there's no upsells or hidden fees. I'll just give you everything. So without further ado, let me first explain the funnel and its intricacies. Okay, so here's the 100,000 for automatic appointment funnel structure. So first off, you have the ad, right? The front end ad. I'm going to give you, again, all the templates, everything you need to just literally plug and play this entire funnel, including even the front end ad. But just so you know, you can substitute this front end ad for like a different traffic source, such as outreach, manual outreach, outbound, or organic. I don't necessarily recommend that. I don't think it's as scalable or as profitable as ads are. If you really get ads out in, it's the quickest, most efficient way to 100K a month all the way through up past $1 million a month. You know, we've got right now, I think it's about 75 clients that we scaled from below 100K a month to above 100K a month. And then we've got about 20 or so clients, I believe, that have scaled past $1 million a month. Again, with this exact funnel. So ads are by far the most scalable source of traffic. But again, if you don't want to run ads for whatever reason, you can use this exact funnel for your outreach, for your manual outbound, etc., for your email outreach, whatever it may be. So anyway, from there, you send the traffic to an opt-in. Now with the opt-in is also just basically where you collect name, number, and email, right, from the lead, right? That's all this is you're just collecting leads. Now with those leads, you can then hit them with SMS, you can hit them with email, and you can also hit them with setters. Setters is a little more advanced, but we also give you all of the SMS scripts, all the emails, templates and automations. Everything is automatically built into this funnel, which you would have already gotten access to via our software. So send them to an opt-in. Then from the opt-in, they get redirected to what's called a VSL or a DSL. VSL you may have heard of, which is a video sales letter. We've also created what's called a DSL, which is called a deck sales letter, which is basically just another version of the VSL, but we've actually found it massively outperforms VSLs. So you send them to that. In other words, this is also called just a conversion asset. Then from there, they get sent to a booking page. And then once they book in a call, they get sent to a thank you page. Again, the thank you page, you want to hit them with SMS, email, and call confirmation automations, which again are all automatically built into the funnel that we have given you. And essentially what this does at this stage is it ensures the show up. So once you get somebody to book in a call, your job of selling is not done, because now that you've sold them to book in a call, you now need to sell that prospect on showing up to the call, right? So that's what exactly these three things here do at the thank you page level. Then obviously they go into the sales call. Then once you conduct the sales call, you can then close them into a new high ticket client. So that's the, again, very, very 100,000 foot view of the funnel. Obviously, if it doesn't make sense or you're still a little confused on how it all works together, just follow along with me here because I'm going to explain everything. So here's a couple of examples of what an ad, a VSL, booking page, and a thank you page looks like. So here's an ad, right? This is one of our highest performing ads of all time. Super simple, right? Just a nice, easy banner with the offer. And then, and by the way, with the offers and whatnot, we're going to give you our exact plug and play offer template, etc. So you're going to get everything. So don't worry too much right now, but we have a banner with our offer in the top. Then we just have a simple video. Obviously, you could probably guess this is not me. So we actually have UGC creators who do all of our ads because for whatever reason, UGC creators always outperform me, which is, I suppose, a little bit humbling. Their face outperforms my face, but hey ho, who cares, right? As long as it gets results. And as I say, UGC creators massively get results. So all it is them saying the script that we give them, and then there's just some basic subtitles over the top. Super, super simple, super basic. So that's an example of the ad. Then you have the VSL or the DSL. So this is actually a DSL. If I skip back to the beginning, this is the one DSL that took us from, I think we was at about maybe 100K a month. And this took us up to where we are now, which is just approaching $1 million a month, right? Just this one DSL, this one Google slide. It's insane how powerful this is. So you can flick through this. I'm not going to obviously show you the whole thing, but you can see how it's literally just slides embedded onto a funnel. And then the prospect can just click through at their own pace. They can kind of see it. And really what this is actually a VSL script just in deck format, really. So it's the exact same wording. It's the exact same copywriting. It's just a different format in which it's consumed. Simple as that. Then you go to the booking page. Okay, this is literally just where the calendar is embedded onto the funnel. This entire funnel, by the way, again, you get automatically. We've already pre-built all of this for you. I just want to show you so you can get a feel of how it looks and how it works in real life. And then finally, you get redirected to the thank you page. So this thank you page here has been, we had a lot of problems with show rates at one period of time. But then we built this thank you page, which took our show rates from about, I think it was maybe 40 to 50% on any given month. And now we're consistently above 80% with our show rates. And it's the same thing with our clients. We had tons of clients who had show rate problems. And then we installed this exact show rate checklist into their funnels, and they immediately tripled their show rates on average. So some even had 4-5x increases in show rates because of this thank you page. Again, we give you this as a template, but essentially all this is a short video at the top here confirming their call, letting them know that an email would have been sent to them with all of the info about their call time, where the location is, etc. And then also that there is a call confirmation email that they need to respond to, which again, they respond to confirm their slot, right? Then we also have this step 2, which is a case study email. Then we have step 3, which is just a ton of client testimonials, as well as obviously result screenshots as well. So that's the funnel. Pretty basic. And again, you don't need to worry about anything to do with the funnel because again, as always, we've pre-built it for you. Now, I do want to give you some insight on the purpose of each stage. So like, what's the purpose of the ad, the purpose of the VSL, the purpose of the thank you page, all that type of stuff. So the ad determines who goes through the funnel and who doesn't. In other words, the ad determines quality, okay? So this is why the creatives have the biggest impact in determining quality and costs. The creatives are the biggest factor of the success of any ad, okay? The creative has the biggest impact on how well the ad is going to do or not. The creative is this, by the way, it's the video, it's the front end, it's the image, right? So like this here is the creative and this here is the ad copy, right? I never come on my Facebook, so I don't know. All right, see this video here? This is the creative, all right? And this is the copy. Okay, and so the creative, this video here, this, for this guy, he's doing a minute 13 video. This one, he's doing 27-minute video. So that's like a new test, obviously, that he's doing. It's 27 minutes. That's a very long ad. But like that video, that front end creative is what determines the success of any ad. Like the copy is a little bit, but if the creative's off, the ad won't work. So going back to this, the creatives are the biggest factor of the success of any ad, and the ad is the biggest factor to the success of any funnel. In other words, creatives is where most of our focus should be going because the creative determines the success of the ad determines the success of the whole entire funnel, right? And so majority of the time, if quality is low, changing the creatives to speak or resonate with a different person on the front end will do the trick, right? That would increase quality. The ad determines who goes through the funnel, and who goes through the funnel obviously is determines by or determines who books a call. Now, the ads also should pique the interest of the specific qualified prospect / person we're trying to go after, right? Pique their interest enough to click. That is the goal of the ad, right? In other words, the job of the ad is to get someone to book is not to get somebody to book in a call, rather to get the right person to click the ad. So when I'm talking about the right person, I'm talking about the niche that we're going after. So like with us, it's marketing agencies is our niche. But what I'm also further referring to is the right person within that niche. So, okay, we want marketing agencies, but more specifically, we want marketing agencies who are making above 25K a month. So my ads are trying to optimize around that, getting only that person to click the ad. Because then what can also happen is when more of that person clicks an ad, Facebook looks at who's clicking the ad, who's taking action, who's, resonating with this ad that you're running right now. And if the person that they're able to identify is essentially our niche that we're trying to go after, guess what Facebook's going to do? They're going to show the ad to more of the same people. And so if those people click an ad who we want, in other words, they're the qualified prospect, they're, the ones making the revenue that we want them to make, etc., well then Facebook's going to show our ad to more people who are more of our qualified prospects. And this is how over time your ads can optimize and optimize and optimize. And the ads oftentimes get better with time, right? But that's all because the creative of the ad and the copy of the ad, the messaging of the ad resonates with exactly who we want to go after. So hopefully that makes sense. Essentially, think of it like this. Facebook, think of this Facebook's user base is like a big circle, right? And then your ad is essentially going to run to the big circle, right? And then based on the message, based on the words essentially in your ad and in the video that, based on what you say in the video, based on the words in the ad copy, that is going to then resonate with a certain person, right? And that certain person is who's going to click your ad. It's based on what's said in the ad. And then because that certain person is the one who's clicking your ad, guess who's going to be going through the back end funnel, right? It's that certain person who clicked the ad on the front end. And so if we're finding on the back end that we're not, the qualified calls that are coming through are not actually qualified, or it's not who we want, then guess what we got to do? We can't really change the back end because the back end doesn't determine who comes through the funnel. We're going to go back to the front end, change what we're saying in the front end ad so that this person who was initially clicking doesn't click anymore. And instead this person clicks. And now that person is actually who we want. They're the qualified person. And then they now go through the funnel. And guess what? Now we've increased the quality of the calls. Does that make sense? Hopefully it does. That's the purpose of the ad. Then the purpose of the VSL or the DSL, or in just really broader terms, the conversion asset, right? Because that's really all a DSL or a VSL is. It's just converting the traffic that your ad is generating, converting them into now a booked call. That's all it is, right? And so again, the reason why I'm calling it a conversion asset is because you might find a different type of conversion asset to actually increase performance. Cool, let's run with that, right? It doesn't have to be specific to what I'm saying here. So the conversion asset's job is to sell the prospect enough on booking a call. Again, it's not to sell prospects on wanting to buy our client's service. It's to sell them on wanting to book a call. That's the only job of the VSL. Remember, the job of the ad is to get the right person, niche and revenue level, the right person to click the ad. That's the goal of the ad. Click the ad. Then the conversion asset, the goal of the conversion asset is to get them to book in a call. Right? So it should be seen as an extension of the ad, right? Because at the end of the day, whatever was said in the ad has sparked enough interest to get the prospect to click. So the conversion asset needs to basically follow on from the ideas mentioned in the ad, right? Because whatever you say in the ad, if they've now made it to the point of the conversion asset or the VSL or whatever, if they're there, well, they've just clicked an ad. So whatever you said in the ad has piqued their interest enough to get them to click. So then in the VSL, you should just expand on what you said in the ad, because at the end of the day, the conversion asset is just a longer form version of your ad. Your ads are normally 2-3 minutes long, whereas a VSL or a DSL is typically maybe 10 minutes long, 5 to 10 minutes long. So you're just extending or expanding on the ideas you mentioned in the ad. Hopefully that makes sense. Right, so it should go deeper into the ideas you stated in the ad and further solidify the prospect's interest in that this is something that has the potential to massively benefit them. It should also further qualify the prospects slash viewers, further qualify the prospects slash viewers and ensure that no one who doesn't fit the qualification criteria proceeds through the funnel. So how this looks is if we go back to this example here. So when I say further qualify, what I mean is like in here, for example, I'm again calling out the market. Marketing agencies above 25K a month. You can see on this page, I say who this is for. Marketing agencies above 25K a month. Who this is not for. All of these are the people that used to come through our ads. I say this is not basically for you people, right? So you can see I'm further qualifying throughout. And then even in the first CTA as well. By the way, notice how all of these results are exactly exactly at the level of the ideal clients that we're trying to get through, right? This guy made, this client Blake here made 126K in a month, right? This client did 80K in a month. This client did 7 clients in 7 days, right? Liz closed 30K in new monthly recurring retainers off 7K in ad spend in 14 days, right? Like these results are resonating with the guys that we want to be going after. This is not like, hey, one of our clients made 5K, but you should only book in a call if you're making above 30K a month. Because it's like someone at 30K a month doesn't care about a 5K increase. They want to get to 100K. So all my results need to be centered around 100K a month results. Does that make sense? I'll expand on those ideas in the training where we go through the VSL. But even like here, right? So if that's all you need to hear and you want XYZ or you don't pay, then click the link below. So I'm consistently re-qualifying them. And then also even on the page here as well, I'm calling out the market again, marketing agency above 25K a month. If you are above 25K a month with your marketing agency and need more consistent clients, click the link below and book a call, right? So the funnel itself, the VSL itself also does a little bit more qualifying, just like reinforcing who this is actually for and who it's not for, right? Okay, so that's the job of the VSL. Just fundamentally, it's like get the right person to book a call. That's all the job of the VSL is. Then the booking page is to get the prospect, obviously, to book a call, nothing else. By this point, the prospect should be sold enough by the conversion asset to want to book a call. They should be like, okay, I want to book a call. Now, the booking page is just essentially a way for you to provide the prospect with an opportunity to actually book in the call. In the calendar, there needs to be qualifying questions such as revenue or income level, depending, if it's B2C, then you're going to be speaking to like what's your income level. If it's B2B, you're going to be speaking about what's your monthly revenue, right? Their current business or their personal situation, again, B2C or B2B, current problem, etc. Remember, the more questions and friction we add to the booking process, the less people will book. So if you go to our booking process, and actually on this page as well, we also do a little bit more requalifying. It's like disclaimer, if you're not above 25K a month with your marketing agency, please do not book a call. Your call will automatically be canceled if you're below 25K a month. So just constantly reinforcing that, right? But as I said before, on the booking, when somebody books in a call, there's questions here. Now, the more questions that we add in here, the less people are going to book because you add more friction. The more friction you add, the less people go through the funnel, essentially. But like I say here, that's not always a bad thing, as sometimes you want to add more friction to the funnel to decrease the amount of bookings, but ultimately increase the quality of bookings, right? This is primarily for B2C markets where you have so much volume that like, no matter what we say on the funnel, no matter how much we try and qualify, there's still so many people booking in a call. And sometimes they may be unqualified, which is not a problem, because if 50% of the total bookings that we get, let's say, for example, in a month, we book 100 calls total, but 50 of them are unqualified. Well, that's not good, right? Because we got 50% quality, 50% aren't. That's quite a big number. However, if the front end cost per call for the 100 bookings, say we're at $30 cost per booked call, right? And we spend, what is that, $3,000, and we got 100 bookings for the month. But the thing is if 50 of those are not qualified, well, if we can just try and remove that 50 and focus on the remaining 50 who are qualified, well, guess what our cost per qualified booked call is now? It's $60, because our total cost per call was 30. 50% are unqualified, so that doubles to 60 cost per qualified call, which is actually not that bad. And so in that instance, we would just try and put more friction into the funnel to try and decrease the remaining 50 who aren't qualified or serious to not book. One of the ways you can do that is just add more questions to your application so that less people book, but hopefully the more qualified guys book, and the ones who are less serious or just not that interested are like, oh, I'm not filling this out, right? And they bounce, and great, now we didn't get that person to book in, and that, that works, right? So that's just stuff to be thinking about. But again, that's the goal of the booking page, really just book a call. Like that's the only thing you can see on this page here. There is nothing else on this page, right? It's just literally the calendar. There's a little message at the top and there's nothing else on this page. You don't want to distract them to do other stuff. It's just like book a call. That's the only thing they need to do at that point. Then the thank you page, as I said before, just because the prospect has booked the call doesn't mean that our job is over. We sold them on booking the call. Now we need to sell them on showing up to the call. A booking doesn't mean a showed up sales call, okay?
So the thank you page should essentially achieve the following outcomes. It should increase show rates. Okay, there's going to be more training on show rates later, but increase show rates. You want to nurture the prospect slightly before the call, right? Get them more bought into the offer and whatnot so that they show up to the sales call more bought in, more ready to go. You want to make sure that they can confirm their booking time, and you want to make sure that they know where and how to show up to the call. Sometimes in certain markets, like they don't understand what Zoom is or they don't know what Zoom is. So you need to explain, hey, in the booking application, in the booking confirmation email that got sent to your email, there's going to be a section in there. It's going to say location. And in that location section, there's going to be a Zoom link. That Zoom link, you ought to click on that Zoom link at your scheduled time because that's where the call will be hosted, right? Like really explain it so people just know exactly what they need to do. So that's the Zoom link explanation. And then also just mentioning how to show up to the call. Don't show up in your car, show up on a laptop. We're going to be showing you XYZ valuable thing. You won't be able to see it if you show up on your phone. So make sure you're on a laptop, all that type of stuff. So that's just a very broad overview of the purpose of each stage and what the ideal outcomes are of the ad and of the VSL, etc. Now, here's the math to scale in any VSL. And I want to walk you through this more so from a point of just making you realize within reason how kind of easy it is to scale. I mean, again, you might think that's kind of crazy right now, but once I go through this, I think you will realize it's actually really achievable for you to be able to scale with a VSL specifically in the framework and process that we use and our philosophy around it. It's actually quite achievable, more achievable than I think you would be thinking right now. So the main metric that matters when scaling really any funnel, but particularly a VSL funnel, is the percent of ad spend on your P&L. Now you could have a cost per book call of $10, which sounds great. But if your marketing cost is 80% of the P&L, it doesn't matter. Meaning, every month you're doing 100 grand total revenue and you're spending 80K a month on ads. Well, yes, you have a $10 cost per book call, but fundamentally, who cares about the cost per book call when you're generating 100K a month and you're spending 80K a month on ads or 50K or whatever the number is. You're spending so much on ads that ultimately the business is not profitable. This goes back to what I was saying in one of the earlier videos. We are not just trying to get you sales calls. We're trying to scale your company. In order to scale your company, you have to be profitable. This is why the percent of ad spend on your P&L is the thing that you want to be making all of your decisions based on, not necessarily the cost per book call. And again, I'm going to show you proof of this in a minute. I'm going to show you what we do and our numbers, right? So conversely, on the flip side, if you have a cost per book call of $500, but your marketing cost is 10% of the P&L, then you can scale extremely aggressively. So if you was to look at our ad cost, I'm certain that you would be shocked at how expensive it quote looks. However, our ad spend rarely exceeds 23% of our P&L. And typically you don't want your ad spend to be higher than 25%. Ideally though, you want it to be about 20%. And as I told you earlier in the video, we've just recently aggressively scaled our ad spend. So we've kind of not bloated out, but usually we're about 17 to 20%, but right now we're about 23% because we've scaled our ad spend. But over the next couple of months, we'll dial that back. Anyway, in other words, when it comes to aggressively scaling any business, the main focus should be profitability. If your profitability isn't in KPI, again, in other words, less than 25% of the P&L, then you can look at the leading indicators to find the root problem. But ultimately, if your numbers are profitable and you're scaling, it doesn't matter what your cost per book call is. All right. And again, I'm going to show you proof of that here in a minute. So here's the only metrics that matter. Essentially, they're just profitability metrics. So number one is that the P&L, or on your P&L, your ad spend is 20 to 25%. So if you're lower than 20 to 25%, you should just spend more. If you can't spend more, then the reason why is your constraint, which you would need to alleviate to spend more. So for example, if you can't spend more because you don't have any more availability on your calendar, well, your constraint is you need a new closer. You need to make the hire and then go back to the ad spend and spend more. And again, we'll be working with you on this, so it's not on you, but just so you know how to think about it, right? Now, if you're significantly more than 20 to 25%, and again, this refers to if you do 100K, you got 20 to 25K a month in ad spend. Well, if you're doing 100K and you're significantly more than that KPI of 20 to 25%, maybe you're spending 40K or 50K a month in ad spend to do 100K. If that's you, then usually it's because either, again, your close rates are below KPI. This is probably the most common, at least with our clients. Why? Because another reason why might be because your marketing costs are too high. But if we're running your ads, they're not going to be too high because we know how to do it, right? Sometimes with other agencies, or maybe if you're trying to run the ads yourself, this could be very well your problem is that your ad costs are too high. But because we're running them for you, your marketing will be dialed in. So if even once your marketing is dialed in, you're still unprofitable, then what the other potential problems might be is your close rates are below KPI of 25%, or your upfront cash and or your accounts receivables is low. So your upfront cash refers to, again, if you have a 10K or 20K product, how much of that on day one are you collecting? Are you collecting 5K? Well, then your upfront cash is 25%. If you're collecting 10K, then your upfront cash is 50%, right? And then your accounts receivable percentage is basically refers to, okay, if you have a 10K or a 20K product and you do a 4Pay on that, for example, how much are you actually collecting? Are you collecting the total 20K? Or are you collecting maybe 80% of the 20K, which might be, or 75% of the 20K, which then actually you're only collecting 15K, right? What's your accounts receivable, right? So they're the three things that you want to be focusing on, right? And really the P&L should be the main focus. This should be the number one thing that you're looking at. And if this is in KPI, don't worry about all this other stuff I'm about to get into, because you can just scale, because this is the ultimate metric that matters. But if this is not in KPI, then here's the three main metrics that predict the percent of ad spend on the P&L. So then obviously if this isn't in KPI, you can look at, okay, well, why isn't this in KPI? What are the three things that impact that? Well, then again, you can kind of look at these next three metrics here and then figure out what the problem is and solve for that. So the number one thing, or the first thing, these aren't in order, by the way, but the first thing is your upfront cash percentage. This should be 40 to 50%, meaning, again, you have a 20K product and you, on average, upfront are collecting 8 to 10K. That should be your KPI for that. Now, if you're below 40%, it usually means that you're being too soft/lenient on payment terms, or your closers are. So, for example, you pitched 20K for 4 months, for example, and you're, and by the way, if you want more insight on this, watch the pricing to scale training. I talk about how to pitch and why you want to do, if you have a 5K a month agency service, but then, you wouldn't want to pitch on the sales calls 5K a month. Rather, you would want to pitch 20K for 4 months and then downsell to your payment terms of 5K a month if they wanted to do that, right? But again, usually if you're below 40%, it means that the closers or yourself, whoever's closing, is being too lenient on the payment terms. Meaning they pitch 20K, but then the prospect goes, oh, that's too much or whatever. And then you immediately jump to, okay, well, we could do 5K a month. And then everyone takes the 5K a month. Now you've got 25% upfront cash collection. When in reality, what you need to do is be a lot stronger, hold yourself at the end of the call. If they push back on price, you want to objection handle correctly, and then always loop back to the 20K pay in full, or maybe go down to a 2Pay, which might in that case be 10K over 2 payments, right? But not like just throw out the 5K 25% payment plan. You don't want to just throw that out. And a lot of the time, if you're below 40% upfront cash, it's because you're just throwing out the 4Pay or the max payment terms to get the close. But you don't want to do that. And we go deeper into this in the sales training as well. Now, if you're above 50%, though, the reason why this upfront cash collection KPI is not 40% plus, it's actually, you want it to be between 40 and 50, because if you're above 50, some clients come to us and they're like 70% upfront cash collected. That sounds great, but actually that means that your price point's too low and you should be increasing your price, because you don't want too many pay in fulls, because, obviously it'll be good, but what that really means is that, again, your price point's way too low. Like we would get 100% pay in fulls if we was charging 1K a month. Like everyone would pay in full. If our project period was 4 months and we charged 5K for 4 months, we'd get 100% pay in fulls. But that's not good, because obviously, ultimately, we won't be as profitable as we can be. So even though our upfront cash collection is 100%, that's amazing. Oh my God. Well, actually, we need to increase price so that we're more profitable on the back end, right? So that's number one. The second reason why your P&L might be higher than 20 to 25% is because your cash ROAS is above. This is the KPI actually. The other reason why it might be because of your cash ROAS, and this you want it to be above 2x, right? That's the KPI for your cash ROAS, above 2x. So your cash ROAS determines how scalable you are on ads. So if you're at break even on day one, referring to cash collected versus ad spend, right? Which essentially means you spend 10K on ads, you collect 10K that month from those ads, right? So you break even. Well, you can't scale in that instance, because at scale, your efficiency always decreases. Meaning in this example, you would be losing money. So if you're spend 10K and you collect 10K, well, if you then take that 10K spend and turn it into a 50K spend, well, you're not going to break even at that point, because you're not going to maintain that one-to-one ratio, because whenever you scale spend, your return always decreases, right? So then you might spend 50K, but then collect 40K, right? So now you're losing money. And now that you're going to have there's a fuse on that for how long that's going to last until the business implodes, right? Being quite extreme there, right? But the idea holds true. Conversely, if you're putting $1 in and getting $2 out on day one, meaning you spend 10K in the month, and that month specifically you collect 20K cash collected, $1 in, $2 out, you can scale aggressively because now you have, quote, client financed acquisition, which is a term that Hormozi basically coined, if you want to call it that. But that just basically means new clients are funding the business as opposed to, going to investors and getting funding, outside funding. Well, now every time you're closing a client, because you're putting $1 in, getting $2 out, the clients are funding the business scale because you're profitable on your acquisition, which in our space is kind of, a lot of people expect, but in the broader business world, that is insane. Most businesses go negative on day one, but they can afford to because they've got $100 million worth of funding from VCs or PE firms or whatever it might be. Whereas in our space, obviously most people don't have that outside funding. And so the only way you can fund the growth of the company is through client financed funding or client financed acquisition. And this is how you do it, all right? So that's that case. $1 in, $2 out, you can scale because, again, you've got that buffer, right? You're kind of hedging in a way. Obviously, on the flip side, if you're putting $1 in and getting $10 out, well, now you can scale extremely aggressively because you've got so much profit that if that $1 in, $10 out conversion, 10x conversion, drops to maybe 7, well, you're still at, it's going to drop by 3x. Well, you're still at 7x return. So when you scale, that can go from 10 to 7, and you're still going to be massively profitable. Whereas if you're at 1 to 1, that can't move because if it drops, now you're at 0.8 to 1, and now, 0.8 to 1, now you're going to be losing money. So you've not got no wiggle room, which is why before you scale, you always want to make sure that you're profitable at the current scale, because if at the current level, because if you go more, then obviously you're going to drop. And if you're not profitable right now, in the future, you're also not going to be. You're going to be, you're most likely going to be losing money. And a perfect example of this is at the point of writing this training, I had a call with a client that morning, and she told me that last month we spent 15K and she collected 300K in cash from 15K ad spend. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my gosh. And so obviously in that instance, she can scale extremely aggressively. Why? Because her P&L, ad spend on her P&L was 6%. Or I think it was even lower. It might have been 4% or something. It was something ridiculously low. And it should be 20 to 25%, which basically means she can just spend way more. She can just scale ad spend. And so that's what we're now doing, right? And actually, she couldn't handle, there's a couple of things on her fulfillment. So we're basically helping her hire for those few positions she needs to hire for. She needs to hire a manager for her account managers. We're helping her hire that. We're helping her structure the compensation structure for that manager. And then once she makes that hire, which I actually got a voice note from her today, she's making that tomorrow, that hire. And then from there, obviously now we have the ability to be able to spend more. And so we're just going to blow up her spend. And by extension, she's at 300K. We're going to, if we triple her spend roughly, that's probably going to be the thing that's going to get her to close to $1 million a month. So that's kind of cool. Anyway, aside from the point, the difference between cash ROAS and the P&L percent, right, of ad spend is that the P&L factors in accounts receivable, whereas the cash ROAS is only looking at new cash collected for the month versus ad spend. Hopefully that makes sense. So if this is, if your cash ROAS is 2x, is sub 2x, you're gonna have a really hard time scaling, as everything, as I said before, becomes less efficient as you increase volume. So if you're sub 2x ROAS on day one, usually your upfront cash collected percent will be below KPI, and or your close rate will be below KPI, and or your ad costs will be too high. Again, this is very unlikely. I want to tell you like all the problems that could tie into one of these things being out of KPI, but in reality, this won't be your problem, because again, if we're running your ads, you're not going to have this issue, but you may still have these two problems, which again is where you really need to use us and lean on us to get your upfront cash more profitable or higher, or just increase your close rate. And just quickly, obviously, it's pretty obvious why this might be low if your close rate sub, KPI. But how does your upfront cash impact this? Well, here's the thing. If you spend 10K on ads, right, and you close 5 deals, and of those 5 deals, you have a 10K product and you have a 25% upfront cash collection, which means 2.5K per close, and you close 5 clients. Easy numbers, right? Well, let's do 10. Obviously, if you collect 2.5K, that's going to be 25K cash collected for the month. If you spend 15K to get those 10 clients, well, you're going to be sub 2x cash ROAS. Does that make sense? However, if all you do is not increase close rate, not do anything else other than just take your 25% upfront cash collection of 2.5K on a 10K product to 50%, double it, well, obviously, guess what's then going to happen? You're going to then go from 25K cash collected from 15K ad spend to 50K cash collected from the same 15K ad spend, which then would take you from 25 divided by 15 a 1.6x cash ROAS to a 50 divided by 15, 3.3x cash ROAS. So that would immediately take you above the cash ROAS KPI of 2x. Does that make sense? Hopefully this is kind of tying in together in terms of how all of these other metrics tie into the ultimate profitability, which again, I'm going through all of this to show you how we need to, or how we essentially scale any one of these funnels to 8 figures plus, all right? And then finally here as well, obviously you always want your revenue ROAS to be more ideally than 5x. And this should be based on your LTV, not your contract value. Well, look, as I say here, you could do it based on your contract value if you wanted to be really conservative. However, I always base it on LTV. So what's the difference between these two things? Well, LTV refers to over the lifetime of a client or a customer, how much are you going to make from them? How much are they going to pay you? Whereas contract value means how much from the initial contract that they've signed are you contractually going to get, right? So for example, in our case, if we sign a client for 25K for 4 months, well, the contract value in that instance is 25K. Then obviously however much we collected on the sales call is going to determine our cash collection from that contract value. But over the 4 months, we know because of the contract, we're going to make 25K from that client. Okay, great. But that's not the LTV of that client, because what happens after the 4 months of that client, finishing out that contract? Well, right now I think we have about 65, 70% of our clients retain with us after their initial 4 months with us. So over the lifetime of that client, they may then, start paying us whatever, 50K a year, call it. Okay, well then if they stay with us for a year, the lifetime value, if they stay perfectly a year and that's it, well then the lifetime value from that client was 50K, but the initial contract value was 25K. Hopefully that's making sense. So that's just the difference. And so ideally you want to base your revenue ROAS off of lifetime value as opposed to contract value. This is what a lot of like e-com businesses and just businesses in general, when they look at their, they always base it on LTGP, lifetime gross profit to CAC ratio. And that basically refers to lifetime value. All right. So if you have any type of agency or recurring monthly service, you shouldn't ever have a problem with your revenue ROAS being higher than 5x, because, if you charge 2K a month, and you have, you should be having at least, if you charge 2K a month, I mean, you should have a average retention rate of that client for, I would say like more than 9 months, really, on a 2K a month price point, because that's super low. It's, you should be having more than 9 months. So in that instance, that would be 18K. Well, if you have an 18K lifetime value, to maintain 5X, 5X revenue ROAS, that would mean you would have to have a, 3.6 CPA, 3.6 thousand CPA, which is really easy to do, especially on a 2K a month product or price point, right? So that's why it should be quite easy. However, if you don't, right, if you don't have a 5X revenue ROAS, then usually the problems are fulfillment issues, and or you don't have a back end. So if you're a coach and you have a front end 10K product for 4 months, but then you're not selling your clients on anything after that 10K, well then if you add on a back end, you're going to make more per client, which is ultimately going to increase your LTV, which would obviously ultimately increase your revenue ROAS, right? So you don't have a back end. Obviously agencies, the back end typically is just recurring. Or your pricing is too low, which is typically less likely, but this can be common for $500 a month type services. Whereas if you're above 2.5K a month, then you're going to be fine on your pricing. So that's on your revenue ROAS. Now, again, the above metrics always take priority, meaning if your cost per click on the ads, for example, is out of KPI, but your profitability is in KPI, then you would want to spend more. However, if they are out of KPI, then below is the number one indicator, right? I put multiple here, but I only speak to one, which is cost per book call. This is going to be the number one thing that's going to determine all of these things here. But again, if these are in place, if your P&L is 20% the ad spend is 20% of your P&L, etc. Again, it kind of doesn't matter what your cost per book call is. I'm going to show you proof of that here in a minute. And yeah, by the way, this is why you'll be shocked at our ad metrics. Almost all of them are always out of quote KPI in the eyes of a media buyer, yet we continue to spend more and more and more. And it's because the metrics that take priority are all in KPI. So we're profitable. As I say, we rarely exceed 23% ad spend on our P&L, but yet our cost per click on our ads is typically like $15, which to a media buyer, $15 cost per click, oh my God, that's crazy. But it's like, yeah, but we're closing at 25%, we're doing this, we're doing that. We're actually above 25%, but you get the point. That's profitable. So who cares what the cost per click is? It really doesn't matter. But on the cost per call, this is entirely, just as a pre-frame here, this is entirely contextual to your business, price point, industry, service offering, and product. It massively ranges. We have some clients at $50 cost per call. We have other clients at $500 cost per call. And in each instance, it's both great. They're both scaling. They're both super profitable, etc. But because of their business, industry, price point, service offering, etc., that's why it's so different, right? And we also think about cost per book call very differently to how others do. And again, I want you to realize this is coming from a business owner's perspective, not a media buyer perspective. So these are our numbers, and I'll show you how this plays out in a minute. So let's say your price point is $20K for 4 months, right? Which is, in other words, $5K a month. And your upfront cash percentage collection is 40%. Or in other words, you make $8K cash collected per close on average. Obviously, $8K of $20K is 40%. So you have 40% upfront cash. Well, then in order to hit a 2x cash ROAS minimum on day one, right? Meaning ad spend versus cash collected. In order for that to be 2x, you would need a 4K CPA because on average, you make 8K per close in this example, okay? Which actually, interestingly enough, would give you a 5x revenue ROAS based on contract value despite lifetime value in this instance because your CPA is 4K. And the contract value in this instance would be 20K for 4 months, which would be 5x revenue ROAS based on the contract value. This is excluding LTV. So your LTV will be higher than your contract value. So if you hit a 5x ROAS based on contract value, then you're massively, obviously, in the clear. Now, this is where it gets fun and interesting. And I think this is where your eyes might open a little bit and be a little shocked because I was when I first did this. And when I very first did this, I remember literally thinking I did the math wrong, because of how much you can actually spend per call in order to scale. So if you had the close rate KPI of just 25%, not even 30, 35%, just 25%, in this instance, you would need a $1,000 cost per qualified live call, or at least that's the max that you could spend to get a cost per qualified live call. If you were closing at 25% and you had these numbers on your offer price point, upfront cash, etc. Now, if we had a 20% cancel rate based on the application answers, meaning book 100 calls and we cancel 20% of them, 20 of them, because on the application it's either a fake call or it's very clear that they're not in our niche, they're below. If, for example, if someone books in a call with us, they say they're doing 0 a month with their agency, we're not going to close them, obviously. So we just cancel that, right? So you cancel 20% of the obvious unqualifieds, and then you also have a 60% show rate, right? That would mean your cost per qualified booked call KPI is $450. And again, just to show you the math again, how this all backs out, let me show you here. So if you had a $450 cost per qualified booked call, this is just cost per booked call, right? Then you cancel 20% of them because they're unqualified. So then that would give you a $560 cost per qualified booked call. Then if you had a show rate of 60%, that would then equal a $930 cost per live call. Then on that the 60% who show, if you then close 25% of them, that would give you a $3,720 CPA. If we then collected 8K cash collected per close, because we had a 40% upfront cash collection, that would give you a 2.15, 2x, call it, cash ROAS, which is writing KPI. You put in $1 in, you get $1 out on day one. That's excluding the recurring. Then on that close, if you then had a 20K contract value, so you charge 20K for 4 months and you collected on average 8K, right? Because you have 40% cash collection, that would then give you a 5.37x revenue ROAS. Now, that revenue ROAS could be slightly lower if you factor in defaults and refunds, but just easy numbers, let's call it 5.37x revenue ROAS from a $450 cost per qualified book call upfront, or cost per book call upfront. These are actually our numbers. Now, obviously, our volume is much higher than, this is really our numbers, to be honest. Like, we spend a lot, so these are really good numbers at scale. Like, if we was to spend, say, 20K next month in ad spend, we would be getting a way better cost per book call. But as I said earlier, whenever you scale spend, efficiency always decreases, costs increase. So this is what we're at about 150 to 200K a month in ad spend right now. And so again, like when I first did these numbers, I was like, I couldn't believe how much you can actually spend on the front end and still maintain profitability. And again, this is max. I'm not saying here, this is obviously what your cost per call is going to be or whatever, but just to get you thinking. And obviously if your offer economics are different, so you're not charging 20K for 4 months, maybe you're charging 2K a month. And so for 4 months, that's going to be 8K. Well, then obviously these are going to be, you're going to need a lot lower cost per book call, which is fine. This is again just an example to show you the reality. And again, these are our numbers for our own offer. Like we spend 450. Oh, that's our max. We have 20% due to unqualified. We have about a 60%, 70. This ranges massively. Last month was 77% show rate. For October it was. Whereas July, for example, I think was like 55%. July is a terrible month, just every single year. So this kind of ranges, but you get the point. And what I'm sure is that this is significantly higher than what you expected, but it shows you what you can spend up to. Again, this is not what we're shooting for. You don't want to shoot for your absolute max, but it does show you that, hey, I can actually spend up to that and still maintain profitability. And more importantly, still maintain profitability at a point where I can still scale aggressively because I am profitable and the numbers make sense and we can still aggressively scale because we're still profitable. So then again, I'm sure again in this instance, it's clear how once you dial in the foundations, you can close at the 25%, you can get the 60% show rate in this instance, you can get all of these things locked in, you can charge 20K for 4 months, you can collect 40% or 8K per close upfront. Once you dial these things in, I'm sure it's now should be clearer to you in terms of how you can just scale, because then at that point, you just got to spend more. Just keep spending. You know what I mean? And again, we're going to be working with you on it, but again, hopefully this opens your eyes in terms of scalability. So in reality, as long as you're getting a sub 450 cost per call in this example, while it's maintaining those other KPIs, you essentially have an infinitely scale acquisition funnel because it's client financed until we hit your TAM, your total addressable market. But honestly, unless you're spending like $500 to $1 million a month, 500 grand to $1 million a month, most of the time, you're not going to even ever touch your TAM, never mind, completely saturated, right? As I said here, which takes a lot of scale. But even then, even if we hit your TAM, you then would just pivot to an adjacent market and go again and keep going. And that's how you scale, bottom line. So this is ultimately why the VSL funnel is the easiest and best funnel to use to get to 8 figures with any agency or coaching/consulting type business. It's by far the easiest. You try any other funnel, it is so difficult. Webinar funnels, Facebook group, like opt-in free lead magnet type funnels. Any of those is so difficult. Outbound funnels, if you're trying to do that, it's so difficult to scale. Whereas the VSL funnel, once you get, again, the foundations locked in, you can close at 25%. You can, got a good upfront cash collection. You can charge a decent amount. You've got, you can bring on a closer. They're doing the same numbers. You've got the back end to facilitate that scale. You can handle the volume on the back end from an account manager model or fulfillment type model, right? At that point, we just scale, we just push the volume, and that's it. So again, you may need to watch this math section a little bit, a couple times to let it sink in. I know when I first really started to understand all of this stuff, I was just racking my brain about this for so long to try and really understand it. So if you're anything like me, you may need to watch it a couple times, but this is the math on scaling any automatic appointment funnel to really 8 figures and beyond. Again, I'm going to give you everything you need in this 7-day fast start. If you would like myself and my team to come into your agency, coaching business, done for you business, whatever it is that you run, and you would like us to basically just take over your client acquisition and scale your client acquisition completely done for you, just shoot me a DM in school. We can set up a time to chat, see if you're a good fit. Obviously, we're not going to bring on anyone that we can't get results for, obviously. So we're definitely going to see if you're a good fit, see if you qualify, and from there we can definitely talk about how that would look. But if you don't want that, then I'm going to give you everything else you need anyway in this 7-day fast start. So hopefully this makes sense. As always, as well, another really important note, please, if you have any questions, if you're stuck on something, if you don't quite understand something, you can't grasp the idea of something, whatever it may be, just drop a post in the school community section. And I'm always in there every single day anyway, answering questions, helping out wherever needed. So please just drop a post in there and I can re-explain it. I can drop you a Loom video and explaining something in a different way or whatever it may need to be. But again, hopefully this makes sense. And if for whatever reason you didn't get the access email for the automatic appointment funnel, just click on this link right here and it will import the funnel straight into your account anyway. If you, again, don't already have it, if you already have access to it all, then you don't need to do anything other than continue in this 7-day fast start training. So
As always, hopefully this makes sense, and I'll see you in the next one. In this one, we're going to go through how to create your offer. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to clip in a training that I created for our done-for-you high-level clients, where I basically break down this exact document, which also you can access right below this video. And I want to clip that training in because it's the exact same idea, and I think I did a really good job of explaining how all of this works in that training. So I just want to give you direct access to that. One thing I just wanted to prelude the training with is the fact that in that training that you're about to watch right now, I talk about it in the sense of like, we're going to be working with you on this thing. We're going to be creating it with you. And obviously the reason why I'm talking like that is because it's for our done for you clients. That high level mastermind is more just implementation. So we just work with you on actually installing everything and getting everything actioned on. And again, we run your ads for you as well. That's all I wanted to say. You're going to get the exact same training though on how to create your offer. So I'm going to install that here right now.
All right, what we're going to go through in this one is offer logistics for scale. This is going to be a pretty in-depth training. And what I want you to realize just before I jump in is we're going to be working with you on the offer. I do not want you to go through this video and think, kind of get stressed a little bit and think that it's all on you to figure out and whatnot. By no means is it on you. We want to be working with you on your offer. However, I just wanted to I want you to go through this so that you have context behind our philosophy on creating the offers. It's super important that you understand how and why we approach the offer in the way in which we do. Now, what I'm about to explain in this video, the reason why it's so important is because this is the sole reason we have generated the below results. So not only have we ourselves, we actually, do ourselves what we tell clients to do because it works, right? We scale from 30K a month to 700K a month in around 18 months. And we deliver the best client results in our industry, hands down. There's no other agency that you can go to that's going to get better results for you than what we're going to get you, right? And so this ties into the offer, actually. The client result aspect, your fulfillment actually ties into the offer, as you'll see later on in the training. But again, we went from 30K a month to 700K a month simply from this one offer logistics idea. Super important. Another one of our clients who has an e-com agency, she went from 20K a month to last month doing 300K a month last month. She's been on board with us probably for maybe 9 months or so at this point. So, and crazy results. And again, it's all because of this offer logistics idea. Another service-based agency client went from 140K a month to 600K a month. Okay. Again, from this exact same idea. A SaaS client, he went from a million a month to 2 million a month, roughly. I think it was about 1.8 with his biggest month being 2 million, simply from this one idea, right? And in total, we've had about 50 clients or so scale past 100K a month. And we've had about 15 clients scale past a million a month. And again, it all ties back to this one offer logistics idea that I'm going to show you in this video. And when I say, by the way, just above here, when I say the sole reason, I'm assuming obviously you've got the basics in place, right? Your model is scalable. You have a good product or you have a good service, which obviously if you're in this program, you most likely do. And so by extension, what I'm about to show you is the thing that's going to get you to 100K a month, 500K a month, or a million plus a month through ads specifically. This is, again, offer logistics. It refers to ads specifically, not organic or referrals or any of that stuff. You don't need this. But for ads, for you to scale through ads, this is what you need. All right. Now, just as another quick note, the job of marketing is to get strangers who are in our target market to book in a sales call. That's all marketing should do. Get strangers to book a call. The job of the sales call itself, or in other words, the job of sales, is to then sell that stranger on your particular product or service. Your marketing should not sell a stranger on the product or on the service or on the specifics of your deliverables. The marketing should just get a stranger to book a call with you. Then on the sales call, you can explain those specifics around your product, service, deliverables, etc. And so, in other words, for example, if we ran ads, in our ads we said to you as our market, as our qualified client, we told you that we'll run your Facebook ads, you would have never booked in a call with us. I mean, us running your Facebook ads is what we do. I mean, that is our specific deliverable. But if we said that in our ads, if we tried to sell you on running your ads, you would never have booked in a call with us. Right? And so the reason though you did is because we actually led with our offer and all that good stuff. Then on the sales call, we explained how we get the outcome, but in the marketing, we're only focused on the outcome. That's important to know. Okay. Now, the final thing I want to just quickly say before I get into the specifics is our goal with you as a client. This is really important to understand. Our goal with you as a client is to not get you sales calls. I'm not our team doesn't care about only getting you sales calls in isolation, I should say, right? To clarify, in isolation. We're not just focused on getting you sales calls. Our goal is to get you from 100K a month to 250K a month to 500K a month, or from 20K a month to 200K a month, or from $1 million a month to $2 million a month. And we focus on nothing other than exactly what is going to get you to that goal. We aren't ever going to suggest something that is only going to get you sales calls but not closes, or something that's only going to get you closes but then cause fulfillment issues and doesn't generate you recurring back-end clients. All right. The reason being is because that will ultimately scale your business. It'll just cause a few closes maybe, and then you'll get a bunch of refunds because you got a bunch of fulfillment problems. Or maybe you just get a few sales calls, but then you don't get any closes, and ultimately you lose money. That is not the goal. The goal is to scale your agency or your coaching or consulting business's revenue. All right. So the only way to scale is by having a profitable front-end acquisition process with a fulfillment model that actually delivers client results, which they love and makes them retain with you. That kind of goes back to what I said before about how, yes, we've scaled, but we've also right now delivering the best client results and the best client experience that we've ever delivered, even, at the biggest scale that we've ever been at. Which for most companies, the inverse of that is true. They scale and their client results and client experience decreases. With us, the inverse has happened. We've scaled and we've scaled our client results and client experience. And again, it comes back to this offer logistics idea. And so again, just to wrap this up real quick, everything that we do for you / work with you on is to achieve that specific goal and actually scale your agency, coaching, or consulting business. All right, so let's get into our philosophy on creating offers and essentially what you need to understand prior to your onboarding call. Again, we're going to be working with you on this thing to create your offer. This is not on you to do. We're going to be working with you. We'll help you with it, but you do need to understand these things before your onboarding call. All right. So step one to creating the offers and our philosophy around it is, number one, is we focus the ads on your most ideal top of the market client. Now, the reason why we do this is if you speak to the top, you naturally get everyone at the top and below. If you only speak to the people at the bottom or at the bottom of the market, you only get the bottom. So if you speak to the top, as I say here, speak to the top of the market, you get these guys and the middle and the bottom. If you speak to the bottom, you only get the bottom. All right. Now, the top of your market, right? When I say speak to the top of the market, what do I mean? Well, that refers to basically the biggest results that you have. Ideally, you want at least 3 results minimum at that level. So for example, if you scaled 3 different companies from 100K a month to 300K a month, in your instance, quote, top of the market would be people at 100K a month. All right. Even if you also work with people at 40K, 20K, it's like with us. We work with agencies at $1 million a month, as I showed you above. We also work with agencies at 20K a month, right? So what's our quote top of the market? Well, it's not going to be 20K a month, because if all of our ads spoke to agencies that are only doing 20K a month, guess what? We'd only get agencies doing 20K a month and below. Right. But if we instead focus our ads on agencies doing and coaches doing 200K, 300K, $500,000 a month, then we're going to get guys that doing $500,000 a month. And we're also going to get people doing 100K and 20K and 50K and whatever else below that. Right. And so this same concept ties into your offer. We don't want to focus your offer around what you can deliver to the whole market, but rather what is the outcome or the result that you can achieve for your most ideal qualified high-end client who has every resource you require. This is really important. So again, using us as an example, all of our offers on the front end in our ads speak to somebody who's at 300, 400, or 500,000 a month with their agency or coaching business, not somebody who's at 20K a month. Now, people who are at 20K a month still booking a call with us. And so we'll still sell somebody and work with an agency or a coaching business who's at 20K a month, but we don't focus our ads to that person, because otherwise we'd only get people doing 20K a month. Hopefully this idea is making sense. And again, it will slowly make more sense as we go through this video. Now, the reason we don't want to run an offer that could get that you could get anyone in your market is because usually the outcome of that will be much smaller, and by extension, again, no one would be interested. So, for example, if we did focus our ads on an agency who's at maybe say 20K a month, that might be our offer of 50 calls in 90 days, and we can get somebody who's at 15, 20K a month, 50 calls in 90 days. That's great, but we're not going to run ads that speak to that. Because again, why? Number one, would only get unqualified people. Well, not unqualified, but just lower quality people. And number two, more importantly, no one would be interested because it's not desirable enough. So you have to focus it on the most desirable person in your market. And then we downsell to people who aren't a perfect fit for that top offer. Let me explain. I mentioned here that you want to focus your offer on the most ideal person in your market who has every resource you require. Now, these resources that, quote, you require, whatever it is that you need your client to have, in terms of, ad spend, It could be a certain number of ad spend. It could be a location size. It could be team size. It could be the fact that they call leads immediately. They do everything you require them to do. They make any changes / recommendations you require. They get assets, changes, access, creatives, whatever it is that you need. They get that stuff to you in in a day, in 2 days. We all have those clients who take months to get stuff back to us. You're not going to create your offer based on a client, factoring in the fact that it's going to take them a month to get it back to you. No, you base it on the clients who get the quickest turnaround time, right? If they require a certain search volume on Google, certain industries you can't run Google ads for unless they've got maybe 10,000 searches a month. We don't do Google ads, so I don't really know, but you get the point. Unless they have, base your offer on somebody, if you require this, that they have 10,000 searches a month. Okay, they've got that. They've got the ad spend. They've got the location size. What can I get that person, right? Traffic volume on the website. Certain, particularly for like CRO type offers, you need a certain traffic volume in order to be able to guarantee a certain revenue increase. Well, then let's assume that they have that traffic volume. Again, if they don't, that's fine. We can downsell them at a later date. They have a certain percent of conversion rate percentage already, right? Or they must spend at least X dollars on these creatives, funnels, or chatbots, etc. Right? So, for example, we have a client who does creatives. He does creatives for his clients, and he guarantees, I believe it's an extra 100K a month or something through his custom built done for you creatives. But one of the stipulations, in order for him to be able to guarantee his clients 100K a month, they have to spend, I think it's like 25K on the creatives that he gives them. Now, if the client doesn't have the ability, or in other words, the resources to spend that 25K on his creatives, well, that's fine. We still create that offer around assuming the fact that they can spend the 25K. And then on the sales call, all he then does is goes, okay, no problem. Well, because you can't spend 25K on the ads, then what can you spend? They say maybe 10K. Okay, well then, because you're spending 2.5x less than what we require, we can then by extension get you a 2.5x lower outcome. So instead of guaranteeing you 100K, which is what they saw in the ad, instead he will then say, we can guarantee you whatever it might be, 50K as an example. All right. So hopefully this is, again, slowly making sense. And essentially it comes down to this: literally any requirement that you need, you assume in your ads that that they all have that specific thing. And that is who we create the offer and the outcome for. Not people who have less ad spend or don't call leads immediately or whatever it might be. Don't think, oh yeah, but some clients aren't going to do that, so I'll probably just lower the outcome to like whatever. Don't think like that. Instead think, okay, if they have this, if they have this, if they have this, what can I get that person? Okay, I can get them this. Okay, great. That's what we create the offer on. And then again, if somebody doesn't have this, this, and this, whatever it is that you said, again, that's where we downsell them. Now, this is how you get the highest volume and quality at the cheapest cost through your ads at the highest scale. Again, going back to these results, this is how we've got all of these results. All right, it's from this single idea. It's so important to understand. Obviously, hence why it's key to unlocking massive scale for your business. And most likely, the reason you're a client right now is because you saw one of our ads with a big claim that's only obviously created for a person with a certain amount of ad spend. In our case, about 50K a month. They need 50K a month in order to get the 15 clients a month. At the point of recording this, that's our offer. They need 50K a month in ad spend in order to be able to be eligible for the 15 client guarantee. But most clients don't buy that. 90% of our clients click that ad, book in a call because of the offer, but then they don't buy that because they don't have the 50K a month in ad spend, and that's totally fine. So then what 90% of our clients buy is a lower guarantee, which is tailored more, which is a more tailored solution, I should say, that fits exactly what it is that they need in particular, even though it's different from what they saw in the ad. Super important. All right. So step 2 is downselling. So essentially, just a quick recap here on step 1. All you really need to do, I kind of went a bit rambly there, but all you need to really do in step 1 is just essentially understand who is your most ideal client. Okay. If you look at your client roster, who have you got? Who's the highest person that you have 3 or more results for? And then what can you get that person if they have every resource that you require? They have the ad spend that you need. If that's 50K a month, if that's 10K a month, if that's 25K a month, whatever it is. And if you don't know what those resources are, all you need to do is just reverse engineer. So look at those 3 biggest clients that you've got, or at least the clients where you've got at least 3 results, proven their results. And look at what are they spending a month? How quickly are they calling the leads? How many people do they have on their team? How, whatever it is, what is their location size if you're doing local lead gen? Look at those things. What do they have? Okay, they are spending 50K a month. They are calling their leads within 5 minutes. They are doing these things. They have this, they have this, they have that. Okay, great. Now let's create an offer around another company who has those 5 things or 10 things or whatever it is that you've just identified. Let's assume they have those things. And then if they don't, that's where step 2 comes into play. So that's all you need to do for step 1. Identify that person and what those requirements are that you need them to have. Now, the question you're probably asking yourself right now is, well, what if they don't have those requirements, right? I can only achieve that big outcome for people who have the 50K a month ad spend, who have the team of 10 plus people, who are calling leads within 5 minutes, whatever it is, right? I can only get those results for those people who have those requirements. What if the prospect that books in a call with me doesn't have those requirements, but wants the offer they saw in the ad? This is where the idea of downselling the guarantee comes into play. So before I explain this concept, you might be thinking, why would you still try and sell someone who isn't a perfect top of the market fit? You know, if you go back to this picture here, why would you still try to sell someone who's maybe in the middle of the market or maybe even the bottom of the market? Why would you still try and sell that person, right? And not the top person? Well, here's the thing. Sorry, where am I here? Here's the thing. If, for example, your ideal client is somebody making 100K a month, but you have case studies of people who are at 500K a month, then we're obviously, again, always going to focus the offer on the person who's at 500K a month, or in other words, the top of the market. Naturally, this will attract people at 200K a month or 100K a month. So in this instance, they're still a qualified client, which you would want to sell, just not on the offer that they saw in the ad, as that's centered around people who are at 500K a month who have these XYZ requirements. So in that instance, you would downsell them. But also, the offer in this example would attract people, in this case, who may be seen as the bottom of the market. Maybe he's only doing 50K a month or 20K a month or 30K a month or 80K a month, etc. And whilst that may be a complete no-go for you, like you don't work with anyone below that range, that's okay. I mean, I would still question that. Like, why not? Like, why wouldn't you just bring them on as a client if you can still help them and they have the money to pay you? Like, why wouldn't you? But if you don't want to work with them, that's fine. But if you do and you're kind of open to it, well, for most offers, and what I lead my sales and marketing team on internally is the following. I tell them, we should be closing anyone who is in our niche, has the problem that we solve, and has the money to pay us. They're the 3 big things. Even Hormozi speaks about this in his lead book. He mentioned it there. It was like a qualified prospect is somebody who's in your niche, has the problem that you solve, and has the money to pay you. That is somebody who is qualified. And again, what I'm not saying here is that, you know, if you only want to work with people above 100K a month for a specific reason, that's totally fine. I'm not saying go and close people at 20K a month. But if you're like us, where it kind of doesn't matter too much to what their exact revenue is. It doesn't really matter what their revenue is. If someone's in our niche, has the problem we solve, and has the money to pay us, we can help that person. And so we close all of those people. All right. And why, you might be asking, why do we have that mindset? Even though ideally we only want to work with people above 25K a month or so. It's simple. At the point of recording this, our immediate marketing goal is to get to 10K per day in ad spend. This is our personal goal, right? And I want to show you my mindset so you can kind of adopt it and apply it to your own business, right? Because it served us very well up until this point. And so, as I say, our immediate marketing goal for ourselves is to get to 10K a day in ad spend, about 300K a month. And the only way we'll be able to get there is to close anyone who is in our niche and is closable, and that we can 100% help, even if they are not above 25K a month, which is really our minimum cutoff. But if they're at 15 or 10, but again, have those 3 things in place, we're still going to bring them on board and work with them every single day of the week, right? However, this completely depends on how aggressive you want to be. You could set the quote bottom of your market, referring to the image above, as your qualified client, and that would be your and the top would be your hyper qualified client. And this would still scale well to, 2 to 3K a day in ad spend. So if you only wanted to work with companies above 100K a month, then your bottom of the market would be companies at 100K a month. Your top of the market would be whoever is the biggest client that you have at least 3 results for. So in the example I gave down here, that would be somebody at about 500K a month. That's totally fine. Or if you wanted to be more aggressive, which I always recommend because it's the easiest way you're going to scale. And all of our clients who have gotten like these big results, they all do what I'm about to show you here, which is basically their top of the market is, again, their most ideal client who they have at least 3 proof points to show. But then their middle and bottom of the market are essentially just anyone else in that industry who, again, who's in the niche, who has the problem they help with and they can actually solve and has the money to pay them. They just close anyone and everyone. And that is what I recommend. But I do also understand certain offers, you can't just work with anyone and everyone. They have to have a certain team size, or they have to be a certain size to have the, the structure and the systems and the operations in the back end to be able to facilitate whatever it is that your offer is. And that's totally fine as well. I just want to give you, again, sort of my thought process behind this. And again, our philosophy. Okay. So, also, we can dive deeper into all of this on your onboarding call. Don't feel as though, again, this is on you to figure out. It's not. It's just me giving you this as context for your onboarding call. We can go a lot deeper in all of this, though. So either way, though, you will still have the following happen, where a qualified prospect will see an ad, obviously that has a great offer. So then they book in a call with you and they show up. But on the call, they realize they don't have the resources required to be able to receive the guarantee or outcome that they saw in the ad, because they don't fit that, quote, top of the triangle criteria, right? They don't have those resources, these resources required to be able to actually get the guarantee that you created for the ad. They don't have those. Okay, well, what do you do in that instance? Well, here's the thing. They may not have those resources, but they do have the problem you solve. They do have the funds to pay you, and they are in your niche, and they are at a level in which you can help. All right. Again, going back to the 100 versus 500K a month example, the final step of this whole process is the conditional refund guarantee stipulations. All right. Now, you want to ask yourself, in order for a client to be able to generate whatever the outcome is that you've set, what exactly do they need to do? And this, by the way, applies for both of your higher offer as well as the downsell offer that you use. You gotta have stipulations for both, because even for us with the 50 calls in 90 days offer, yes, that's our downsell, but there's still things the client needs to do to be able to be eligible for a refund in order to get that result, right? Or in order to get that result. And if they don't get the result, then there's still things they need to do to be eligible for a refund. One of the things is spending $100 a day. If a client doesn't give us $100 a day in ad spend, how are we meant to get them results? We can't, right? So like there's still things that need to be done. So again, you want to ask yourself, in order for your client to get the outcome, what exactly did they need to do, or what exactly what exactly do they need to do? All right. Or you can look at your biggest clients. If you don't know this answer to this question, you could just look at your biggest clients who have gotten the biggest results with you, right? And just retrace exactly what they did to get their results. Well, this client always calls their leads in 5 minutes. Okay, bang. This client always does this. This client, when they first joined, we had 3 calls in 3 weeks with them because we was able to then set up their thing, whatever it is, in a very efficient way. Okay, you have to get, one of the next stipulation would be, you have to get on a call with us once per week for the first 3 weeks, right? You just retrace the steps of your highest performing clients. Now, these stipulations, quickly, in either case, whatever your client needs to do to get the result, that's exactly what you need to put in your contract stipulations in order for your clients to be eligible for a refund. Again, this is what protects you as a business owner, because you could have a client come on, not do anything, and then request a refund at the end of it. And you're like, you didn't do this, you didn't do this, you didn't do this. So how are you meant to get results, right? You got to protect yourself. Again, this is not legal advice or anything like that. This is just, I'm just saying this is what you should have in your contracts. Definitely go to a lawyer, get them to help you with it. But from a pure offer standpoint, I'm only talking from an offer perspective here. Here's a few things that you should be having in your contracts, which number one is stipulations. And these stipulations can be as specific as the following, right? They can be as specific as whatever you need. Again, remember, you are, as I said here, you are in complete control over the stipulations that you set. You can put any requirements that you need, anything, whatever it is that you need, you can put it into the contract. All right. So, again, these stipulations can be as specific as you must call all of the leads within the first 3 hours of them opting in. You must spend a minimum 500 per day consecutively for 90 days. If that, again, complete examples, but this is how specific you can go. You must send through a call recording of every single sales call that you take. You must implement on every amendment/change that we say. At the end of each day, you need to send us a full breakdown on every lead that you spoke with and exactly what the outcome of the call/conversation was. This must be done at the end of every day consecutively, not at the end of weeks or months. Okay. So again, super hyper specific. And if they miss one of the days, then by extension, they're not eligible for a refund, right? Because that is one of the things that you might need, depending on your offer, depending on, your deliverables and whatever else, you might need to see a full breakdown every single day of the leads. And if a client doesn't give you that breakdown, how do you know what to do? How do you know the quality of the leads? How do you know if you should be changing the ads or this or that or whatever it else, right? Put it into the contract, and then that makes
it contractually binds the client to doing that action if they want to receive a refund, right? You must return all new creatives if you do ads. You must return all new creatives to us within 7 days of us sending them over to you. Same thing with websites. You must send us over your logos and your assets or whatever it is that you require from the client within 7 days of us asking you for them. Because again, a client, if you have a 4 month project period, you guarantee a specific result by the end of the 4 months, but a client takes 3 months to get you one asset. It's like, well, how were we meant to get you the results? Because you took 3 months. You got to protect yourself from that. All right. So our example, you've probably seen this. I don't really need to explain it. You can check this screenshot out. Now, as a side benefit, really quick, so this goes to the client results side of things that I was talking about earlier. One thing that I found is by adding in these stipulations into our contract, it increases your client results because more clients do the required actions to be successful because they want to be eligible for the refund. So they're like, oh, I need to do this, I need to do this, I need to do this in order to be eligible for a refund. Well, guess what? If the client does this, this, and this, whatever those things are, because they should be the actions that your successful clients do that actually gets the result, guess what? More clients are going to get the result. And yeah, as I say here, but because they do those actions, they end up getting the result. So you don't need to refund and they got the result that they actually wanted. It's a win-win. All right. So you might need to watch this video a couple times for it to really sink in. Again, don't feel as though this is on you to do because it's not. We're going to work with you on your onboarding call to go through all of this stuff, but it's really important that you have the context. Now, if you're still apprehensive about doing a guarantee, remember this from Hormozi. All right. He said, if you don't have a guarantee in place and you close 10 clients per month, adding in a guarantee can bump you to say 13 clients a month. And these are the exact numbers that he gave, right? If you don't have one, you're doing 10 clients a month. If you do have one, you might then increase your conversion to 13 clients a month. Now, if you have to refund one person per month because of the guarantee, so now you have, before you didn't have any refunds because you didn't have a guarantee. Now you have one refund per month because you've added in a guarantee. That's not good, is it? Well, net in this example, you're still up 2 new clients per month that you wouldn't have otherwise have gotten. So even though now you've got one refund you've got to initiate per month, you're still net up 20%. You've got to have a 20% bigger business just because of the guarantee. However, these are the numbers Hormozi gave. From my experience, what I've seen with guarantees is they never have a 30% increase, ever. At a minimum, I found them to have a 100 to 200% increase, or in other words, 2 to 3x. So if you're closing 10 clients a month right now, you add in a guarantee, and obviously you do the ads and all that type of stuff. What I've found is that you will go from 10 clients a month to 20 or 30 clients a month at a minimum, at a bare minimum. And so at that point, same idea applies. If you then have, even if you have 20 or 30 clients a month, you're never going to have we issue. I could count on one hand how many refunds we issue on a quarter, every quarter. And we, right now closing about, between 30 and 50 clients, depending on the month, 30 and 60 clients, depending on the month, every single month. And we issue, I could count on one hand how many refunds we do a quarter, right? And so in your instance, as I say, if you go from 10 clients a month to 20 or 30 clients a month, and you start issuing even 2 refunds a month, you're like, damn, like this is not 3 refunds a month, whatever. Well, if you 3x your client acquisition, your net going to be at 27 new clients per month, even after issuing 3 in this example. And so net, you're still up 2.7x. You're going to 2.7x your business because of the guarantee, even though now you are issuing 3 refunds a month. Like that's how you need to be thinking about the guarantee. What's the, at the end of the day, what's the net? Right? That's what you need to be looking at. All right. And so quick finish off here. Everything we do at scaleclients.io is to get our clients the best results possible and give them the best possible experience. Okay. And this is ultimately how we achieve that at such a high scale. And it's how you can do you can do it as well with your own agency, coaching, or consulting business. On your onboarding call, we'll go through this and we'll create your offer for you based on everything that I've covered in this training. But again, I wanted you to show up to the onboarding call with this context. And remember, everything we do for you is to get you to 100K a month, 500K a month, $1 million plus a month and beyond. We're on your team and we're in this with you. Whatever you need, we are here for you. I don't want you to feel as though, again, we're only doing these offers because it's what's going to get you sales calls. It's like, yeah, it's going to get you sales calls, but it's also going to help you close. And it's also going to help you deliver better results for your clients. And by the extension of getting more sales calls in a consistent manner, closing those sales calls in a more consistent manner at a higher volume and delivering better client results. If you do those 3 things, that is how we are going to be able to scale you to 100, 500 or $1 million a month plus, depending on your starting point with us, with your agency or coaching business. All right. So now I want to go through what actually makes the perfect offer, because this previous section is obviously really focused on the offer logistics. And by the way, if you have questions on the offer logistics, if you have questions on anything that we went through so far, just make a post in the school platform, in the school community section. And obviously, as I said previously, I'm in there every single day answering questions. And so, again, if you have any questions, you have any issues or clarifying points you want to make, just let me know in there, tag me. And again, as always, I'm more than happy to help out where I can. So now I want to go through what makes the perfect offer. In terms of how do you actually create an offer? Because again, this is more so focused on logistics. Now I want to go through some of the actual outcomes. So there's two core things. Number one is the TAM, right? The TAM refers to the total addressable market. And so really what that refers to is how many people are in your ideal market. And so we always want to start with the TAM prior to creating your offer. Is when running ads, we need the market that we're going after to be a certain size. Otherwise, we can't effectively scale. And so again, a TAM equals total addressable market, meaning how many people are in the market that we're going after, right? And so the ideal TAM is more than 30,000 in the US and less than 100,000. So we want more than 30,000 so that it gives us some good scale on ads. You don't want to run ads to a market size where there's only 100 people in there, right? Because you're not going to be able to scale very effectively. So you want 30,000 so that we can scale well. We have room to scale. However, we want less than 100,000 because otherwise that would mean our messaging is too broad and we need to narrow it down. So like, for example, if you only looked at the minimum of 30,000, well, can't you just then run an ad to business owners, right? Because obviously there's more than 30,000 business owners in the world. It's like, yeah, but the problem with that is that your messaging is too broad to where it doesn't speak to anyone. So you want the minimum of 30,000 to make sure we've got enough scale, but you want to make sure that it's less than 100,000 so that it's not too broad and your messaging is specific to a certain type of person. And again, if the market that you are planning on going after is above 100,000, then we would just need to refine our messaging slightly and go after a segment of that market, right? And so I mentioned here that we can help you on your onboarding call if you don't already have this clearly mapped out. Or on the flip side, you can just make a post in school. And again, I can help you out there as well. No problem. So this applies to the niche that we're targeting, but more importantly, the revenue level. If you're in B2B, if you have like some kind of coaching offer for B2C, in a B2C type market, usually the revenue level obviously doesn't really matter. Most of the time in that industry, you want somebody with a full-time job, so you know that they've got enough money coming in to afford your service or your product. But you don't really need to worry about that because everyone has a full-time job, at least majority of people do. So you're going to have enough people who have a full-time job. Whereas the revenue level in B2B is a little different. So for example, there may, let's say for example, your industry is coffee businesses, right? Your niche is coffee businesses. And this is by the way, a pure example. I have no idea about the numbers of coffee businesses, but let's say that there may be 50,000 coffee businesses in the US, but there's only 10,000 who make more than 500,000 a year. Well, in this case, if your ideal client is a coffee business making over 500K per year, then what you would need to do in that instance, because there's only 10,000 of those, you would need to make sure that you would either expand the niche or call out, or you go into an adjacent niche, which in this instance could be, for example, CPG brands, right? Consumer packaged good brands, right? That's kind of like an adjacent niche to coffee businesses in a way, right? And so that's what I mean when I say go into an adjacent niche. And then when I talk about expanding the niche or the call out, what I mean there is potentially, okay, well, there may be 10,000 coffee businesses making over 500K a year, which I believe is about 40K a month. Well, maybe you could expand the call out and go, hey, coffee businesses above 10K a month, right? So you see how there you dropped it from 40,000 a month to 10,000 a month. And so by extension of dropping it, you've opened up the market size, which then may have increased the TAM from 10,000 at 500,000 plus to maybe, I have no idea, maybe 30,000. There's 30,000 coffee businesses above 10,000 a month plus. Does that make sense? So you've opened up or you've expanded your call out to then increase your TAM. Hopefully this is making sense. Now, typically, you're probably asking yourself the question of how do you find out the TAM of the market? Honestly, what we do with our internal clients is we literally just search on Google. So like, for example, you could go to Google and say, how many coffee businesses in the US? Oh, in the US. See, there you go, right? There are 72,000 coffee and snack shops. So you may want to get a little bit more of a specific number on that. So there's 13,000 coffee production businesses. So again, that's still not really what we're after. Maybe, for example, if you want to go after coffee shops, then you could ask how many coffee shops in the US. There are a total of 46,900 coffee shops. There you go. So that's perfect, right? So there's basically 47,000 coffee shops in the US. So that, obviously, with our TAM parameters being 30,000 to 100,000, that'd be perfect, right? So that's how you'd find it. And look, it may be 55,000. It may not be 47,000 exactly, but it's going to give you a rough feel of the size of the market just by searching on Google. So that's how I would do it. Now, once you've found your TAM, your niche that fits these parameters, now you want to look at the outcome, which is really step 2. So once we've defined a niche that has a TAM between 30,000 to 100,000, we then need to identify that specific market's pre-existing desires. When I say that specific market's pre-existing desires, I mean the niche itself, but then also, again, if you're in B2B, the revenue specifically that you're trying to go after. I mentioned this in a previous training, but at the end of the day, a gym owner at 5K a month, for example, has a very different set of pre-existing desires than a gym owner at 55K a month. Same thing with coffee businesses. Same thing with every niche ever, right? Someone who's just starting out has a very different set of pre-existing desires to somebody who's already doing, say, $1 million a year in that same industry. And so you need to figure out, okay, who am I going after? Again, like the niche, the TAM, who is it exactly? Is it coffee businesses at 5K a month or coffee businesses at 55K a month? Who is exactly my ideal client? And then you need to ask yourself, what is their specific desire? Okay. Now, every market segment has a pre-existing desire. And when we're creating offers, we are not trying to create desire in the market. We simply need to look at the market segment and find the pre-existing desire and channel that into the offer that we make. In other words, you want to optimize your fulfillment and your offer around your market's pre-existing desires, not try to change the market's desires to fit your fulfillment. That's very, very important point that I want to make. And if you want an expanded version of this, if you go into school here, you'll see that I made a post a few days ago, again, at the point of creating this video, where I talk about the idea of markets pre-existing desires. And really the fundamental idea that I'm trying to get you to extract from this post is the fact that you need to optimize your fulfillment to convert on paid ads, as opposed to trying to make paid ads work with your current fulfillment. And that, again, further ties into the idea that you can't create desire in a market, right? Because every market has a pre-existing desire which cannot be changed. It's permanent, whether you like it or not. And so it's really a fallacy to believe that you can create desire for your product or service. You can't. It's impossible. And so the way that you get around that is by channeling your niche's pre-existing desires into your product or service, not the other way around, okay? And so just very quickly on this, another way to put this is, instead of creating an offer around what your product or service can deliver, you need to create an offer around what your ideal clients want. So the first starting point to do that is you want to ask the question, if I were to ask everyone in this market segment what they want, what would 80% or more tell me, right? In other words, what's at the forefront of their mind every single day? That's literally the question you want to ask, right? And if you don't know this, by the way, if you're struggling to find out what exactly does my market want, the easiest way to find this out, no one really ever talks about this, but the easiest way to find this out is on the sales calls that you're taking right now. And if a prospect, if you have a sales call and they don't buy, at the end of that sales call, instead of just saying, okay, no problem, like we'll check back in a few months or whatever, right? Instead of just ending it, ask the question, what do you want? It sounds so basic, and you may think I'm joking right now, but seriously, just ask them that question. Because at the end of the day, if a prospect gets on a call with you, there's something that they want. Whether they buy or not, it doesn't matter. There's something that they want, or there's something at least that they currently lack. They may not know. Some people don't know what they want, but they know what they're currently lacking, right? Everyone knows what they are currently lacking. Everyone does, right? So at the end of any sales call, just ask them that question. What do you want? Whether it's, got something to do with what I've said here today or not, just in general, independent of me, what do you want? Ask them that question. And honestly, if you ask enough people that question, you will see, trust me on this, you will see a theme in their responses. 100% of the time, you will see a theme in their responses. And guess what? That then becomes the thing that 80% or more, want in your market. And so then from there, once you know this answer, the easiest offer framework is really to find the market's broken arm, or in other words, their answer to this question. You then take the inverse of that and guarantee that you will give them a big amount of that thing in the immediate future, typically 90 to 180 days, or they get their money back. That is literally the easiest example of that. So like, for example, with agency owners, right? All agency owners want more qualified sales calls and 3K a month plus clients that retain for 12 months plus that are also great clients to work with, right? That's every single agency owner that you would ever speak to, that's exactly what they want. And so guess what would be a great offer for agency owners? Hey, I'll guarantee you, you could say 90 qualified sales calls per month, or you don't pay. Or you could say, hey, agency owners, I'll guarantee you 10 new clients per month that retain with you for 12 months plus, or you don't pay. Like, that's the easiest offer framework. Now, obviously, there's a lot of stipulations that would have to come with that type of offer, like we spoke about in the first section of this training, which is all these offer against logistics, I should say, stipulations, requirements, etc., in order for them to be eligible for that type of guarantee. But that is literally the easiest offer framework, and 100% of the time, these offers will crush in your ads. They will work every single time because you're just literally giving the market what they want. And that's really what all of this comes down to. So again, all you need to do at this stage is just be thinking about your TAM, right? And your offer outcome. And so again, this is actually for our done for you clients in the back end. We actually give them the same training as well that you're getting right now. And we obviously tell them that, they don't need to create this themselves. All they need to do is just think about it for now. And then obviously on the onboarding call that we have with our done for you clients, we actually create their offer for them. However, in this instance, literally all you need to do is just use one of the fill in the blank offer templates below. Like, just plug in your industry, your niches, desires, etc., into these fill in the blank offer templates. Like, it's super, super simple. So there's two versions here. The only difference really is just how you express the offer, but both are really exactly the same. So all you need to do is take this, copy paste it onto, I would just do like a new Google Doc or whatever, and just fill this in, right? So I'll guarantee you, and then desired outcome. That desired outcome is the answer to this question, right? Like, what does 80% or more of your market want? What do they want, right? If you can plug that into here, in the next, obviously, desirable time frame, again, usually I would say 90 to 180 days for this. You can do 30 days as well, which is a bit more of an aggressive offer. But, in that range, 30 to 180, if you want to call it that. Or you don't pay is usually the risk reversal, is that you want to use. Or you can do a few others. Like, there's multiple versions of this. You could do, or you don't pay. You could do, or I'll buy your business from you. That's what one of our clients who does about 2 million a month. Their risk reversal is, or I'll buy your business from you, which is crazy. They help their clients start a SaaS company. And so they actually say, or I'll buy your SaaS from you. Like, it's a crazy offer, but they're also doing 2 million a month. So there's proof and point that this stuff works, right? Case in point. Or another one you could do is, or we'll work for free until we do. This is definitely not as powerful, but it can still work. We still have clients who, where this works. The best one though is going to be the, or you don't pay, in combination with all of the stipulations that we've spoken about previously. So that's version 1. And then, as I say, version 2 is the exact same. It's just a different expression of the same offer. So just pick one of these, fill in the blanks with your particular niche, their desires, etc. And then if you want to post in school your offer, I'm more than happy to give you my feedback and insights and thoughts on it as well, just as to see if we can make it any better. So next steps, all you need to do at this stage is just write out your offer using the above template, and then we'll come back to this offer once we write the ads and the DSL in the next couple of trainings. So as always, hopefully this was useful. If you have any questions, any, as I said earlier, you need any clarifying points on anything that we've gone through in this training or any of the other trainings, just make a post in school. Whatever you guys need, I'm here to help. All right, so in this one, we're going to go through an idea called an OTO blast. You may have heard of it, you may have not, you may have even seen it, you may have not. But essentially what this is, and I'm going to scroll to the end here. I want to show you, I mentioned this in the next steps at the end, but I want to let you know now up front so you know what's to come. My goal with this is to get you to a point, ideally, to where, as I say here, my goal is that you recoup your entire investment with us and more before we ever launch your ads. Now, obviously you wouldn't have heard about this in the sales process because we don't want to sell you on that. But that is my goal with this. This is why we have this initial week called cash injections, because my goal is to truly, we were always thinking, obviously the ultimate goal, as I go back to the beginning, our ultimate goal is to build you a system, right, that will allow you to profitably buy new clients for your agency or coaching business. That is the ultimate goal, because that is the ultimate form of scale. When you can buy your clients profitably and it makes sense on the P&L and you're making money and everything's good and you're buying new clients, acquiring new clients, that's the infinite form of scale, right? Then you just keep buying clients unless there is a constraint that comes up. And then that's when the whole idea of the theory of constraints comes into play, which obviously we've got a separate video on. But that is our ultimate goal. However, if along the way we can get you, or before you even ever launch your ads, we can get you to ROI on your investment with us, I mean, that is a huge benefit, right? And what we've found is when we've gotten clients to do this in the past, and I'm going to show you my own results with this. This is how I discovered it. I did it myself and I was like, oh my God, this is the craziest thing I've ever seen. When we've done this with other clients or in the past, what we've also noticed is they basically are able to fund their ad spend. So by doing this, it funds your ad spend. In other words, if you don't do this, you're going to make $0 until we run your ads, and your ad spend's got to come out your own bank account, obviously. Well, if you can do this and you follow this, exactly what I walked through, it's a little in depth, but it's going to make you a ton of money, as I'm going to show you here in a minute. If you can do this, you might make, and again, I'm not promising anything here because it's all very much dependent on your audience and who you have access to, etc., etc., etc. But we have seen it in the past where, as I show you right here, I did this in 2021 in June, back when I had basically no audience at all, no great offer. It was like a coaching offer that I did. It wasn't good at all. Yet I followed exactly what I'm going to go through on this doc, and I made 244 grand back when I was only doing, like now 244, that would be a terrible, like something drastically would have went wrong if we did only 250 grand in a month at this point. But back then, we was only doing 60K a month, roughly. You can see here was kind of hovering around this mark, which was about 60-ish a month. And in June of 2021, we had a breakout month at 244. So you could imagine back then I was like, oh my gosh, this is the craziest thing ever. Now, you can see I had a huge breakout month, but then I went right back down to where I was before, right? And the reason why is because I didn't have a predictable client acquisition system in place. And that's what the ads will provide you. But why not, before we get this consistent acquisition system in place with ads, provide you this breakout month? And yes, it's only going to be 1 month. It's not going to be consistent. It's not going to make you money every single month, like like ads will, and grow every single month, again, like ads will. But it could give you a huge cash injection, and hence obviously this initial week. And so, as I say here, I've kind of skipped ahead of all of this stuff here. But as I mentioned, when I did this, 244K profit, 0 ad spend. All I had was one tiny audience. And before you click off the video, if you say, oh, I don't have an audience, everyone has an audience, as I'm going to show you here in a minute. And so I just would love for you to implement this, because again, our goal ideally is for you to use this, get cash you wouldn't have otherwise had, and then use that cash to run your ads. So net, you're kind of running your ads for free. That's kind of the ultimate form of scale, because now your clients are financing your acquisition. You may have heard Hormozi speak about that. That's exactly how we do it. And that's how, again, you can buy new clients profitably without ever dipping into your own pocket for ad spend. I mean, that gets me hyped. That gets me excited. And so this is exactly what this is going to allow you to do. And just bottom line of it, before I get into the step-by-step, I don't want to go on too long in this video, but bottom line, to, obviously, ultimately, to be able to buy new clients at scale, and those clients be complete strangers, etc., buy them profitably, to do that, you need to be able to convert cold strangers into paying clients, obviously. And if you've had your onboarding call with us, you will now have an offer that does just that, that converts complete strangers into paying clients. Obviously, that's what we go through with you on your onboarding call. And it can, as I say, it converts ice cold strangers into high ticket clients. And so your new offer has the strength to do just that. Which also means, if it means that it can convert ice cold strangers into paying clients, it also means it can convert non-strangers into paying clients. And that's what this entire process, this entire play is built off the back of. So let me get into it. And I think, honestly, you will be quite surprised at how easy this is. And just quickly on, actually, no, I've already mentioned that. Okay, let's just get into the step-by-step. So the first step to this is you want to wrap up your offer with a one-time offer. And so what this means is basically you need to just add a discount. And before you say you don't want to discount your prices, I don't want to discount either. You're not actually going to say, hey, get it for 50% off and then actually half your price by 50%. All you do is you just do it through the version of a price increase. I'll show you how this looks in a minute, right? I'm always going to show you examples of exactly what I did, right? But again, all this requires you to do is add a discount through a price increase, not a percent off, add an end or closing date, and add limited spots. That's what makes this a one-time offer, okay? So here's the example. I'm bringing on 5 clients to benefit 1, benefit 2, benefit 3, and I will guarantee you offer, and this offer here is the offer that we created on your onboarding call. So for example, it might be, and I will guarantee you, 10 new clients for your agency in the next, 90 days, or you don't pay. right? That's the offer that you would insert here. The one, again, the word for word that we created with you on your onboarding call. Okay, then here we go. This will be closing on X date or once the 5 available spots are filled, whichever comes first. And when doors close, our price will be increasing by X dollars. So here you can see, not only are we speaking to big picture benefits, and I'm going to get into the specifics of those and how they should look in a minute, but we're speaking to the desired benefits. We're also factoring in the offer that we've created with you, right? That, we'll guarantee you X result or you don't pay. And we're also factoring in a huge level of scarcity because we're saying this will close on either, you could say X date, or once the 5 available spots are filled, or 10 available spots, or 3 available spots, however many you want to do. And on top of all of that, we're also adding on a price increase to where it's like, okay, once those 3 spots are full, we will then be increasing our price by, and then you can slap a number on it, 5K, 10K, whatever the number is, we'll be increasing our price by 10K. So this is how you just drive a ton of instant traffic. And this is also why this only works, as you can see here, based on 1 month, right? It's just, everyone sees this and like, oh my God, this is amazing. If you obviously to run this every single month or continually push this out to your audience, obviously it's going to die out because people then are going to realize, oh my God, like, this guy just keeps running this every single month. Clearly it's not actually closing up, or clearly there's not limited spots because he keeps running it, right? But when you do this once to an audience you've never done this to before, that's where you see this huge result, these huge results by combining all of that into a big overarching one-time offer. Now, as for the benefits here, these should speak to exactly what your ideal clients want. So for example, if you have a lead gen agency, a very easy benefit you can add that I guarantee your ideal clients will want is that you'll call and pre-qualify every lead before booking them in for an appointment. So instead of saying, here I'm bringing on 5 clients to, generate pre-qualified and pre-sold leads through our internal, appointment setter service, so that you never need to call or waste your time with, unqualified leads again. We will also do X, we will also do Y, and I'll guarantee you ABC. So you can see how stacking in those benefits based on exactly what it is that your ideal clients want, you're going to get instant clients. And, big picture with these benefits, if you don't already have this, obviously you can work with our team on this as well, by the way. Like, I'm just showing you what to do here, but you can take all of your ideas, work with your account manager on this, because we run this play for every single client who comes on board, because it works for every single client who comes on board. And again, it gives them the ad spend to, it gives them the quote investment to fund their ad spend. It's amazing. And so point being, your account manager has ran this play over and over and over again with all of our other clients. So we know what this needs to look like and how this can work for you. So just work with your account manager on it as well, right? But ultimately, what you want to ask yourself in terms of the benefits is, if I were to, if I was to click my fingers and give my clients anything they wanted, what would they ask for? Right? That's really, really powerful question to ask. What would they ask for? And usually when you ask yourself that question without any bias, it's extremely clear what you should offer as a deliverable, because we all know what our clients really, really want. And so that should become the deliverable or the benefit, or how you position the benefit of your service. That should be it, whatever the answer is to this question. So again, for example, with us, obviously what all of our clients want is more qualified calls. So we just say, hey, we'll get you more qualified calls done for you, right? That was the art. When I initially asked myself this question, when I was first creating our offer, that was the thing that came to the top. And that was the first time that I had exposed that as a benefit to my market, when I did this one-time offer way back when. And that is also why we got so much for it, because not only was it a one-time offer, it was sexy, there was a guarantee, all that type of stuff, but also they actually wanted the benefit of the deliverable. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, so that's the first step. Wrap your offer up in some kind, it doesn't have to be word for word, but you just kind of want to go, okay, what are the 3 big benefits of my service? What's my guarantee? What should be the close date or the ending date, or available spots? You can do either or you could do both like this and say, it'll be closing on X date, or when, the available spots are filled, whichever comes first. And then you just want to add on, and our price will be increasing by X on X day, or once those 5 spots are filled. That's all you want to do. You don't have to write it in copy form. You don't have to write it to where it converts really well, because you'll see later on, I'm going to give you all the word for word scripting down here. And so that's where you would then put it into copy form
But right now, I just want you to kind of get a feel of what the offer actually is, right? So then that's the first step. Step two, you want to identify every lead, contact, and audience you have access to. Now, this is where I want to make this point very, very clear. Every single person watching this video has some kind of audience. It may not be huge. It may not be in the typical form of an audience like 100,000 Instagram followers or 15,000 YouTube subscribers, which is how most people think about audiences. They go, oh, I don't have 5,000 on YouTube or 10,000 on YouTube or 100,000 on YouTube, so that means I don't have an audience. It's like, no. Everyone has an audience. You just need to identify them. That's all you need to do. So here's some examples of leads and audiences that you have access to. I guarantee you. I put down here, based on all of these above categories I'm about to go through, you should be able to find at least 100 qualified people within your reach, let's say, not even your audience, just within your reach, somebody you can contact. You will be able to find 100 qualified people because obviously we only work, this is the other thing, if you're watching this video, you're somebody who's already doing revenue each month, right? We don't work with beginners, which means if you're already doing revenue, you've probably had sales calls in the past, you've probably spoken to people in the past in your niche. Well, you definitely would have, otherwise you wouldn't be doing any revenue. So again, that means you definitely have an audience, you just need to find it. So here's some examples. You've got leads and contacts, so email list, SMS list, opt-ins, all of your past opt-ins, any scraped leads, if you've done any sort of outbound in the past and you've scraped lead lists, that's an audience you've got access to. Also, sales conversations. So all of your past book calls. If you have any clients, chances are you've had more bookings than your current active clients, which also means you've had sales calls with people in the past who didn't close. Everyone has those people, right? Again, even if you've got the tiniest audience in the world, you have sales calls you didn't close. Unless you're the best closer in the world, which most likely you're not. I know we're not. We've got hundreds, probably not hundreds of thousands, but we've definitely got thousands of past book calls that we didn't close, right? That's a perfect audience for you to send this one-time offer to. And how you do it, logistics around it, I'm going to show you what to send to them, how to say your offer, etc., how to present the offer to these people. I'm going to give you all the scripting in a minute, but for now, just get access to those audiences, right? Or to those leads, contacts. Also, conversations in general that showed interest but never progressed. So for example, anyone who positively responded to your cold emails in the past but never booked a call. If you use any type of cold email outbound software, maybe you don't have this. Don't worry about it. Just download all your past sales calls, right? You don't need to use each and every one, but if you have ran cold outbound in the past, most softwares, you can filter by responses, and then you can just download all those responses and email those people, right? Or anyone you've met in person at events or trade shows, etc., but again, never became a client. These are great people to reach out to. Prospects in your pipeline or your follow-up. So most people in their CRM will have like ghosted, or they'll have follow-up, or they'll have long-term follow-up or something of that nature. Like you'll have a list of people in your CRM, if you use one, with prospects in your niche, great fits, but just for whatever reason, never, you had some kind of sales conversation, whether it was on the phone or whether it was in DMs or whatever, but they just kind of fizzled out, right? And that was one of the next ones here. CRM deals that just fell through, right? They just didn't progress for whatever reason. Just collate all of those people. And then obviously just any other individual in general that you've pitched who doesn't fall into one of these below categories or above categories. Also, this is obviously the bigger one, your organic and your social. So your Instagram following. So here you can be doing a main feed post. You can do story posts and DMs, right? So you got to make sure that you use all three when you do this big blast. And again, I'm going to give you all the scripting here. I'm going to show you everything in terms of what you would say on the feed versus the story, etc. But just know, Instagram following, YouTube. So you've got your community post sections on YouTube, and then you've also got like you could do a short main channel video. You've also got your Facebook, same thing, profile and story. And then you've also got LinkedIn. LinkedIn is huge right now. The organic reach on LinkedIn is insane. So if you have any type of following, even if it's not big, post it on LinkedIn or any other social platform. And obviously on LinkedIn, primarily feed posts. And really, this is what I really want to drill into you. What I've found with these one-time offers, the goal with the one-time offer blast is volume, right? Even if you have a tiny audience, you just want to blast it everywhere and optimize for the volume of eyeballs on your one-time offer. Meaning, if you have an email list of 72 people, if you have an SMS list of 13 people, if you have, 45 opt-ins in the past, individually, yeah, they're small, but don't worry, you got to remember, this is free.
There's zero cost of acquisition. So just send the message. Like you can only gain. This is my point, right? With ads, yeah, you want to make sure everything's in place and locked in and, the funnel's good and this is good and that's really good before you do it, because there is it's not a huge risk, but there is a risk, right? If it doesn't work, well, now you're spending money and now you're going to lose that money because now it's not worked. This is free. So if you've got 13 people on an SMS list, just send them a message. You can only book a call. Guess what? Worst case scenario, you're not going to book nothing. All right, well, you've not lost anything apart from maybe 30 minutes right in the SMS scripts, and it won't even take you 30 minutes. You get the point. I really want to draw that in. No matter what, you've had, 22 calls in the past. It doesn't matter. Download those people, the 22 sales calls that you've had that didn't close, download those in a CSV file. I'm going to show you how to do all in a minute, but get access to those people and send your offer to those people as well, right? Just stack everything together. And again, when you combine all of the above, including all of your socials, you should have at least 100 qualified people that you're able to show your offer to in whatever form. Again, the form I'm going to show you in a minute, but whatever the form is, whether you send them an email, you send them an SMS, you run a retargeting ad to them, as I'm going to show you, you do a Facebook post, and then, they see it through the Facebook post. Whatever the format is, you should be able to get at least combined 100 qualified people in your audience who would be a good fit for you to get their eyes onto your offer. That's the goal. Just get 100 qualified people at least to get their eyes onto your offer. When those people get their eyes onto your offer, if it's a good enough offer, which again, you can work with your account manager on, you're going to get at least one person. This is my point. At least on the very low end, at least you're going to get one new client. And guess what? Now you've got one new client for free that you wouldn't have otherwise have gotten for doing an hour's worth of work. Not that much. And more likely, if you've got any any decently sized audience, you're going to get a lot more than one client. Here, I can't remember the exact number, but I think it was like 32 or 33 clients. We had a 6K offer. There you go. So 244 divided by 6. 40 clients, there you go. So it was a 6K offer at the time, and we signed 40 clients, which did 244. Maybe it was like 35, because maybe we had some recurring. I can't remember. It was quite a while ago. But there you go. We got 40 clients. It's 6K for free, all pure profit. It was a coaching program. We had no COGS, and obviously we had no cost of acquisition, right? And so that's what's more likely going to happen if you have any decent size. Back then, I didn't have a big audience. Like no one knows me now, right? But more people know me now than they did back then. And I still did, as you see, those numbers right there. So, if you like some of our clients where I was looking the other day at a new client who came on, and she has like 170,000 people in her, I think it was an email list or some kind of lead list. I think it was the email list, 170,000. Like, if you have anything like that, please just do this. Like, you'll get probably better results than I did. Well, you would definitely get, I didn't have 170,000 people, nowhere near it. So no matter what, just do this. All right. So that's the second step. Just again, get access. You don't need to do anything right now. There's no step-by-steps right now. Just know which audiences you're going to be going after, right? Now, this is the big one. Number 3 is using the fill-in-the-blank script below and post or send, depending on the platform, to everyone you identified in step 2. Now, what I want to also mention here is these scripts, I wrote them out word for word because I know a lot of clients really like to know just like, what have I got to do? Just tell me exactly what to do and I'll do it. So I've tried to give you exactly what to do, but also if you want to maybe add your own flair to it, you want to change certain things and whatnot, like don't feel boxed into where you're like, oh, I can't say that, or I can't do this, so I can't do it, right? Don't worry, just change it to suit you. If you don't want to change it and you're happy with these, just use these word for word, but also if you want to change it, feel free to change it, right? Don't get like don't overthink the specifics and be like, oh, I can't say that, I can't do this, or just change it, whatever, and then send, right? Just get it out. That's the big thing here. And so the goal here, the goal with each one of these scripts is to position you as exponentially better than every other option on the market and position you and your agency or coaching business as the path of least resistance. This is the big goal, right? If they see your offer, they've just got to go, that is such a no-brainer, the one-time offer, right? They've got to go, that is such a no-brainer. And look, worst case, I'm going to get my money back, or worst case, they're going to work with me for free until we do, until we get the result, whatever the, risk reversal is that we created with you on your onboarding call. You've just got to position it as such a no-brainer to your market, and that's when you're going to get a crazy high volume of new clients coming in. And so that's the ultimate goal with any of these messages. And you'll see how I do that again in the messages. And as a side note, before posting or sending any of these scripts, make sure to send these to your account manager first, and we can review and provide feedback and rewrite them if needed. I really want to stress this because, again, we do this all of the time. So we'll be able to look at your scripts and go, that'll work, or I would change this because that's probably not going to work, but this will work, right? Just let us get our eyes on it, and we can kind of tweak it and make sure that it's going to crush it for you. All right. So let me just go through some of the scripts. You'll see some of them are like kind of variations of each. I won't word for word read every single one. This doc will be linked below so you can access it yourself, but I want to go through some key points here. So obviously, different platforms are going to require a different script. So this would be any type of personalized outreach script. So if you're sending, personalized outreach script, not email blast though. So this would be if you're reaching out one-on-one to someone, right? So anyone that, like these people here where it's like conversations that showed interest but never progressed, like that would be a one-on-one reach out, right? Or any deals, for example, that fell through, you would reach out to them one-on-one. You wouldn't put them into an email blast, for example, right? So you would reach out to them one-on-one. Obviously, any of these types of people, anyone you met in person at events or whatever, all those people you would reach out one-on-one to. And so you would use something like this, and you'll see why this only works one-on-one. So you would say something like, hey name, how have you been? We've just launched a new offer for the next, and then here you would say 5 business types who want to join. So in our case, we would say for the next 5 agency owners or coaches who want to join or who join. If you're in the, if you work with 9-to-5ers and you help them create an income online, you would say for the next 5 people, or for the next 5 clients who come on board. There you probably wouldn't need to label them. But if, for example, you work with gyms, you could say the same thing for the next 5 gym owners who join, right? Okay, we just launched a new offer for the next 5 X people who join, and it made me think of you, as I remember the last time we spoke, you mentioned, insert the reason they didn't close, right? Or why the conversation faded out. You mentioned that you guys were, whatever. You mentioned that you didn't want to take the risk of, launching a new acquisition channel when you didn't really know how well it worked. Whatever. Or, you didn't want to, at the time, you didn't want to scale because you didn't have the fulfillment capacity. Okay, whatever the reason is, right? You mentioned X. Well, now we've basically eliminated that entirely. And most of the time, the reason they didn't close is because of something to do with your offer, right? And so you can say, well, now we've basically eliminated that entirely. So I wanted to give you the chance to take advantage of it before I let my XYZ network of other gym owners know. Right? So industry type, no. And here you would just basically combine all of your audience that you identified in here into a number. Just so again, you're kind of increasing that scarcity. So if it was me, I've got like 30,000 followers on Instagram. So I might say, I wanted to let you know, I wanted to give you the chance to take advantage of this before I let my 30,000 Instagram follower network of other agency owners know about it. And then you go into here, which also then kind of implies the scarcity of the limited spots. Hopefully that makes sense. So then you would say, for context, the next 5 clients we bring on, we're going to, and that's a direct comparison to this number right here. So that's why this works, right? So you would say here, I'll let my 30,000 network know of other agencies, right? For context, the next 5, so we just compared 30,000 to 5. It's like, feels really limited. For context, the next 5 clients we bring on, we're going to, and then this is where you would then reinsert the offer that we created in step 1, right? We're going to deliverable or benefit number 1, number 2, number 3. And if we don't generate you XYZ, if we don't generate you, 15 new clients, 35 new listings, whatever the offer outcome is, if we don't generate you XYZ result within the next 30 days, 90 days, whatever, then I will refund you in full and send you $3K for wasting your time, whatever the risk reversal is. And that, again, you can just pull straight from your onboarding call that you've had with us, right? Now, not only is this what we've installed for, and then here you want to insert your track record. Obviously, if you've got famous clients, definitely insert those people. If you don't have famous clients on your track record, then you can just swap this out for something like, not only is this what we've installed for, 100 active clients or our 100 active clients, 12 of which we've scaled past 8 figures in under 12 months, right? So you would just basically speak to your biggest results here. And then this is where you would speak to your individualized results. So this is like your company overall, just like kind of either average results or just kind of notable results. And then here you would go, but
because here you would say, not only is this what we've done for XYZ, but it's the same, process, system, whatever word you want to use there. It's the same system that we installed for, and then here you would insert your individualized results. So it's the same system we've installed for Kai, who went from 100K a month to 500K a month within 8 months, even though, and then here you would insert, and again, this is where you can kind of tweak it for your own offer. But in general, here you would insert something that is like an objection. So if you know everyone in your market, if you have like a new, I don't know why this example came to my mind, but if you have a coaching offer and you help new coaches create an online income through coaching people how to whatever, and you know that a really big objection that a lot of your market has is they feel like they can't create a coaching business if they have no true expertise. For example, then here you could just say, it's the same XYZ we did for Kai, who went from 100K a month to 500K a month within 8 months, even though he had zero expertise in any area or something like that, right? You see though how I just made that result even more valuable, and also I made it even more curiosity invoking, because I'm like, how did he do that, right? It's going to make me want to book in a call. And then you can just list some other clients here, right? X went from X to Y in time frame, and she, whatever, right? Only worked 2 hours a week. Okay, great. And then, you can kind of just fill these ones out. And then I would say something like, look, I could go on and on, but my point is and then here you would just obviously reinsert the reason they didn't close, won't be a problem now. So, I could go on and on, but the lack of certainty won't be a problem now, given, and then insert the new part of your offer that solves their initial objection. Okay, so if this interests you, I'd love to show you how this would look for, and then you would insert their company name, or you could just say for if you're B2C, they obviously have a company, you would just say how this would look for you. Let me know if any of these times here work for a super quick 15-minute call. Link your calendar. Side note, once the 5 spots fill up, we'll be increasing the price by X amount. Let me know. Okay. So here you can see by, this initial wording here, like I'm just kind of getting you to write it out. And that's what I did. I was just like, okay, what roughly these things going to be? You would never present it to your client in this way, right? So you can see here how in this script, I've spoke to the offer, where is it? Up here, right? I've spoke to the offer here, I've spoke to the benefits here, and I also add in down here the increase in price, right? Just to add a bit more urgency and scarcity to the offer, okay? So that's what you would send, some variation of that as a personalized script, emails, DMs, one-on-one, etc., to any prospect that you directly want to reach out to. Next is an email broadcast. So this is where you would blast it, right? So you would then take all of your, for example, all of your email list, all of your past opt-ins, all of your scraped leads. You would combine all those people, probably your past book calls as well. Like if you've got any more than, I would say 25 past book calls, I would just combine them into a blast. If you've got less than that, I would just reach out to them one-on-one, But like with those, we've got, I don't know, probably this year, maybe 3,000 or something, 4,000 past book calls, in our CSV file. So I'm not going to reach out to those guys one-on-one. I would just blast them with an email, right? And again, if you do a good script, like you'll get a ton of book calls from this. Like I can't stress that enough. So that's what you do here. Email broadcast script. Again, kind of similar to the one above, you just kind of tweak it a little bit. So it's just obviously more broad. So it's like, hey name, I wanted to email you about a new offer we've just launched before I send it to my network of, same thing again, 50,000 other, agency owners, for example. And this would also act as a subtle call out, by the way, in the email script. Email broadcast of other, 50,000 other agency owners, as it's only for the next 5 people who join. No fake scarcity here. I've never done this before and I'll never do it again. For context, I've been seeing across the, agency or coaching niche or whatever your industry is, gym niche or industry. I've been seeing across the gym industry recently that almost every, and then here you would qualify. So this is very subtle. So here you would say, across the X industry, that recently almost every, coach above 25K a month has been struggling with, and then here you would just insert what's their top of mind problem. Like what's the thing that's like at the top of your market's mind right now? Is it that they, I don't know, like feel like AI is taking over, or is it that they are really struggling with lead quality right now? Like everyone in the industry is just really struggling with lead quality, or maybe you're in the real estate niche and one of the things your clients really struggle with is competition, right? Whatever you feel like is the most common problem, the thing that's like at the top of your market's mind, you would want to insert that here. Almost every real estate agent above 50K a month in GCI is struggling with competition, even though
they are trying, and then here you would just insert everything they're currently doing, right? Even though they're trying to do these ads and this ads and that and this and that and whatever else. So I've been thinking about how can I, and then you just inverse their biggest problem, right? So you insert their biggest desire. How can I get real estate agents to consistently close 5 new listings a month without, as I say here, without them needing to, and then insert all the stuff they really don't want to do, right? You've got to make that very desirable. And that also, if you make this desirable, it kind of implies whatever you're going to say next is going to be the solution to that, because you're kind of setting it up. I've been thinking about how to do it, right? And I have the solution for you. So that kind of sets up the next line, right? And I have the solution only for the next X clients that we bring on board. And then again, this would be like the same number that we spoke about up here, like only for the next 5 clients who come on board. Here's what I'll do for you. And it's the exact same thing, right? We'll benefit 1, 2, 3. And if we don't offer, not only, same thing again, not only is this the same process that we've installed for XYZ clients, but it's the same process we did for ABC. And by the way, this does not require you to, and then again, you would reinsert all the things that they don't want to do or they hate or the things that they think they need to do to get the result. If they actually don't need to do that with you, you want to put that in there, because then if they think the only way for me to get to X is if I do Y, but then you come in and you say, hey, you can do X without doing Y, they're naturally going to be curious about, okay, well, what is it, right? That's going to get them to book in the call. Simple as that. And then here you just do some kind of basic CTA, right? So if this interests you, then please book a super short 15-minute call here. Once the 5 spots or 5 available spots fill up, we'll be increasing the price by 10K or whatever the number is. So again, if you're interested, please book a short call here before I let my 50,000 plus other network, 50,000 plus network know about the offer, at which point we'll probably fill up all the spots within a few hours. So you can see just how much urgency I'm kind of baking into this script. And again, because this is a brand new offer, it's a super sexy offer, you've most likely not gave this offer or presented this offer to your market in the past. And so because it's brand new and it's really sexy and there's a ton of urgency to it, everyone's going to book in a call with you. And so same thing with the SMS script. It's basically the exact, or SMS broadcast script. It's basically the exact same thing here. By the way, in terms of tools to use to send these, just use whatever email marketing system you're using right now. If you're not using one, I would definitely recommend ActiveCampaign. That's what we use for our broadcast emails. And you can just upload or import all of your leads. So if you have all your lead, your past email list, you've got your, manually scraped lead list, whatever else, you can just import or upload that into any EMS really. It doesn't really matter. They all do the same thing. You can just import that into anyone and just send the emails, right? Again, what software you use or how you send it isn't important. What is important is that you send it. That's the big thing that I'm trying to get across here. Same thing with SMS. All right, SMS though, it's a little different just because again, you want to make sure that you kind of tailor your messaging to the platform that it's on. So with SMS, what you want to do is you want to do individual messages. This is really important. Let me just check my battery. Okay, I'm on 1%. Let me pause. All right, I'm back. So SMS, individual messages, because when was the last time, on SMS, again, talking about individualizing the messages to the platform you're sending it on, whenever you get a block of text on SMS, you never are going to read that. Not only that, but also normally on SMS, if you're speaking with your parents or your girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever, most of the time they don't send you a block of text. They'll send a ton of individualized messages. That's more personal on the SMS platform. And so that's how you want to mirror that same idea when you're sending these messages. And also on top of all of that, it makes it feel like you're actually sat there typing as opposed to it being automated. So it just increases response rate a ton when you send on SMS individualized messages. That goes for what we're doing here, but also actually just in general if you're doing any type of SMS marketing. Okay, so with SMS, again, very similar idea. It's just obviously a big thing here for compliance reasons. You always want to say, hey, name, it's your name. So I would say, hey, prospect, it's Kai Bax from ScaleClients.io. How's the XYZ business going, right? And then again, here you would say the gym company or the, I don't know why I keep using gyms in this video, but you get the point. You would just explain that. Okay, send, you would send that as a message. Then you would say, I wanted to drop you a quick message to let you know that I've put together a one-time offer that we're only working with, 5 gyms on. And I wanted to give you and, whatever their company name is. So I would say, I wanted to give you and ScaleClients.io the first chance to get in before I send this again to my XYZ network. And the, 5 available spots fill up. Again, send for context. And then here, I'm not going to read this again. It's just the exact same thing. The only difference is that you would send the CTA or the link to book a call a little bit earlier in the script right there. Then you would say PS. Again, just kind of making it native to the platform. On SMS, you oftentimes would say PS. You would kind of say PS in emails too, but I like saying PS in SMS. PS, once the XYZ spots fill up, we'll increase the price. And then you can say PPS. Here's all the results that we've got. You would just reinsert the results. So it's the exact same copy. It's just how you would send it is a little different because of the platform. Okay, so that's SMS broadcast. So this, again, honestly, in this broadcast, I would just send this to every single person who you have the number of. So if you have an email list and you also have the numbers of everyone on that email list, download all the numbers and send it. Obviously, if you have an SMS list, same thing. Same thing with opt-in, same thing with scrape lead list. Like, again, just hit these people up on multiple platforms and just send it to everyone that you can. All right, feed posts. So this is anything feed related on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn, etc. You would say something like this. Again, very similar to the previous scripts. However, here, obviously, because it's not in a personal platform, it's on emails. Even if you're doing a broadcast email, it's still email itself is a personalized platform, so you can personalize the messages. Whereas obviously on feeds, on your socials, it's not personalized. So you would want to tweak the opening. You would keep all the same remaining, but you would tweak the opening just to make it make sense on the platform. So here, say something like, if you are an XYZ person, then you most likely can insert something they do really well. But when it comes to insert problem, you'll most likely insert their current situation. So how this would look in reality, this is an example that I ran for years in my market. It worked really well, and it still does now, to be honest. I say something like, if you're an agency owner above 25K a month, so you call out the market, then chances are when you get a qualified prospect on Zoom, on the phone or Zoom, you can close them. But the issue you're facing is you can't get more than 30 to 50 qualified bookings per month, most of which are unqualified. So if that's you, then here's what you need to know. This was a opening, again, I've ran for so long. Now here, this is what I had in this particular opening. Obviously, based on this script, you wouldn't say that. You would just say, most of which are unqualified. You're not alone. For the past few months, and then you go into that. The other good thing about this is that whatever you say here, you're kind of implying you have the solution to as well, which is why it's really important that you really make sure you identify something that they 100% it's 100% top of mind for your prospects. By me saying, but the issue you're facing is you can't get more than 30 to 50 qualified bookings per month, most of which are unqualified. Without me saying the offer, you can imply what I'm about to present you with. And so if that is a genuine, super painful problem for your market, they're going to keep reading because they're going to feel like you're going to provide them a solution to it. But if it's maybe like a problem that they've thought of in the past, but it's not really, top of mind, it's not really that painful, they've got a ton of other way more painful things to think about, they're probably not going to keep reading your copy. So that's why it's really important to make sure that this is exactly what is top of mind for your market. And so here I would say you're not alone. For the past few months, I've been noticing that almost again, this is a qualifier, every agency or coach above 25K a month struggles with, and again, reinsert market's top of mind problem, even though they're trying X, Y, and Z. So I've been thinking about, and then here, again, it's the exact same script as, I believe, the email script from above. So exact same thing there. Now, for the creative for the feed, because obviously, whenever you do a feed post, you typically post that with a image. For the creative here, I would recommend to use any image of yourself with some client results or big numbers layered on top. So something similar to this, right? Just a picture of me in New Zealand with some numbers. So here, this kind of, obviously if it's a feed, then you're posting that to your existing audience. So they're going to resonate with the picture of you because they should know you. And also the result here, I know if an agency or a coach sees a screenshot of my Stripe account with these painfuls or, high revenue payments, high amounts in payments, whatever, that's also going to attract them to look at the post, right? Because everyone knows Stripe, everyone likes Stripe notifications, whatever, right? Or if you don't have this or whatever, don't worry about it. You can just literally go into Canva and create a super basic image like this. Market call out, we will offer, read below to see how. That's it. Just super basic. Key here is to not overthink the image. Whatever you use, it really within reason doesn't matter. What's more important than the image is that you just post it and you don't procrastinate, right? So that's the feed. Now, in terms of stories, this is where it's a little different. So stories, obviously I would be doing this on your Instagram and your Facebook. And again, make sure you just do all of this. Post it on your stories, post it on your feed, blast it to your email list, blast it to SMS, etc. But for stories, if you can do 1 to 3 stories, do 1 to 3 stories below in a video,
you'll see much higher conversions than if you was to only do text. But again, it's not a requirement. So I would prefer if you go on video and you say these stories here. But if for whatever reason you don't want to do video, you don't want to be on camera, whatever, it's fine. Just do it in text, like totally fine. So story one should be, and when I say story one, I mean like the first slide. You know, on stories, you can click through the stories. Just do slide one, should be something like this. If you are an insert ideal client, I have something for you. I've never done this before and I'll never do it again. Click to see the next slide. Then on the next slide, you would insert the offer. For the next 5 agency owners or coaches, or for the next 5 gym owners who book a call below, I'm going to guarantee you offer outcome within time frame or risk reversal. And this is only available for the next 5 XYZ who book a call here. And then you know how on like Instagram or Facebook, you can I wouldn't link the link in the text. I would use the actual link. What do they call it? You know, like the, hang on, let me get the actual name. Okay, I've just put it up here. I think it's like a sticker. You know, like these things right here. Just one of them says link. Just put the link in there and then just say in the link, like in terms of the text, the hyper link text or whatever, just say book a call here. Okay, so that's story 2, right? Then you've got story 3. So story 3 is, you should say something along the lines of, here's exactly what we'll do for you to guarantee you offer outcome within time frame or risk reversal. Then you would insert your deliverables or your benefits that we talked about earlier. So again, we're getting across the same ideas. We're just doing it in a different format depending on the platform you're doing it on. And again, you would relink, book a call here, only available for the next 5 XYZ people. And then you would again do the sticker thing, book a call. Then story 4, 5, and 6, within reason, it doesn't again have to be 3, it could be 4, it could be 2, whatever, but within reason, then what you want to do is follow up with a ton of results. And so this, and then on each story, make sure you link again that book a call button, really important. And so these should be screenshots and proof of big client wins, again, in the below format. Post as many as you have, the more the better. You can never post too many results, especially as well. You can't post too many results, especially if you have that book a call link on each one, right? And of course, again, if you have famous clients, make sure you name drop them. Then story 7, within reason, I would insert this text. So again, this is only available for the next XYZ people who book a call here. Once the XYZ spots fill up, we'll also be increasing the price by XYZ. This is the cheapest this offer will ever be. Book a call here and get offer outcome within the next time frame or risk reversal. Same thing again. Now, in terms of follow-up stories, so this you would do back to back to back to back, like right now, right? Then in terms of follow-up stories, every day for the next 10 to 14 days, or basically until the end date, whatever end date you say, every day for the next 10 to 14 days though, you want to post new client wins or results that you haven't posted before. Now, these may not be new client wins as in, oh, we got a new client win today. This might be just a client win that you've had in, you know, the bank for a while, but you've just not posted it. That's fine. Just post that new client win to your market, right? And then again, relink to book a call. And also for each new client who signs up within that following week or two on this offer, make sure you advertise that, because that's going to make more people want to sign up because they're seeing that the spots are filling up. So every new client that you sign up within that following week or two, post that one of the spots has been filled. And so again, book a call now before the remaining XYZ spots fill up. And if you can, when you advertise, quote unquote, that a new spot has been filled, make sure you, if you can, again, post proof that it actually has been filled. Now, I wouldn't post the amount, like the payment from the client, because then that's going to show you, that's going to show your market that, you know, how much it is. You don't really want them to know without having a call with you. But just post that, like, you know, a new contract has been signed or something like that. Some kind of proof that somebody new has actually move forward with you. And again, advertise that. You can also now post your calendar as social proof as well. This is also another way to prove that people are actually interested in this offer. Post your calendar to show that people are booking in calls with you and they desperately want the offer. This will motivate even more prospects to book a call. Now, that's stories. Retargeting. We will do this for you, just as a side note, but I do just want to quickly mention this, that this is also another way to get bookings. So once you've created your feed posts with the one-time offer, send your account manager the copy or the image that you're using, and we can set up some basic retargeting ads for you as well at like $20 to $30 a day, depending on how big your market is and, sorry, not your market, your audience size is. Will probably be about 20 to 30 a day. Obviously, if you have a bigger social following, we definitely want to look at maybe doing like even 100 a day on that. Like if I was to run a retargeting ad to like my Instagram followers, like everyone who's engaged with my Instagram in the past year, my pixel, all that type of stuff, I could probably run that at like 500 a day and I would get a ton of bookings. Now, we won't be able to run that forever because you'd saturate the audience. But again, we're not looking at running this forever. It's just a little to get a bump in cash injection. That's all we're looking at here. And specifically, as I say here, we'll retarget pixel traffic, if any, within the last 180 days, Instagram and Facebook engagers within the last year, anyone who's watched over 3 seconds of any video ads that you've ran in the past, and then all leads and bookings that you can access in a CSV format. We'll just download all that, upload it. We'll do it all for you anyway. You don't need to worry about it. But just work with your account manager and we'll be able to just, again, get that set up completely for you. Now, these will be running a very low budget that drives straight to your calendar, which will embed into your funnel. So we'll just set up a basic funnel page for you, and then we'll just link your calendar and we'll send the ads straight to that. So we don't need to wait for your VSL. We don't need to wait for any of your main ad copy or anything like that. Like, we'll just script something out for you as it pertains to the retargeting ads, and we'll just send that traffic straight to your calendar, because these, again, it's retargeting. So we don't need to sell those people really on why they should book a call. We don't need to send them to a VSL or anything. We could just say, hey, we've got this sexy offer, and because they already know you somewhat, or they've at least seen your face before, that's all they're going to need to book in a call with you. You can get on the call, you can sell them. Done. All right. So that's it. Next steps is, once you've ran this play, you will generate immediate bookings on your calendar, again, with warm prospects who want your offer. Great. Perfect. Obviously, though, this does require that you actually do this. So I know, obviously, this is a done-for-you program, and you've probably come in for us to run your ads done for you. We're still doing all of that. That's not changing, right? I just know that there's so much opportunity here for so many clients to where you could just get free money. And so that's really why I want you to do this, because yeah, it's going to take a little bit of work, but you're also going to get free money. And again, when I've done this, the results have been just insane. And when we've done this for a couple of the clients that we've done it for, as like a beta test to make sure that it actually works for clients and it wasn't just us and we got lucky, again, results are insane. So please do it. All right. Now, once you get these bookings on your calendar, use the accelerate cash flow play to get them to pay in full for 3 to 4 months up front. This is also how you can just increase the cash even more. Instead of selling these guys on, if you have an agency service, for example, don't sell them on 2K a month. Instead, you'd want to sell them on 8K for 4 months or 6K for 3 months. And I break down exactly how to do all of that in this accelerate cash flow training, which will be probably the next one after this, in this little cash injections week here. But try and get them to pay in full, because now you're going to accelerate the upfront cash that you're getting, and you're accelerating the volume of bookings, because obviously you're using this play to generate even more bookings than you would have otherwise had. And out of all those bookings, you're getting them to pay upfront for like 3 to 4 months in full. So when you combine those two things together, you can imagine the increase in cash that you're going to experience. Now, if you do these two things, as I said at the start of this video, my goal is that you recoup your entire investment with us and more before we launch your ads. So that way we can use that money to fund your ad client acquisition. And then that way, again, you're able to then buy clients profitably without ever dipping into your own pocket for ad spend. Pretty cool. And so remember, this is the exact same process that made me $244K in a single month back when we were only doing 60 to 70K a month. And it was all profit. So do yourself a favor and implement. You won't regret it. And again, just final note, please work with your account manager on this. We've done this 101 times in the past. We know exactly how we can make this work for you, provided obviously there's some kind of audience there that we can go after. And just work with your account manager. You're not alone. Even though I'm saying in this video, like, hey, you do this, you do that, or whatever, you're not alone. We'll work with you on this. Obviously, we'll run the retargeting ads for you, etc. So with that being said, let's get this set up. Let's get some cash in the door and let's get scaling. So appreciate your time, and I'll see you in the next one. So welcome to this next training here. This is going to be the copy and paste ad scripts. And really all you need to do is literally fill in the blanks of the templates that we give you at the end here. But before we get into the templates, I just want to give you insight into how we think about creatives, and ultimately, as I say here, our philosophy on creatives. Because at the end of the day, I could give you the template, but if you don't really understand why the template actually converts in the way it does, it's kind of useless at that point, because once the template doesn't work anymore, you've kind of got nowhere to go from there. So I think it's important that I explain our philosophy so that you then, essentially build the skill of creating proven ads yourself. And also you can obviously just use the fill in the blank templates as well on top. So what I'm about to clip in here is an internal training that I created for our account managers who obviously work one-on-one with all of our clients. And since then, these ads have gone on to produce 8 figures in revenue for our clients. So bottom line,
They work. And again, this is an internal training. This is not a client training. This is an internal training I created for our obviously internal team, again, who work one-on-one with all of our clients, who run all of our clients' ads. So with that being said, enjoy.
Okay, so now we are getting into the juicy part of going into depth on our frameworks for creatives. Again, as I said before, creatives are like the main focus, in my opinion, that you should have, because not only is it the most important part of the funnel in terms of determining quality, cost per calls, all that type of stuff, but also the VSL and the ad copy and everything like that is usually just an expanded version of the creative. So if you start with creatives, everything else will kind of, within reason, there's obviously differences, but within reason, everything else will kind of come from you really focusing and honing in on the creative. So let's jump into it. Again, just wanted to pre-frame this. This is based on what we have seen work. If you have new ideas or on how to improve or new approaches to test, I'm all ears. The rest of the team, we want to know about it, right? Again, we optimize for client results. So whatever will get the best client results is what we do. But this is what we have seen work so far. I don't think this would ever change in terms of the general philosophy, but in terms of specific frameworks and whatnot, you know, if you've got a different way of doing things and whatnot, bring it to me. I want to know about it, right? I'm always looking to optimize and change our process to improve it. And, you know, there's only so much that I know. You probably know just as much, if not more than me, about specifics on advertising and whatever else it might be. I want to know your insights as well. So let's jump into it. The goal. Let's start with the end in mind, okay? The single goal of our marketing is to show, not tell, show the prospect that we are exponentially better than every other option, that our method is, and that our method is superior to everything else that they've tried in the past. And that this, meaning our clients' offer, clients' business, agency, service, etc., is the most effective, efficient, guaranteed, and safe path to their ultimate desired outcome. If we can get our prospects to believe this statement right here, you can get them to buy anything you want them to buy. You can get them to do anything you want them to do, period. So ultimately, this is the goal of our marketing, right? Now, the specific goal of our ad is to get qualified prospects to click the ad who are interested in what we are selling. That's it, okay? Anything you say that doesn't directly tie into getting qualified prospects to click the ad should be eliminated, period. So again, this is also a really important mental model to have, is when you're proofreading your ads, you've wrote a new creative or whatever it might be, you want to proofread it with the mindset or with the mindset of asking yourself, does this word, right? Does this sentence, does this paragraph, and as I say, bring it all the way down to the words, do these words and these letters add value to the prospect in terms of making them see us as a better option to get them interested in our product? And ultimately, does this speak to exactly who we want to be speaking to? And if it doesn't, if you don't feel as though this word or this sentence or this paragraph actually makes the prospect interested in what we're selling and makes them want to click the ad, if it doesn't, you got to remove it, right? That's how you can make your ads super efficient. That's how you can actually cut down on a lot of these ads. They talk about so much stuff, and it's just like, this doesn't do anything towards the ultimate goal of getting a qualified person to click the ad, right? So that's also another mental model to have when you're writing your ads and proofreading your ads. So with that being said, let's go into our general philosophy on ads, okay? So this is a quote by Eugene Schwartz. Copy cannot create desire for a product. It can only take the hopes, dreams, fears, and desires that already exist in the hearts of millions of people and focus those already existing desires onto a particular product. So in other words, you can't create desire. You can only take pre-existing desire in a market and channel that pre-existing desire into your product. That's all you can do. And same with the hopes and dreams and fears, etc. That's all you can do. Now, in every market that you run ads in, there will always be pre-existing desires, fears, hopes, and dreams. Those are what we need to understand in order to write ads that perform. Because bottom line, if you think about it, every market has pre-existing desires and whatnot, as I just said. Okay. Well, if you know exactly what those pre-existing desires are, essentially, you know how to write an ad that will resonate with the market, because you just write what they want. Like, that's kind of bottom line. That's it. What do they want? They want this. That's the pre-existing desire that's already there. You don't create the desire, super basic example. And obviously this, you wouldn't be able to do this exactly. This is a kind of ridiculous example, but like, if you go into a market and the pre-existing desire is that they want leads, and you write an ad saying, hey, I'll give you leads, within reason, that's going to be a match, right? And so that's what you need to understand about is what is this market specifically wanting, right? And so because, this is the other thing to it though, because these desires, fears, hopes, and dreams are pre-existing, that means that the market has in the past tried several solutions or is right now trying several solutions in the hopes of achieving their dreams and their desires and dreams or ridding themselves of fears. So they've tried other solutions in the past, but the problem is that these solutions have never worked. So here comes the central idea behind our philosophy on creatives and really just marketing and sales in general. It's essentially this. Our ads, our funnels, our sales calls, etc., everything that we do on the marketing and sales front, we want to create a simultaneous explanation as to why everything they've tried in the past has failed and why our solution is not only different, but is also the answer to their dreams. That's it. So again, every market has a pre-existing set of desires and dreams and whatnot. You can't create those. So I can't sell a market on making them want more clients or making them want more leads or whatever it is. I can't create that desire. Does that make sense? I just have to go into markets where they already pre-existing, the pre-existing desire in the market is they already want more clients. And then I come in with an ad that basically, again, in so many words, says, hey, I'll get you clients. But the problem with just doing that is that they're going to call BS straight away. They're going to be like, no, you can't, whatever. Why? Because they've tried multiple solutions in the past because it's pre-existing. So they've had that desire for the last 2 years, 3 years, whatever it is, which means they've tried other solutions in the past. They've tried to solve their problem of lack of clients or whatever their desire is, the inverse of their desire. They've tried to solve that, but nothing's worked. And so not only do we need to go into a market and say, hey, we'll get you your desired outcome, but we also, in the process of saying, hey, we'll get you your desired outcome, we also need to position ourselves as different from whatever they've tried in the past, which again, we need to know what have they tried in the past. And then not only do we need to position ourselves as different, but we also need to position ourselves as superior and better and show them, here's why what we have is actually going to help you, whereas all the other solutions you've tried in the past have never worked. Here's how we're different and how we're actually going to be able to get you that result. Does that make sense? Because again, you got to think from the prospect's mind. If somebody really, really wants X, whatever X is, it could be a million things. They really want X. They've tried a bunch of stuff in the past to get X, but they've never been able to get it because those solutions are whatever, right? Then they see something, an ad, whatever it is, or they speak to someone, whatever it is, and that person says, hey, I'll get you X. And I know that you've tried all these other things in the past and they didn't work. Here's why, first of all, they didn't work. It's because XYZ, common problem as to why the other solutions didn't work. And here's how we're different. And actually, here's how we're going to get you the results. We're going to do XYZ. And if the person can see, oh my God, I can see why what I've tried in the past has failed. I can see how this is different. And I can see how this is actually going to get me X. If they can see that, they're going to take action every single time, whether that's to book, buy, click the ad, whatever it is, in whatever context we're talking about this in. They're going to do what you want every single time because they deeply desire, they deeply desire the outcome, or in this instance, X. They deeply desire that. And so they're just trying to find the best vehicle possible to achieve that. And so what your ads sell them on is, hey, here's why our vehicle is the best to achieve this. You don't sell them on wanting this because they already want it. You don't sell them on that. You sell them on the vehicle. Hopefully this is making sense. And I think as I go deeper into this, it will start to make more sense if it doesn't right now. Okay. So again, we want to create a simultaneous explanation as to why everything they've tried in the past has failed and why our solution is not only different, but is also the answer to their dreams. So the way in which we do this is by, number one, asking, what do they really want? What is that pre-existing desire, right? If I were to ask every person in this market what they want, what would 80% or more tell me? Right? In other words, what is at the forefront of their mind every single day of this market? And notice here, I'm not talking about specific markets. Reason being is because you can apply this to any market and run successful ads in any market. It doesn't matter. Just go through this process, right? So this is the first thing. You need to figure out what is that thing that they want. Another explanation of this that I always like to use is, think of it in this way. If you just broke your arm, right? You've just broke it. You've not got it in the cast yet. You've not got it fixed yet. You've literally just fell over, broke your arm. There's nothing else that you will be thinking about at that moment in time other than your arm. You'll be thinking about your career, about what you're doing on the weekend, about, anything, your family, nothing. You won't be thinking about anything else other than your broken arm. So the question to always ask the market is what is the broken arm of the industry that you're targeting? What is that broken arm of the market, right? So like, what's the thing that this market just is consistently top of mind for them? They can't think about anything else. They just need this one thing fixed. Like, what is that thing that's top of mind that they can't think about anything else other than trying to figure out a way to get this thing, get this outcome, get X, get desired result, right? What is that thing? Okay. An example of this is with us, right? With our own offer. Agency owners want more qualified sales calls and 3K a month plus clients that retain for 12 months plus, right? That are also great clients to work with. Like, this is the thing that no agency owner has, right? A few have. I shouldn't say no at all, but like this, probably, you say here, like, what would 80% or more? There's probably 5% who actually have this. And those 5% of agency owners are the ones who are scaling aggressively and growing and all that good stuff. But most don't have it. And so by extension, that is like that is the broken arm of this market. That is the thing that is just top of mind constantly. It's like, how do I get more qualified sales calls? How do I get more qualified clients? How do I get clients to retain with me for longer periods of time? That is the thing. And fundamentally, they want a predictable client acquisition process, which essentially means to get this, right? So what is our offer? We'll give you that. And then, so that's the outcome. And then obviously I explain why our process is exponentially better than everything else I've tried. And it works really well, right? So that's the first question. What do they really want? The second question to ask yourself is, what have they tried in the past or are currently doing that didn't or isn't, if they're doing it right now, working? What is it? And then the second part to that is, why didn't it work? Or why isn't it working? Okay, so this might be things like they're trying ads right now themselves. They're trying organic marketing. They're buying leads from third-party websites. They're, doing door knocking, if that's whatever niche you're going after. Right? I'm just thinking off the top of my head, right? List those things. They're doing this, they're doing this, they're doing this, they're doing this, they're doing this. Okay, great. List those. Then offer those. Why aren't they working? Why? Okay, they're running ads right now. Well, the problem is that, for example, in our market, some of our clients are actually running ads themselves. But it's not working. Okay, cool. So the running ads, that's not working. But then I need to ask myself, well, why? Because we run ads for our clients and they work. So by extension, there has to physically be something different between the way they do it and the way that we do it. So I need to understand, well, why is the way that they're doing it not working? Because ads work. We run ads for clients. We run ads for ourselves. They work tremendously well, right? So ads work, but it's the way in which you run the ad that makes it work. So then you need to figure out, well, what is that? Because as I said before, there has to be something different. What is that differentiation, right? What is the reason why the way in which they're running the ads isn't working, right? And do that for every single thing that they're doing. And then also the final question to ask is, what type of sales messages, right? So that might be things like ads or emails or DMs, right? Sales messages in general. What type of sales messages, offers, or solutions are they being exposed to on a daily basis? So when your ideal market goes onto Facebook or opens up their email inbox, what type of sales messages are they seeing from other people in the market? This provides you the ammo you need to be able to say something new, different, unique, and exponentially better, which also doubles as your appeal, which I'll get onto. But understand that, right? Like, one of the things with ecom right now, why it's so difficult to run ads in the ecom market, is because in ecom, every single time an ecom founder opens up their Facebook page, opens up their Facebook or whatever, or Instagram, they see ads from other agencies talking about, we'll run your Facebook ads, we'll run your Google ads, we'll get you better results with Google ads. Everyone is seeing that in the ecom space right now from these other people. And so one of the things, the sales message that they're getting exposed to is paid media, right? Like, hey, we'll run your ads and whatnot from paid ads agencies. And so guess what? If we know that to be true, if we've done our research and go, oh yeah, this market, they just see ads all the time from agencies trying to sell them on wanting to run their own ads. Well, guess what? Now we know what they're seeing every day. So how easy is it for you to then write something different? Just what do they not see right now? Well, they don't see this because all they're seeing is this. So, okay, they don't see that. Let's talk about that. Done, right? To write something different, you need to know what's being seen right now and then just say something different. It's really not that hard. The hard part comes in when it's like, okay, well, this is, you can say something different, but then the question becomes, well, how do we then make that point of differentiation exponentially better? So if everyone's seeing ads for, I don't know, copywriting services, as an example, in a certain market, right? Well, then let's not talk about copywriting in your ad because otherwise you're not going to be seen as different. Instead, let's talk about AI like ChatGPT or automated whatever, right? Something like that, which can kind of tie into copy, but the way in which you do it is through ChatGPT. Well, that's different. But now you need to explain, well, why is ChatGPT and this new way of doing it better than the old way? And then again, once you talk about it in that way, and then you show how this new way is the key to outcome, and we will guarantee you the outcome through doing this new way, which is better, guess what the prospect's going to do every time? They're going to book a call, right? Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. Those 3 questions there is really all you need to ask, because once we know what they see every day, what their desires are, what they're currently doing / have done which isn't working, it becomes tremendously easy to write ads which position us as new, right? Which is, if you're different, then you're by extension perceived as new, right? Because if we know what they've tried in the past, as well as what ads, offers, solutions they see every day, we know what to write that will be seen as new, right? And as I said before, if we were perceived as new, being seen as different is the default, right? And so by being seen as new, we offer the market hope that maybe this, right, our client solution, is what they've been missing the whole time. That is key. You always want to be installing hope into your prospects, because hope is what essentially drives people from seeing an ad and drives them to want to click the ad and drives them to want to book in the call and drives them to want to show up to the call and drives them to ultimately buy it. It's hope that maybe this time, this is what I need. Maybe this is what I need. All that is hope. Right? I hope it works, right? Like that's what it is, right? And so the only way we can achieve hope though is if it's something new, because at the end of the day, you've got to have zero hope if you just bought a agency, whatever, you just bought something and it didn't work. And then the next thing that you buy is the exact same thing as the last thing that also didn't work. You're going to have no hope that this new thing, it's not new, that this other thing is going to work, because the last time it didn't work either. So you're going to have no hope. So ultimately you're never going to buy, but you are going to buy if, okay, this didn't work last time, but yeah, I can see how this is different. I can see how this is better. I can see how this is, it's the solution to the reason why this didn't work last time. This is better. Okay, I'm going to buy this because I think this is going to work. That's just hope talking. I hope it is, right? That's all that is. And one of the things that's really important to note here, and why being perceived as new and different is so important, I talk about this so much, is because categorization is death. If you've read, as you should have, in the required reading, the first book is Take Their Money by Kyle Milligan. He literally came up with this concept, and when I read it, I was like, oh my God, that's great. Categorization is death. The moment a prospect can categorize us as the same or as similar to something else they have seen or heard, we've lost them. Period. They're never going to come back. They're going to be, seen it, done it, tried it, didn't work, whatever. And again, you got to think on ads. All they need to do to skip your ad is that, just a scroll of the finger. That's all they need to do. And so if they're able to just, there's this whole thing with like lizard brain and whatnot, and new messages essentially enter your brain through what's called the lizard brain or the reptilian brain. It's like the oldest part of the brain. And that lizard brain optimizes, it's very lazy essentially. It doesn't want to do any work. And so if it can just quickly see something, a new stimulus or stimuli, see something new that's like, it's not seen before, like an ad, right? And it's able to just quickly scan through it and go, oh, no, that's the same as last time. Categorize it. It's the same as last time. Ignore. Categorize it. Ignore. Okay. That's that. This is that. Put it over there. Done. This is that. Put it over there. Done. That's what happens in the mind when we see new things like an ad or whatever it is. And so we need to not do that, right? We need to not allow our prospect's brain to categorize our message. And so how you do that is by being perceived as new. When it reads it, it's like, oh, that is no, I've never seen this before. Let me explore more. Let me figure it more out. And then they consume the rest of the ad. Then they click the ad and they go through the funnel, right? So you can't allow your prospect to categorize what we're doing. So instead, we have to be perceived as new. Again, how do we do that? It's by knowing exactly what they have seen. What are all the categories in the prospect's mind? Paid ads agency, funnel agency, this. Okay, these are all the categories in our prospect's mind for the specific market that you're writing for. Okay, great. We got those. Let's not put ourselves in any one of those categories. How do we do that? Well, let's say something that's different from what they've read in the past. Simple, right? So the next thing is then positioning us as desirable, right? Again, once we know those things that I just mentioned here, the answers to these questions, again, we can position ourselves as new and position ourselves as desirable. Now, this comes in the form of a big outcome. Again, if we know what 80% or more of the market deeply wants, desires, and dreams of, we can easily give that to them in the form of a desirable offer. Simple, right? If we answer this first question, what do they really want? And they go, they really, really, really want this thing. This is their broken arm. They can't stop thinking about this thing. positioning us as desirable is pretty simple. It's just like, hey, we'll give you this thing. Done. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not that hard. And that's really what this framework is trying to do. It's trying to create a process to where it kind of becomes easy to write copy because you just know the market you're speaking to, right? So as I say, this comes in the form of a desirable offer, and also ideally decreasing required effort, right? So it's like, hey, I'll give you this thing, but you need to spend 10 hours a week. You need to do this for the next 3 years, and then you'll get the result. Well, even though it's speaking to the outcome, because the amount of input required is so much, it's not as desirable. Simple as that. And if you read the book on Hormoz's $100 million offers, he talks in there about it's like effort and sacrifice. You want to decrease effort and sacrifice, or essentially, in other words, the input required from the client in order to achieve the outcome. So this is where things like done for you comes into play, are really powerful. Like if you look at all of our ads, we stress the outcome of what we provide clients, but I also stress the fact that it's done for you. You don't need to do anything. And that makes it really, really, really desirable, because now they can get their desired outcome, the thing that they want, they can fix their broken arm, and they don't have to do anything. Damn, that's desirable, right? And the other thing, this is kind of nuanced, but it's very powerful as well. So always put the work on the mechanism, or put it on something outside of the client. So don't ever say in an ad, this will do XYZ. Sorry, always say in an ad, this will do XYZ for you, not you will need to do XYZ, or this will allow you to do XYZ. That's not good, because that means the client has to put in work. Always put this, always put the work onto something other than the prospect. So it's like, we'll install our, system, XYZ system, that will do X for you, right? See there, it's like I'm putting the work that's required onto something external, whether it's us as a team, like we'll do this done for you, that's putting the work on us as a team, or maybe it's on a funnel, like we'll install this funnel that will produce XYZ for you. Now I'm putting the work onto the funnel, not the client, etc. Right? That very nuanced there, but that's also powerful in terms of decreasing the required effort, or at least the perceived required effort in the front end ads. Okay. So that's the second thing, positioning us as desirable. And then finally, positioning us as better. Because again, to this last question here of, this middle question of what have they tried in the past or are currently doing that isn't working? And then why isn't it currently working? If we know that, we can position ourselves as better. Because if we know, well, I'm just repeating myself there. If we know what they've tried in the past or are currently trying hasn't worked, then we know how to position our quote new thing, whatever that is. And in other words, it's the mechanism. We can position it as better. And by positioning our solution as safer and less risky, a less risky route to their goal, we always increase the perceived value of our offer as well, right? People will pay a premium in exchange for certainty. This is why it's vital. We're always focusing on explaining how our solution works and how it's better than what they are currently doing. Because if we can logically explain how something works, it gives the client certainty, because you're explaining how it works. It's like, you can't deny that 1 + 1 is 2, right? So that gives you certainty that 1 + 1 is 2. And people pay a premium for certainty, because it's whatever's certain is safe. And humans always optimize for safety, period. Hopefully that makes sense. And so, as I say, if they're certain that what we are offering is better than what they are currently doing, they won't make this, if they aren't certain. Right? If they aren't certain that what we are offering is better than what they're currently doing, they won't switch. Because even if it has the ability to be better, but they're not certain that it's better, they're always going to optimize for safety, which is just stay as you are. But if they're certain that, oh, damn, like this is what I need, they've got that level of certainty that this new thing is better, they're always going to leave what they're currently doing. And again, they're going to optimize for safety. But in the second instance, safety, or the most safe route to their goal, is actually the new thing, which in other words is our thing. And they're going to make the switch, and so they're going to book in the call, they're going to buy the offer. Hopefully that makes sense. So this also gets put on steroids when you make the solution, the thing that's risky or more, that's less risky or more safe, completely hands off for the prospect, because now you're also decreasing the effort. So it's like they have a more safe solution, a more certain solution, a less risky solution, and they don't need to do as much work. And it's going to get them to where they want to go. And they can see how it's actually ultimately better than what they're currently doing. You know what I mean? They're obviously just going to book, buy, or whatever it is that you want to do every single time. Hopefully that makes sense. Now, this is more so what I just went through there is, again, philosophy. Now, I understand that some people, kind of like me, honestly, I like specifics, I like frameworks, I like certain things. And so what I now want to go through is a creative framework to start with. Now, the reason I say start with is because you should not feel forced to stay within these parameters, right? I always do recommend, I think I mentioned this in the last video, I do always recommend for you to start with what works, right? So that when we bring on a new closer onto the team, I'm always very strict on like, hey dude, just follow this sales script, which is the one that we're currently using that works. Follow this sales script, get yourself to 25 to 30% close rate, dial it in, get comfortable with our offer, with our market, and really just focus on this script. Then once we're a month into this, you're closing at 30%, you're doing well, whatever. Then you can start to maybe tweak the intro or tweak the discovery or tweak the pitch to test new things based on what you feel as though might actually work best. I don't want you to feel constrained to it, but initially you got to just use our process to get to where you want to go. It's the same thing here. Just use what we know has been proven. We've spent millions of dollars on ads using these frameworks I'm giving you. So just use them first and get yourself to the point where you're running ads for clients. It's working with the frameworks that I'm giving you. Then after that, then you can start to look at tweaking and changing and whatever else. Venturing outside of any given framework can oftentimes create breakthroughs that would have never been possible if we were hell-bent on only one way of doing something. That's why I'm starting all these videos off with, hey, this is what worked, use it initially, but then test, because we always want to improve. The only way we're going to improve is by stepping outside of the box a little bit, right? For example, one of our top account managers, Fidel, recently started adding in a quote first CTA right after the first 3 lines in his copy and after the first 5 to 10 seconds of his creatives. And that has dramatically improved CTRs and ultimately decreased cost per book calls. So again, it's produced a much better result for the client, which is what we are always optimizing for. It's client results, client experience. That's always what we're optimizing for. But initially, before he tested that, we always kept the CTA right at the end of the video. And he just tested and tried something new and it crushed it, right? So that's a perfect point that venturing outside of frameworks can really work. But if you're new and you're just starting, I really recommend you just follow everything by the book, get good, then we can test. Okay, so let's jump into this creative framework. All right, so obviously point of every opening of an ad, of even a movie, anything that is, like Instagram posts, organic content, etc. The goal is always initially capture attention, because otherwise, if you don't get the attention, they're going to ignore your whatever it is, the movie, the ad in our case, and whatever is after that initial opening. It doesn't matter because you never caught attention on the front end, so they never consume the back end, right? So you do always initially want to focus on capturing attention. I know it's probably super basic, but it's important. And this is the first 10 seconds, okay? And the goal outcome here, right? It's kind of like reverse engineer. Well, how do we capture attention? Well, if something's new and it's desirable, I know I'm repeating myself, but if it's new and desirable to the market specifically that you're going after, their attention is going to be captured. Period. And when I say to the market you're specifically going after, I also mean not only the niche, right? Again, in our case, our niche is marketing agencies. That's our niche. So what's new and desirable to our niche, but then also more importantly, what's new and desirable to a marketing agency who's making above 25K a month, which is our specific qualified client. Because a new agency, as in, I don't mean new as in this context. I mean like somebody who's at 0 a month and they want to start their marketing agency. Well, what might be perceived as new to them is running ads to get clients. That might be a new concept. They've never thought about like having this ad that can attract your ideal clients. Like, what? That's crazy. That's new to them. Okay, great. But to a marketing agency who's above 25K a month, who's doing, 100K a month, 200K a month, running ads to get clients is not new to them. So they're like, whatever, right? So you have to go, okay, what's new and desirable to the niche, and then also to the specific client that I'm speaking with. And then same thing there, right? It's like, what's desirable to somebody who is just starting out their agency? Well, 5 clients is desirable over 3 months. Getting to 10K a month is desirable to somebody who's less than 10K a month. But then when you look at somebody who's at 100K a month, is 5 clients really desirable? No, it's not. Is, adding an extra 10K a month in recurring revenue really desirable to somebody who's above 100K a month? No, it's not. So you have to, when I talk about things in this instance, it's always the specific person you want to go after. Okay, so just so you know, that's the goal outcome of around the first 10 seconds, okay? And so how we do this is through the following. We want to call out the most ideal client in the market, okay? And again, here, refer back to the market quality triangle. Always speak to the top. That should say top, not op. I've been watching too much Top Boy here. Always speak to the top of the triangle and you'll get everyone. So you get the top and everyone below. If you speak to the bottom, you will only get the bottom and no one above. We spoke about that in that logistics and downsell training that we did. If you didn't watch that, go back and rewatch it, right? So you want to call out the market. call them out by revenue, by problem, by pain, and current situation. I should also say by niche as well, right? So like, again, in our case, it's the most common is the niche and the revenue. So it's like marketing agencies, niche, above 25K a month revenue. Here's what we'll do. So that's the most common call out, but you can also call them out by problem. So it's like, hey, if you're a marketing agency and you need more clients, because the problem there is you need more clients. So I'm calling out people who need more clients. So you can call out by problem. You can call out by pain. So that's kind of like the inverse. It's like, if you're a marketing agency on the decline every month because of lack of new clients. So that's kind of like problem and pain, and then also you could just call out by current situation. So if you're a marketing agency with 5 clients right now, right? So that's current situation. They've got 5 clients, right? Hopefully that makes sense. Again, I just keep using marketing agencies because that's obviously our niche. I just know I can just speak straight away off the top of my head, but this applies for any and every niche out there. And even, if you have a client who's not a marketing agency, it's a coaching client or whatever, same exact thing. Okay, so that's a call out because why? That's going to capture attention, right? There's a saying that the most what is beautiful sound in any language is your name. Right, is a person's name. The most beautiful sound to anyone in any language, no matter what, is a person's name. And so in ads, we want to get as close to that as possible. If we could run an ad that said, hey, Kai, right? Like, damn, right? Let's call out each individual person's name. That would be crazy. And I do think actually with AI, eventually, like we will actually get there, which is kind of crazy to say. But that's the thing, right? However, right now we can't do that. So we need to get as close to somebody's name as possible. How do we do that? We just explain what they've currently got as much as specific as we can, whilst maintaining and ensuring that the TAM, the total addressable market, is above 20,000. So go as specific as you can until you get to about 30, 40, 50,000 in terms of TAM, and then stop. Don't go any further because otherwise the market becomes too small. You can't scale. Okay. But my point is that that's going to get somebody's attention, because if you run a marketing agency and you're above 25K a month, you're most likely going to listen to the ad because I just called you out specifically, right? Okay, so then you want to immediately speak to desires and dreams, okay? So stating the offer, this is the most common, right? And essentially the framework here is like desired outcome with a risk reversal. So like, for example, with us, we'll go marketing agency above 25K a month, call out. We'll guarantee you 15 new clients per month on your full price retainer, or you don't pay. So desired outcome there, 15 new clients per month on your full price retainer. Damn, right? Like that's crazy. And if you go back to like, what does the market want? Up here, as I said before, what they want is, in our case, right? They want more qualified sales calls and 3K a month plus clients that retain for 12 months plus. That's what our guys want, right? Or in other words, client acquisition process, a predictable client acquisition process. So when I then just lead with, I'll guarantee you 15 new clients per month on your full price retainer, that captures everyone. And I just called them specifically out who we want to go after, marketing agencies above 25K a month. It's like, damn, right? That captures attention. You can also, another way to do this as well is borrow authority from famous industry specific figures. And I'm actually, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to show you an example of this. Okay, this is a perfect example of what I'm referring to. This is one of our clients who's doing tremendously well, by the way. And look at this. This is the intro. This is the, the first sort of 10 seconds of the creative, as I'm mentioning here, right? This is all, again, just to get attention. It says, if you're an entrepreneur who has already scaled a service-based business past 7 figures and wants to reach 8 figures, listen up. What is that? It's the call out. And also, what is this specifically referring to? Well, it's referring to current situation. If you're an entrepreneur who's already scaled a service-based business past 7 figures and wants to reach 8 figures. So it's kind of revenue, and it's also current situation, because they're currently scaled past 7 figures and they want to get to 8 figures. That's their current situation, right? So that's a live example of that. But then look at this. Industry titans are leveraging tech and AI. What is this? This is new, right? It's a new thing. It's on the come up. Everyone wants it right now. It's new, right? It's trending. And also, a SaaS platform is new and trending as well. That's also really important. But industry titans are leveraging tech and AI to build SaaS platforms that solve problems faster, cheaper, and more effectively than ever before. This speaks to desire. They want to have a SaaS platform that does all these things cheaper, more effectively, etc. That's desire. Before. Alex Becker launched Hyros, Grant Cardone launched Business Toolkit, Alex Hormozi launched Alan, Sam Ovens launched School. I could keep going, but let me cut to the chase. So what this has done is it's borrowed authority, okay, from other industry-specific figures. Obviously, if you think about someone who's famous, that's Drake, right? And you could use Drake because everyone knows Drake. But also, you want to use industry-specific famous people. And so all of, this market wanted to go after like agency owners, coaches, etc. And that market, who's the most famous people in that market? Pretty much these guys. You could also throw in Ty Lopez there. Maybe there's a couple others, but like these are pretty much the biggest players in that space, right? And it also, this complete side note, but this also does a little bit of targeting, because it's like, well, we know the people who know Alex Becker and who know Grant Cardone, those are our ideal clients. And so if you don't know it, well, then that's cool. You're not going to resonate with it, but you're not our ideal client anyway. So there's a little bit of targeting there as well through the messaging. But you get the point. We're borrowing authority from these guys. It's saying, hey, these guys are doing it, and so here's what we're going to do for you. And so then that makes that desire even more desirable, because it's like, oh yeah, these guys are doing that thing, and you're going to guarantee me that same outcome, which later on in the ad, we basically go into the guarantee, which is the same outcome. You're going to guarantee me the same outcome. Okay, cool. Because these guys are doing it, I'm going to, this is of interest to me, right? Hopefully that makes sense. And again, this is just the ad to get the click. Okay. So that's what kind of borrowing authority means, right? Another one might be, this is this one here, right? So use a famous / big result of another client in a similar, similar to our ideal client. So for example, this client here actually worked with Alex Becker on one of their clients. And so it was like under an NDA or whatever. So we couldn't run an ad with it. But if we could, we would have said, we scaled one of we built and scaled Alex Becker's software business X from 0 to 4 million per month in 12 months. And we will guarantee to do the same thing for you. Meaning if we don't do XYZ for you, then whatever, right? So there, what I'm using is a big famous result of one of the clients. And then I'm tying that into our own offer. Does that make sense? So it makes our offer more believable. That's also, if you ever have a client where they've got famous clients or famous results or huge results, like big revenue numbers, always do one of your ad variations as that, because that crushes it, like better than anything else we've seen. And then obviously as well, one of the other things you could do is introduce a mechanism. So you would only want to do this if the mechanism itself is actually really desirable. So another example of this is one of our clients, Liz. She, in her ads, in her lead of the ad, we talk about her mechanism, which is an AI chatbot, right? And we always mention that as high up in the ad as possible, because when her market sees AI chatbot as like the thing, hey, we'll build and install an AI chatbot into your business, like that also speaks to the market's desires and their dreams, because they all want that right now. Again, it's like a hot thing with this AI stuff, right? So that's a couple ways to speak to desires and dreams. But again, most common is going to just be stating the offer. And even if you use these other things, you want to use them and then tie it into your offer anyway. So you can double or triple up. It's like, one of our clients, Alex Becker, or one of our clients, Drake, as an example, right? Industry famous client. We built and installed an AI chatbot mechanism into one of our clients, Alex Becker's business, and it took him from 0 to XYZ, big result. And if we install the same AI chatbot into your offer, and we don't generate you, and then whatever the desired outcome is, and we don't generate you 15 new clients per month, then you don't pay, right? So you see there how I stacked. Actually, I did all of them in that one, right? So I spoke to someone famous, Alex Becker in this case, or Drake, or whatever it is. I used a big result. I talked about our mechanism, and I talked about our offer. You can imagine that would outperform pretty much everything else, because we're just dripping in desire and dreams and just hitting on the market's desires, right? So that's really powerful. Okay, the other thing you can do as well, and again, this is all in the first 10 seconds, is without clauses or not statements, okay? So without clause is simply eliminating everything the prospect has tried in the past, or removing anything they think they need to do to get the result, right? That they don't want to do or they don't have. So for example, I'll run your ads and generate you desired outcome, but not on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Google, YouTube, Pinterest, or Bing. Now, if you're in the ad space, I literally just listed every single ad platform that everybody runs ads on, or at least that knows about, right? Now, imagine if I said, hey, I'll run your ads, but not on every single platform that you think you can run ads on. Naturally, this is going to be perceived as new, because I just eliminated, as I said here, by using a not statement, by default, I by default make what I have seem new. Right? It's also very attention grabbing and increases curiosity, because I'm like, you're like, well, what is it then? If it's not all these things, what is it? And by the very nature of that, it seems new, because it's like not everything that you've tried in the past. So it must be new, right? And the other way is here as well, where I talk about, that they don't want or they don't have, okay? So that might be money, right? So that if in everyone's mind, they think they need, one of the common things that I see right now is kind of popping up quite a lot, which is kind of interesting, is buying businesses. This is like a new coaching program type thing, right? It's like a new mechanism to make money online, buying businesses. But like naturally, when you talk about buying businesses, you think about you need a bunch of money to buy the business, right? Same thing with real estate, even, right? Buying houses. But it's like I could write an offer. It's like, hey, I'll help you buy a $2 million business in the next 90 days without any money down. So you see there, I say without the thing that they think they need, which is a lot of money. I say without putting any money down. And the desire, $2 million business in the next 90 days or whatever. As an example, I just thought of that off the top, right? So hopefully that makes sense. That is how we grab attention, and that is the only focus in the first 10 seconds of a creative, of an ad, right? Okay, now we move into proof of claim. So just quickly here, again, remember the goal outcome is new and desirable. And you saw how all of these things basically come back to, in some form or another, making it new or making it desirable. Even the call out is speaking to desirable, really, because it's like, hey, this thing is for you specifically. So it makes it more desirable if I know this thing is for me specifically, right? Okay, then we go into proof of claim. The proof of claim is actually the same outcome. Okay, we want, again, new and desirable. It's the same actual outcome of this section. Now, new here, desirable obviously makes sense, like showing results makes it more desirable, right? But how do we achieve new by showing results? Well, if our clients have outsized results, we can leverage those to be seen as new and different. Okay, this isn't always the case, and because we're forced to only use the results that clients have, in the instances where they are not outsized, we must create the feeling of new in other ways. So what I mean by this is we're limited to what we can do with results, because with the offer we can just create a better offer, whereas the results we can't just get the client to get better results. It's like no, this is their results, right? So sometimes we can be limited to what they have. However, if they have big results, naturally, we can leverage those to be seen as new. It's like if we go into a market and everyone in that market, it's even like agencies, honestly, like agencies, most of the time sign anywhere, I would say, between 2 to 6 clients a month. I would say that's pretty standard for like any type of agency, right? That's doing like, 25 to 50K a month plus. They're usually closing 2 to 6 clients in that range per month. That's pretty average. When we show results of some of our clients who have closed 15 clients in the last 30 days, who have closed 25 clients in the last 30 days, who have even closed 10 clients in the last 30 days, by showing those results, we're seen as new, because the result is so much bigger than like what the standard is in the marketplace, that they're like, what are these guys doing, right? And so by extension, we're seen as new. And obviously, naturally, we're seen as desirable as well. Hopefully that makes sense. So people's default, right, is to not believe. That's everyone defaults to BS most of the time, right? And so whenever you make a claim of any kind, you must immediately back it up so that right at the point that they start to think, quote, BS, like, oh, bullshit, no way, right? Oh, no, there's no way they can do that, whatever it is. Right as they start to think that, you immediately show them it's not BS and that it's real. And the way that you do that is through results. Now, one of the things here as well, why this works so well, is because there's, one of the things in copy, you probably know this if you're a copywriter, but like one of the ideas is always that, the way in which you write copy is by answering the next question that the prospect has as they're reading it. So if like you say something and then you want to try and predict what question or what is the prospect going to think as they read this line? They're going to think this. Okay, well then your next line is that. Now, when they read that next line, what are they going to think? That's the next line, so on and so forth. And so if you think in that frame, as you open up the ad with a big desirable claim, big offer, etc., well, naturally they're going to think BS. So we immediately want to answer that with it's not BS. And the way in which we do that is through client results, track record, personal results, and averages. Okay. So a couple things on this. Client results, obviously, self-explanatory. Track record, you can use this if the client that you're working with, if they've got a really decorated track record. So for example, some of our clients right now, I've worked with like one in particular is like Google, Twitter, IBM, HubSpot, Uber Eats, Harvard University, the CIA was one of our clients, like crazy, right? So instead of, in that instance, we don't need to say, hey, we took the CIA from X to Y in T time frame, right? We don't need that typical result framework. We can just say, We've worked with Google, Twitter, HubSpot, IBM, Uber, etc., 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 right? We can just say that. So just state in the track record if the track record has industry-specific famous people. And even if they're not industry-specific, if they're famous people, that's also okay. But also, they don't need to be worldwide famous. They just, at lowest case, need to be, or worst case scenario, they just need to be industry-specific famous, okay? Also, personal results. So like one of the things is, or one of our clients, he teaches agency owners. He's got a coaching program. So he teaches agency owners how to build and scale an agency, right? And in his ads, we always use his personal results because he actually built and sold one of his own agencies. He built one of his agency to like 70K a month or something. And then he sold it, which is like in our space, super attractive. And so we'll always use that personal result of his because it proves to the market that, hey, the claim that I just made is actually real because I've done this myself. I built and sold my own agency, right? And then averages as well. Averages though, you always want to make sure, this is important. With averages, the average has to be higher than the offer that you're guaranteeing. That's really important, right? So like, for example, with those, as an example, if our offer was 15 clients a month, but our average that we got clients in terms of their monthly new closed deals was only 7, I'm not going to mention our average in the ads. Does that make sense? On the flip side, if we was guaranteeing 15, but our average client who joined us closed 25 new clients a month, I'm going to plaster that average everywhere that I possibly can because it makes the claim more believable. Does that make sense? Because it's like our average client closes 25. So what makes you think we can't get you 15 when our average does 25? In so many words, right? But again, don't drop the offer so that it matches the average. If the offer is bigger than the average, that's fine. Just don't mention the average. Hopefully that makes sense. Now, just another quick note on here as well is these results should always be as specific as possible. Okay, remember, this is so important. Specificity sells in everything, no matter what you do. Even going back to the call out, the more specific you can make the call out, the better. We had a client where, his market was it was like digital B2B service-based businesses. I think I've mentioned this before, but it was digital B2B service businesses. That was his market, and that's what we ran the ads with initially. We said, hey, B2B service-based businesses, we'll do XYZ. His cost per call was like $600. We then made his call out more specific and called out a type of B2B service-based business, which in his case, one of them was credit repair. So we called out credit repair, went more specific on the call out. His cost per call went from $600 down to like $50 per call. Crazy. All we changed was the call out because we went more specific. It sold better in so many words, right? So specificity sells on everything. Results, call outs, offers, even just the copy throughout, the specifics of the mechanism and how the mechanism works. Always lean on more, go more specific if you can, okay? Same with results. So for example, one of our clients had a 20% lift in sales. That could be one of the results you say, or you could take that more specific and go, one of our clients, Kai, had a 20% lift in sales. More specific. One of our clients, Kai Bax, at ScaleClients.io was able to increase front-end sales by 400K in the first 30 days. You see how it might be, the 20% lift, and this is just obviously random, but the 20% lift might have been 400K, but 20% doesn't seem that specific. It's like, well, 20%, how much actually is it? Like, what's the 20% based on, etc. It's the same result as this, but it's way more specific and it's going to sell way better. So all of these are the same results, but the last version will perform the best. It also makes our results more believable, which makes them more desirable. So one of the other reasons why specificity sells is because if you can talk specifics about a result or about anything, whatever it is in general, it's more believable naturally, okay? Now, the results should always mirror the exact outcome that the ideal client wants, or ideally bigger. Okay, so if the client doesn't have multiple results which match their quote qualified client, we need to bring their expectations down to match reality. So for example, if we're going after companies at 20K a month who want to get to 100K a month, then our results should all mirror that exact outcome. Okay, not showing companies going from 10 to 30K a month, right? So if we're trying to get people at 20K to go to 100K, we shouldn't have any results speaking to, one of our clients went from 10K to 30K, because it's like, well, that's not going to resonate with someone at 20K a month. Right? You've got to talk to people who have, where you've done this exact outcome, right? So ideally, they should be bigger results of companies, say for example, at 100K growing to 500K. This is where it gets really powerful. So if you look at our ads are always, hey, marketing agencies above 25K a month, we'll guarantee X, Y, Z. But our results are always, one of our clients last month did 150K. Another client last month did 200K. Another client last month did, in his first 30 days with us, closed 80K a month in new client retainers. I'm talking about 80K, 150K, 200K, and I'm calling out people above 25K. So by extension, somebody at 25K can look at our results and go, oh, they took that guy from 100K a month to 300K a month. Sure, they can help me go from 25K a month to 70K a month. You know what I mean? So that's the idea there. Which is basically just what I say there. And it also, that's the other thing, it makes our claim or guarantee more believable, which again, more believability equals increase in certainty. As you now know, increase in certainty increases desirability because people want certainty, right? Which makes it naturally more desirable. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. Let's move on. Second section here. Again, before we move on, goal outcome here, new, desirable. This is all you should be thinking about in these first two sections, new, desirable. Okay. So this is optional. This speaks to what I said before about what one of our new account managers, well, it's not new, one of our top, I should say, account managers found. You can just test this out, do a couple of different variations. You can test adding in a light CTA right after this opening hook section of the creative. We found that adding in a quote light CTA here right after the hook can increase CTRs dramatically. This would literally be as simple as, so if this interests you and you are ideal client, so if this interests you and you're in a marketing agency above 25K a month, click the link below and book a call. Just super, like it should be like 3 seconds, right? And then you want to now go immediately into this next section, which is reason why / how this works. Now, this section, the goal here is to show that it's easy, it's better, that it's new, and it's different. So this speaks to the vehicle, or in other words, how we actually get you the results. So now we just talked about the outcome and the result, and the outcome, the offer, the results, etc. Now we need to explain a little bit about how we actually achieve it, right? Which goes back to the idea of the simultaneous explanation of why everything they've tried in the past has failed and why this is different. This is where we talk about this now. So you want to introduce the point of differentiation, which is the mechanism, okay? Now you want to explain the truth behind how this system, process, or service works and how it actually gets the result versus every other solution the client has tried, which failed. Right? Unless we show this, we are relying on our client to trust our word, which nobody has trust anymore, right? But trust doesn't hold up well in court, right? If you think about court and trying to, send someone to jail or whatever, you can't rely on the jury to trust your word. You have to show them proof. You have to show them the truth, what actually happened, right? You have to show indisputable evidence to back up your claims. So this is also another way in which we actually prove our claim to be true. Not only do we show results to back up our claim, but we also explain the how behind how it actually works, which also backs up our claim. And remember, it's not going to be enough to just be seen as just better than something else. You can't just be seen as better. That typically doesn't generate enough desire or curiosity to make someone take action. Instead, it has to be new and different, okay? And whatever is different about our solution has to be easier and better than what they are currently doing or have done, okay? You can't be seen as different, but worse. It has to be different and better. So just a real quick note on this. When I say you can't just be seen as better, it can't be like, if the market right now, everything they're doing is running ads, for example, that's one of the things they're doing. And then your offer is ads as well. You can't then create a creative where you talk about, yeah, you're running ads, but the way we run ads is better. It's like, no, you can't speak about that because you can't just be seen as better because that doesn't generate enough curiosity. And going back to what we spoke about before, enough hope. That doesn't generate enough hope that this is actually going to be different and actually going to get me the result. Instead, when something's new and different and then by extension perceived as better, that's where real hope comes from. It's like, oh, this is what I need, right? That's where that comes from. And so there's going to be other trainings on the mechanism stuff. I'm not going to go into depth on like how to create the mechanism and whatnot. That's going to be in the VSL section. But what I go through in the VSL section, you can also then directly apply to obviously the ad section here. But really, this is the outcome that you should achieve. And again, how you do that is going to change vastly. It's going to be vastly different from each client because each client you go after has a different market sophistication. And then also each client that you go after has a different service. And so the way in which you explain that service is obviously going to be very different. So it's hard for me to say exactly what to say here, but just know that the outcome here is this. And the specific goal is to show that this is easy, better, new, and different. Okay. Then that takes us into the final CTA, which is simply the goal here is just take action. There's no real specifics here. It's just take action, right? You want to requalify and explain what the prospect should do next, essentially. So essentially, the specifics here are pretty much going to be the same, honestly, across every client that you write for. It's essentially going to be, so again, if you are ideal client and you want insert offer, then click the link below and book a call. How this would look would be, so again, if you're a marketing agency about 25K a month and you want 15 new clients per month on your full price retainer in the next 3 months, or you don't pay it, and I'll send you 3K on top for wasting your time. If that's you, then click the link below and book a call. That is literally, that word for word I just said there is the CTA that we use for every single one of our ads. And what's also important to note is that you do want to be quite direct here, because at the end of the day, they've just watched this whole ad. And if you've done this whole ad correctly, then they should be pretty bought in, or at least, again, interested enough to click the ad. And so now you just want to just click the ad below, book in a call kind of thing, right? It should just be a real direct CTA at that point. And so that's the creative framework, okay? I know that was more so on the outcomes and whatnot, but I think if you think in that way, it doesn't matter what prospect you're writing for, it doesn't matter what industry you're writing for, you can always write ads that work if you know what the outcome of the ad should be. So that's why I like to start with the outcome and kind of reverse engineer from there. So hopefully this makes sense. Questions, as always, let me know. And I would say the biggest thing for you to like really take in and understand, and probably rewatch the training a couple times, is this first bit. Okay, is this first section here? Yeah, this bit here, okay? Because the framework's good, but there's also, there's other frameworks that work and whatnot. Again, I would use the framework to get started, but there's different stuff that works and whatnot. But this is what, if you don't have this section in place, and more importantly, more specifically, I should say, these bits here, the answers to these questions, and you don't achieve these outcomes, okay, in the ad, then the ad's never going to work, no matter what framework you use. Hopefully that makes sense. Questions, please let me know. This is going to be more of a tactical, more tangible version of the previous training that we went through, which is this one here on the our philosophy on creatives. And this was actually created by one of our current account managers, Fidel, and he created this for himself. And he actually reached out to me. He's like, dude, I realized I created this for myself just so I always got frameworks and whatnot to use, and at least be able to, because like the worst thing of being a copywriter is knowing you need to write something, and then you open up a Google Doc and it's just a blank page and a cursor just flashing like this, right? And it's just flashing at you and you just don't know where to start. Sometimes you can just start and you just roll and you're like, dude, I'm on one today, right? And in those instances, I always recommend just keep writing as much as you can, because, those flow states don't come by often, right? So sometimes it can be difficult to just get started, but once you get started, you're on a roll. And so what Fidel did is he created this framework and hook frameworks and templates for himself, and then we basically redone it so it can be used for the whole team, because I think this is a great document. And honestly, you want to use this as like, keep this by your bedside table, like legit, right? Because this will help you so much, not only as a new account manager, just starting to straight off the bat be able to write really effectively, but also even if, like Fidel's one of our most experienced account managers, and even for him, like he's still going to use this because it's going to allow you to just be able to just get into flow state a lot quicker. If you've not got too many ideas, or you're like, what angle should I take here? What this, what that, whatever, just open this up, just start using some of these frameworks. And this is not to say, obviously you don't want to just keep using these over and over and over again, word for word for word. Rather, it's a framework that can allow you to point you in the right direction, get you started. And then typically once you start, you can, get onto a roll at that point. And obviously we do got to remember that there's only so many frameworks here. And if everyone keeps using these same things word for word over and over again, if you have different clients under different account managers, but the clients are in the same niche, and everyone just uses this copy paste word for word, then obviously at some point it's going to become a problem and results will start to decrease. So it's not necessarily to copy, it's just to use as an asset to allow you to write more effectively and just increase your efficiency as a copywriter as well. Okay. So this is going to be linked below, because in here there's frameworks, different hook frameworks, and then there's always these proven examples, right? Like these are live ads essentially that are running or have ran that have performed extremely well using the specific framework above. Now I'm not going to go through every single ad in here, because you can just read that for yourself and you'll be able to see. You'll be able to see it for yourself. But what I am going to go through is each of the frameworks and show you why they work. Okay, so let's start with number one. This is essentially niche over X per month will guarantee you an extra offer in the next X days, completely done for you, or you don't pay a single cent. And we'll do this without having to rely on common things they've tried in the past. So if this sounds interesting to you, then click the link below, fill out your information and book a call now. And then you would want to then obviously transition, go into your justification and proof, and then your final CTA, okay? And again, to see a live example of this, just read this ad below. But again, what I also want you to be looking at is seeing how this training that was more focused on the philosophy, higher level outcomes, seeing how those outcomes are achieved with these specific inputs. And that's really the difference between these two trainings. The previous one is like, hey, here's what we want to achieve with the ads. And then this one is like, hey, here's how we actually do it in a word for word type format, okay? So obviously here, you can see call out achieved, right? Call out, we're doing it by revenue and niche. Then we just go straight into the offer. We do this without relying on, and then here, common things I've tried in the past. So again, by extension, if you say, hey, this is like, in other words, a without clause, or a not statement, right? So this is not X, Y, Z. And here we're just saying, we'll do this without relying on, common things I've tried in the past. So again, that's going to create the idea of new. This is also new as well, because, this offer ideally should be big. So we're getting that straight out, increases, answers the question of what's in it for me. This also answers the question of why is this different from everything else I've tried or seen? Because again, we're explaining this is not by all the common things you think it's actually by. Increased curiosity, captures attention, all those good things. Then we go straight into that optional, like I said in the previous training, optional first CTA, bang, straight into results. Okay. Here's an example of it. Again, check this out below. Here's another framework. Quick question for niche over X per month. Okay, so call out. If I told you that in the next X days, we'll guarantee to generate you offer. This should not be in here. Okay, we'll guarantee to generate you offer, or you won't pay a single cent. Would you take me up? Would you take me up on that? Right, and I would probably say, would you take me up on that? If your answer is yes, then click the link below, fill out your contact information, and book a call now. Book a call. Now, if you're wondering why I'm putting my neck on the line so much, bang, justification and proof. This is actually a pretty basic one. But again, here, what we're relying on is the outcome to be the thing that positions us as different and new. Again, if you go into a market that hasn't really seen many offers, so it's not as too much of a saturated market, and they've not really seen any too crazy offers before, then like for example, you can see the this is actually a good example here. You can see here, this was used for a home improvement company. Not a lot of home improvement companies have seen any crazy offers in the past, right? So you can see, quick question for home improvement companies that are generating over $1 million a year. If I told you that in the next 30 days, we'll hand you 40 new qualified quotes. See, this needs to not be there. Or you won't pay a single cent. Would you take me up on this offer? If your answer is yes, then click the link below and book a call. Now, if you're wondering why I can make such a claim, bang, right? So this, for our market, for like more saturated industries like marketing agencies or coaches or whatever, e-com, etc., then you need more, right? And the reason why you need more is actually going back to the previous training. You need more leverage essentially to get them to actually click the ad, simply because what they've seen on a daily basis is a bunch of other stuff like this, where it's just an offer and that's it. Click the link if you want this offer. It's like those more saturated industries, they're exposed to those sales messages all day, every day. So that's not going to work on them, right? So that's why we need more advanced stuff. But for a home improvement type industry, or, I was just reviewing a VSL this morning for a childcare center, an agency who works with childcare centers. It's like those guys, you could run this offer framework all day and it would crush it, right? It's just not as saturated. So that's also just to take into account. Here's the full example though. Okay, framework 3. If you own a market call out and you are tired of relying on common methods they've tried in the past, then listen up. I'll personally guarantee you offer in the next X days, completely done for you, or you won't pay a single cent. So if this sounds interesting, click the link below and book a call, right? And then obviously here as well, you need the you will need this bit, right? In terms of you remaining body, explaining why this is better and justifying it, right? Like we spoke about in the previous training. Again, here's a full live ad here. And then this as well, again, we're speaking to the idea of new. It's like if you're tired of relying on all these things, well, then I'll do this for you. And, you're implying that it's new, it's different, etc. Framework 4. Here are 3 reasons why the top niche over X per month are working with agency name to achieve desired outcome. So how this might look is, here are 3 reasons why the top agencies over 25K a month are working with ScaleClients.io to achieve 15 new clients per month, or to achieve, 15 new clients per month, or they don't pay us a single cent, something like that. You just tie in the offer. Number 1, our track record. Okay. And then number 2 should be somewhere as well. Oh yeah, here, right? Number 2, bang, okay. And then here's an example. This is actually with emergency rooms and urgent care clinics in the US. So you can see that these frameworks apply to so many niches. There's, once you understand the framework and the outcomes you're trying to achieve, you can write this for anything, right? This client crushes it. He serves emergency rooms and urgent care clinics, like so specific, Framework 5, if you want a market call out that's generating over X per month, you have to check this out. Show a big result for a famous client in their niche. So this is where we lead, going back to the frameworks that we was talking about here. We lead with this user famous / big result. This is an example of that, right? If you, like with us, we would say, if you own a marketing agency that's doing over 25K a month, you have to check this out. And then, if we, for example, worked with we had Ty Lopez inquire to work with us at one point. So if we had him on board and we got him a crazy result, we'd go, you have to check this out. We was able to take Ty Lopez's XYZ and turn it into this. And what's even better is that we'll actually guarantee to generate your agency we'll guarantee to generate your marketing agency 15 new clients per month in the next 90 days, or you don't pay, right? And if we fail to deliver on our promise, then we'll issue a full refund. CTA, justification proof CTA. Again, here's another live example. Who's this for? Oh, just a service-based business, yeah. Framework 6, market call out. We'll install the same unique mechanism that has helped the top niche, such as famous clients, get their desired outcome in just X days. What is this an example of? This is an exact example that I was using in the previous video of every single, using every single one of these desires here. So, unique mechanism, right? Introduce mechanism that has helped niche, such as then niche famous clients, use big results in a famous client, right? Get their desired outcome in just X days, which is basically the offer. Bang. So good. And if we fail to give fulfill our promise, then you'll get a full refund, right? So powerful. And yeah, again, here's an example of this, right? So we'll use the same, this is the example I was using in the previous video as well, right? We'll use the same AI chat funnels that has helped one of our clients, Obvi, which is a famous e-com brand, generate 3.7 million in organic revenue. And if it doesn't generate you an extra 3K per day in organic revenue, then you'll get a full refund, right? So powerful. This is actually now changed. Her offer changed to 7K a day, and that's increased results because obviously the desire is bigger. Framework 7, if you're a market call out that's doing over X per month, but you are yet to crack the code of big common problem, listen up. I guarantee to offer XYZ, or you don't pay, basically. So again, same thing here. And this would need the remaining of it as well. Same thing here. If you are market call out, calling out by revenue as well, and you're yet to crack the code of big common problem. So this is also, what's this one a version of? Common problem by, or call out by problem and call out kind of by pain, the kind of synonymous in that instance, right? So you're calling them out by the pain, and then you go straight into the offer. Proven example here, check that out. Framework 8, here is, how is it possible for niche to be generating desired outcome without doing any common things that they've tried in the past? The answer is pretty simple. We'll install our unique mechanism to your business. This would be better if it said into your niche. That's a perfect example of specificity. Remember how in the previous video I was talking about how the idea of specificity sells? Saying into your business isn't specific, but saying into your marketing agency is more specific. And so that's always going to outperform, right? So we'll install unique mechanism into your niche, into your agency, and we'll guarantee that it will generate you an extra offer in the next X days. And if we fail to deliver, you won't pay a cent. So you can see how all of these frameworks, they're kind of the same ideas, but it's just speaking to different problems, speaking to different current situations. Some were using authority, some are not. Some are using without clause, some are not. So again, it's this basically exactly what I said in the previous video. It's just more of a live example of it, obviously with examples below as well in terms of every single one of these ads. The reason we've used this ad is because it's one of the highest performing for that client using this framework as well, just so you know. Framework 9 is market call out. Ever wondered how insert famous people in niche achieve desirable outcome in only time frame? Simple, they used mechanism. And I'll guarantee to offer in the next X days through insert the same mechanism mentioned above, right? That you mentioned here, completely done for you starting next week, or you don't pay a cent. So again, this would look something like marketing agencies above 25K a month. Ever wondered how, and then I might list off some famous marketing agencies, achieved a $10 million exit in only 12 months. It's simple. They used paid ads, right? And that wouldn't be the best mechanism, but you get the point. Using the one from before from Liz, for example, you could say, simple, they used an AI chat funnel. And now guarantee to install, and now guarantee to scale your agency to 2 million per year in the next 6 months through installing the same AI chat funnel, completely done for you, starting next week, or you don't pay a cent. See how I did that? I didn't have an example for this one, by the way. This is just one that I wrote before this training. But that would work really well as well. Okay, framework 10, market call out. Industry titans are using mechanism to achieve desirable outcome. Insert famous people in niche who have used mechanism and their results. I could go on and on, but let me cut to the chase. I'll guarantee to offer in the next days through insert same mechanism mentioned above, complete them for you starting next week, or you don't pay a cent. So these last two here are more so leaning on, borrowing authority or using, big famous client results and whatnot. So in this example, by the way, just a real quick one. This is the example I gave in the last video about, this service-based businesses past 7 figures and want to reach 8 figures, listen up. Industry titans are leveraging tech and AI to build SaaS platforms that solve problems faster, cheaper, and more effectively than ever before. Famous results, which is essentially this bit I was referring to here. Insert famous people in niche who have used the mechanism and their results. Alex Becker launched Hyros, Grant Cardone did that, Alex Hormozi did that, Sam Ovens did that. I could keep going on, but let me cut to the chase. Our company, Phase 1 Ventures, will partner with you to validate, build, and launch your SaaS platform and scale you to a multi-7-figure valuation within 12 months, or we will buy your SaaS from you. This is an amazing offer. Why are we so confident in this? Because results. So click the link below. Now, what's interesting about this last one is that no one else in the space has this offer. And so what we can do is we just more so rely on the offer itself, okay? And we can rely on the results because these results are huge, right? Because we've, why are we so confident? Because we've built and launched multiple SaaS products using our step-by-step service remodel formula to 40 million, 10.3 million, and 9.6 million valuations, all within 12 months. And we have another 5 on the way. So we can rely on this to basically do the reason why this is different type explanation for us. That just does it for us, right? And so then we can just go straight into the CTA without necessarily in the ad itself. We explain it in the VSL in the next step of the funnel, but in the ad itself, we can just speak to these big outcomes, this big offer, and borrow authority from these bigger famous people. And that does enough to get the click. Does that make sense? And so again, it goes back to what's the job of the ad to get qualified people to click the ad, right? And then in here as well, there's a couple other variations that you can read through of how we've used famous people in the leads to borrow authority. So again, check this doc out. It'll be below. Make sure you read through all of these example ads because I truly believe that the way in which you get better as a copywriter, as an account manager, even on the other side of the table with like our closers and whatnot, is just watch. If it's a closer, just best way to get better at closing is just watch sales calls where that have been closed. Watch closed calls. Simple. If you want to get better at copywriting or at least learn our framework to be able to get your clients results with what we do, it's just read ads that are performing extremely well right now. Read the highest performing ads that we've got. Bang, read that. You know what I mean? Read this. And so the more that you just read it, the more that you'll be able to kind of just like embed the framework into your mindset. So then when it comes to you writing ads, you basically know the framework pretty much. So hopefully this made sense. And as always, questions on this, please let me know. All
right, so in this one, we're going to break down how to write a DSL. Now, just so you know for your own information, a VSL is a video sales letter. A DSL is a deck sales letter. I always recommend clients to use a DSL, a deck sales letter. However, the way in which you write the DSL and the VSL is the exact same. The only difference is how it's consumed by your prospect. In one instance, the video sales letter, obviously it's consumed via watching a video. And in another instance, which is a deck sales letter, the way it's consumed is via clicking through a set of slides. And at the end of this training, I'm going to show you exactly how to do all of the tech around the deck sales letter. But I do recommend that you start out with a deck sales letter because it's basically less work on your end. However, again, I want to make the point that the way in which you write it, the script that you use is the exact same for a VSL and a DSL. So don't get confused if, in one instance, I'm talking about, hey, write your VSL, and another, I'm saying write the DSL, because it's exactly the same. Just want to make that point clear. Now, what you're about to watch is, again, a training that I've pulled from our high-level done-for-you mastermind with our done-for-you clients, as I say. Basically, in that training, again, I'm breaking down this entire document on how to write, in that training, I talk about a VSL, but it's the same exact script, how to write the VSL script. And trust me when I say, at the end of this training, if you watch this all the way through, you will be able to write a VSL that performs higher than 95% of other VSLs that are running in any market that you go into. Like, this is a just tried and tested method for creating the highest converting VSL or DSL, really just conversion assets in any industry. This works for any industry. And you can apply this for yourself. You can apply this for your clients, etc. So really understand this training because it's very, very powerful. Now, again, it is pulled from our higher level clients. The reason why I'm giving you this as well is because we actually write our clients VSLs now. When I created the training you're about to watch, this was when we were still getting our clients to write their own scripts and then we would review it. Whereas now we've just taken that entirely off of our clients, and our team internally writes it for our clients now, which is why I'm just going to give this to you guys in full. And if you do want my 8-figure team to come into your agency and just write this script for you and run your ads and really just take over your entire client acquisition and scale up your agency or coaching business to 100K to $1 million a month, just shoot me a DM inside of school. We can see if you qualify and we can have that conversation. If not, I'm going to give you everything you need anyway in this training. So with that being said, enjoy. All right, this is going to be a dense training, but this is going to go through from start to finish. I was going to break this up, but I think just doing it in one video is just going to be best. It's going to be a big training, but it's going to be start to finish, literally how to write a perfect VSL. And again, I'm going to be going through specific frameworks and structures and whatnot, but I'm also at each stage going to be giving you a question to answer. And essentially, I'll show you at the end here. I wrote out the overview of the 6 questions to answer. In any VSL, essentially it's in order as well. These are right. Your first answer: how is this different from everything else I've seen? What's in it for me? How do I know this is real? What's holding me back? How does it work? What do I have to lose? If you answer these questions in this order in every VSL you write, you will never not be able to write a VSL that converts a crazy amount. Period. Now, this is also pulled from the book, the 16-Word Sales Letter. So make sure you read that book as well as watch this video, because that book's going to go a lot deeper. He has, I think, a 10-part question framework, but I've kind of changed it and molded it for our industry, our offers, and just what we do. It's a little bit different. And I changed it to the 6-part question framework. But again, if you answer these questions, you'll be able to write the any VSL. But I also want to give you a specific structure. I don't want to just say, answer these questions and do your thing kind of thing. So here's the structure. Let's start with the goal in mind, end in mind. What's the ultimate goal of the VSL? The VSL should create the follow epiphanies in your prospect. This is what I've been missing. This is what I need to get to my goal. I realize why everything else I've tried in the past has failed and why this is going to be different. I can see this is a no-brainer. This clearly works, and it's what I need. Okay, if you can create these epiphanies in your prospect, like that's the other thing in marketing and sales. Anytime you can create an epiphany, you pretty much, after you create that epiphany in the prospect, you can get them to do whatever you want. Get them to buy, get them to book a call, whatever it is. So also keep that in mind. Like that, if you can optimize for epiphanies, you can just give an epiphany to someone and then just tell them to do something straight after, CTA straight after, and they'll probably just do it, right? So that's how powerful epiphanies are, and these are the ones that we want to try and aim for in the VSL. Okay, let's get into the framework. So the headline, this is just super basic. This is like, you know, if I just pull up ours, for example, when I say headline, what I'm referring to is the written text on, well, I don't even have one on here. But like, it would be this bit, right? So like, you know, in here, typically you would say the offer, or like this, actually, this is the headline. See how this is like written out and it's just like the offer itself and whatnot. That's the headline. Okay. So the formula for that, you know, for a VSL, video sales letter, this is not spoken in the VSL. Hopefully that makes sense. It's just what's at the top of it. So the formula here is immediately focus on the one most emotionally compelling detail of the offer. This should speak to the one big thing that the market wants. Advertising works best if you promise people something they want, not as many imagine if you are clever, original, or shocking. One of the best copywriters to ever have walked the earth, Drayton Bird, he's the one who said this. And when I read this quote, I fell in love. I was like, oh my God, that's amazing. And it's true, okay? So that's what you want to optimize your headline around. What is it that they want? Underscore the most valuable benefit of the deal. Typically, this will be your guarantee, or quote, here's what happens if you don't get the one big result. So the type of guarantees is, or you don't pay, or you pay nothing, don't pay a penny until one big thing. And you can also get creative with your guarantees. So like one of the best webinar people ever is called Jason Flagellin, and he came up with this guarantee, which is, or we will buy your store from you. So it's like, you know, we'll build an Amazon store from you or whatever. We'll help you build your Amazon store, whatever it was. And if you don't result, big thing, then we'll buy your store from you. Great guarantee, right? We actually have a couple clients using this and it's working really well. Okay, so the pattern interrupt. So this is where the VSL starts, I would say, right? Not I would say, this is where the VSL starts. So if I just put a quick, just so you know.
So immediately in any VSL, you always want to ideally a pattern interrupt straight off the bat. So I wouldn't want to start a VSL like I am now, just in some shitty room talking head to camera, just nothing, and just like, hey guys, like whatever, right? Start the VSL. You don't want that. You want a beginning of the VSL to be a pattern interrupt, similar to an ad, how you need to capture attention like quick. It's the same thing with the VSL. So you don't want to be sat at a desk or somewhere boring, at least in the first 10 to 20 seconds. So you want to draw attention to an object, a shocking statement, impending danger. Because like historically as humans, like, impending danger is always what has captured our attention the most, because it could be something that could hurt us. So we need to devote attention there, or something that's going to make someone take a second look. So if you draw someone's attention to an object or something particular, then you must answer that later in the VSL. You can't open a loop and not close it. A perfect example of this is in Alex Becker's ROAS VSL. He used it. I don't have a USB, but he used the USB and said, something along the lines of like, this USB stick will be able to double your ads without spending a dime more, or you don't pay. And then he went into the VSL, and then later in the video, he then showed how the USB, he paid it off, right? You can't open a loop and then just never speak about the USB stick again. It's like, well, how did that do that thing that you said about? It's like, no, later on, he said, literally all you need to do is plug this into your computer, and then it's going to install a piece of tracking code onto your funnel, and it's going to do X, Y, Z, and whatever else, right? So just get creative with it. It doesn't need to be anything crazy, but ideally we want something in the beginning. Or at the very least, just have a fast walking intro. So in one of the VSLs that I did a while back when I was in an apartment, it had like a nice view. I just stood with the view in the background in the intro with my phone, and I was kind of like a little bit I was like moving around, had the view in the background. I was kind of like, a little bit not over the top, but just like kind of hypey and whatnot. And then I transitioned to the computer after that. But for the first, it was like probably a minute of the VSL, I was stood there. It just captures attention a little more. Okay. So let's jump into the market call out. So this is going to be the first words out of your mouth is the market call out, right? You want to call out your most ideal clients. Be specific here. Again, this goes back to the quality triangle. You want to speak to the top of the top of the triangle. So if the top of the triangle for the client you're writing for is people at 100K a month, call those guys out. Don't speak to anyone else. Call the top out, because naturally, as you know, speak to the top, you get everyone below. So who are they specifically? Examples. If you're a realtor doing at least one deal per month on homes above 515K. If you're a coach or agency owner between 10 to 50K a month. This was one of ours a while back. Essentially, the framework here is if you are ideal client, okay? You can also use problems, desires, or current pain as the call out as well, similar to what I was talking about in our philosophy on creatives video. So you could use, as an example, if you cannot generate more than 30 to 50 calls per month for your done for you or coaching offer, and then we can go into whatever. This is subtle, but I like to use this a lot because it calls out my audience, and also it subtly qualifies them, because I'm implying they are currently generating 30-ish calls a month, right? You could say if you're currently generating more than 50 calls a month, but you're not closing more than 10 new clients per month, then here's what I'll do for you, kind of thing, right? Here's another example. If you want to go from 40% of your P&L going to marketing to only 20% while scaling your ad spend, listen up. Right? Or here's what you need to know. Okay. If you are losing sales to common objections of, I need to think about it and let me speak to my partner, then listen up. Right? So again, you can call out using pain, problem, desire, or you can just call out who they are specifically, like their character traits almost. And usually we'll do this one because it's just easier, and I do find that it can actually outperform slightly. Now, the more specific you can go here, the better. The better, the more specific you can go here, the better. The better your VSL will perform, and more importantly, the more qualified calls you'll generate, especially when running ads. So this is really important. I think I gave this example in a previous training, but I'll repeat it here. So we had a client who we was getting $600 cost per call because we was calling out initially when we first launched these ads, digital B2B service businesses, right? So kind of broad. And the other thing here as well that's important to know is no one self-identifies as a digital B2B service business, right? Somebody who, like, if you think about it, we run a digital B2B service business. Like, we're a marketing agency and we serve other marketing agencies. So we're B2B and we're online, we're digital. But I would never in a million years call ourselves a digital B2B service business. So you need to, in the call out, always speak to the thing that the market self-identifies with. What do they call themselves, right? That's really important. And we found out the hard way with this client that no one refers to themselves as that. So then what we did is we went a layer deeper and went, okay, well, what's a type of digital B2B service business that you work with? This is what we asked the client. And he said credit repair. So he was like, cool, let's run ads with credit repair. as the call out, like that's the first 5 seconds type of thing for the ad in the VSL. And that dropped us cost per call from 600 to 50. It was a drastic drop just from changing the call out. So that's just a case in point there. Okay, so then once you do the market call out, you want to go straight into stating the offer and the new opportunity / mechanism. This should be about 5 to 15 seconds. And by the way, these time stamps are just for you to think about. It's not that it has to be that exactly, oh, it's 15 seconds, like we got to move on kind of thing. It's not as bad as that, right? Okay, so the offer needs to only highlight the one most emotionally compelling detail of your offer. This should speak to the one big thing that your market wants and nothing else. I can't stress this enough. I don't care if you're, and by the way, I wrote this a little bit speaking to clients, but just so you know, I'm not saying your offer or whatever, I'm talking about clients, right? I can't stress it enough. I don't care if your back end, if in your back end you help clients with more things, in your marketing, you must always speak to the one big thing that they actually want, right? So if you take us as an example, we help our clients with sales teams, offer creation, repositioning, recruitment for all departments, marketing, booking calls, outbound, leading teams, etc. But in our ads and our VSLs, we don't talk about anything we don't talk about any of that. Not even the one-on-one coaching, Slack channels, community calls, nothing. The only thing we speak to in our marketing is the done for you book calls element to our offer. Why? Because that's all our market wants. They need much more than this, which is why we provide more than this on the back end. They need it, but they don't want it, right? What they want though is just to have a filled calendar on the front end. And so that's all I speak to, despite doing all this other stuff. So when I talk about the one most emotionally compelling detail of the offer, this is what I'm referring to. Now, once you've stated your offer, touch on the mechanism as to how you are going to achieve that outcome. Now, what's important here is, and by the way, this offer is like the offer that we, it's like the offer, right? It's like in our case, 15 new clients per month, or you don't pay type thing, right? And I'll show you an example of how this looks in a minute. But quickly here as well, on the mechanism, this is important. Only mention the mechanism if it's truly unique and is something tangible and real, not like an XYZ system, okay? So if it's the latter, then rely on your offer to do the heavy lifting early on and expose the mechanism later on in the VSL. So for example, with our offer, I never expose our mechanism on the front end. Rather, our offer itself does all of the heavy lifting. However, if the client has a built-in, extremely desirable mechanism, then we want to expose that everywhere we can, especially in the lead of the ads and the VSL. So an example of this, again, I'm going back to this, you've seen this offer around. So one of our clients' offers is, we'll guarantee to generate you an extra 7K per day in organic sales or you don't pay. And her mechanism is AI chatbots or a social DM funnel. So you can see how this mechanism is real, it's tangible, and obviously the fact that AI is a huge trend right now, it's jumping on a huge trend. And so we're always going to try and get this out as early as we can in the VSL. But in our own VSL for ourselves, we run a DSL right now. Our mechanism is like the brain structure, and we talk about how our funnels is optimized around the brain structure. I don't mention that in our lead. I just talk about our offer, as you can see here. Right? I just say our offer. That's it. For market call out, so you can actually see this, right? Call out and then offer, or you don't pay and I'll send you 3K for wasting your time. That's it. Whereas in Liz's, what we say is we have the call out for ecom brands above 100K a month. I'll guarantee to generate you 7K per day in new organic sales. And then we say through, and I say here, our done for you client growth model. That's not our mechanism though. With her, we actually expose the mechanism by saying through installing an AI chatbot into your socials, into your social accounts or whatever it is, right? But my point is we expose it, okay? And again, I'm going to show you an example of how all of this ties in together here in a minute. Then obviously you'd want to go into the guarantee. So right after stating the one big thing your market wants, in other words, the offer, the 15 clients a month, the 7K a day, whatever it is, you want to eliminate the downside and answer the question of what will happen if they don't achieve that outcome by providing a guarantee. So here, again, a couple of examples. It's like, 15 clients per month, or you don't pay a cent. 15 clients a month, and if you don't at least get the desired result, we'll refund you in full, no questions asked. One big thing, or we're legally obligated to refund what you paid in full, no questions asked. One big thing, or we'll pay you 10K. One big thing, or we'll buy your company from you. There's a lot of different guarantees you can do. So a combined example of this first section, it seems like a lot, but really all this boils down to is this as an example. Ecom brands above 100K a month, call out, we'll guarantee to generate you an extra 7K per day in organic sales, offer, or in other words, the one big thing, the one most emotionally compelling detail of the offer, and that's the outcome, right? Through installing an AI chatbot into your social DMs mechanism, or you don't pay. Guarantee. Hopefully that makes sense. So all of this stuff here basically boils down to that, right? Now, these first two sections, I should say these first two sections, or this first section, I should say, this first section of the VSL should immediately answer these two questions. Question one should be how you should answer, how is this different from everything else I've seen, right? Notice how the above example of the AI chatbots directly answers this question immediately, right? This example here. It's immediately different from everything else I've seen because number one, no one's really running a 7K per day in organic sales. That's a huge part of this as well. It's not through ads, it's organic sales. No one else is really running that offer. And no one else has an AI chatbot that you can install into social DMs. No one else has this. So by extension of stating this early in the VSL, we immediately answer this question of how is this different from everything else I've seen, right? If what we present in these first 10 to 15 seconds is not perceived as new or novel, it's useless. Period. When we see something new, we see that it has potential for rewarding us in some way. This potential that lies in new things motivates us to explore our environment for rewards. Okay, or in other words, it motivates us to continue to watch the VSL. Right? That's again the point of the intro into ads, the intro into VSLs. It's to get them to continue to watch. And so by extension of showing something new early on in the VSL, it will motivate human nature. Like this is just optimized around how we've evolved over millions of years as humans. Human nature is if we see something that's new, that has the potential to reward us, we're going to explore it more. So in the VSL example, if we expose something new on the front end that has the potential to be huge to our business or huge reward to it, we're going to continue to watch, period. The brain learns that the stimulus, once familiar, has no reward associated with it, and so it loses potential. Okay, this is why I was saying before, like you don't want to allow the VSL or the mechanism of the offer or anything like that to be categorized as something else, right? Because as soon as it's categorized, it loses its potential. Okay, now only completely new objects activate the midbrain area and increase our level of dopamine. There was actually a study done on this, which is kind of crazy, where only new things activate our midbrain, which is where we can increase our dopamine level. Only new things. Which is crazy. And that, again, is just how we're wired as human beings, which is nuts if you think about it. So when I talk about, I know I keep mentioning about have it new, make sure it's different, it's new, whatever. There's a reason for it, okay? So that's the first question. How is this different from everything else I've seen? And then question two, we need to immediately ask, what's in it for me? So on cold traffic, people are savages. They literally only care about themselves and no one else, right? Unless we answer this question immediately, we'll lose the prospect. And I think, so we have a client, and he told me on a call that I had with him, he said literally he was scrolling on Instagram and he saw our ad, and the ad immediately started playing. And so he just kind of caught the first couple seconds of it, but his natural instinct was to scroll past. And so he heard the first couple seconds of the ad, but he scrolled past, and he was telling me this story. He's like, I scrolled past the ad, but I caught what the woman in the ad, the UGC actor we're using, he caught what she said. And by extension of catching what she said, it kind of started the question, started the answer of answering, how is this different and what's in it for me? Because she said about, the offer, which in that kind of, things can do two jobs at once, right? Like a really good offer like ours, it's going to ask, why is this different? It's going to answer, why is this different? And it's also implying, how is it, what's in it for me, right? And so he literally scrolled past the ad, heard the first couple seconds though, as he scrolled past, and then he scrolled back up to watch it, watched the ad, clicked the link because the ad did its job, read through the DSL that we have, the deck sales letter, booked in a call, had a call like 2 days later, and he bought. And then a week after that or whatever it was, I was speaking to him on a client call at that point. Right? And it's only because he saw what was in it for him, right? And with ads, as I say, people don't give you the time of day on ads. Like they don't care about you. They don't care about what you've got. They only care about what's in it for them. Okay. And so that's why also in this initial section, we have to answer what's in it for me. Don't forget, people don't have to read your shit. Right? This is from the book, 16 Words Sales Letter. And he said this in there. And when he said that, it also had a profound impact on me. It's like, they don't have to read your shit. right? And most likely, well, they're not, sat at home waiting for your ad or VSL to show up so that they can read it. Most likely, they are looking for every reason to not watch your VSL. If you don't answer these two questions within seconds, you immediately give them that reason. Oh, this is not for me, right? Oh, this is this, categorize. Oh, this is the same as that other thing. That's the reason. That's all they need. Just the slightest reason to not read it, and bang, they're out, right? So how do you make this? So how you do this, I should say, is by making an offer so good they can't say no. They can't refuse it, right? Something like that's a little bit from Hormozi that he talks about. Now, in other words, you get them salivating at the sight of the outcome that you're guaranteeing. This shows exactly what's in it for them, okay? So again, in this example here, this does two jobs at once, as I say. It kind of answers the question of how's this different and what's in it for me. But what's in it for them is like, okay, well, this is for me specifically. And what's in it for me is literally the outcome of the offer. And obviously also the fact that they can get this, mechanism. Hopefully that makes sense. So they're the first two questions you want to answer in the VSL. Again, I'm trying to show you how to think about this stuff as opposed to just telling you, use this framework, right? Because a framework might work, but also another framework might work, right? It's not only one way to do something. But if you always are thinking in this mindset of like answering these questions, you'll always be able to think for yourself and always be able to write a great guarantee. All right, let's move on. I've just got a coffee here. It's going to be a long video, so I need to take a couple breaks. Okay, so moving on. This section is optional. I do want to make this a point. For only certain offers make sense to do this. I've seen some clients, initially I said this wasn't optional, like you have to do it. And then what can happen is you just repeat yourself, right? And I'll show you how this plays out. So, expanding on the guarantee, right? So usually the transition word that I use to go from the guarantee to transition is meaning, right? And then expand on the guarantee. So you want to keep the explanation, and I'll show you an example of this. I know that probably didn't make sense. You want to keep the explanation though very benefit driven. So for example, right, we just said this, ecom brands above 100K a month will do XYZ, or you don't pay, right? Then you would use the transition word of meaning. So, or you don't pay. Meaning, if you don't at least double what our fee is, you don't pay a single cent guaranteed. In other words, if we charge 15K and you don't make back at least 30K, we are legally obligated to refund you the entire 15K you paid to join. So obviously this example did not tie in with this here, and that's not the point. But you see how that could like flow through. And just overall on the framework here, what would be more powerful here is to use the framework. Meaning if you don't at least insert one big thing that they want, we will insert guarantee. In other words, if you reinsert the one big thing and make it as tangible as you possibly can, we will insert guarantee. So again, you only want to do this though, where maybe the guarantee up here is a little confusing. So like, for example, if you say, we will get you to 100K a month, or we will buy your company from you, you might want to expand on that, because it's like, what do you mean when you say buy your company from us? Like that's kind of interesting. And again, you don't need to go into all the contract stipulations and all the rule specifics, but you can just expand on it. So this is just a complete example, but we'll buy your company, we'll scale you to 100K a month, or we will buy your company from you. Meaning if in the next 90 days you don't hit 100K a month, I will pay you 50K to buy the agency that we build from you, to buy the agency that we build for you from you. I'll pay you 50K for that. Something like that. See how I expanded on it and gave a little bit more context around the guarantee? That was a bad example, but you get the point. But the reason why I say this is optional is because, for example, with us, it's like, our guarantee, 15 clients per month, or you don't pay and I'll send you 3K for wasting your time. I don't need to expand on that. And what I see happening a lot is sometimes people would expand on that and they would say 15 clients per month, or you don't pay and I'll send you 3K. Meaning, if you don't close at least 15 new clients per month, then I'll refund you what you paid us and I'll send you 3K on top. You see how that explanation didn't give any more context to it. I just basically repeated what I said and I said it in a different way, but it didn't add any more context. So that's why I always say that section is optional, because you only want to do it if it actually is needed / adds more context to the guarantee. Hopefully that makes sense. Now, no matter what, this is never optional, which is the next section, proof of claim. So the third question you must answer in the VSL is, how do I know this is real? Okay. So the first two, remember, is how is this different from everything I've seen? And then what's in it for me? The third question is, how do I know this is real? Because naturally, after making a huge claim, people will default to BS or skepticism. Okay, we must counteract that immediately by proving our claim beyond any reasonable doubts. So this, we spoke about this a little bit in our philosophy on creatives video. So the easiest and most natural transition from the offer/guarantee section into the results and proof of claim section is via a compelling quote reason why you are offering that guarantee. So an example would be, now, you may be wondering, why am I offering such a crazy guarantee like this? Or now, you may be wondering, why am I so confident to offer such a crazy guarantee like this? Or now, why am I offering such a crazy guarantee like this? I'm really putting our neck on the line, right? And then you would go into, it's simple, just look at our track record. Super easy transition. Again, how would this look? Ecom brands above 100K a month, we guarantee to generate you XYZ or you don't pay. Now, why am I offering such a crazy guarantee like this? It's simple, just look at our track record. Bang, results. Does that make sense? Hopefully it does. That's how that would flow. But again, you see how naturally after saying the guarantee, you've kind of showing them how you're different a little bit. You're answering the question of what's in it for me. Immediately, they're going to go, how do I know that's real? 7K a day in organic sales. How do I know that's real? 15 new clients per month. How do I know this is real? Right? Or they'll just go, BS, bullshit. No way. No way you can do that. So again, you want to immediately answer the next thing that pops up in their mind, right? Just as a side note, you can also advertise the real catch to the offer if there is one. But the catch should always be a net positive. So for example, sometimes I might use this, not often, but you can do like, now the catch is that once you receive huge benefit, we hope you'll become a private client. So as an example, right? And again, this would be, like the private client thing, it can work, but hopefully you can just see what I mean by this in terms of like, if you have an offer on the front end, like with those 15 clients a month, I could say, now, why am I offering this? The reason is because I know is that if you come on board and we start generating you 15 new clients per month, you're going to stay with us most likely for 12 to 24 months. And selfishly, we're probably going to make about 50 to 100 grand from you over those 2 years. So that's selfishly why I'm doing it. So you can see there how it's still a net positive to the client because they're going to be generating 15 clients per month, and you imply it makes it more believable. But to be honest, like this is just something I wanted to let you know about, because in some instances you could use it, but most of the time we don't actually ever do this. We normally just go straight into the results, right? So when stating results, you can subtly also handle objections. So leading on from the transition, right? So it's, now why am I offering such a crazy guarantee? It's simple. Look at our track record. We helped name to one big outcome in time frame without objection 1. We helped name to one big outcome in time frame without objection 2. Name, etc., and so on and so forth. Now these objections, just real quick on this. These objections, they you don't always have to do this, by the way. I do sometimes, and I don't also other times. So only do it if it makes sense, but they work tremendously well whenever you have if you a client always, no matter what, gets an objection about whatever it might be. It could be 1,000,001 things, no matter what. Then it's really good to try and answer that, because again, naturally you're going to be answering the next thing that comes up. It's like, well, I don't have X. It's like, she did this without X. So you're just immediately removing that objection from their mind, right? And you can go through and list them all, or you can just not do without and just go, we help name to one big outcome in time frame, period. Now, just on the name, the more industry famous, the better. So if the client has 100 results, for example, 80 of them are just random people, and then 20 of them are obviously industry specific famous people. Always talk about the famous ones, right? Because it has a much bigger, much more pulling power, right? Now, just on the one big outcome, the outcome of your results should always be considerably higher than the guarantee. This is really important. This increases the likelihood of achievement. So for example, if the guarantee is 10 new clients per month, then ideally we want all the results that we show to show how you help clients generate 25 clients, another client per month, right? Another client generated 19 clients per month, another client generated 45 clients per month. This then makes the big bold guarantee that they initially were just like, oh my God, that's crazy. Like that jaw-dropping guarantee that we spoke about, the big offer, the big outcome. This all of a sudden makes that seem really easy for you to deliver if all the results are showing double that volume. So for example, if the jaw-dropping guarantee, like for us, again, I keep using us because we actually do this stuff. This is how we know it works. And ultimately, this is why I get you to do this for clients, because this is just what works, right? So with those, we go 15 clients a month guarantee. people are like, what? That's crazy. Oh my God, that's so much, etc. That's why it works so well. But then all of our results show our clients closing 20 clients a month. One client, added an extra 150K in 1 month in new MRR. Like, the results are so much bigger than the guarantee, which all of a sudden makes the guarantee that was jaw-dropping actually seem easy, or at least achievable, or more believable for you to deliver. And again, what's the goal of this section? Is to answer the question of, how do I know this is real? Well, it's real because all of our results are way bigger than the guarantee. So I'm showing you that it's actually real, right? And then just another quick thing here as well, another framework, you could go name went from common current state to one big outcome in time frame without objection 3, right? And so this would be, anytime you reference a current state, they must always align with exactly where your most ideal client that you are targeting is currently at. This is how we target through the messaging. So for example, if you only want to go after people at 500K a month or more, then you can't say one of our clients went from 20K a month, struggling to get new clients, and was able to scale to 200K a month, right? Because it's not in alignment with where the market you're trying to target is actually currently at. So you'd have to say one of our clients went from 650 a month and was able to double to 1.5 million a month. Without whatever, right? But it's got to align with where you're at, with where the ideal clients that you're trying to go after, where they're at. Okay, so in this section, just make sure you cover 7 to 10 results. Just kind of make sure you rapid fire through as well. Don't spend too much time. Like, some people, give the backstory on the client. This client lives in Utah and she started with us. And when she started with us, she did this. And don't do that, right? Because not only are we trying to answer these questions, like, how do I know this is real and whatever else, but we're also trying to maintain attention, right? And attention spans these days are very, very short. So you need to make sure you answer the questions as you should, but you need to also make sure that you kind of rapid fire through. So it's just like, we helped Kai scale to 100K a month in only 12 months without him needing to spend any more money on ads. We helped Jason do this without doing this. We helped this, with this, with this. We helped, just rapid fire through and move on. Okay. All right, so that's proof of claim. Then we want to go into the first CTA. So here you want to state the beliefs that your market needs to believe to be true in order for them to buy. So these beliefs can be, this works, this specific approach is best, practicing what you're preaching, if you don't get results, you don't pay, and really just any other big beliefs that the market needs to be believed to be true to buy. These beliefs should stem from your market research plus from all the sales calls that the client has taken, right? And again, I've wrote this for the client, but just so you know for yourself as the account manager. All right, so this would look something like now, right? And again, we're leading on from this section. So, and one of our other clients, Kai, scaled to 50K a month in 12 months. Now, if this is all you need to hear and you're thinking, okay, I know this works. I know I need to book more calls every month in order to ultimately scale my business. And I know that you've done this yourself and it works. I wouldn't obviously double up on that, but then click the link below and book a call. And again, we're not going to hard sell you on this thing because again, if you... Damn, I double up a lot. Sorry. And again, we're not going to hard sell you on this thing because if you don't, one big benefit, we will have to insert guarantee. Simple. So that's the first CTA. This is always just a light CTA. I put inside 60 seconds. It can be longer than that. It's not really too big of a deal. But basically, this is just going to capture the segment of the market that just wants to see what you got, is kind of interested, and that's all they need to book in a call. You just CTA those guys. But there's also always going to be probably 80% of other people who need more. They're like, well, hang on, I need more, right? And this, because if you think about it, we've only answered 3 questions in this first little opening before the first CTA. There's 6 questions total. So this, other people need those other questions answered before they can book. So this gets the guys who only need the first 3 questions answered. And now we go into the remaining part of the VSL. Hopefully that makes sense. That's super simple. Just a little light CTA and we move on. Okay, so the second transition. This brings us into the 4th question that we must answer, which is what's holding me back? Now, a variation of this question, which I didn't add in the framework, but a variation of this would be, why hasn't this worked for me so far? That's kind of like a sub layer to this question. It's like, what's holding me back? Or in other words, why hasn't this worked for me so far? We need to answer this question, okay? And here's the framework to answer the above question. We want to, number 1, rehook them in using another headline/promise. And then we want to justify their failures by revealing the real problem. Okay, what you need to do is you need to always take the blame off your prospect's shoulders and put it onto the old opportunities that they've tried, right? In other words, you want to say to the market, it's not you. It's just that the ad you was running back then wasn't working because XYZ reason, but it's got nothing to do with you. So don't worry, kind of thing. Like that's kind of the angle, right? And again, justify the failures by revealing the real problem. And the real problem should be something outside of them. It's like they're not the real problem. The real reason why you're not been getting results, it's not you. It's because X, real problem, okay? Now, The way we do this is by simply, so this is really powerful. The way that we do this is by simply reversing your answer to the question that we answered first, which is, how is this different from everything I've seen? This doubles as your new opportunity. So for example, again, this is from the 16-word sales letter, right? He says in that book, the question behind how is this different from everything else I've seen? His answer to that question in one of the VSLs that he wrote was, it's the only indicator in the world that helps you get in the trade before the news is published. Okay, so that he was obviously for a financial market indicator type offer. That was his question. How is this different? It's the only indicator in the world that helps you get in the trade before it's published. Okay, now his answer to this question, which is what's holding me back, he said the real problem is that you get into the trade after the news is published. By the time you get in, it's already too late and the big gains have already been made. You see how this is the complete inverse to this? Simple. So essentially what you're doing is you're revealing the real problem, a problem that can be solved only by your new mechanism. So remember in the, I think it was the previous training, I was talking about the Google Ads thing and like the software, you know, the market analyzer software or whatever. If you rewatch that training, you'll see that I said the reason why your ads or, you know, you using third-party websites, etc., the reason why those things haven't been working for you in the past is because, yes, they've been getting you leads, but the problem is the type of lead that you've been getting hasn't been good. Because you've been calling them, they've not got the budget, they're not interested, this, whatever. But the problem is, it's the type of lead you've been getting, right? And every single time, as long as you explain the real thing that they're currently experiencing right now, they'll go, yeah, that's what's happening. And then if you watch that video, the next thing that I said immediately after that was, the leads that you're getting right now aren't good because XYZ. And so instead, what we install is what we call our internal custom built market analyzer, which essentially scours your area of operation and finds the specific individuals in that area who need their roof replacing in the next 2 weeks and has the budget to actually, you know, pay you or whatever, right? But you can see there, the inverse, I'm saying the reason why you've not been scaling your roofing business is because, the lead quality you've been speaking with has been terrible, right? And they always agree. And then I go, and so instead what we do is we have a market analyzer, which in so many words, gets you better lead quality. It's the direct inverse. Does that make sense? So it's actually really easy when you know the market. That's the key here. When you know the market, when you know what they've tried, you know what they've tried and why what they've tried hasn't been working, you then just explain that to them and they know it because they've been doing it. And then the inverse of that is your mechanism. Simple. And so again, this gives your prospects hope, wow. This gives your prospects hope, which is all we are really selling at the end of the day, as you know, right? I've mentioned that a lot of times at this point. Okay, so here's the language pattern that we typically use. Now, if you want to, so again, sorry, I always do that, I know, but we've just finished the CTA, right? So then click the link below, book a call, and again, we're going to hard sell you because we have a guarantee. Now, if you want to know more detail on why this works so well, in the next 90 seconds, I'm going to give you a full inside look into how we're able to routinely generate, and this is just an example for one of our offers, 3 to 5 live calls per day for our clients' offers, which allows them to simply focus on taking calls and closing deals without the headache and stress of not knowing where they're going to when they're going to sign the next client, which ultimately means they can focus on the consistent growth of their business because they know they have a filled calendar with qualified book calls. So this little bit here is the first section, which is we rehook them in using another headline and promise. Essentially, we have the headline to get people to watch the VSL. Then we open it up with that little section we went through before. We go to the first CTA. Now, after the first CTA, we need to rehook them in to watch the remaining of the video. And that's essentially what this section should do. The little framework as well here is basically in the next 90 seconds, I'm going to show you how we are able to big outcome without everything that you hate, which ultimately allows you to deep desire that they really want. So it's like, okay, why do they want the clients? Well, that, right? Okay, then we go into, because they know they have a calendar filled with qualified book calls. You see right now, you are unable to insert specific core desire, which isn't your fault because insert the real problem, okay? So what this would look like is using this example here. right? With it's the only indicator in the world that helps you get in the trade before the, oh, sorry, what's holding me back? This one. The real problem is that you get into the trade after news is published. How that would look in this little framework here is it would be, you see, right now, you're unable to consistently make 5 to 10K per day from trading, which, by the way, isn't your fault, because the real reason why, because the real reason why is that you are consistently getting into trades after the news has been published, which means it's already too late, and that the big gains have already been made, right? That's how that would look. In our example, for with say for example our offer, I would say something like, see, right now you're unable to consistently generate new qualified sales calls, which isn't your fault, simply because what would be a reason? Because you are most likely doing cold emails, doing organic marketing, and maybe even running your own ads, yet nothing is working. And the reason why is because you're being categorized, using that other framework that we were speaking about before. You're being categorized by your market, and as everyone knows, categorization is death, meaning when your ideal prospects see your ads, see your emails, see your organic posts, they immediately put you into a category which they, in their mind, have labeled all other, just all agencies, and you don't stand out. And so at that point, why would a prospect ever book in a call with you? Exactly, they won't. And so instead, here's what we do for you. Then we'll transition into the mechanism. Does that make sense? Hopefully it does. If it doesn't, let me know, but just know that the two things. Number one, this framework is just, again, what we have seen work. If you want to use a different framework that you find is better and whatnot, and we see it converts higher, whatever, that's totally fine. You don't need to use this framework. One of the reasons why I'm giving you these questions to answer throughout the VSL is because, again, I want to show you how to think about this, not give you directions on you have to write it in this way. I don't really care about that, right? But also, number two, just know as well the what you write here should be the answer to what's holding me back. And the answer to what's holding me back is always the inverse of the mechanism, right? There you go. Okay, so now we go into the unique mechanism. Now, this is a big part of the VSL. And as you can probably tell by, all the lead up to this, I keep mentioning the mechanism and whatnot. This is how we create it. And there's a lot of work that goes into it. Whenever you do a VSL, I can almost promise you, once you do like your first couple, you'll be able to dial in the leads and the intros and whatnot, because it's all very similar and it's pretty easy to do. But the biggest area of improvement typically, and the longest area of the VSL that takes the longest to master from new account managers, is always the unique mechanism. Just so you know, when you get to it and maybe you don't feel as though you're fully understanding the mechanism from day one, do not worry, because it's the area that I struggle with the most. Addison struggled with the most. Fidel struggled, like everyone struggles with the mechanism the most, right? But then once you get it, you get it, but it takes a period of time to get to that point. Just so you know, I just want to pre-frame that. Okay, let's jump into it. So essentially, the fifth question we want to ask is, how does it work? So we just spoke about what's holding me back. Now we've opened ourselves up to be able to answer the question of, okay, well, how does this work? Okay, I understand why what I've tried in the past has failed. That makes sense. Or, that's the idea that we want to install into the prospects. Like, oh, I see why it's not been working for me. Well, then how does this new thing work, right? So that's then immediately when we want to answer that next question. So you have one single goal in this section, which is, you've heard this before, to create a simultaneous explanation as to why everything they've tried in the past has failed, and why what you have going on is different. You want to explain why your approach / your option is exponentially better than anything else on the market. Okay, and when I say anything else on the market, think direct and indirect competitors. Okay, so think of all the other ways they could achieve the result and show why you're exponentially better than those options. So a direct competitor would be an easy example. If you coached people on how to start an agency, well, a direct competitor would be other coaches who are teaching people how to start agencies. But then an indirect competitor would be other people who are teaching people how to build a Amazon FBA business or a Shopify dropshipping business, right? Because it's a similar thing. It's indirect, but it's similar. It's like with us, right? Like we run Facebook ads. Well, our direct competitors are other companies who run Facebook ads, and our indirect competitors are other companies who run TikTok ads or YouTube ads, right? It's a different vehicle that achieves the same outcome. And so that's indirect. Direct is same vehicle, same outcome. Indirect is different vehicle, different outcome. Okay, I might actually make a point of that real quick. Okay, so yeah, direct competitors, same vehicle, same outcome. Indirect, different vehicle, same outcome, okay? So let's get into the mechanism. Ideally, you want one big reason why what you have going on is different / why what you have going on is the absolute key to them getting the desired result, okay? Ideally, we want one big reason. However, it can be hard to do. I put extremely hard to do. It's not extremely hard, but it can be more difficult to say this is why, right? And so you can go up to 3 reasons max. Yeah, you can do 3. Ideally, though, you want to do 1, right? So if you refer back to our deck sales letter, which, by the way, you can find here. I've got it all written out in here so you can see this framework in a real life situation. But our mechanism is basically one reason, which is how the brain's structured. We optimize our funnel around how the brain is basically evolved over millions of years. That's our one big reason, right? For example, with Liz, her ads do tremendous. I keep talking about her because her ads perform like crazy well. She has a 10K offer last week, just at the point of recording this. I just saw before this morning. She closed 4 clients last week, and she has a 10K offer, and I think her previous record was like 2 clients in a week or something, right? So she's doing tremendously well. And her big reason is AI chat funnels. That's it. There's no other, she does other stuff on the back end for her clients, but like the one big thing with her is AI chatbot. That's her thing. One big thing, AI chatbot, right? So it's better to have one big thing. If not, you can do 3. Essentially, in this section, you just want to answer, how does it work? That's the thing that you always want to answer. This one reason should also act as the moat around your business and why your option is exponentially better than anything else on the market. And it must also make it clear why what they've tried in the past has failed and why this is the most direct, easy, safe, and most guaranteed path to their ultimate goal. Okay, this is the one big thing you're promising. The ultimate goal being the one big thing you're promising, right? Because that should be speaking to the pre-existing desire in the market. And so that should make people should want the thing. So then now you're just trying to sell them on why your vehicle, why our thing that we're trying to sell is the best, most easy, direct, safe, guaranteed path to get the goal that they naturally want, okay? Now, the explanation must be clear. And essentially, the goal outcome of this section is not only to answer, obviously, how does it work, but also to make the prospect think, oh yeah, that makes sense. Because if you think about it, if you clearly and concisely explain how it works, the prospect by extension should think, yeah, that makes sense. And if they don't, it's most likely because either you didn't explain it clearly, or what you were talking about, they've either tried in the past or whatever, one of those things, like they've tried it, they've seen it before or whatever, and they're like, no, that doesn't work. I've tried that. Doesn't work. Right? So in other words, they just don't believe you, right? Or you're trying to explain how it works, but like it's not clear. That's the other outcome that might happen there. Now, the way you make prospects think, yeah, that makes sense, is by making them understand exactly how your mechanism gives them the end result that you're promising. So just know, marketing is the art of meaningful differentiation. That's really all marketing is. So when I keep talking about differentiation and something that's different, etc., it's because that's really all marketing is, okay? And so what the market wants to know up front is what makes your thing not only different, but better than every other option. They won't engage with you unless they know you have something different to share or show them, right? And here I'll probably honestly do new to share or show them, like we've spoken about. And ultimately, they always want to buy the superior solution. So if you've ever heard me mention about no one actively seeks out the second best option in the market, it's because it's true, right? Nobody seeks out the second or third best way to do anything. They always want the best thing. And so we need to show them or sell them on why we are the best, number one, right? They want different and superior. That's what meaningful differentiation refers to. So differentiation is cool. You can be different, but again, if you're different and not better, it's useless. But meaningful differentiation means it's different and it's superior. It actually means something that, that it's different, right? So the 2 big purposes of a mechanism essentially enables you to market effectively to a more sophisticated market, right? Saturated or exposed to a lot of messages and claims. That's, again, another version of sophistication. And then it also, again, should give your prospects hope. Hope that maybe this time with your unique mechanism, they will be successful, okay? So applying a unique mechanism to your marketing. Introduce prospects to a new and different way of getting the results they already want. You're not trying to make some outlandish promise. We're promising the prospect the result they want and showing that we have a new way to get to it. That's really what the mechanism is. It's like we've got a new way to achieve the desire that you already want. We're not creating desire like I spoke about in the offer video. Now, the body explains how and why this new way is more effective than any other way. And you want to show them proof on why it works, Not just that it works. This is so important. Typically, junior copywriters and earlier account managers, when people first come on board, it happens all the time. I'm not saying it's bad or anything, but what happens a lot is, and also this happens with closers as well. So this is the same. These ideas can be applied to sales just as much as they can be applied to marketing. But newer closers or more beginner closers and copywriters and whatnot, they always default to saying that it works. Okay, so we got a closer on the team right now, and we, our sales manager was reviewing one of their sales calls the other day, and he brought it to my attention, the sales manager, that one of the closers right now, all he's talking about on the sales call is like, hey, yeah, this video works, this VSL works, it works. And then the client would ask, why does it work? And he just goes, just because it's like really good, right? It's like, he's not explaining how it works or why it works. He's just saying that it works. And that's what most people do. It's like, our ads are the best. Like, they just are. Like, we get really good results with our ads and whatnot. That's not helping anyone. That's just relying. The source of truth in that instance is trust me. And I think it's going to be, oh, it might have been in the previous training, I don't know, where we go through truth versus trust. But in that instance, the truth is to explain why or how something works, because that's the truth. This is how it works. You can't dispute it, right? It's indisputable. However, saying that something works doesn't rely on the truth. It relies on trust. Trust my word that it works. That never holds up in the court of law, right? So show you, as I say here, show your evidence. Think like you're presenting your case to a grand jury. This isn't results or facts. It's the reason why your approach works. Does that make sense? So it's not like the results and the facts and whatnot. Yes, we want to mention that in the proof of claim and, proving that it works. That's what we got to do earlier on in the VSL is, yes, we do need to prove that it works. But now in the mechanism, we don't want to show results or facts. We want to show the inner workings of it. Here's why it works. Hopefully that makes sense. So steps to creating a mechanism. Number one, you want to get clear on why the method works. Okay. So you want to examine your competitors' marketing, right? And essentially we're examining our competitors' marketing to know what not to say. Again, this goes back to understand what your market's being exposed to and say something different. You want to examine competitors' marketing to know what not to say. What is the mechanism behind their offer? Okay, how does their mechanism/method work? How does it actually work? What are the positive and negatives about their approach? Does their mechanism solve a symptom or a symptom of the problem or the root problem? Essentially, you want to understand what your prospects are hearing from competitors, because it's critical, right? Or they should say understanding, right? Understanding what your prospects are hearing from competitors is critical. If you don't know what they're already hearing, then you have no way of knowing whether what you're presenting is something different or not, okay? So once you've done that, then you want to interrogate your own delivery. So this goes back to what I was saying before. It's like, know what they're hearing and then find the point of differentiation in what you're selling and then speak to that. Basically. So first of all, examine the competitor's marketing and just in general what the market's hearing and seeing. Then interrogate the delivery. And again, I say that you're here because I wrote this for the client, but you would want to work with the client or use the resources you have on the client to understand their delivery. It's like, what are you actually doing for your own clients, right? Taking your product or service and putting it under the spotlight, right? What is my approach? How does my approach work? Why does it work? Does it address symptom or root causes? Why do I do it the way I do it? Why do I do it in the order in which I do it? What have I added or subtracted from what other people normally say to do? What have I combined? Why is my way easier? Why does my way work faster? Why does my way produce greater results? Why does my way produce more consistent results? Why does my way cause fewer problems? Why is my way better? Asking these specific questions, sometimes it's more difficult to go, if you ask any of your clients, I promise you on this one, if you ask any of your clients, what makes you different? What makes you better? Most of the time, they'll either say, I don't know, or they'll say, because we really care about clients, or because we value clients, or because, you know what I mean? Like they'll say something that doesn't actually explain why, right? So by asking these specific questions, it actually makes people think about their service in a slightly different way. Oh, well, why do we do it in the order that we do it? Why do we do this? Or why do we do that? And just for context as well, I was kind of in that same boat before we created our mechanism of like the brain stuff. And I realized that I asked the question, why does it work? I actually just asked myself, why does our VSLs work? Because so many people run VSLs, so many people run ads, and it never works. So what are we doing? Because this is the other thing. If one of your clients gets their clients results, which they all will, right? Because they're doing good revenue, and they wouldn't be doing good revenue if they didn't get client results. Okay. If they get client results, and those clients that they're now getting results for, most of the time, have worked with other agencies in the past who didn't get results. But now that they're with our client, they're now getting results. So by default, there has to be something that's different. Because if I run an ad for you, and then another agency runs an ad for you, and it's the exact same ad, guess what's going to happen? We're going to get the exact same result. But if that other agency runs an ad for you, it doesn't work, then I run an ad for you and it does work, there has to be something different. And this is what you really need to install into your clients, because they don't realize this up front. They go, oh, I don't know why what we do is better. It's like, there physically has to be something different, because you're getting your clients results and the agencies that you'd worked with in the past didn't. So, let's go through these questions and figure out, what are you actually doing that's different? That's the first step. Finding that point of differentiation. Does that make sense? And again, getting clear on why it actually works. Okay. Then once you know that, then you want to put it into some kind of wrapping paper. Now, you don't want to get too hung up on the name of your unique mechanism because the actual explanation behind it is way more important than the name, right? You can name something sexy, but guess what? At some point, you're going to have to explain that sexy thing. And if it actually on the inside, it's not as sexy as it seems, well, then it doesn't matter that the name's really sexy. You can name something that's not as sexy, but then when you explain it, they're like, oh my God, this is crazy. And then great, you know what I mean? But if you can get both, obviously that's ideal. And so just on the wrapping paper specifically, a lot of people also struggle with naming, right? And so here's what really makes great unique mechanism names. Number one, you want to make it sound scientific if possible. You want to make sure it sounds real. Like, this sounds basic, but just trust me, like, there's some mechanism names, like one of them was the POR method. That was one of them I just seen. It's like the POR method. Like, that does not sound scientific. It does not sound real. It sounds cringy and fake, which is one of the points here. Don't be cringy. And also, this can be powerful. They understand what it is, just not in the context in which you're using it. So for example, chatbot or an AI chatbot. It's like, they know what AI is, they know what a chatbot is, but maybe they don't know exactly what an AI chatbot together is and what's the context. Or the other thing is, I keep using Liz in this example, but AI chatbots, which we install into your social DMs. They know what social is, they know what their DMs are, obviously, but they don't understand the context. Like, install an AI chatbot into your social DMs. Like, they don't understand that concept. Like, how does that actually work? What is it? Whatever. And so what does that do? Increase curiosity. And then once you explain it and it's something new, that increases hope, they book a call, right? Hopefully you can see how all this is starting to tie in together. And also, stay away from mnemonics, especially if you're in a more saturated market. So like, again, like, POR method and whatever else, like, just stay away from that stuff, because it just doesn't work, right? And finally, ensure it sounds legit and credible and something to where the prospect goes, yeah, that sounds like it could work. AI chatbot, installing that into your social DMs. It sounds like it could work, right? So for example, this was I can't remember the company name, but one of the mechanisms was P90X. Oh, sorry, that was the company, P90X. And then their mechanism was the muscle confusion method, right? So the mechanism wasn't the huge bicep domination method or something, right? Like, that sounds cringy, fake, not real, not scientific. Their unique mechanism was the muscle confusion method. You see how that sounds so much more real, right? Muscle confusion. It's like, that sounds like it could work. Kind of confuse the muscles, install growth. You know what I mean? Like, it sounds kind of legit. So hopefully this is starting to make sense in terms of how you actually build a mechanism. And essentially what the end result should produce is the following. All this time, we're not talking about the product, right? We're introducing them to a new method or mechanism and educating them on why this works. And by the time you are done educating on the mechanism, they understand why this mechanism gets the result they so deeply want, and they want the mechanism because they now understand why what they've tried in the past has failed and why this will work. And so now they want the mechanism because that is the ticket to their goal / their dream, right? So we lead them to want the mechanism first. Now we've created an all roads lead to us scenario, because they cannot go anywhere else to get our mechanism. Does that make sense? Because our proprietary approach and not a commodity that they could simply go and get online somewhere else. And the only way they can get the mechanism is through our offer, is through us. And so that's why they're booking a call with us. Does that make sense? So this goes back to the idea of, in Kyle Milligan's book, he talks about having only as like one of the big outcomes of your marketing messages. It's like, it's only from us. Because if you're the only place to go to get this thing, and that thing you sell the prospect on that thing being the absolute key to getting them to where they want to go, and the only place they can get that thing is me, they're going to come to me every single time, which is what I'm referring to here when I say about an all roads lead to us scenario. Does that make sense? Hopefully it does. And just to quickly wrap up on this section here, these two methods, these two steps, I should say, getting clear on why the method works, then putting that into wrapping paper. What you need to first do though is get clear on why the method works, okay? And then that can become your point of differentiation, because by extension, it has to be different from what the market is currently doing, because what the market, or at least what the client has done in the past, because what they've done in the past hasn't worked. And if what you're doing is working, then again, there has to be something that's different in that. So then we want to bring that to the forefront, right? Because that's our point of differentiation. And that is why we're superior. And we need to explain that. And then again, sometimes it, like that point of differentiation, like with us, it was just like our VSL is better, right? So I was like, well, that's not good. So then I had to put that up in wrapping paper, which is like the name of it, right? And so for us, we don't have like a name where it's like just this, like muscle confusion method. But my wrapping paper was kind of explaining how the brain's structured and showing how the VSL is structured in accordance with that brain structure, if that makes sense. So the language pattern to deliver your unique mechanism. I've put this in here. I've put this in here. I wouldn't feel though don't feel as though you need to follow this pattern, because honestly, I don't follow this often, but it can help you, because I understand like this is just talking about, high level concepts kind of thing. And you might be wondering, how do I actually write this out? And so here's a pattern to use initially. I would start with this if you're kind of like just getting into this stuff. Start with it, but eventually you'll be able to just write it in a different way. You'll notice a lot of the mechanisms that I write are very typically not following this pattern, but it achieves the outcome, which again is the main thing, okay? So a language pattern though you can use. So again, this is leading on just for context from here. See, right now you're unable to X, right? So you want to explain what's holding me back, right? So you're unable to X because real problem. Then you go into the mechanism. However, right, the reason our clients are achieving insert code desire consistently is because of one reason, or insert, however many reasons, right? But you can see here with the mechanism stuff, you can see how like this is just one reason, muscle confusion. So you can see how that's better, but you can have multiple if needed, right? It's because of one reason though. And then you would want to go into your explanation. So reason one, explanation. This explanation should, I don't need to say that again, but like that should be that simultaneous explanation is when you explain the mechanism, right? Like that's where tangibly the VSL wants to produce the simultaneous explanation, but the actual writing of that simultaneous explanation should be the mechanism, okay? And then as I said before, the prospect should then, by extension of that explanation, think to themselves, yeah, that makes sense. I can easily see how this is going to get me to my goal, and I can see why what I've been doing in the past or trying in the past hasn't worked, right? That's how this should be structured. And then obviously, that's if you have just one big reason. If you have multiple, then you're just going to go reason one, X, reason two, X, reason three, X, right? And then the whole mechanism itself, whether you have one reason or three reasons, whatever, that should all produce and show to the client why you're exponentially better. Hopefully that makes sense. Questions on this mechanism stuff, let me know. And I will say just really quickly before I finish off here, the mechanism, you're going to have to the more mechanisms you write, the better you're going to become. So again, when you first write the first mechanism, you're probably not going to be that great, and I'm probably going to review it, and you're going to be like, I'm going to give you a lot of feedback, and you might be a little overwhelmed, and I'll try and not overwhelm you, but you get the point. It might be like, I just fully rewrite what you wrote, like just entirely rewrite the thing, right? But don't worry, because that's what the process of every single account manager, and as I said before, myself, I've been through that. I've wrote so many mechanisms at this point, hence why I'm okay at writing them now, right? But it's only because I've wrote so many. So you're just at the start of that journey. You've just not wrote any yet. That's totally fine. You just got to go through and just say for example, you got to do 100 mechanism write 100 mechanisms before you get good. I've already written the 100, which is why now I can write good ones, right? And so you've not written the 100 yet, and maybe you have, and so you're just going to get it straight off the bat because you're super experienced. But if you've not written the 100 yet, that's totally fine. You just got to get the 100 in. Just keep writing the 100. And the only reason I can write good ones and you can't is because I've just wrote more. That's it. It's not because I'm better or more smart or whatever. It's just I've just wrote more. So you just need to write more. That's it. That's the mindset you should have when it comes to writing mechanisms and just VSLs in general. But typically the hardest part of the VSL is the mechanism. Okay. Let's finish off here. So after the mechanism section, we want to then go into the results. So after explaining how this approach works, how this new approach works, this acts as an indirect claim as well. You got to think, right? Anytime you make a claim, you want to prove that claim to be true. Well, if you're explaining how something works, it's not a claim because the claim, how it works should be the truth. And so that's not you claiming something, but sometimes people can interpret it as a claim. And so you want to immediately go into another set of results, which proves what we just claimed to actually be true / work, right? So an important note on this is that these results must not, like this happens a lot, I see all the time, but these results must not be the same as the ones that you stated in the beginning of the VSL. Remember in this beginning, how we had the proof of claim section here, right? And we wanted to, I said about mentioning 7 to 10 client results in this first section. Well, in this last result section, there must be 10 different results or 5 different results. They must be different to what we mentioned in the beginning, right? So if the client has less than 10 results total, some clients do, a lot of clients have hundreds and that's great. But if they have less than 10 total results, then we need to front load them all in the first proof of claim section. And then I would skip this result section. Okay. So what I mean by that is if they have 10 results, easy numbers, if they have 10 and that's all they have, then put all 10 in this first section of the proof of claim. Why? Because the viewership, the watch rate of this first section of the proof of claim is going to be a lot higher than the last bit of the video, right? And so if we want the most people to watch the results, there's no point splitting them out and doing 5 in the beginning and 5 at the end, because most people aren't going to watch the 5 at the end, right? There's going to be a whole lot more people watching the 5 in the beginning. So make the 5 in the beginning 10 because it makes it seem more believable, more legit, more real, all that good stuff. So front load them all. However, if the client's like us, like I say here, if they have more than 10, like us, we have like hundreds, right? So then in that instance, that's when you would want to put 7 to 10 in the beginning, and then I would put another 5 to 10 or 7 to 10, whatever, at the end as well. So you can do both. But if they've only got less than 10, just put them all at the beginning. Front load the VSL, right? So an example of how this would look goes, again, you just kind of finished off the explanation, and then you would go straight into, and that referencing the explanation you just gave in the mechanism. And that's exactly how one of our clients' name went from current state to ultimate desired state. It was directly by insert mechanism you just explained. Another client did this. Another client did this. And obviously in terms of the, quote, best practices for how to state results and all that good stuff, it's the exact same as what I was talking about in the beginning in the proof of claim section. Those same best practices apply here, okay? Once you've done another 5 to 10 results, then you can go into your final CTA. Now, this final CTA, make it a strong CTA. And really the question here that you want to answer is essentially, what do I have to lose, right? And that is how the prospect should be thinking. It's like, what do I have to lose? Let me just book the call, right? There's no downside. Let me just book it, right? That's how they should be thinking now at the end in the strong CTA. So you got to remember, if the prospect is still watching by this point, in the VSL, it means all of the questions, the 6 questions that we have, at least before the what do I have to lose, the 5 before this question, they would have all been answered if you did the previous sections correctly. And most likely, if you've answered those questions correctly and as well as you could have, then they're going to be sold on our solution. Because again, if they can see how it's different, they can see what's in it for me, they can see why what they've tried in the past has failed, they can see that it works, and they can see how it works, right? That was a little different order, but you get the point. Those 5 questions, and they're clear on it. They get it. They're like, oh my God, this is it. Like whatever. Then they are sold on our solution. Now all that's left is to really hone in on them booking a call and showing how they have nothing to lose by doing so. And this is where we want to go strong, like direct. It's just like book the call. Just trust me, book the call. You got nothing to lose. That's kind of the tone that we want at the end of this VSL. So an example of this would be, and again, if you don't see these types of results in your, insert whatever it is, like in their business or in their personal life, it's a B2C offer, whatever it is, right? And again, if you don't see these results in your business, then you don't pay, right? And again, I'm referring to, if you don't see these results, I'm referring to the results that we just stated after the mechanism section, okay? And again, if you don't see these results in your business, then you don't pay. As I previously mentioned, restate guarantee. As I previously mentioned, we guarantee you 15 new clients per month on your full price retainer, or you don't pay, and I'll send you 3K on top just for wasting your time. So if this sounds interesting and you want to scale your agency or whatever it might be, you want to scale past 250K a month or whatever, then click the link right below this video and schedule in a call. And remember, we're not going to try and incentivize you to do anything that you don't want to do or that doesn't make sense for you to do, because otherwise I'm going to have to refund you at the end anyway. So I don't want to refund you. So I'm not going to force you to do something. If this isn't a perfect fit, I'm not going to make you do it. So click the link below and book a call. So that bit there is the bit where I'm referring to, like, what do I have to lose? You got nothing to lose, because if this isn't a perfect fit for you, if this isn't a perfect fit, and if it's not gonna 100% get you the results that you want, I'm not gonna sell you, because otherwise I'd have to refund you. So you got nothing to lose. Book in a call, right? And that's how we finish off the VSL. So this whole thing should be about 10 minutes, roughly. And obviously, the most of the time there is going to be spent on the unique mechanism. Now, just again, reverting back to what we went through at the start of the video, an overview of the 6 questions to answer in any VSL in order. You want to use this as a mental model to also review your own work, right? Have all these been answered to the best of my ability, okay? So again, the questions are, how is this different from everything else I've seen? What's in it for me? How do I know this is real? What's holding me back? How does it work? And what do I have to lose? If you answer those six questions effectively and as well as you can, I guarantee you, within reason, any VSL that you write that is also running to a market that has a good TAM, TAM, and obviously these questions answer the answers of these questions are in alignment with the type of market segment that you want to go after as well. Any VSL that you write will outperform, and it will just crush. Trust me on that. And as just a quick note on this before I wrap up here, use this as a mental model to review your work. Similar to how we was talking in one of the previous trainings about asking yourself in VSLs, what is new? What's the new thing in this VSL? Is there a new opportunity? Is there something new? That's how you know whether or not you've got a good mechanism. I should have spoken about that in the mechanism section, but that's how you know you've got a good mechanism, is if there's something new in there. It's tangible, it's real. This is the new thing, right? That's how you know you can kind of pre-test the mechanism before you go to market. It's the same thing with the whole VSL itself. How do you know whether or not a VSL is going to work? Well, have you answered these questions to the best of your ability? Is there anything you could do to answer these questions better? And if their question to that is no, that's when I would then go to market with it and test it. Obviously, in the early days though, before you've really locked this in, that's when still use this mental model to review your work. But then obviously before you actually run the VSL, you would then send that to me or, the client success director. You would send that to us, and then we would review it and then go through. And then, essentially as well, when I review anything, I'm also going through this framework as well, right? But you would want to ask yourself, have I answered these questions to my best of my ability? Yes, I have. Okay, cool. Let me send that in for review, right? And then obviously, as you get better and better and better at that, you won't need to send it in for review. You would just then go, have I answered these questions to the best of my ability? Yes, great. Let's run the VSL, okay? So, big training here, but hopefully this makes sense. As always, questions, let me know. And with that being said, I'll see you in the next training, where actually in a couple of the next ones, we're going to go through some live reviews of me actually reviewing mechanisms, rewriting certain things, etc. So you can see this stuff play out in reality. So hopefully this makes sense. Questions, let me know, and I'll see you in the next one. So now I just want to quickly give you the tech setup to be able to install the deck sales letter into your automatic appointment funnel. It's extremely easy, so don't worry, but I just want to show you exactly how to do it right here. So essentially in this doc, which again, you can also find right below this video, you'll see it will say DSL Tech templates. If you open this up, you'll see that there's this link right here. Essentially, this is obviously a template for the deck sales letter. You can basically just open this up and you can go through and you can edit the template to suit your offer, to suit your script that you've now written based on the training, etc. So if you open this up, you can see it's just basically my exact live sales deck sales letter. This is the one that's running literally right this second. So you can just come in and basically just go file, go make a copy. And then on the copy, you can then just go through, obviously change out your logo. You can change out exactly, who's this for. You just insert your ideal market, who this is not for, insert everyone who's not a good fit for what you do, and go through this script. And you can just obviously just swap it out for your own DSL script, right? Now,
once you've completed this script, you've changed the colors, made it your branding, all that good stuff, what you then want to do is you want to go File, you want to go Share, Publish to Web, and then in here where it says Embed right here, you want to click on that. Then the medium size, you want to leave this as is. Auto advanced slides, you want to change this to every 10 seconds. You want to turn on both of these boxes, start slideshow as soon as the player loads, and then restart the slideshow after the last slide. Make sure that both of those are checked. You want to take this and you want to copy this embed code right here. Then if you come back to this document, you can actually just paste this on this document so you've got it for later. Because what you first need to do before you paste this onto the funnel, what you need to do is you need to take this piece of code right here. I know it looks quite confusing. It's really not. Just copy this exactly as I've got it here. Then in your automatic appointment funnel software, you want to pull up the funnel itself. So how you come to this page is you go into sites on the left-hand side. You select client acquisition / onboarding. You open up the automatic appointment funnel right here. Then you want to go into the DSL page on the left, then go edit. And then when you come to this page, you'll see that there's a pre-selected video element right here. You want to just delete this. Underneath the guarantee headline, you want to just open this up, go into the search element, you want to go code, select the code element. Then in this section here, you want to go open code editor and then paste in that 2-line code that you would have copied from here. Okay, paste that in like this, simple. Then what you want to do is you want to take the embed code that you got from Google Slides. So again, you want to copy it from this doc or just reselect it from Google Slides in here. And then between these 2 lines, you want to go to here and go enter. And then between these 2 lines, you want to paste in this script just like that. Then you want to go save. And then make sure you select save in the top right-hand corner here as well. And then you can preview it and it should look like this. Now, one thing you can see here is that it kind of looks a little off, right? It's like off center. So if this happens, I wanted to show you this so you could see what it may look like. Because on some screens, it doesn't look like this. On other screens, it does. So it's just so you know how to fix this if you do see this, right? How you do it is you want to go back into the into Google Slides. By the way, make sure the publish button is obviously published. Sometimes this may be yellow and it may just say publish. So you need to make sure that you click that and you publish this Google Slide. So it actually publishes obviously to the web, just as a quick side note. But in terms of the size, you would want to then come back into here and you can try the large version. Sometimes though, I find that this is actually too big. So what I've actually found, and you would want to test this yourself just because again, different screens, they have different sizes and different proportions and whatnot. But what I've found is if you go into custom, super simple, all you need to do is on width, I would plug in 1,125, right? So 1125, it should just look like this. You don't need to do anything to the height because it auto populates to the correct height in association with the width. But I've found that 1125 is typically the best width. That is the perfect size, to be honest. So you can plug that in there. Again, you would just want to recopy, go into here, open code editor, publish onto here, save, resave again. And then you'll see what I mean in a minute. When we preview it, it will look a lot more central. So if we preview here, see how now that looks perfect. And obviously you can just put a bit of height between these two so it doesn't look as close together. So how you would do that, just real quick, let's go into here, margin at the top. I might do 20, resave, preview. There you go. That looks nice and separated and whatnot. And then obviously the rest of the funnel you can now just fill out. Also, now that you've created your offer, you can now just plug in your offer here, plug in your market call out here, and go through and just obviously edit the rest of the funnel as you see best fit.
Now, one thing you'll notice is that this size looks really good on desktop, but if you was to open this up on mobile view, you'll notice that it will be far too big for the screen. So what we now need to do is the final step here. Again, nice and easy. All you need to do is select this orange section, go into advanced, and then what you want to do is under visibility, you want to deselect the mobile. So what this basically means is that this size that we've just done, the 1125 size, is going to only show on desktop, okay? Because the visibility is only for desktop, as you can see here, because we've deselected the mobile. So now what you want to do is you want to open up the mobile view in the top section right here. A mobile mode, I should say. And then you'll notice that obviously that DSL section is not here on mobile because we've just made the other one only viewable on desktop, which means it takes it away from mobile. So what you want to do is you want to re-add the code element into the mobile view. Now in here, you want to do the same thing, go into advanced, under visibility. Now you want to deselect the desktop so that this one only shows on mobile. Now, final step. You want to go into here, and instead of having the 1125 width, you want to change this back to 400 width. And don't worry about the other code holds true. That doesn't now change to 400 because you've changed it to 400 in here. That's going to stay. So you want to change this to 400. You can come in here and see in the width section, it's auto changed to 400, which is perfect. So now you want to copy this new piece of code. And in the mobile mode view specifically, you now want to go into general, code editor, same thing. You want to copy these two pieces of code. Sorry, here, paste them, then copy this. And then between the two, again, you want to paste this new code, which again, you should just double check here that it should say 400 width, height should be 254. But as you know, height auto populates in accordance with the width. So now when we save this, and you obviously save it, and then you publish the funnel as well, make sure you always publish it so it actually publishes the edits. Now when you go onto desktop, the view will be perfect like we just seen. And when you open this funnel up on your phone, it will also fit perfectly in a mobile view. So hopefully this helps. As always, any questions, please let us know, and I'll see you in the next step.
What's up, guys? This is just going to be a training, whatever you want to call it, video on something that I've been seeing quite a lot recently with mechanisms, copy, VSLs, ads. And it's also, I've been trying to, and I write this here in a minute, so I'll repeat myself, but I've been trying to figure out, like, when I look at a piece of copy, when I'm reading it, I can just tell if this is going to convert or not. And I've always struggled to understand what is making me think that yes, this will work, or no, this won't. Like, I didn't know exactly what is that thing, right? But I think I figured it out. I've been really trying to think about it this morning, and I think it comes down to this. Now, you will notice a lot of similar ideas in this as what we've spoken about in the past, as what's in the university, etc. But I think in this video, it's going to kind of pull parts of a ton of different things we've spoken about in the past and put it to one doc that is, in my mind, just makes a ton of sense. If you follow this doc, and again, I write this later, but if you do everything on this document, there is no way you will ever be able to write ads that don't convert. It's impossible. That's it. So it's kind of really important that you understand this. All right, so let me jump into it. Now, obviously, the issue with sophisticated markets, right? It's kind of easy to, somebody who's never seen an ad before, right? It's kind of easy to write an ad that would make that person convert. Yet, how do you convert the person who's seen 1,000 ads in the past? Well, that's a hard question to answer, right? Because it's difficult to do. And every market that we run ads to have seen thousands and thousands of ads, probably 1,000 ads a day, right? Like, they see so many ads. How do we then make our ads stand out? It's kind of difficult to do. And so here's the problem, right? Now, just quickly, when I talk about sophistication, this could refer to the whole market or a part of the market, right? This is why it's important to know exactly who are we speaking to specifically. So you may be running ads to, say, for example, the law firm niche, which isn't relatively a saturated or sophisticated market, really. But if you only want law firms who are doing above 100K a month, for example, all of a sudden you are now speaking to a segment of that market that's far more sophisticated. So it's really important to know exactly, specifically, who are we speaking to? And just as a general thought, saturation leads to sophistication. So all markets eventually become saturated, which means they become sophisticated, right? Because as soon as one person, here's how it basically works, right? As soon as one person has success in a particular industry with whatever it is, I'm even seeing this now with the low ticket funnel. You go on Facebook, you'll see a ton of other people selling some $27 per month recurring funnel. Like, I see probably 3 a day, right? So as soon as one person has success either within an industry or within, like us, right? Like, we're going after a segment with a particular product, the low ticket as an example. Well, now, as soon as we've had success with that, all of a sudden, a ton of people copy us, right? And this happens at the industry level, and it also happens at the offer level within an industry, right? So, as I say, as soon as one person has success in a particular industry, the rest follow, making it more saturated. Because as more and more players enter that market, the market itself are exposed to more and more advertising messages, leading them to buy more products and services, making them more aware. Which, what's another word for sophisticated? It's aware. They know what you're doing. They know marketing, or they know like the product you're trying to sell, or they know the funnel, right? They're aware of what you're doing. In other words,
they're sophisticated. They know what's going on. They're smart about what you're doing, right? Meaning it makes it obviously harder. Now, this cycle, this is the cycle of every market. And so it's never a question of if a market is saturated or not, but rather how early are we in this market? Or in other words, how late are we in this market? Like for example, e-commerce, there's been hundreds of ads running to e-commerce industry for every single day for the last however many years, 10 years, 5 years, whatever the number is. We're very late in that market. In other words, they're very sophisticated, right? So anyway, aside from the point, that was just a little note on sophistication. But here's the problem with sophisticated markets. They have all heard and seen claims being made before. Now, bear in mind, you might remember this from the truth versus trust training we did mid last year. But again, just stay with me because it will kind of blend into the bigger picture idea here in a minute. So again, issue with sophisticated markets, they've all heard and seen claims being made before. Hey, I'll do this for you. Hey, I'll get you this result. Hey, if you pay me X, I'll deliver Y. The problem is every time or most times, the market has engaged in a relationship with these guys. They never delivered on what they promised. And so the market's trust over time becomes broken. So when then the next guy enters the market and says, hey, I'll do this for you, guess what the market's response is? Bullshit. No, you won't. Whatever. Like that's a lie, whatever, scam, all that type of shit that we see all day. Resulting in them not clicking the ad, booking a call, or becoming a client. So instead, we have to, number one, not be perceived as the same as those other guys. And number two, we have to rely on truth on the market. We have to rely on truth, not the market trusting us, because there is no trust anymore. The trust has been broken, right? So instead, we have to rely on truth, okay? Now, in other words, if all we rely on is the market trusting our word, we will only ever convert the small percent who have either just entered the market, right? So they are naive. They haven't been around the block. They don't know what's going on. You know what I mean? Like it's almost like how that, if someone just enters the e-com industry right now, and they come from like corporate, for example, well, they may go on Facebook and see an ad about somebody promoting some ecom thing. And because they are new to the industry, they haven't had their trust broken in the past. So they might respond to that ad. But if we look at the majority of the market that we're trying to go after, most of them have had their trust broken, right? Meaning that if your ad relies on trust, and it only converts people who trust your word, very small percent of the market, it makes it impossible to scale. Because while it may convert one or two people, because there's only a small percent of the industry who are naive and new, right? If that's the only people your ad converts, you'll never be able to scale the ads. Because obviously if the ad converts at say 100 a day, which even at that level is kind of unlikely, but when we push the budget then to 300 a day or 500 a day or 1,000 or plus a day, the volume will drop, resulting in cost increasing past the point of no return, right? Because obviously, as you know, when you scale the ads, it goes to a broader part of the market. So right now in your little pocket at 50 a day or 100 a day, it might convert those people because they're new, beginners, naive, whatever. They trust your word. Oh my God, yeah, this sounds amazing. And then they book a call. Perfect. So then we get a false positive that this ad now converts. Then we start to scale the ad. Now we go from this little pocket to the broader market. All of a sudden, the broader market knows what's going on. They don't trust you because their trust has been broken. And guess what? The ad stops converting. So then we think in our minds, damn, every time we try and scale, our ads, it's like typical in e-com, right? When you scale your ads, your ROAS drops, right? With us, it's like every time we scale, our cost per call increases, if that were the case. Well, the reason why in this example is because your ads rely on trust, not truth. And to convert mass market, the whole market that we're trying to go after, we need to rely on truth, not trust, because their trust is non-existent, right? I kind of just explained that. Now, as a side note, as I was writing this, I was like, oh shit, something else that kind of stems from this is notice how if you want to attract a higher level business owner, someone making 25K a month, 50K a month, 100K a month, whatever, relying on trust will never work. These guys have, quote, been around the block. And so they fell for ads in the past and they've gotten burned. So if you're experiencing a quality problem, this could also be the reason. Your ads are only appealing to the naive new people in the market. Who are the new people in the market? Everyone who's doing 0 a month, 5K a month, or 10K a month, right? They're new, they're naive, they're fresh. The guys who are doing 100K a month, by the very nature of them doing, and this goes for e-com, coaching, agencies, any and every industry, the guys who are doing 100K a month or 200K a month or the numbers that we want to attract, by definition of them being at 100K a month, it means that they have been in that industry for a long period of time. No one steps in an industry and hits 100K a month in their first year or their first 6 months, right? No one does. It's impossible. Well, it's not impossible, but you get the point. Majority don't. They've been in the industry for 5 years. Now they've just hit 100K a month or whatever it is, right? And so by the very nature of them being in the industry for 5 years, guess what? They're sophisticated. They're aware because they've been advertised to a ton. Does that make sense? So I do also think this ties into quality. However, question is now, right? Hopefully this makes sense. You might have to rewatch that bit a couple of times, but really the big question is, how do we solve it, right? How do we get qualified people come through the ads, sophisticated people, people who have been advertised to a ton, they see a ton of ads. How do we get those guys to respond to our ad, right? Well, again, here's where I had the breakthrough this morning. Every time I look at a piece of copy within reason, I know whether it will work or not. And it's not because I'm a copy god or I'm amazing or whatever. It's not because of that. But until now, I really couldn't figure out why I knew. Like, what about this? I knew what I could see in my head, but I couldn't communicate it. I think it's this. And it's built off the idea of truth versus trust that we discussed, as I say, mid last year from Sultanic. But there's a couple of additions to it that I've made that I think in my head make a lot of sense. Again, this is where I need your guys' feedback. Let me know if it makes sense to you. Let me know if you have obviously questions on it, right? So it all boils down to the strength of your mechanism / your how explanation / like the point where we talk about how it works, how are we different, right? It boils down to the strength of that idea. In other words, you want to ask yourself, how easy is it to dispute your idea, right? So think about this like a house built on sand versus a concrete slab. It's very easy for the house that's built on sand to fall over, whereas it would take a tornado to make the house built on a concrete slab to even move, right? Now this applies whether the prospect's dispute is valid or not. What I mean by that is if you say, for example, in an ad, I mean, you should never write this because this is really bad, but let's say you wrote this, right? We'll run your ads better than anyone else. And this stems to, we'll do SEO better than everyone else, right? It's just an example. We'll run your ads better than anyone else. That might actually be true. I think if we was to say that in our ads, it would be true. We can and we would run any agency or coaching business's ads better than they could run themselves or than any other agency. That's true. But notice how easy it is to dispute or dismiss that claim. All the prospect needs to say is, no, you can't. And that's it. It's disputed. It's over in the prospect's mind. That's it. It's done, right? Because there's no depth to your claim. We'll run your ads better than anyone else. No, you can't. No, you won't. That's it. There's nothing else to the claim. So the strength of that idea, going back to this here, the strength of that is terrible. Now, this not only applies to the whole mechanism and the big idea that stems from the mechanism, but it also applies to, and I think this is where a lot of the times we go wrong, it also applies to each individual line of the VSL or the ads, right? So it's not only the big picture idea, but it's also the individual lines, because ultimately it's those individual lines that obviously, as you know, stack together to create the big picture idea. So even if there's a couple lines in a VSL that the prospect can easily dispute, the strength of the VSL is not going to be that great, right? So as I say here, right? All they need to say is, no, you can't, and that's it. You've then lost the prospect because in their mind, now they believe you, that you are no better than the ads they're currently running or the last agency that didn't work or whatever it is that they're currently doing, right? Obviously, I'm just using ads as an example. But it's over. You've lost them. And until you present a new idea to them that's stronger, they will write you off in their mind forever. Every time they see your ads, they'll scroll right past, and now they believe, because now they believe you can't help. Again, even if you can, really important. Even if you can. So what we might write in the VSL may be true. We may be the best. We may be the best agency, or we may be able to run their ads more profitably than anything they've done in the past, or whatever it is. That all might be true. But if that's what we rely on, we're relying on the market to trust us. We're relying on them to trust our word. But as we know, all sophisticated markets, which is every market we run to is sophisticated, unless it's B2C. B2C is a little different, but even them, they've probably tried some stuff. They've probably seen some stuff, so there is still a level of sophistication with those guys, but it's not as much as a business owner, right? But as I say, this all comes back to the strength or the issue of the strength of your original idea. This is also why relying on adjectives and adjective-like words, I didn't know another way to explain it, but you get what I mean when I say that, is never a good idea, right? So saying things like amazing or breakthrough or powerful or unbelievable or new, the best, nothing else like this on the market, or we're the only one who does XYZ, right? All of these words and statements can be easily disputed. Sorry, I just sneezed. They can all be easily disputed because there's no strong foundation to any of it, right? There's nothing holding them up other than your word. Now, here's the thing, right? So this is I'm not wrote this down, but this is a really important idea to understand. So obviously Hormozi just launched school, right? Well, he's obviously just invested in school and whatever else. Now he's bringing that mass market into his audience. What's important to note, I've been seeing some ads, right? From him. You probably have seen it as well. I think they're just retargeting ads, most likely. His audience is big enough. But he's been saying, if you look at the ads, they're not the greatest, really. Like, I mean, he talks about some facts like 30% make their first dollar online. Even that, right? 30% make their first $1. It's like, what? Like, it's not the best thing in the world, right? 30% is a good success rate, but you get the point. Like, $1, really? It's not a big claim. And then he shows the leaderboard, a couple guys making like $5,000 a month, $4,000 a month, a couple making $20,000 a month, whatever. Nothing crazy. But the market trusts Hormozi because of the mouth it's coming out of. So if he uses these things, right? Where am I? If he says, this is the biggest breakthrough we've ever had in online marketing, or this is the most powerful piece of software that you could add to your business's, software stack today, and it's going to be he could say that, and the market's be like, holy shit. What is this thing, right? Because they trust Hormozi, they trust the person it's coming from. But when we're running completely cold ads, we cannot rely on that trust because the market doesn't have any trust. But they have trust in figures like Hormozi because he's built that over the last fucking 3 years or whatever he's been doing his organic for without him pitching. So the moment he pitches, they genuinely take everything he says as gospel because there's so much trust, right? Whereas again, on cold traffic, these things won't hold up because it can easily be disputed and they do not trust you. Another way to say this is there is nothing beneath the claim. So notice how when you say breakthrough, it's very powerful. If that's all you say and you don't show it, there's nothing beneath that claim. It's not powerful. That's all the prospect needs to say. No, it's not. Or I don't believe it. That's it, done, right? This is the reason why showing the market why and how something works instead of telling them is so much more powerful because it's embedded in truth, not trust. So if I show you something, right? What's a good idea? If you have a car, right? This is a good idea. If I had a car and it was like a fucking Toyota, right? And it was, not a fast car. But if I was a stranger in the street and I came up to you and I said, hey, and you had a Lamborghini and I had a Toyota and I came up to you in the street as a complete stranger and I said, hey, my Toyota will beat your Lamborghini. That's all I said to you. You're going to be like, dude, shut the fuck up. No way. My Lamborghini goes 0 to 100 in 2.9 seconds, whatever. All right. If that's all I said to you, you'd be like, no way, disputed. No, I don't believe you. And that's that, right? But if I showed you a video of my Toyota and another Lamborghini drag racing and my Toyota, beat the Lamborghini, I showed you that. Then I said, my Toyota will beat your Lamborghini. And after I show you that video, you might be then like, fuck, dude, what did you do to your Toyota, right? I said the same thing, but in one instance, I showed you. The other one, I only relied on telling you. Again, if you guys watch Top Gear, if Jeremy Clarkson said, I have a Toyota, dude, it will smoke your Lamborghini. Jeremy Clarkson said that and didn't show you, you might believe him because of who he is, because you trust him. But I'm a complete stranger in the street. You don't trust me. So instead, and that's the thing with cold ads, right? Strangers don't inherently trust you. So instead, you need to rely on truth. What's the easiest way? This is why I'm always saying show, don't tell. What's the easiest way to rely on truth? It's just to show the market, right? And obviously in a VSL, we're speaking. So technically we're telling them. But if we can kind of show them either through some kind of demo or share screen and actually show them, okay, great. That's obviously really ideal, but most of the time that's not achievable. Okay. But can we not explain how and why this works? Because through explaining how and why something works, the inner workings of it, it's kind of like you're showing them, right? This is why that's so important, right? And as I say here, there's depth to the claim. saying something is amazing has zero depth, and it's subjective, right? What's amazing to me may not be amazing to you. So you can't rely on subjective things. That's also another reason why adjectives don't work. Well, adjectives in isolation or relying on adjectives is never going to convert, because again, I could say something's amazing, or hey, this is really powerful, but what's powerful to me might not be powerful to you, or this is unbelievable, but you might believe it, right? It's subjective. And by extension, anything that's subjective can always be disputed or argued over. I say one thing, you say another. That's it. But we can't argue or dispute objective facts. If I say 1 + 1 is 2, unless you're a fucking idiot, you can't dispute me, right? You're not going to sit there and argue with me. But if I say this is amazing, you could sit there and argue that it's not, and you'd be very much right to do so, because that's just my opinion that it's amazing. So we can't rely on opinion or subjective ideas. It has to be objective. So and anything that's subjective or relies on or stems from a subjective point of view, it has a weak foundation. It can be easily pushed over. It can be easily disputed, right? Now, when you're writing copy, you need to think of yourself as a lawyer making a case to a jury, okay? Now, Jacob, I know you used to be involved in the law firm space, so a lot of this maybe you might call me out on, but, you know, big picture ideas here. I'm not like trying to use specific law terms and whatever else, right? But imagine a lawyer was presenting his case and all that he said, right, in court with a jury there, whatever, it's like a big case. A fucking lawyer stands up at the front of the room and he says, this man is bad. This man is nasty. He should be put away. Imagine if that was the basis of his argument. But all those things, again, may be true. That he may be a bad man. He may be nasty. He should be jailed, right? And even if the guy actually killed the person or whatever whatever he's being charged with, he actually killed the person. Well, if the lawyer only says or speaks to these things, how many jurors would actually believe and convict the defendant based on those claims only? Zero. No one will. Problem is, with our copy, we rely, I see that, I mean, it's not a whole lot, but I do see this happening quite a lot with some of the copy that I review and just some of the stuff I see in general, right? We rely on those claims to make our case, right? But if you think about it in the context of a lawyer, imagine them actually doing that. It's just like, it's idiotic. You'd be like, dude, no way. Like, no one's ever going to convict someone by saying this man is bad or whatever, right? And obviously why? Well, the jurors won't trust the word of the lawyer if that's all he brings to the table. Instead, the lawyer needs indisputable evidence that the defendant did what he's trying to convict him of. Indisputable. They need the defendant, on camera committing the crime. That's indisputable. You can't dispute that. If you see a video of someone going up to someone and killing them, I know this is quite graphic, but whatever. No one is going to dispute that guy didn't kill that person. You can't argue it. It's on camera. That's it. It's fact. He did it. Done. Whereas, again, that same guy might have done the same crime, but if it wasn't on camera, but I just told you he did it, you're probably not going to believe me. Again, especially if I'm a stranger, right? Or, some other shit, right? Like his DNA's at the scene, a confession, multiple independent pieces of circumstantial evidence, eyewitnesses, something that proves beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crime. That's what the lawyer needs to find, right? He needs to go and search and do his investigation, right? And anything subjective won't hold up in court. Now, he might intertwine, you hear the stories of the lawyers so this guy on Saturday, he killed this person, so he might have certain subjective things that he adds into the conversation. He's a nasty person, he's a terrible husband, he did this and builds up this story, but there's objective, black and white, indisputable evidence that is also added into his case, which then creates this story about this guy being really bad, and here's all the proof that he actually is really bad, right? This exact same idea has to be applied to your copywriting. In other words, every line, every sentence, every paragraph we write must be indisputable, improving beyond a reasonable doubt that our client is the best or only option in delivering the desired outcome the prospect wants. And as I said earlier, this has to go to each individual line, right? This is when I was telling you about it earlier. I was really struggling to try and figure out how can I just look at a mechanism and kind of know it's going to convert or not, right? I just look at it and it's just in my head. But this is what it comes down to, because I'm reading each line and I'm almost like running this, running the lines through like a formula in my head. And I suppose this is actually what it is, right? It's like, can this be disputed, right? Does this rely on trust, or is this telling the truth? Is this showing me that that what's being said or what you're claiming or whatever it is it showing me that it's real, or is it just saying it is and hoping that I trust it? Right? And a lot of copy I review, it's the latter, right? So it's writing something and then hoping the market will trust it. Some markets, it might work. And some people in some markets will actually trust it. Great. But as we know, it's not going to convert the masses. Now, just on this real quick, the last line of this is important, right? The best or only option in delivering the desired outcome the prospects want, that I said here. Every line, sentence, and paragraph that we write must be indisputable in improving beyond a reasonable doubt that the client is the best or only option to deliver the desired outcome the prospect wants. So let's break this down, because this is important. So let's look at the best or only option. What's the first piece of information you must know in order to position yourself or the client as the best or only option? What do you need to know to be able to actually do that? Well, you must know everything else they've tried, how that performed, what they liked about those solutions and what they didn't, and everything they're exposed to on a daily basis, as well as everything they are thinking about trying. If you don't know these things, how do you position yourself as better and different? If you don't know what they've tried in the past, how do you position? It's impossible, as I said here, it can't be done. It's impossible to try and position you as different from what they've tried in the past if you don't know what they've tried in the past. And if you think about it, it's actually, once you really understand who you're talking to, right? And obviously, Jacob, this speaks to you as well for the copy call. But in general, if you know exactly who you're speaking to, you know what they've tried, you know what worked, what hasn't worked, you know what they like, what they don't like, you know what they want, you know what their kind of preconceived ideas are about, maybe, you know, whatever the services that you're trying to sell. So if it's Facebook ads, easy example. If you know what the general consensus is in the market about Facebook ads is, etc. You know all those things about the market. You know who you're going after, obviously, specifically what revenue, etc. It's kind of easy to then write something that's going to convert that person, because you basically just write something that's a complete opposite to all the shit they hate. You write something that's complete opposite to all the shit they've tried, or not even opposite, but just new, different from all the shit they've tried. And then, as we know, we just got to position that point of difference as superior from what they've tried. But if we know what they've tried, we know why that didn't work, we kind of know how to write how this new thing is actually gonna, is different and better than what they've tried, right? So that's really important. That's how you know, or that's how you start that process of positioning the client as the best or only option. The second part to the above line is obviously delivering the prospect's desired outcome or want, right? The thing that they want. Now, this is kind of self-explanatory. I don't need to go into this too much, but it is vital that everything that we speak to all ties back to what the prospect ultimately wants. That's really important, like making sure that everything in the VSL, in the ads, everything speaks to that ultimate outcome. And we only talk about all this other stuff I'm talking about here insofar as it implying or affecting the desired outcome, or implying that we're going to deliver that desired outcome, right? And obviously as well, just on the desire, remember what they want is specific to the segment of the market that you're going after, not the market as a whole, right? And the same goes for what they've tried in the past. So what do I mean by that? Well, if you speak to, again, I'll use e-com, it's an easy example, but this applies to plastic surgeons, gyms, whatever, right? If you're trying to get people who are just starting out their e-com journey, well, what they want and what they've tried in the past is very different to what somebody who's already at 100K a month with their e-com store wants and what they've tried in the past. So for example, Fidel and Jacob, this one will hit home for you. Colin Turner and Liz, for example, their ideal client is very different to, say, for example, Sasha with you, Addison, or James. Both e-com, but they are completely different ends of the market. So by extension, their desires, that things you speak to have to be completely different. And obviously the mechanism has to be completely different, because what they've tried in the past is two totally different things. So by extension, the mechanism has to be different from what they've tried in the past. If what they've tried in the past is two totally different things, the mechanism has to be different by extension, right? And as I said earlier in the video, if you do everything on this doc correctly, it's really difficult to not write ads that convert or to write ads that don't convert. It's very hard to do, in my opinion. It's really, really hard to do. It's just a matter of really understanding these things. And guys, honestly, like Jacob, every time I do a review for you, right, this is what I'm running through. Or a Cash or Sep, when I, doing reviews with you guys, with your copy, this is what I'm running through. It's only what's on this doc. There's really nothing else that I think about when I'm doing these reviews. There's nothing. And if you look at our ads that we run for our offer, it's all of this. Everything that we do is this, right? And that's the reason why I still run all of our ads, because I just know our ideal client so well. I just know what to write. And that goes back to what I was saying before. If you know the market, it kind of is really easy to write ads that work. I could write an ad tomorrow for our industry, for our offer, and it's fucking 9 out of 10 times going to convert. And again, it's not because I'm so good at copy, or I'm not trying to fucking say that shit, right? It's just literally, I know our market so well. I know what they've tried. I know what they want. I know that the stigmas in the market around ads or around certain things. I just know it. So then I just write what my market wants, and I don't write what they don't want, or I position it as different from what they don't want, right? It's very easy to do at that point. But again, a big part of it is making sure that what we're speaking to is relying on truth, not trust. It's like, this is the biggest thing that I think as a team we can do a lot better on, is this idea here. How strong is our idea, right? And not just like writing a mechanism just to sound sexy, right? Or to sound different. It's like, different is one thing, but then what's the validity or what's the strength of the actual idea then, right? Because like, we could have a mechanism idea, and this is the other problem in general. You could have a sexy mechanism name, right? So let's fucking, we come up with sexy name 1, right? Whatever the mechanism name is. Okay, great. That might be enough for the ad, maybe. But even the highest performing ads, they all expose something new and different in the ad itself, right? But let's say you don't expose the mechanism and you just speak to this new sexy name and it sounds really cool. Like, or even Ravi's stuff, the AI sales agents. Sexy, it's going after marketing agencies, so they all want that stuff. That's something that's desirable for them. No one's really tried it, so it's different from everything they've tried in the past. And it's obviously on a trend right now. AI, it's a big trend. So AI sales agents. In the ads, we might just speak to that. So it's a sexy name, great name. But then in the mechanism, in the VSL, once we start to explain the mechanism and how the AI sales agents actually work, if the idea of that is not strong, or it's not built on a strong foundation, it doesn't matter how sexy the name is, the fundamental idea behind this AI sales agents isn't strong. There's no basis to it on maybe it's not propped up by anything. There's no truth, right? We are relying on the market to trust our word. Well, at that point, it doesn't matter how sexy the name is, it's not going to work, right? So this is like the big idea that I really want to get across to everyone on the team. Jacob, yourself, obviously you write all the copy, but then also a Cash, Sep, you guys with just being new on the team and whatnot. Same ideas here. Now, the final thing I want to finish on here is obviously the limitation of client deliverables, right? Because obviously everything I'm saying here, it would be perfect if we could write about anything and everything that we want. Right? I'm sure if we could write about anything and say anything we wanted to, and we weren't limited by anything, we could write ads that work really well. But obviously we are limited by the client's deliverables, what the client actually does. But that should be the only limitation, is the client deliverables. We should have no other limitations. And so if we have a client whose deliverables are kind of limited, maybe they just do paid ads, that's it. They don't do anything sexy, anything crazy. There's no AI sales agent. There's no, whatever, right? Well, that's where we need to get creative and not think, oh, well, this is what the client does, so that's all I can write. Done, right? That's the worst mindset to have, because those ads will never convert ever. I guarantee you, right? That we need to have, we need to be creative and not think that. We need to get out of that mindset, right? The market doesn't care, and this is why we need to get out of that mindset. The market doesn't care about what the client does. They don't care about what they do or the logistics of how hard it is. They don't care. Right? The market just wants something new, different, superior, and something that will clearly get them the result they want. That's it. That's all they want. Right? So even if all the client does, as I said before, is paid ads, for example, like it, and again, that could be SEO, it could be content, it could be whatever it is. They just do something, just paid ads, right? Or they just create videos. That's it. There's nothing crazy to it. we still need to be able to take that deliverable and make it sound sexy and make it sound and give it some strength, right? Like we was talking about before, prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this is the best or only option for the market to get their desired outcome in the shortest time frame possible. Why is this method, this approach, whatever, the best way forward? Well, to use the lawyer example, even if we have limited evidence or circumstantial evidence, we still need to create a case that proves beyond a reasonable doubt that the person who we are alleging did the crime 100% committed the crime. That's it. Because again, it doesn't matter what evidence we have. The jury still needs to be persuaded just as much as they would if the evidence was overwhelmingly strong. Even if we don't have any evidence, that doesn't change the fact that the jury needs to still be persuaded beyond a reasonable doubt that this person did it, right? And it's the same with clients. It doesn't matter what we have to work with. Their market still has a threshold that we need to hit in order for them to convert, independent of the service, right? Now, big idea here. This may mean that you write, quote, over the top initially, and then we tame it back through client feedback. That's totally fine. At least that way we'll know 100% it works. So I don't know if you guys have ever seen me write. I know, Jacob, we've done it on a couple calls, but like when I write for a client or for ourselves even, I'll just write what I want. I don't have any limiters. I don't have any like, oh, I probably shouldn't, like when I'm writing this is, right? When I'm just literally typing, I'm not thinking, oh, is that true? Is that legit? Or do we actually do that? Or is that not over-promising a little bit? Or I have none of those limiters. I just write what I want to write, right? And then obviously with me, I can then just go back, with our own ads, I can just go back and review it myself, right? No problem. With you, Jacob, for example, or if you're doing an updated piece of copy for an existing client, account managers, obviously you don't want to send over a piece of copy to a client to where it's like ridiculous, right? Where it's just like, obviously they don't do this and they can't promise that and whatever. Yeah, don't do it ridiculous to where the client's going to get pissed off. But Elon Musk has a system where he ruthlessly cuts, and this is something he actually does in all of his factories. He ruthlessly cuts systems and processes from his production lines. And he famously has a quote where he says, if we don't add back 10% of the things that we cut, then we didn't cut enough, right? And it's the same with copy and clients, only the inverse. So if we don't cut or change at least 10% of what we write through client feedback, because the client says, probably change that, that's not really true, that's a bit whatever, then we weren't aggressive enough when we were originally writing, basically is my point. If we don't change and cut at least 10% of what we write, then we weren't aggressive enough when we were initially writing it. And that's how you should be thinking when you're writing the copy for the client. Write it, obviously make sure it's not ridiculous, but kind of on that edge, right? On the line of like, not believability, but yeah, but I suppose you could call it believability. We're on the edge, send that to the client. Then if they come back and say, like, I don't really feel comfortable saying that, that's a bit aggressive or whatever, cool, no problem, we can change it. That should be expected, right? So point being here at the end, the big idea is that we should, even if we are limited to the client deliverables, we cannot have this mindset to where it's like, oh, well, that's all the client does, so that's it. Because even if that is all the client does, it doesn't matter. Like those ads are never going to convert. So then we need to think of another way to say it to where they are going to convert, because there's a threshold in every market that we have to hit in order for someone to go, that's interesting. Click the ad. Watch the video sell. Okay, great. This sounds very interesting. Let me book in a call. There's a threshold that we have to hit to convert, right? Because you got to think about it. The people who book in a call with us, with our clients, whatever, all of them see ads every single day, but nobody clicks on every ad and takes action on every single ad, whether it's a low ticket funnel like we have, buys the product or books the call. No one does that on every ad. So then why is that? Well, because every other ad is just, like their threshold to convert is here, but every other ad is in this section or whatever the fuck, right? It's here. So what do we need to say to get our ad to hit this threshold to where it makes them convert? Right? Because everyone has that line. Everyone, I think it's like a buying threshold or something. There's a term around that, but everyone has it, right? It's like when you go to the shops, you don't buy everything, but you might buy a couple things. Why did you buy that over everything else? Well, that hits the threshold, right? Your buying threshold. It's the same thing with like booking a call or whatever it is, taking action on ads, right? So point being, there's that line in every market, no matter what the client does or the deliverables or whatever it is, that line is there. We need to hit it, and we need to think about a way to hit it if the client's deliverable is obviously very kind of bland, right? But we need to do it in a way that relies on truth and not trust. So I really hope this video is clear. and it makes sense. And I think as like a final thing, I won't write it out, but just as a final like actionable step, right? I would, anytime you write an ad or a VSL or anything, when you review it, always go back with, like, swap out your fucking glasses, right? Like put a different, or a cap, I think some people call it, right? Put a different hat on. And the hat you put on at the end, and this is actually something very tangible and tactical, I think. Put your lawyer hat on, right? And really, really think, like, read through your ad, VSL, whatever, and then think about you, almost like third person. You read it out loud, but put yourself in the position of you being in the jury and a lawyer or somebody reading that as their case to you in the jury, and put yourself in the position of, and maybe you have to do this a couple of times. So you first read it yourself as the lawyer, and then you put yourself in the thing. Maybe you record yourself. Jacob, this is actually something for you, and everyone else as well. But like, I know obviously you're doing this all day, Jacob. You could read it out loud, record yourself on the phone, and then put your like fucking juror hat on, and then listen to that recording as a juror and think about that person being a lawyer who you don't know, and they're talking about obviously the client, but like a defendant almost, and you don't know the defendant. You have no other context on this situation, on this case, right? Think about it like that. You have no other context on this case other than what is coming out of that phone if you record yourself. Or again, you just read the script and you can just do it, a bit of mental gymnastics, put yourself in the juror's position. You have no other context. Remove all of the context, remove all emotion, remove everything that you have, remove it, and just read the script and see if you are moved by that script, because that is the situation and the context that the prospect who's reading this ad is in. They have no other context. They don't know who we are. They don't give a fuck about who we are. They are honestly are skeptical. They're actively thinking this is bullshit, this is bullshit, this is bullshit, but they keep reading. Okay, well then can we change that, right? But they're actively thinking against what you're saying. That's the situation that they're in. So I think we need to do a better job of doing that ourselves. And I think, honestly, by doing that yourself as like your final edit version, right? Obviously go through, edit it, make sure it reads well, whatever. But like your final iteration should be that hat swap thing, right? And I would just really try and put yourself in that position, because I think, at least for me, that makes it really tangible. Like because then you can read, again, like I was saying before, each line, each sentence. As I said here, every line, every sentence, every paragraph we write must be indisputable, improving beyond a reasonable doubt that our client is the best or only option in delivering the desired outcome the prospect wants. And so when you listen to it from the juror perspective, you can listen to it and go and think to yourself, would I believe that? Would I believe that? And even if it's a line, like it doesn't have to be the whole thing, just individual things within the script, within the ad, whatever. Do I believe that? Do I believe that? No, I don't believe that. Why don't you believe it? Like what makes you second guess that part? Well, is there then another piece of proof that you could put right after that line? If you make a claim, but then when you listen to it from the other person's perspective, the juror perspective, you're like, something comes up and you're like, the person is implying that I believe them. They're relying on my trust, right? Okay, well then is there a result I could put right after that line to prove that point? Or is there another way I could say it where instead of me telling them, could I not show them? Is there a demo I could do here? Or is there something else that I could put in here? Or something like, is there another way I could write this line that would make it more believable to where I don't rely on the trust? All right, so in this training, we're going to go through getting your first or your next 10 high-ticket clients. There's 6 steps here. I'm going to break everything down. So let's jump into it. Step 1 is getting your audiences. Okay, so when we first launch a client, every variable is essentially unknown, right? Meaning you don't know with certainty whether the variables such as the copy, the creative, the VSL, the offer, the funnel, etc. will convert. You don't really know with 100% certainty. Obviously, the automatic appointment funnel is proven, but the specific offer that you've used, the specific way you've set up the funnel, maybe that is it's an unknown variable. You don't know 100% if it's going to work or not. And so by extension, we want to refrain as much as possible from adding more, quote, unknowns into the mix, as we already have enough unknowns as it is. So when we're choosing the audiences that we're going to launch for new clients, we always want to pick the 3 to 5 where we know 100% our ideal client is going to be. So that way, it's a known variable. We know with certainty our ideal client should be in this audience. So then that way, if the ads don't work, it's not because it's not a question of are our ads going to our ideal client? No, you know for sure that they are. So then it's a question of, okay, what are we saying in the ads that's not working, right? So you're able to isolate some of the unknowns when you first launch, which is really beneficial. Now, obviously that way, as I said, if it doesn't go to plan, it's not because of the audiences, it's most likely due to one of the other variables, such as the offer, the creatives, the funnel, etc. In later trainings, or actually later in this one, I'm going to show you which variable is the unknown, or which variable is out of the unknown variables, which one is the one that's causing the ads not to work. I'm going to show you that, but just so you know, you need to launch with audiences that you know your ideal client is going to be in, okay? So the highest hit rate, quote unquote, audiences to use when we launch new clients are lookalike audiences and hyper niched interests. Let me explain both. So with lookalike audiences, the highest predictor of success with lookalikes, and when I say success, I'm referring to volume, quality, and costs within KPI. The biggest predictor of success with lookalikes is the custom audience or the source audience used to create the lookalike. So when you create a lookalike, Facebook requires what's called a custom audience, which is essentially a Google Sheet list of names, phone numbers, and emails. And this is, this is the minimum requirement, but you can also add in like addresses and there's a ton of other stuff. I'll show you that in a minute. But the minimum is names, phone numbers, and emails, okay? Now, what Facebook does is they then use that custom audience to look at their user base and find other people on Facebook who have the highest affinity against the list that you provided. So this then means the quality of the list you provide Facebook will determine the quality of results that the audience will produce. Now, the best lookalikes to use are typically, this is not always the case, but typically clients, your past clients, your past booked calls. So if you used Calendly in the past or whatever, you can download all of your past bookings from Calendly and use that as a lookalike. I'm actually going to show you in a minute here one of these campaigns that we're currently running, what I've got selected. I'm going to show you the audiences that we use. We actually use this right here. So past book calls, and then also you can get a manually scraped lead list where you basically just pay a lead sourcer, or maybe you do it yourself, and you get them to scrape a ton of companies in your industry and just give you that as a lead list, right? And then you can upload that lead list into Facebook and create a lookalike based on that. Again though, important, these only work if your clients or your past book calls or your leads are actually qualified. So if you've had a ton of bookings in the past and they're all with unqualified prospects, then just because it's a past book call list doesn't mean to say it's going to work, right? In that instance, if you've had a ton of past bookings in the past and nothing worked, none of them were qualified, that's not going to work, okay? So I always say to launch with this stuff, but it's also the stuff you can scale with. So this is what, again, as I said before, one of the campaigns we're running, 500 a day. It's a low budget. In terms of how I've got this set up, I'm going to show you all of that later in this training, but just so you can see it here, in action almost. This is high ROAS, don't worry about that. So this is one of our highest performing ads. If I just go to maximum on this campaign, it's been running for however long. It's spent 20 grand in total so far. I think I launched it maybe start of Feb or something. Yeah, so just, I think maybe January or something. January 31st maybe is when I launched it. Yeah, around there. So it's been running for, what is that, like a month and a half or so. Spent 20 grand. It's generated 112 appointments at $177 cost per book call. By the way, this is Australian. So this is 177 to USD is pretty cheap, to be honest. 117 US cost per call, which is obviously for our industry, very, very, very good. No one else in our industry gets these type of results. And look at, this is my point in showing you this. Look at the two audiences that we're targeting. I'll just show you everything. So you can see here, the custom audiences is basically a lookalike audience, 3% lookalike on, these were basically all of our 2023 sales calls booked, right? All of the bookings, the sales calls that we got in 2023, I just up until September, so it was just 9 months actually. I put all of that into, I downloaded that from Calendly, CSV file. I think it was maybe 1,500 or so. I can't remember exactly, honestly. There was a lot, but it was just all of our past bookings. Lookalike 3% done, and we run to the big five, so we do Australia, Canada, UK, New Zealand, and obviously the US. That was it. The second one, this is actually an interesting one. So this is our lookalike that we did on basically all of the people who have watched it. So we only run video ads. It's obviously what I recommend for you to do as well. All of the people
that have ever watched more than 95% of our past video ads, we did a lookalike on those people. So we just basically, custom audience was all the people, 95% video viewers is what it's called. And then we did a 3% lookalike on those people, again, up until September of last year. And actually, I forgot to include New Zealand in this. Huh, I didn't even know that. There you go. But it should have been the big five as well. It's the same thing. And yeah, those two audiences are killing it for this particular campaign. So point being, to show you that, not only should this be obviously the audiences you launch with, but also it's a live example of the fact that you can scale these audiences as well. Okay. So going back to the idea though of the fact that the custom audience needs to be qualified. As an example, let's say you're in the e-com space and your ideal client is e-com brands doing above 100K a month. If you upload a list with Facebook, you upload a list to Facebook with e-com founders who are all below 50K a month, for example, then Facebook's only going to show your ad to other people who are below 50K a month as well, right? Which means it'll be impossible to generate a high volume of qualified sales calls, which in this case would be brands above 100K a month, right? So this is an instance where it doesn't matter how good your copy is or your offer, you will not be able to generate qualified results, period. Conversely, if you upload a list with prospects who are all doing above 500K a month with their e-com brand, then immediately that means that Facebook is only going to be showing your ads within reason. Majority of people who are going to be seeing your ads are going to be above 100K a month. And so this doesn't mean that you're now guaranteed to get extremely qualified calls, by the way. This is important to know. But it does mean that your ads are going to be guaranteed to be shown to only qualified people. Now, the rest of the heavy lifting to actually get those qualified people to book in a call is going to be your offer, is going to be your VSL and your copy, etc., right? But you can see how by isolating the variables, we then know exactly what's working and what's not, okay? Now, you need to, obviously, as I said just there, you need to then ensure that your copy, creatives, and your offer is perfect, and then it will most definitely convert. So now the question becomes, using the above example, are all of your current clients and past sales calls and any leads list that you have, are they all, if this was your niche, e-com founders who are all doing above 100K a month? Obviously, this goes the same for the old gym owners, if gym's your niche, and so on and so forth, right? Now, if your answer is no, then that means that we can't use your prior list as we have, and so we have to manually scrape lead lists from our lead sources to connect. And I'll show you more on this in a second. You can also scrape these lead lists yourself. You don't have to pay someone to do it. You can more than definitely do it yourself. Or you can just get a lead sourcer to actually manually scrape, again, in this example, e-com brands doing above 50K a month. Now, if you answer yes, though, to that question, then we need to ensure that the list size are at least 500 in size, and that the lists have first name, last name, phone number, and email address all in separate columns, right? Plus any other data that can be used to match on Facebook. And you can also combine lead lists to increase the size. So for example, if you have 100 past clients and you have 300 past bookings, you can combine that list to make a 400 person size audience. Obviously, ideally we want it to be, though, at least 500. The bigger, obviously, the list size, though, the more data you give in Facebook, which means the better it's going to be able to find closer affinities, which means obviously better quality. Now, if you don't have adequate past sales calls to use, or you don't have a good client list or past leads, then you can get a lead sourcer to manually scrape a qualified lead list, again, of 1,000 leads. This is ideal. Minimum is the 500, but ideal volume is 1,000 plus. Now, what do I mean by this? Well, if you have a past lead list of, say, 300 people, that'll be pretty strong because, sorry, if you have a past client list of 300, that'll be really strong, right? Because you've got 300 paid clients on a list. That's a very high quality list. But if you have 300 random leads, it's not as quality, even though the volume's the same. So if you're getting a manually scraped lead list, you want that to be at least 1,000, ideally, because the quality isn't as high. Whereas if it was past clients, you can have that a little lower in terms of volume, and it's still going to be probably perform just as good, if not better, even though the volume's significantly lower because of the quality, right? Now, the lead list must be in the below format. So if I just quickly show you this. This is from Facebook, by the way. So the lead list must, email address, phone number, etc. And then obviously it needs to follow this type of layout structure. All right. Now, More specifically, you need ideally first name, last name, phone number, email and address. The bare minimum, just so you know, to actually have a lead list that can be uploaded to Facebook, you need at least first name, last name, and email. I think Facebook allows you to upload with only one of these, but the match rate will be terrible. So the minimum to have a half decent match rate is going to be first, last, and email in separate columns. But obviously, the more info you give them, the better it's going to perform. Now, if you need a lead list, but you don't have an internal lead sourcer, then we do have a lead sourcer, which we refer our clients to. This is his info here. Just so you know, I make nothing from it. I'm not affiliated with him in any way. I don't profit from it. He's just really good. That's it. Like, we've used him for a very long time, and he's really good. And that's who we get to do all of our lead lists. But just so it's clear, I don't make any money from it. Okay. So once you get the qualified lead list with all the requirements, I would always start off with a 1% lookalike inside of Facebook, as this is, quote, closest to source and has the most likelihood of achievement, initially at least, that is. And I'll show you how to create all of that here in a minute. Now, that's lookalikes. Let's go into hyper niche interest. So whenever we launch a new client, ideally we want 3 to 5 solid audiences to target straight off the bat. Now, if for whatever reason you can't get 3 to 5 perfectly aligned qualified lookalikes, you can then use what we call hyper niche interests as well to make up for the remaining audiences. Now, usually, if you don't have a good amount of past data, then you'll only have sort of one, maybe 2 lookalikes, which is based on the manually scraped lead list. So this is where, again, you'd create a hyper niche interest. So really all this is essentially any interest that only a specific person, in other words, your ideal client, would be interested in. So an example is, if you had some kind of parent offer or whatever, a hyper niched interest would be working parents. There's no one else other than parents would fall into the interest working parents. Does that make sense? So it's hyper niched. Now, by extension, that makes it a hyper niche interest. A reverse example would be entrepreneurship. Not only is this audience 300 million in size on Facebook, but naturally it's so broad that this would include so many people that you couldn't possibly say only my ideal client is in this interest. You can't possibly say that with entrepreneurship. But if you were going after parents, you can say that confidently with this type of interest, right? Now, usually we want our audience sizes to be between 1 to 10 million. And a hyper niche interest are often going to be between like 1 and 2 million. And that's totally fine. Again, just to launch with. This is not to scale. This is, when you scale, ideally you want your audiences to be bigger, etc. This is just to launch with. I want to make that clear. Now, we always want to test outside of these obvious interests, but again, when we're first launching, we want to decrease the number of unknown variables, so we must launch only with hyper niche interests to start, as well as lookalikes, okay? That's, again, I really want to make that clear. Now, here's a video from one of our top account managers, Fidel, that he created on how to find hyper niche interests using ChatGPT. So you can check that out by him. Now, this is what I use every single time I don't know what niche to target. So it works really well. So action step here for step 1, you want to get your 3 to 5 different audiences that are either lookalikes or hyper niche interests or a mixture of both. Really important. Get access to those, know what it is that you're going to target, and let's move on to step 2, which is the ad launch checklist. So make sure you check off every one of the below checklists before you launch any ads ever, whether it's actually, you can even use this for your own clients, but particularly for your own ads, for your own acquisition. So the checklist is number 1, you want to have the 3 to 5 qualified 1% lookalikes and or hyper niche interests. These should be based on qualified leads, as we talked about, qualified lead lists, and interests only your ideal client would be interested in, okay? Then you want to have 5 different edited creatives. So on the recording, sorry, by the way, this is 5 different creatives that are all edited, not different edited creatives. I realize that wording's a bit off. But on the recording, obviously you want to make sure that your creatives, it's not clear that you're reading off a script, even though you should be reading a script. You don't want your creatives to be like, okay, and this and that, and that's not good because that decreases trust in the audience. So you want to make sure that there's no reading off scripts. You want to make sure you have good energy, have, some fire behind you, right? Get the people who are watching the ad, get them excited. If you're just like, yeah, we'll do this for you, it's like no one's going to be interested in that. You want to have some fucking good energy, get into it. And then you also want to have obviously an appealing / niche specific background. So I talk about this in the recording, but if you work with car dealerships, if you can go to a car dealership and actually record yourself, record the ad at a car dealership, just by the very nature of the background, that's going to do some targeting for you. Because guess what? Car dealership
owners are interested in, car dealerships. So when they scroll their feed and they see another one, naturally that's going to catch their attention. And then your script, whatever you're talking about, should then keep and hold their attention and actually convert that attention into a book call. Also, obviously, in the editing side of things, you want to make sure you have no spelling errors. You want to make sure it's engaging. Sounds and the volume are like kind of, engaging. It's not over the top. It's not too low, etc. And then you also want to make sure you have, correct banners. So in the top, if you see any of our ads, I always have a banner, which is usually going to be the offer or the market call out. So you want to have those 5 different creatives ready to go. You also want to have 5 different pieces of ad copy properly formatted as well. Now, these are typically the same as your scripts, the same scripts as your creatives, what you're actually saying in the video, but it's just written form, and it's obviously formatted to be read as opposed to, heard, listened to, right? And then finally, you have a working funnel, okay? And obviously, it's changed to suit your offer. So you want to have the correct funnel copy, correct funnel copy. You want to have your embedded DSL or your VSL if you decided to record it. And you also have your embedded booking calendar as well. For this, obviously follow the setup, the automatic appointment funnel training. If you haven't got your funnel finalized yet, that's all, that setup training goes through all of that. Okay, so that's the ad launch checklist. That's all you need. And if you have those things, you can get them launched. If you don't have those things, there is a video in this 7-day fast start going through how to do each one of these, whether it's obviously the audiences we've just gone through, but the creatives, the editing, there's a video for everything, the training for everything. So if you haven't got one of these things, just go back in the 7-day fast start. You'll find it in there somewhere. Now let's move on to the campaign launch framework. So if your daily budget is sub 500 a day, here's the campaign setup you want to have. You want to have 1 CBO, okay? And you want to, for the ad sets, you want to have 2 to 5 ad sets depending on how many audiences you have. And the specifics, I wouldn't worry about. If you have 2, just do 2. If you have 3, do 3. If you have 4, do 4. Like, don't get too hung up on, oh, I really need 5 or whatever. You don't. You saw this campaign here. I have 2. And I had this 3rd one, but it must have not performed very well, so I turned it off, and I just have 2 in here. And it obviously works pretty well, So don't worry about the specifics on that. In terms of the ad set setup, you want to have 1 audience per ad set, okay, when you're starting out, because this is going to show you which audience is working. You can see in mine, and I want to just show you this because I think it's good to just show you like a live example of spending money, etc. You can see per audience, I only have 1 lookalike, right? Obviously, it's different countries. I always recommend to group your countries into, 1 ad set, which I've done here. But it's only 1 lookalike, which in this case is our book call lookalike. 3%, all the different countries, but it's the same lookalike. Okay, same thing with this one. Oops, same thing. Okay. So make sure you group them, and then so you should have all 5 ad copies per ad with 1 creative per ad. So how might that look? These ones here are our highest performing ads of all time. So I use the post IDs. So you can see, like, for example, I think this ad, oh, you can't see the likes on it, but this ad's got like 1,500 likes or something. So you can use the post IDs to like stack up the social engagement. But what I mean by what I just said there about the copy per ad, you want to just basically leads, manual leads campaign. And then in here, if I was to do, I just use this one, for example. So let's say, for example, this is one of my creatives, right? This is a UGC actor, but let's say this is one of my creatives, which actually this is a creative we're running. I'm only going to have this 1 creative for this 1 ad, right? And then in the primary text, I'm going to have ad copy 1. I'm going to add text option and go add copy 2, and so on and so forth, right? You would do that for all 5 pieces of ad copy that you have. Like I said here, so you have all 5 ad copies per ad, and then 1 creative per ad. So that's exactly what this is. 1 creative per ad, and then I would have all 5 copies per ad as well. And then the headline, you can do a couple variations. Again, I wouldn't worry too much about it. Like ours is, PSA, all marketing agencies. Like that's one of the ones that we use. Like, don't worry about the specifics, right? Obviously I had to spell that correctly, but anyway. So that's what you do. And then all you would then need to do is go in here, duplicate, and then see how this is a new ad. So let's call this creative 1. Right, creative 1 is this one, all 5 pieces of copy, and then here this would be creative 2, and you would still have the same pieces of copy, these 3,
You'd still have the same 3 pieces or 5 or whatever it is, but all you would do is just change out this image here. So you go change video, and then just do your next video. That's it. Just swap out the creative, right? So this would be creative 2. Okay. It's not loading, but you get the point. And then duplicate that again and go for your next creative and do that until you have either 3, 4, 5 ads in this one ad set. This one ad set should be targeting one of the, one of your hyper niche interest or one of your hyper niche interest or lookalikes. Then once you've got your 5 ads in here, individual creatives, one audience in here that you've targeted, then you would duplicate the entire ad set, keep all the ads the exact same. And then for this next one, you would then target your next hyper niche interest. And you would do that 3 times until you've done all your 3 audiences, or 5 times if you've got 5 audiences. Hopefully you get the point. Very basic. So that's what you do. If your budget is below 500 a day, then the budget you would do on this is obviously, you make sure it's advantage campaign budget, which basically is just CBO. And then in here, you just put in your budget. Ideally, you want to try and keep it around 100. If you can't afford $100 a day, no problem. Just do whatever you can afford. So 20, 50, whatever. The only difference is it's just going to take longer to optimize. So if you have a 100 a day budget, it's going to take twice as long to optimize or twice as long to learn as if you was to have 200 a day. If you have 200 a day, it's going to take 4 times or 5 times as long to learn as if you was to have 1,000 a day budget. You get the point. Nothing different, just takes a little longer to get more results in, but it's totally fine. Whatever your budget is, just put it in there. Now, if you have more than 500 per day budget, then what you want to do is you want to have 2 CPOs split by lookalikes and hyper niche interests with the budget split evenly. So let's say, for example, you have 600 a day. Then you would do 2 campaigns, right? So 2 of these bad boys here, 2 of these. This one here, for example, you might call this one, this one might be all of your hyper niche interests, right? And then in the next one, you might duplicate this entire campaign. And then the next one would be all of your lookalikes, right? And then you would change out these audiences for all of your lookalikes. That would be if you had, and then you would set each one, for example, at 300 a day. If you had a total daily budget of 600, right? And you go from there. So that's what you would do, as I say, if you have more than 500 a day budget. Now, in terms of publishing, let me just walk you through a couple other things. So I've just kind of showed you how to do all the setup there. How you create lookalikes, just as a side note, is you want to go into, let me move this out of the way, go into over on the left-hand side here, then go into all tools, and then you want to go into audiences, okay? Now in audiences, this is where you can upload your custom audience or your lists. So if I go into here, all right, and then we go into create audience on the left, custom audience, you would go custom a list, next, and then in here, you would upload your customer list. So if I go CSV, I'll have some kind of list. February booked, here you go. All right. So this is just one of the lists that I've got, right? It's a CSV file. Make sure that the list is in CSV format. That's how Facebook takes it. And most of the time, you're not going to have a customer value unless you upload like a Stripe CSV or something like that. But most of the time, it's not. So just go no here. Name your audience, whatever you want. And then in here, this is where you map the identifiers, right? So this is what I was talking about before. So in one of the this lead list I've got here, this column is invitee email, and it automatically pulls email address. Perfect. This one is the closer email. So this one I'm gonna go do not upload, and this is not the mobile. Sometimes it will get it wrong, so I'll just do not upload. Then I'll go into action needed, and just check these are the individual columns on the CSV, right? So invitee first name, I'm gonna go in here and select first name. And then invitee last name, I'm gonna go into here and select surname. Now all the remaining rows on here are actually not, they're not mappable or whatever you wanna call it. So I just typically do first, last, email, and then go import and create. I'm not gonna do that because I've already imported this one, but you go import and create. Then it's gonna look like something like this, right? So then once you've uploaded it, then you can go back into create audience and now go lookalike. And then in your lookalike here, you would select the one that you've just uploaded. So I might go
just go past clients. This is just a random one I've uploaded in the past. So I'm going to search that. It's not value-based because remember we didn't map the value. So you just want to go other sources. Whatever you named it, just search for it in here and then select it. And then in audience location, you want to basically just search the countries, or select, I should say, the countries that you want to target. So you might do United States, Australia, wherever you want to run to, right? Australia, Canada. This is what we do. We do the big five: New Zealand, and United Kingdom. Now watch this. I think, so then you would want to select, actually just real quick, the percentages. Remember earlier I said you just want to do 1% lookalike. So you just do 1% here. Okay, again, just to launch. You can test all of these because they can all work. But when you're just launching out, you just want to start with what's most likely to work. That's going to be 1%. Now watch this. I should get an error here, hopefully. Oh, I don't. Sometimes what might happen is you might get an error. Usually I get it, but I didn't in that instance. But if you get an error, it's going to say something like unable to create lookalike as you need more than 100 people per country, something along those lines. If you get that error, all you need to do is the following. So you would search your lookalike again. And then instead of doing all those countries stacked together in this one lookalike, instead you would just want to do one country per lookalike. So instead of me doing, as I said before, United States, Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, etc., I would just do United States, 1%, create audience. Then go again, pass clients, and then the next time around, I'll go New Zealand, for example, the next one, right? New Zealand. 1%, create audience, and then do it again. And then in the ad set level, when we select the audiences, that's where you then just select them all together. Remember how here you saw when here they're all individual. Well, if you can make it where it's all in one, that's obviously nice and easy. But sometimes, again, you get an error for whatever reason. So in that instance, you would just do them individual, and then you would just select the 5 or the 4 or the 3 countries that you chose to do. You'd select that in here. Hopefully that makes sense. Now, in terms of like the other setup, I kind of went through it before. I probably rushed through it. Let me just discard these drafts here. So what you would do for the actual setup is create, you would go leads, continue, manual leads campaign, continue. And then campaign name it whatever you want. Make sure you turn on advanced campaign budget. So turn this on. So put in your budget here, like I said before, whatever it is that suits you best, put in here. Ideally 100, but if you can't do 100, you can only do 20, do 20, whatever it is. Then audiences here, I always name the ad set name, whatever the audience is. So I might do 3% or 1% in this case, 1% lookalike past bookings as an example, right? Like, don't worry about the specifics here. None of this really matters. Then you want to make sure that website is selected. Instant lead forms is selected. This is actually important. Always do instant lead forms first. This is going to give you the most flow, right? Hormozi has this saying, optimize for flow, then add friction. It's what you want to do. You want to optimize for flow, optimize for the most people coming through, the most leads. Then based on the leads that you're seeing, maybe you don't need to change anything. Maybe they're booking and calls, they're closing, great. You don't need to do anything. But if you are getting a ton of leads and then there's issues, maybe they're not quality, whatever, then you can go back and add friction to increase quality or whatever it may be. But initially just do instant lead forms, select your Facebook page, and then this is one of our clients, but it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna do anything here as well. If you've not selected their terms, you're gonna have to select it to run the ad, which is totally fine. Then down here in locations, you wanna edit this and not do worldwide. You want to do the locations that are in your lookalike. So whichever ones you did here, you want to select those in here. I'm just going to do Australia for the example of the video. And then down here, you want to go switch to original audience options. And then go here, use original audience. And then custom audiences, you want to select the lookalike that you've just created. Okay, so I might just select this one, whatever. Select the lookalikes, turn off advantage lookalike. And then obviously the locations, make sure you just select the ones that I said before. Age, you can kind of just put in a rough range. I think we normally do 20 to 55 or something. Just rough range of age. Okay, you want to go broader, more broad than specific. And then that's it. So
That's what you would do on your lookalike audiences. For the ones where you're doing your hyper niche interest, obviously you won't have a lookalike. So instead, you want to go into here and go, everything else is the same, but just detailed targeting. You want to edit this, and then this is where you want to plug in your hyper niche interests. Something else you can also use is this suggestions tab. So if you have no idea, you've watched the video that one of our account managers, Fidel, created on using ChatGPT. If you still have no idea, just plug in like a rough interest. So if you're going after roofers, right? Random industry. But if you're going after roofers, just put in roofing. Like, okay, interest, roofing contractor interests. Okay, all right, let's start there. Then just use suggestions here, this button, and then it gives you a ton of interests that are similar to the one that you've plugged in. So roof shingle, this is something, right? I have no idea what a shingle is, right? But it's obviously something that only roofers are going to be interested in, or at least there's a high likelihood of if you're a roofer, you're probably interested in this, right? Let's have a look. Domestic roof construction, probably similar. See, home construction, that's a little too broad because a lot of homeowners are probably going to be interested in home construction. Rain gutter, building material, industrial materials and equipment. So if you're a homeowner, you're not going to be interested in building material. If you're a roofer, you're probably interested in building material, right? You can get the idea of that. Now, again, you would want to turn this off. And now see this audience, it's between 1 to 10 million. Good audience to go after. Perfect. Then you can also, if the audience is too big, so if you selected like something that was like rural, broad like this, it's going to be well, even that's not over 10 mil, but you get the point. If it's something really broad, you can also narrow audience by Facebook page admins, and that's always going to decrease it pretty significantly. And most business owners are page admin. So you see how that's now taking it down to 3 million? That's good. If you're in B2C, if you have like a coaching offer or whatever in B2C, then usually, obviously, I would never do that just because most consumers are not page admins, but you get the point. So that's what you need to do at the audience level. Always keep this on. Never do manual placements unless you're scaling and whatnot. That's a different conversation. Just keep that on. And that's really all you need to do at the ad set level. Then at the audience level, just obviously select your Facebook page, select your Instagram account. And then you would just do exactly what we said before with the ad setup like I showed you. Then with the lead form, I've got another video that goes through how to set up the lead forms. Just watch that video on using lead forms. Okay, that's how you set up your ads. Then hit publish. As simple as that. Like it's really not too crazy. The setup, where you get the most results from, just as another FYI, is not from, if you're spending less than $1,000 a day, the results do not come from the media buying. The results come from the ad, the offer, the actual, the DSL, the funnel itself, and the messaging. That's where the results come from. Those things are also still obviously very important, above $1,000 a day ad spend. But when you're above $1,000 a day ad spend, that's where really good media buying comes into play as well. But if you're below 1,000, especially below 500, the media buying is relatively basic. Like just the setup I showed you there is going to get you the best results that you can get with the offer that you've got. If you change the offer, that might change your results as well, right? But with the offer and everything you've got, this setup is going to get you the best results with that offer, or at least as good results as you can get with that offer and that DSL, etc. So hopefully that makes sense. Now we'll go into step 5, which is basically when to cut losers. So after you've launched your funnel, when do you cut, when do you scale, how do you make decisions based on the data that you're currently getting, obviously after you publish the campaigns. That's what we're going to now go on to. All right, so let's jump into it. This is going to be a very big section, and it's probably one that you're going to need to listen to over and over to like really understand, because what I'm going to focus on here more so than like the black and white of like this campaign you turn off, this campaign you wouldn't, or whatever, is more about the decision-making process that goes into making the decisions, like behind the scenes. How do you actually think about this stuff? Because I could tell you if your campaign has these metrics, turn it off. But if I don't tell you why you would turn it off or why you would leave something on or whatever it is, why you would scale in this instance, but maybe not scale in that instance, you're never really going to know for yourself truly how to run profitable ads. So that's going to be my goal here. It's a lot. Obviously, if you want me and my team to just come into your coaching business and just do this for you,
we can, shoot me a DM. We can have that conversation, see if you're a good fit for what we offer. But if not, again, I'll just give you everything right here. But just so you know, you'll have to probably watch this section a couple times. So let's jump into it. When to cut losers. Now, in order to be able to make the correct decisions, you first need to know what the numbers are that you're actually looking at, and more importantly, what the goal KPIs are at each stage of the funnel, so you can see what's working and what's not. So there's these 3 stages of the funnel, and then there's also a 4th stage. So each stage is basically advertising, then the funnel itself. Oh, I should say there's 3 to 4 stages of the acquisition process, right? So you've got advertising, then the funnel itself, then you've got sales, and then you've got profitability. Okay, so at the end of the day, what are we looking like on a profit standpoint? Now, inside of each section, there's basically metrics, right, that make up the metrics of advertising, etc. And so here's the following. You've got obviously ad spend, then you've got CPM. KPI here is between $30 and $90, and the CPM, just for those of you who don't know, it refers to cost per 1,000 impressions. Then you got CTR all, which ideally the KPI should be between 1 to 3%. Now, the CTR all refers to the percent of people who see the ad versus who click on any part of the ad. So this could be things like see more, they could like the ad, and that would go into CTR all. They could comment, they could play or stop the ad, they could link click as well, okay? Then you've got cost per click all. This should be between $2 and $5. And this is obviously cost per click on, cost per any click on the ad. Then you've got outbound CTR link click, which is the percent of people who see the ad versus actually click the link that is on the ad that typically will send them to either the lead form or the, to the landing page. Now, if you run lead form ads, you will not, the outbound CTR link click will refer to how many people click the link at the end of your lead form and go to your actual funnel, just as a note on that. But here, this should be about 1% or higher. Then you have cost per outbound or link click. This should be between $5 to $10. And then you obviously have number of clicks, number of landing page views, and then landing page view percentage. So this should be minimum 80%, and this refers to the percent of people who click the ad and versus who actually land on the landing page. So they're the advertising metrics. Then you have the funnel metrics. So the funnel metrics are number of leads, opt-in rate. So this is the percent of people who land on the landing page versus who actually opt in. This should be between, I usually say between 10 to 20%, but really it should be, 15% plus is a good KPI to shoot for. Then you have cost per lead. So this should be between $30 to $60. Maybe 80 on the higher end if you're in a more competitive industry, just as a side note. Then you have VSL watch rate. So this is the average consumption of the VSL, and that can be found in your video hosting platform. Usually if you upload to Wistia or Vimeo, you can see in the analytics sections. Ideally, you want this to be 30% plus. Then you have number of calendar page views, VSL page to calendar page percent conversion. This should be 10% plus, meaning out of 100 people who land on your VSL page or your DSL page, at least 10% of those people should be clicking through to the calendar page. Then you have number of booked calls. Then you have booking page completion. So this is the percent of people who land on the booking page. So out of the 10% who click to go to the book a call page, 80% of those people should then book in a call. Okay. Then you have cost per qualified booked call. So this should usually be, I've got 100 to 250 here, but really this should be 100 to 300 cost per qualified book call. Now this is not total bookings, by the way. It's cost per qualified booked call, which refers to your niche and the revenue. Okay. Now how you get the info on the quality is through the booking software directly. Now you should have like a Zap setup or an automation setup to where when somebody books in, that information gets zapped into a Slack channel, which is of what we use, where you can just see inside of Slack all the new bookings come in, and you can gauge quality on there. Now that's the funnel. Then you have sales. So sales is number of live calls, okay? Live calls refers to how many people actually showed up, right? Show up rate. If you're in B2B, your show up rate should be about 50%. If you're in B2C, it should be about 50%. If you're in B2B, it should be about, I've got 75 here. That's actually high. I would say 65 to 75% if you're in B2B. Then you have obviously number of closes. Now a close is defined as someone who actually paid the invoice, not somebody who just signed the contract or is quote going to pay. That is not a close. A close is when somebody actually pays the invoice, right? Then you have close rate. So out of the live calls, what percentage closed? This should always be about 25% plus. That's on the sales front. Then the profitability metrics are basically your CPA or your CAC. How much are you paying to acquire a new client? Then you have estimated LTV of sales. So from the closes made, how much is expected to come in over the lifetime of that close. Look at this from a weekly or monthly perspective, okay? And then when I say this, by the way, I mean like each week, what's your LTV, what's your LTV worth each week or each month, okay? Then you have revenue return on ad spend. So this is what's the ROAS based on the lifetime value of the closes. So if you know the LTV of a close you just made is probably about, say, 50 grand, random number, and you just paid 5K to acquire that customer, then your return on ad spend in that instance would be 10 to 1, which is a great LTV because the KPI for your revenue ROAS should be about 5 to 1, okay? Then you have, that's minimum, by the way. Then you have total cash collected. So how much cash hit the bank from new closes. Again, you want to look at this on a weekly or monthly perspective. Then you have cash ROAS. So cash ROAS refers to what's the ROAS based on the cash collected from the closes. So in that example, if you close the client whose LTV is going to be 50K and you paid 5K to acquire them, but that close obviously didn't pay 50K up front because that's their lifetime value. What did they pay you up front? How much cash collected did you take from, or how much cash did you get from them on day one? And if that is, say, 10K, then, and you paid 5K to acquire them, then obviously in that instance, your cash ROAS would be 2 to 1, which is the minimum, and your revenue ROAS in that instance would be 10 to 1. Hopefully that makes sense. So they're the metrics, right? That's really all I wanted to do there, is just bring visibility to the metrics and the KPIs for each metric. Now, what you want to do is, I also have a tracking sheet here that you can use. I'm not going to go into that in this video, but that's there for you to use. Now, what you want to do is you want to set up your Facebook columns in order, in this following order, in order to make decisions. So visibility obviously is the most important thing to have in order to make the best decisions possible. The more context you have, the better your decision-making process is. Now, the way you get the most amount of context in a situation is by having visibility. So setting up your ads manager dashboard in the same structure as the funnel gives you the most amount of visibility in the quickest time frame possible, which is the most optimal in order to make the best decisions possible, right? So here's how I would have it. I would literally have it as ad spend, first column, CPM, second column, CTR all third, and so on and so forth. That is how I would set it up. How you actually do this inside of the ads manager is you would go into here, then you would go customize columns. And then when this comes up, I have it a little differently, but what I would recommend for you is to have literally just this right here, okay? And then also follow all the way through until cost per call. You will not be able to get cost per qualified call inside of the columns because Facebook can't determine between what's qualified and what's not. However, you can get obviously cost per schedule, which is cost per appointment schedule, right? Which I've got here, cost per appointment schedule, this one right here, right? So that's what you go up to. And then obviously sales and profitability, you can't track inside of the ads manager, but you can track up until this point, okay? So you would have each one of these, and then that would be your columns in terms of how you interpret the data, just like this, okay? Hopefully that makes sense. Now, let's go into the priority system in the decision-making process. Now, this is the part you may need to watch a couple times. It's quite in depth, but I promise you, you'll never have seen another process or system like this one that's going to give you better insight and allow you to scale this DSL, VSL, automatic appointment funnel better. I guarantee it. Like, we've got this thing down to a science, okay? And a lot of it is because of what I'm about to go through. Just jump straight into it, all right? So before making any decisions on whether to cut, scale, or change the ads, you must ensure every new campaign or ad set that you launch runs for at least 48 hours prior to touching it. Okay. Now, the number one priority whenever you make decisions with ads is the last metric you have data on. So the last metric in the funnel that you have data on, that is what you want to use to make your decisions. So for example, if a campaign you are running has produced closes, right? Then you want to always make decisions based on the CPA. What's the CPA of the campaign? Well, if that same campaign doesn't have any closes as of yet, but it has booked calls, then make decisions based on the cost per qualified booked call. Now, if it has no calls booked, then you want to make decisions based on the CPL and the quality of the leads. If it has no leads, then you want to make decisions based on the cost per link click and the CPM. Does that make sense? So you want to look at the last metric in the funnel and figure out, okay, what is that last metric? And then use the costs on that metric to inform your decision, okay? Now, if any of these later stage metrics are out of KPI, so if you look at, okay, I've got this campaign, it's got booked calls, however, the cost per book call is out of KPI, then that
is what you would, that is when you would then start to look at the earlier metrics in the funnel leading up to that final metric to determine what's off. Does that make sense? So for example, again, if your cost per book call is out of KPI or is above KPI, it's because there's a metric leading up to the cost per book call that is causing the output, cost per call, to be off, right? And it's the same with the CPL, it's the same with the CPA. So for example, if you have a funnel running and the last metric you've got is your cost per call because you've had no live calls yet because somebody booked in a call, but it's for 2 days time and you've not had the call yet. Okay, great. So then also you've got no live calls, no show rates and no closes. Well, the last metric you've got is the cost per call. Okay, great. So what is the cost per call? The cost per call is $500 right now, as an example. Well, that's out of our KPI of 100 to 300 cost per call. All right. Well, the reason why it's going to be 500 in that instance, or at least above KPI, is because one of these prior metrics preceding the cost per call, one of these has to be out in order for the cost per call to be out. Because the cost per call is almost propped up by these earlier metrics. Does that make sense? And so then what you then want to do is go, okay, my cost per call is out of KPI. Why is that? Then you can go and look at these earlier metrics. But the problem is most people look at these earlier metrics before they identify their cost per call, if that was the last metric in the funnel they had data on. And so they may have a great cost per call, but they look at their, cost per click, and their cost per click, they realize, oh my God, my cost per click is $10. That's out of KPI. But guess what? Nobody cares. Like, who cares about your cost per click? If your cost per click's out of KPI, who cares if your cost per call is $100? It doesn't matter. So that's why you always want to make decisions based on the last metric in the funnel and then only look at the earlier metrics that precede that in order to figure out why, if this cost per call is out of KPI, why is that the case? Hopefully that makes sense. Let me keep explaining this because I've wrote it out really clearly here. So whatever the final stage in the funnel that you have data on is, that's what you prioritize. And more on this later, okay? So within the first 48 hours of launching anything new, Facebook is trying to find different pockets of the audience that you are targeting that are most likely to convert. Let them do their thing, okay? So this is where I said before, you don't want to touch your ads in the first 48 hours of them launching, subject to the below. So only leave your campaigns running if the CPM and the cost per link click don't exceed 3x their KPI after 6 hours of running the ads. Within the first 6 hours of running the ads, don't even look at the numbers because they change so much you can't make an effective decision. When I first launch an ad, I may spend $30, right? If my budget on a campaign is say $500, in the first 6 hours, I may have spent, or in the first 4 hours or 2 hours or whatever, I may have spent $30 with no link clicks. So you might look at that and be like, well, hang on a minute, my cost per link click KPI is $5 to $10, but this ad has spent $30. Yes, but it's only been up for 2 hours. So you just got to let it run its course for the first 6 hours because the numbers can be, they can seem really bad inside the first 6 hours, but Facebook is so sporadic with where it places your ad, it's going to look real bad. So just let it run for 6 hours. Then it kind of stabilizes at the 6 hour mark, which is then when you can look at the ad and go, okay, actually, what are my real costs here? And again, if the real costs after 6 hours of running the ad are 3x on CPM and cost per link click, if it's 3x KPI, then you would want to cut it off, okay? So for example, if you launch a new campaign, and after 6 hours, it spent $40 with one link click, you would need to turn it off, okay? Likewise with the CPM, if it was above $150, for example. Why is that? Well, our KPI for the cost per link click is $10. So if after 6 hours it's spent $40 and you've got no link clicks, then it's over or above 3x this KPI, and so you would want to turn it off. Same thing with the CPM. See how max CPM here is like $90? Well, if your CPM is over 150, then you would want to turn it off, right? Because that wouldn't technically be over 3x, but it would be about, if it was like 50 CPM, average CPM KPI is about 50. And so if it was above 150, then that means it will be above 3x KPI and you would want to turn it off, right? Now, whenever you see this,
Okay, if this was to happen, where in the first 6 hours or after the 6 hours is over, you are above 3x KPI on either CPM or cost per link click, whenever you see that happen, just don't worry about it, turn off the campaign and just duplicate the campaign exactly as it is and just relaunch it. Because usually it's just a bug, right? And normally when you relaunch it, it doesn't mean, oh my God, I need to change all my ads and this is not working. Just duplicate it, because normally, again, it's just a bug. Facebook has shown it to the complete wrong people. Turn it off, duplicate it, relaunch it, and normally it will fall into KPI. Now, given the CPM and cost per link click are less than 3x their KPI, during the first 24 hours or so, you would want to leave that campaign running and maintain a close eye on the next stage of the funnel, which is either leads or booked appointments if you're optimizing for schedule. So for leads and booked appointments, you never want this metric to exceed 2x their KPI. Now, the reason you only want 2x and not 3x for these later stage metrics is because not only are they harder to get, but if the campaign has spent, for example, $400, and the cost per call KPI, say, for example, $200, well, in order for that campaign to go back into KPI, you needed to get 2 calls booked during the next $50 spend. Otherwise, you'll need to get 3 booked in order to get back to KPI. That is highly unlikely. It's not impossible, but it's highly unlikely. And so if we're trying to, use the data we've got at the moment to predict future performance, if I have that data, my prediction of future performance is going to be, this thing isn't going to get in KPI. And so on the flip side though, if we apply this same logic to the cost per link click and a campaign has spent, say, for example, $30 with 0 clicks, all it takes is for 3 people to simply click the ad in the next sort of $5 spend or so, and you'll immediately go to $11 cost per click, which isn't all that bad and is much more likely to happen than getting 2 to 3 qualified people to book a call who are, again, all qualified from only like $50 spent. That's unlikely. And so that's why on the later stage funnel metrics, you want to make sure you never let those exceed 2x KPI, as opposed to the earlier stage metrics. It's easier to get, so you can kind of let it run a little bit longer. Hopefully that makes sense. Now, conversely, on the cost per call and leads, if you have a campaign that's around 2x the KPI mark, so for example, $400 per call, for example, and you only have 1 booking so far, so you spent $400, you've got 1 booking at $400 cost per call, then all that campaign needs to get back into KPI is 1 person to book during the next $20 to $30 or so in spend, and you immediately go to KPI. So you would let that run. Does that make sense? So this is the exact thought process that you ought to follow when it comes to whether or not to turn campaigns off in the early stages. I'm going to get on to what to do after like the initial launch period. But in the initial launch period, this is the exact mindset that you want to have and decision-making process you want to run through in order to know whether or not to turn it off or relaunch, or what to do basically in the early stages. So in other words, within the first 48 hours, you should have cut any campaigns where the CPM and cost per link click are 3x KPI, provided they have no further metrics, and any campaigns where the CPL, or if you have calls, then the cost per book call is 2x KPI. Now, just on this bit here, if a particular campaign, and this is kind of what I touched on earlier, if a particular campaign has 3x our ideal cost per click, but the cost per book call is in KPI, then we would leave that campaign on, right? Why? Because we use the last metric in the funnel to make decisions, like I said earlier. But let me read this bit actually. It doesn't matter that the cost per call, the cost per click is 3x higher than it should be if the cost per book call is in KPI. You would want to leave it on, right? You can take these findings and run a new test to decrease cost per click to hopefully decrease cost per book call for sure, but you would never want to turn off the original campaign if it's in KPI. So this is what I was saying earlier. If we have a cost per book call that's in KPI, 200, 100, whatever it is, right? It's a good cost per call, but your cost per link click is, for example, $30. We have campaigns like this, by the way, where our cost per click for, for scale clients, our own agency, I run some ads where the cost per click on the ad is like $30, but it's producing 150 cost per call. Okay, yes, my cost per click is 3x above KPI. It's $30. It's expensive to get someone to click, but my cost per qualified call from those people, because everyone who's clicking the ad is qualified, so it's, there's not as much volume of people clicking the ad driving up the cost ultimately, but the conversion rate from click to book is so much higher than normal to where my cost per call is actually pretty good. 150, 200, 250, 300, whatever it is. My cost per call is, sub 300. That's decent. So I'm never going to turn that ad off, because my cost per call, the thing I care about most, is in KPI. So I don't care that I'm paying 30 a click. Now, again, as I said before, I could take those findings and go, okay, well, if I was able to halve my cost per click, would that maybe bring down my cost per book call? Yeah, maybe. Well, let me test some stuff to decrease that cost per click. But the campaign running actually right now that's getting the call that's in KPI, I'm going to leave that on because it's producing good calls. Unless then I find another campaign that's producing even cheaper calls, then now that one's above our baseline for the ad account. Okay, now I'll cut that one off. Does that make sense? So again, goes back to the idea, always make your decisions on the last metric that you have in the funnel. That's really, really important. Okay. So again, that is the priority system in the decision-making process, and it also is what to do basically in the early days of when you launch a new ad. Now, let's talk about sample sizes and process to making decisions. Okay. So you never want to make a decision off a sample size of 1, right? If a campaign that you launch gets a booking, but it's unqualified, for example, don't stress. Okay, the costs are, if the costs are in KPI, then let it run longer, as you can't confidently say this campaign produces only unqualified calls when you've only had 1 booking, right? A sample size of 1 is not enough data to make you could make a decision, but it's not going to be an effective one, right? And the same goes for the inverse, by the way. You can't confidently scale a campaign simply because it got 1 good call 1 time. Like, it's just not enough data, right? So then the question becomes, well, how much data is enough for me to confidently say, yes, this works, no, this doesn't, I need to scale, I need to cut, etc., right? How do we make effective decisions? Well, the best sample sizes I've found are 3 days, 7 days, and 14 days from a view perspective. So like, for example, if I go into the ad account here, this is the one call, the one campaign I was using as an example in the start of the video. So in here, you can see that there is date presets. Okay, so you can go last 7 days, you can go last 14 days, and then obviously you can manually select, like for example, today's the 13th. So I could go the last 3 days. Okay. Now, depending on your ad spend volume, so you can actually look at this, right? This is a very, very good example. The last 3 days of this campaign, it's slowed down, right? It's had 4 bookings at 383. Now, this is very good. I didn't plan on this happening actually, but this is really good. So you might look at this campaign and go, okay, well, it's had 4 bookings at 383 cost per call. 383 cost per call is outside of KPI. Okay, yes, it is. I agree. But if we go to last 7 days, well, this campaign has had 15 calls booked at 233 cost per call. If we go to last 14 days booked, it's had 29 at 241. If we go to last 30, it's had 82 at 183. So yes, you could argue costs are slowly increasing, but even in the last 30 days, it still had 15 booked at 233 cost per call. 233 cost per call for my industry, qualified, is like crazy cheap, right? So okay, over the last 3 days, if I even include today, what's today? 311. But over the last 3 days here, it's at 383. I'm still going to let this campaign run, because not only is, the last 3 days, yes, it's higher, but historically, this campaign has performed extremely well. If we go to maximum, you can see it's held its numbers very, very well at 116 bookings at 180 cost per call. That's crazy, right? Like, that's ridiculous. And it's had 21 grand in ad spend. So it's very stable. It's a stable campaign. It's had a few high days the last couple of days, but like today, it's 220 spent, nothing in, but yesterday must have been half decent for it to, yeah. So yesterday was 3 bookings at 167. So you can see he's starting to get back on track. So I'm not going to stress over the last 3 days it being higher cost per call and start cutting this campaign, because the history of it shows me that it's really a strong campaign. But that's what I mean. So that's why you want to look at multiple date presets and multiple date ranges to be able to make your decisions, right? So again, the best sample sizes I've found are 3 days, 7 days, and 14 days. The less budget you are running with, the longer the window you need to look at, right? If you're spending 100 a day versus 700 a day, what the 100 per day budget learns in a week, the 700 per day budget will learn in a day. Technically, right? So the more budget you have, the quicker you can make decisions. So over 3, 7, and 14 days, you will be able to find trends which you can use to inform your decision. And we just did that on this one, right? Like, should we turn this one off? Well, the trend over the last 3 days it is trending above KPI. But if we look at the other trends of the last 7 as I said before, the last 14 and the last 30, we can see overall the trend of this campaign is a campaign that's in KPI, really. And so, maybe, if I let this run, which I will, just keep it running for another week or 2 weeks or whatever the number is, if then the trend maintains at what it has been over the last 3 days, well, then I can see it's trending upwards, I may cut, right? But right now, I'm looking at all this data to make an informed decision that I'm leaving this on, independent of the last couple of days being a little bit more expensive. Because like I say, we even saw yesterday, 3 booked at 167, it's back in KPI, it's no problem, right? So usually though, if a campaign, and this is exactly what we was just going through, if a campaign has historically performed in or below KPI from a ROAS and cost per qualified call perspective, and you notice over a 3-day period, it has slipped out of KPI, you would still want to leave this on, as given its history, it's safe to predict that it will return in the near future. And that, as I say, I didn't plan for that. That was very much unplanned, but that's exactly what we've just seen there in a real life situation. We'll leave this on, right? Even though it's slipped out of KPI over a 3-day period. Now, this is the thing. If that same campaign after 7 days is still not back within KPI, then you would want to identify how far off are we, right? Are we massively out of KPI, or is it that the cost per book call just rose from like say 200 to 225 in the last 7 days? Well, if it's only, technically, yes, it's out of KPI. It's above, historically on this ad account, we get 200 cost per call. Okay, great. This campaign's at 225. It's still right there. I would leave that on, right? And this is where a bit of intuition comes into play as well. And also, how aggressive do you want to be, But in that instance, if it goes from 200 to 225 or 300 to 325, I'm going to leave it on, honestly, because it's not increased crazily, I will just obviously keep a close eye on it over the coming days. Like this one, it's, yes, last couple of days, 383. So that's quite significant in terms of increased costs. It's pretty significant. However, I'm still going to leave it on given its history, and I'm going to just keep a close eye on it over the coming days, right? I'm like, okay, it's kind of going out of KPI. Let me check it now on a daily basis to make sure that I'm obviously not unnecessarily spending. On the flip side, if it's massively out of KPI after 7 days, or in other words, it's 2x KPI, out of 7 days of bad performance, then you would want to cut on the 7th day. So if this maintains at 2x KPI, which it has been over this 3-day period, 383 cost per call, if this maintains for the next 7 days, or the next 5 days, including these 3 days, you get the point, then I am going to cut this campaign, definitely. If this then starts sitting at about 400 cost per call, I'm going to cut it at that point. Again, obviously that's for campaigns that have performed in KPI and have been stable prior. So on the flip side, let's look at a newly launched campaign, right? Because this is for stable, historically well-performing campaigns. But if, for example, a new campaign that you launch within the first 1 to 2 days performs in KPI from a cost per qualified call perspective, but then 3 days that follow, it falls out of KPI, or in other words, it goes 2x above KPI, then you would want to immediately cut, as it's clear the future performance of this particular campaign is most likely going to be out of KPI, because you've had 3 days of bad performance versus 1 to 2 days of good performance, right? So you get, if you have 1 to 2 days of good performance, and then the following day you have another, you have a pretty bad day of performance, I'm going to leave it. I'm going to let it spend a little bit more, because it had 1 to 2 days of good and now it's having 1 bad. But then if you have another bad and another bad, so then you have 1 to 2 days of good and 3 days of bad, 4 days of bad, 5 days of bad, I'm then going to cut, because it's pretty clear that the bad performance is more prevalent from this campaign than good performance. And when I say bad versus good, I mean in KPI versus out KPI, right? Conversely, again, if a new campaign that you launch has a cost per outbound click that's in KPI, CPL that's in KPI, and the quality of the leads is good, then it's a safe bet to predict the future performance of this campaign will also be in KPI. So you would want to leave this running until the cost per book call is above 2x KPI. Okay, hopefully you're following along with this. Now, really, this is exactly how we make decisions based on whether to leave campaigns on or off. So again, you might want to rewatch this video multiple times to really understand the philosophy behind the decision-making process, as you'll encounter situations that aren't specifically described in this video, but you can apply this same decision-making framework and make the correct decision. That's really what I wanted to try and get across in this video, is like how to think, so that if a situation arises that I didn't explain exactly in this video, well, because you know how to think about whether to turn something on or off,
you'll be able to make the correct decision in that situation, despite me describing it exactly in this video, right? Hopefully that makes sense. Now, let's move on to step 6, which is the scaling framework. So the first key to scaling efficiently is to build what's called an anti-fragile base in the ad account, all right? And I'm almost certain you've never heard this style of scaling before. So, and again, all of this is based on us just running hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars a month in ad spend right now. That's the other thing. This is not based on stuff that used to work. A lot of gurus and whatever else, I don't like that term. I don't refer to myself as a guru. I really don't think I am. I'm just sharing what works for us, you know, but a lot of these other guys in the space who teach this stuff, they're talking about stuff that worked 4 years ago, 3 years ago. Facebook is a completely different landscape than it was 4 years ago, a year ago even. And in a year's time, it's going to be completely different. It's most likely why you won't be able to see this video in a year's time, because something new will happen. But this is what's working right now. And again, it's just built on what I've seen firsthand, not only running all of our own ads, but also obviously having, you know, hundreds of clients. I'm spending, you know, literally millions a month on client ad accounts. We've built this process that just works, okay? And that's what this scaling framework really stems from. It's not like, you know, there's stuff like horizontal scaling and vertical scaling and stuff like that that's pretty industry-wide known. This doesn't refer to any of that. This is completely different, and it works tremendously well. So as I say, the first step is really to focus on building an anti-fragile base within the ad account. Now, once you've built out your anti-fragile base, then you can slowly increase volume across every pillar. So let's start with, what's an anti-fragile base? What does that refer to? Well, another way to explain this concept is through the age-old expression, don't put all of your eggs in one basket. Now, for most things, that actually isn't correct, but for scaling ad accounts, it is. You see, it's extremely risky to have your entire daily budget, say for example, $1,000 a day. It's extremely risky to have all of that budget on one campaign. Why? Well, if that one campaign fails or fatigues or breaks in any way, we are now in a position where we have to reallocate 100% of your daily budget, right? Now, that's not only a big task, but it will also put you in a marketing rut for a day or more until you find a profitable place to reallocate the budget. And, you know, if you have a sales team, obviously if you're spending $1,000 a day, it's not a crazy scale, but it's a good enough scale to where you probably got a closer or two. And so, you know, it just puts you in a really tough spot, because if your ads stop working, then your closers are going to come to you and be like, hey, what's going on with the calls? Like, why am I not getting any calls? Now now you're affecting their livelihood, because now they're not making any money because you've got no calls coming in. And then that's going to kind of put you in this position where you got like kind of forcing to, you know, just find something that works. You're probably going to end up spending a ton of extra money unnecessarily, because you kind of, you feel forced to find something that works, etc. Just puts you in a really bad spot. And it's not necessary. You don't need to do that to yourself. That's the big thing to this, is like, you just don't need to do that to yourself. There's much better ways to scale, hence this way I'm talking about right here. And you know, as I say, what this ultimately refers to though is a fragile base. Meaning one small hiccup can break the entire ad account. And that's really the problem with fragile bases. Now, we instead want to build an anti-fragile base, which is essentially the inverse of the above. It's where you have, say, for example, again, $1,000 a day budget, and you split that up across, for example, 3 campaigns at $330 per day each. So the ad account is at $1,000 a day, but your campaigns are not. And that's important, right? So even if all these campaigns, by the way, you know, these 3 campaigns, as an example, even if these 3 campaigns were the same, right? We would still have a stronger base than if the entire budget was on one campaign. Even if, again, the 3 campaigns were just duplicates of each other, they're exactly the same 3. If they're split out across 3 separate campaigns, you're gonna have a stronger base than if all of that budget was on one campaign. Now, what's even stronger though, is if each of those 3 campaigns were either different angles, like ad angles, or different audiences, or different faces, or different funnel formats, or different optimization events, or something of that nature, right? There's something different about each campaign. That way, if one of the ads fatigue, then that'll only impact the one campaign that one ad is in, right? And not the whole ad account. So just as a side note, when I say don't have, say, for example, 1K on one campaign, that only refers to if your total budget is $1,000.
So I think what a better way for me to explain this is don't have 100% of your budget on one campaign. Because I'm sure you would have seen in some of our ad accounts, we have multiple campaigns at $1,000 a day each, but that's only because the total daily budget is upwards of 5K for that one ad account. Does that make sense? So it's not necessarily you can't have a campaign at $1,000 a day. You definitely can, only in the instance when that $1,000 a day equates to either 30% or less of your total ad account budget. Does that make sense? So instead, I think, again, the better way for me to explain it is don't have 100% of your budget on one campaign. In fact, if your budget is more than $500 per day for the entire ad account, then you do not want to have more than 30% on any one campaign, 30% of your total budget on any one campaign. The reason why I say if it's more than 500 is because if you're spending $100 a day, 30% of 100 is $30. Now, as I say down here, I'm kind of skipping ahead a bit, but I'll go back. If you're, a 30% of $100 is $30 a day. Now, if you run campaigns at $30 a day, you're not giving a Facebook enough juice for them to get you results. So in this instance, if you do have a $100 per day budget, then you would just want to put all of that onto one campaign. However, this is okay from a, strength, from a base strength standpoint as well, because 100 per day isn't likely to fatigue as aggressively as 1,000 per day campaign can. So you're not exposed to as much risk. That's really important to note. So in other words, if you're sub 500 a day, you can put all your budget onto like 1 or 2 campaigns, as I say here. But for higher budgets, which is more than 500 a day, you want to make sure that only 30% of your budget is max on any one given campaign. Now, how do anti-fragile bases and scaling tie together? So every ad that you run has a lifespan or a shelf life, right? Some will be 2 weeks, others will be 2 months, and others will be 2 years, but they will die out at some point. And so the more you spend, the quicker it will die out. For context, in theory, if you spend $1,000 on an ad, that will have a 10 times shorter lifespan than if you was to only spend $100 on that ad. Now, this does not mean you shouldn't directly scale spend on ads and campaigns that are working, right? It's just more so an FYI. So if you have something that's working, you want to spend more on it because instead of delaying the results down the road, you want to get all those results in right now, right? So you want to scale your spend on that one ad for sure. I'm not saying don't do that. It's, again, just more so of an FYI. So then when it comes to building anti-fragile bases and scaling, here's how they tie together. Let's say you have 5 campaigns that are all different in some way, okay? And when I say different in some way, you might have different audiences in them. You might have different ad angles. You might have different faces, whatever it is. They're different in some way. If you have 5 campaigns, right, of that nature, you could spend 1K per day on each campaign, and in total, the ad account will be at 5K per day, right? Now, not only do you have a strong base in this example, but you are also scaling pretty nicely without running the risk of anything dying out too soon, or without running the risk of the results, significantly dropping, where you have to reallocate like 100% of the budget, versus, in the other hand, if you had 5K on one campaign, you're at the same scale, but it's very unsafe. It's very risky. It's a very risky way of scaling an ad account. What I'm talking about here with anti-fragile bases is it's a lot more of a safe way to run an ad account. And I think I've kind of learned this the hard way. Again, like I said before, by having a sales team. If you have a sales team, you need to be making sure you are filling their calendars with good calls all the time. And I used to go, we used to have great periods where we would scale really hard and, we'd hire an extra closer and we'd have a ton of calls coming in. But then that would end. And then I'll be like, damn. And then I'm like kind of chasing my tail to try and find something else that works. And that situation I just explained earlier is exactly what used to happen to me. I used to be like, fuck, like I've got to, find something else that works. I've got to scale these ads back up. I've got to do this, got to do that. And then wasting a ton of money. And then, we never had this, but you may then have people leave because they just don't have enough sales calls on their calendar. You don't want that. And so with this mindset, you can imagine how easy it is to scale spend as a byproduct of focusing on building an anti-fragile base. So imagine if you had 25 different audiences which performed in KPI, right? You had 100 different ads that performed in KPI, and you had 2 different funnel formats which performed in KPI. Well, in this instance, in theory, you could have 5 campaigns with 5 audiences in each campaign with 10 ads per ad set with funnel 1, okay? Follow me, just follow along here. Then you could do the same thing again with the next set of 10 ads, because remember, we've got 100 ads that work. So you could do 10 of them in this campaign, 10 of them in this campaign. And then again, this is all with funnel 1 and so on until all ads were running. Then you would could repeat for funnel 2. So the same exact setup, but then send all that traffic to funnel 2, right? Now, if you were to set each campaign of this nature at 500 per day, you would have 100 campaign total variation of campaigns at 500 a day each. That's 50K a day in ad spend, right? And each campaign is only at 500 each. So you can see how just strong that base is without really opening yourself up to too much risk, because each campaign should be performing in KPI and it's only spending 500 a day. So it's not likely to die out anytime soon. But because of the way you structured the ad account, you can scale to, like in this example, 50K a day and really not be exposed to that much risk, right? And what's more is that you could increase each of those campaigns or pillars by 100 per day each. Okay, and that'll be an extra 10K a day in total added ad spend. So I think the big idea here is that how my philosophy on scaling and what I've found just from working with all of our clients and whatnot, the best way to scale an ad account is at the ad account level, not at the campaign level. I think that's really important. We oftentimes go for more campaigns, and try and keep the budget between like 500 and 1,000 a day max per day per campaign. And then we just do more campaigns. And again, we scale the ad account, not the individual campaigns. That's what I've found leads to the most sustained success over a period of time, over a long period of time, I should say. And so it makes it, as I say, easy to scale this way. And obviously, imagine how anti-fragile the base would be in this particular ad account with this example. Now, this is obviously an extreme example, but it does show you how easy it is to scale accounts to 1,000 a day or even 5,000 a day by building out multiple performing campaigns and funnels with different ad angles and audiences, okay? So I've kind of already touched on this already in terms of actually building anti-fragile bases, but here are a few different pillars or silos that you can look at building out to ultimately build an anti-fragile base. And just so you know, if you're spending less than, as I said before, like 500 a day, I wouldn't really worry too much about any of this, to be honest. Like, you can get away with spending 500 a day on one campaign and just have that thing perform really well for like a long period of time. I keep going back to this one example here, but that's exactly what this is. This has been running for, again, a month and a bit, whatever it is, like say just the start of the year to today, you know, 21 grand. I think it was actually been about 2 months. So it was like the end of Jan to today. Yeah. 21 grand in a month and a half, and the numbers are only getting better. Like, since I recorded that last clip, I think we've had a couple more bookings come in. Okay, it's not recorded yet, but anyway, it's, you know, still doing really, really well. This is one campaign at 500 a day, you know, and this has been running, as I say, for 2 months at this point. I've not touched it. It's just launched and it's just ran for 2 months. Got, you know, however much it is, right? 100 and call it 200 cost per book call. This month is at 250, but even so, it's still holding very, very well. So, my point is, if you're spending less than 500 a day, you can really just get away with like 1, maybe 2 campaigns. But if you want to scale your ad spend, this is what I would do. So I would be looking at building out multiple ad angles. Now, an ad angle refers to basically, you know, like in our ads, for example, some of them speak to, you know, hey, we'll help you get more clients. Other ad angles speak to, hey, we'll get you more sales calls. Other ad angles speak to, hey, we'll act as a growth partner in your business. Other ad angles say, hey, we'll place you with a closer. So all these different ads are different ad angles, right? And now we have multiple variations of each angle, but they're all speaking to a different either pain point or a different deliverable that we offer clients or whatever it is. There's something different about each one, right? Obviously, there's 101 ways to talk about how we're going to get somebody more sales calls. Okay, great. Let's talk about those 101 ways to get them more sales calls. But the ad angle in that instance is sales calls. Then again, another one might be getting you more clients. Another one might be whatever it is. So I've got, you know, even just there, I think I listed 4 or 5 different ad angles. So I can create 4 or 5 different campaigns, one around sales calls, one around clients, one around being the growth partner, and another one around, you know, placing you with the closer. They're 5 things. They all lead to the same product, but they're 5 different almost like entry points or, again, ad angles. And each one of them is going to resonate with a different person in my market. And so that's why I would want to do those in individual campaigns, 1 ad angle per campaign, and then put each one of those campaigns at, say, for example, 500 a day. Individually, 500 a day, like I just showed you, it can, you know, one campaign at 500 a day can really last a long time if you crack the code on that campaign. But if we have 5 of them, now the ad account's at 2,500 a day. Right? And so that's what I mean when I say multiple ad angles, multiple faces. So this is another thing, like if you go into these ads here,
Like, look at this person. So this is one of our actresses, right? You can see that's her there. She's called Kim. This is another one. She's called Jackie, another face. This is another one. Okay. Completely different face again. This is another one. Another different face. And then this is also me, right? My ugly face, right? So, you know, I've got, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different faces in this one ad set. So again, you know, you could either do one face per campaign, or even you could just do 5 different faces inside of one campaign. That's like I've got there. You know, this is just one campaign running with like 5 different faces. And then obviously there's a couple variations per ad and whatever else, but you get the point. There's multiple faces, and so if one person's face is fatigues, the others won't. So you can have, this is also how you can have the same script, get 5 different people to say it, and you get more life out of that one proven script. Like I say, we may have one ad that fails, or fatigues I should say, after a period of time, whether it's 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, doesn't matter. As I said before, every ad will fatigue. So this is why you always want to be rotating in new ads. But we may have one ad that fatigues, but then I just get somebody else, a different face, to say the same script that's said in this one fatigued ad, and then that takes that ad onto a whole new life again because it's a new face, right? And so that's how you can, again, build anti-fragile bases, by having multiple faces. That's, you know, a poet and I didn't know it, right? You can also have multiple audiences. That's kind of like a basic one everybody knows about, but get multiple audiences that work. That works really well. Like for example, you know, this audience might fatigue and die out, and maybe this one doesn't work anymore. Okay, no problem. But we've still got this one that does really well. We've still got this one that does really well, right? So you can kind of, you know, build strong bases through multiple audiences. You could also split up your campaigns with one campaign being an interest, 500 a day on that one, and then another campaign only lookalikes, 500 a day on that one, and then maybe you have a third 500 a day only on a mix of both, right? See which ones work. Maybe you could get interest and lookalikes in separate campaigns to perform well. Now you've got 2. If one of them fatigues out, no problem. The other one's completely different. It's not going to get fatigued out, right? You could also have multiple funnel formats. So when I say multiple funnel formats, this is important to note. I do not recommend you run multiple funnels, okay? We only launch, so we have 2 funnels right now. We have the DSL or the VSL funnel, and then we also have an LTO funnel. But I never launched the LTO funnel until it was at about 700 grand a month. Like, I scaled the DSL and the VSL. And by the way, I still run the DSL and VSL. And actually that's more profitable than this new funnel that we've started to run, right? It's more profitable. So it still works better. And I'm actually scaling the spend on that one because it's actually getting us the most return, which is obviously the automatic appointment funnel that, I give away here. And so, point being though, I don't recommend running multiple funnels. I recommend running multiple funnel formats. So for example, a format of a funnel, right, is maybe one of your campaigns is running to Facebook lead forms, and maybe another one of your campaigns is running ads straight to VSL or DSL, right? So for example, again, these ads run to this URL, and this URL is straight to this page, which is obviously the DSL page. The automatic appointment funnel, you'll see it's a very similar structure to this because this is the funnel that I run. It works tremendously well, hence why I give it away, right? But these ads run straight to this page right here. There's no opt-in, there's no leads, there's no nothing. It's just straight to this page. But then maybe you have, again, another funnel that runs to lead form, right? And so again, that's the lead form funnel would still redirect to this funnel right here, but it's a different funnel format. Okay, so again, if this funnel, for example, stopped working, well, then my lead form funnels are probably going to maintain and not get impacted by this funnel here not working. And again, you could run 2 campaigns, for example, one at 500 straight to VSL or DSL. And in this instance, I also I'm optimizing for a different event. So this one optimizes for schedule, whereas a lead, an opt-in campaign, maybe you optimize that for leads, right? So different event, it's a different funnel format. Both at 500. Now the ad accounts are at 1,000 a day. Both are running nicely. And then again, if one fatigues, it's all right because you only need to reallocate that budget, not the entire ad accounts budget. Again, anti-fragile base, right? Also, just other tests in general. But another thing here, you can change your optimization events, like I just mentioned, and you can also try even running straight to calendar. That's another test. So instead of running even to this, you could test running to this page. all right, which is straight to calendar. This rarely works. It does in some instances. We have a couple clients running to this. I've never done this for us because every time I've tested it, it didn't work. But we have a couple clients running to this and it does work for them. So that's another test as well, a different funnel format. But again, the important thing to note is that it's all the same funnel. It's just a different variation of that funnel almost. And again, you have some other tests here as well. You could do demographics, attribution settings, bid caps. So, you know, if you want to do bid caps, one of the ones I always recommend, it works well for us when we run it, is 1x, 6x, and 1x, 3x, and 6x lead cost, right? So whatever it is that you're optimizing for, I normally do it on schedule. Just for those of you who are interested, I normally do it on this schedule event. So my lead cost is really just like what do I want to pay for a booking, and I usually, again, would do a 1x. So, you know, if I want to get 250 calls, I'll do a big cap at 250. Then I'll do one at 3x, so a big cap at 750. And then I'll do one at 6x, which would be whatever 6 times 250 is, right? Like 1400 or something around there. So that's what I would do. And then I'll run those. They either hit really well or they don't. So I would recommend to have some budget that you're comfortable kind of losing if you want to test big caps, because when they hit really well and they maintain, which is really nice about it. But also if they don't hit, they'll just get nothing. So like you need to, you know, have some budget that you're comfortable losing on that. Also platforms and editing styles as well. There's some other tests you can run. All right. So I would really look at building these out in order to scale, as opposed to, you know, a lot of people when they start scaling, they'll just take a campaign and then they'll, you know, take a campaign that's working really well at 500 a day and they'll just scale that campaign to like 1500 a day because they want to spend 1500 a day. Instead of doing that, I would recommend, in order to scale, like if the ultimate goal is scale, I would go for the indirect goal, which is let me build out these anti-fragile bases. And by the very nature of you building out these anti-fragile bases, you automatically achieve the goal. Does that make sense? So that's what I would be focusing on if you want to scale. And that's also how you scale and not really have too many increased costs. Like you'll still have increased costs because you're spending more. But, you know, a lot of the times people say, oh, every time I scale this ad, it breaks. Most of the times because you're scaling it past what that ad can handle. Or in other words, you know, I won't go into this, but there's, you know, in every single market, there's basically a percent of people who are aware of your offer, and there's a percent of people who are most likely going to convert with the ad that you're running right now. And so if you scale that ad directly, you just put more budget on that one ad, well, that ad's just going to get shown to more people. But if it's only really going to convert a certain percentage, well, when you scale it, it's going to get shown to a larger percentage than the percent who's actually going to convert to that one ad. And so that's usually why now your ad's being shown to more people, but maybe it's not getting more conversions. So that's when obviously costs increase. And so it's like the most common common problem, I should say, people have when they go to scale, their costs increase. And usually it's because of that idea. I could explain it. Goes a little deeper than that, but usually it's because of that idea. So by the very nature of following this, you don't have that problem. Okay. Now here's just a general scaling protocol, because I realized, you know, I've got like, this is the big how to think about scaling, but I realized also it's not very tangible in terms of like specifics on like the specifics, I suppose. So here's some general scaling protocols to follow. Or in other words, best practices. So number one, never increase budget directly on an ad. Always duplicate and increase the budget on the duplicate. And even if you don't want to increase budget, if you want to make any other changes to an ad, never touch the current one that's running. So for example, again, if I want to, I don't know, maybe I want to run this audience here. This is a CBO. I'm never going to just turn this on. Why? Because it's going to mess up the optimization of this entire campaign. Anytime you touch an existing campaign. So maybe I want to remove this exclusion, or maybe I want to remove this audience. I'm never going to touch this campaign. Same thing with an ad. I'm never going to go into a campaign and then start turning off these ads, for example. I'm never going to do that. Why? Because it's going to mess up the entire performance of the campaign. Instead, what I'm going to do is, or, you know, if I want to make any of those changes, or I want to increase budget to maybe from 500 to 750, I'm never going to do it to this campaign. Instead, I'm going to go here. I'm going to duplicate with current settings. And then to this duplicate, I'm going to change the budget, right? Or I'm going to delete this one ad because now I don't want to run this ad, as an example, if that's what you want to do, right? But I'm always going to make it to the duplicate, never the original, okay? Obviously, especially if the original is performing well.
And that's because if you make changes or if you touch something that's already active, it's going to reset the optimization settings or whatever it is that it's inside of Facebook, however you want to call it. It's going to reset that. And so then it's going to go back into the learning phase and it's going to find a different pocket in the audience, which may not perform as well as the one that's currently running. It's super important. Just don't touch anything that's active. If you're over 1K a day in spend, the next best practice is, as I said before, never have more than 30% of your budget on one campaign. You can have 2 of the same campaigns with 60% of the budget, 30% each, but don't have 600 on one campaign if the daily budget 60%. If the daily budget is $1,000, because that's 60% more than the 30%. So this is just more so a mitigation of risk. Okay. Again, always scale in pillars rather than going all in on one campaign. Make decisions based off the metrics and not time live. So this becomes more important as you scale spend. Don't look at your time live, because again, if you're spending $1,000 a day, you're going to learn 10 times as quick as if you was to spend $100 a day. So what you learn in 10 days of spending $100 a day, you will, in theory, learn in 1 day of spending $1,000. Does that make sense? So instead of looking at how long has this big campaign been running, just look at the metrics, not the time live, not the length that it's been live. That's also really important. And in other words, here, it's just more so following what we went through in When to Cut Losers, which is the priority system in decision making. Always make decisions based on the last metric that you have data on, independent of time live, outside of the first 6 to 48 hours, like I was talking about back then. Now, also, always leave a margin of error for scaling. So there's no science to this. However, it's very true. Whenever you scale a campaign, there will usually be anywhere between, I put 20 to 30, normally it's going to be 10 to 30% increase in costs, okay? Depending on obviously how aggressive you scale. Now this means that if your max KPI, for example, is 200 cost per call and you have a campaign at 200, you wouldn't directly increase the budget on that campaign, as it will most likely end up out of KPI because it's already at 200, it's already at the max, it's got no room for, there's no margin of error, there's no room for that to increase and it still be in your KPI. So in that instance, what would I do? I would keep that campaign running because it technically is in KPI, it's good, but I would also then start to launch new styles, new angles, or new funnel formats or something else on the side in a separate campaign, and then try and get that one also performing. The only time I would directly increase the spend on a campaign through duplicating it, that is if the current campaign, your KPI is 250 a call, 300 call, whatever it is, and you've got a campaign running at 150. It's like, I could scale this, I could duplicate and have 2 campaigns running at the same budget. Let's say, for example, it's at 200 a day. I could duplicate this 200 a day campaign, have the exact same one running. Now I'm at 400 a day. And because the cost per call is 150, these could increase to 200, for example, increase by, what would that be, 33%, and it still be significantly below my KPI. That's when I would scale spend on the same ads. But if the current one you've got is already at max KPI, I wouldn't really scale that one too much. Instead, I would launch something new and then double up your budget on the new thing, and hopefully the new thing brings down those costs, right? So that's what I would do there. Just quickly on that as well, I know someone's probably going to have a question on like duplicating and competing against yourself. Don't worry about it. Unless you're spending more than like 1,500 to 2,000 a day, don't worry about competing against yourself. And if you are spending more than that, then shoot me a message and I can walk through my thoughts on it. But yeah, unless you're spending 1,500 to 2,000 a day, you don't compete against yourself. And it's just something to not even worry about. Okay. Now, finally, I don't personally follow a, scale by 10% per day kind of framework. I found you can increase budgets on campaigns as much or as little as you like, as long as you maintain an anti-fragile base. So I've just never thought about, let me scale this campaign by 20%. Okay, it's at 500 per day. Let me add an extra 100. And then another 20% would be, an extra 120. And, I just never have thought about it in that way. If I want to scale something, I'll just duplicate and double the budget. I also oftentimes go more than whatever my projected budget is. So if I want to scale an ad account to 2,000 a day or 500 a day or 100 a day, number doesn't matter. I'm usually going to over project, knowing I'm going to cut some stuff back down to my desired daily budget. That's how I've always ran ads. So I've never done a 10%, 5%, 20% increment per day or whatever. I just, again, if I want to run at 1,000 a day, and I'm currently at 500 a day, I'll probably, go to maybe 1,500 or 2,000 a day in total spend, see what works, and then cut everything that's above KPI. And then by the very nature of kind of going above and then cutting back, I find that's a lot better than trying to just duplicate exactly or scale exactly to my budget and hope what I do to get to that budget is all going to perform. Instead, I just go over, give myself some room, cut back to my spend, and then I'm all of a sudden I'm at the scaled spend that I want to be sat at. So hopefully that makes sense. If you have any more questions on this stuff, please just tag me in school. I know it's a lot. Come to one of obviously the weekly group coaching calls that we have. Happy to walk through whatever it is that you need help with. Again, if you would like me and my team to just come into your coaching business, run this for you, and really just scale up the rest of your revenue through sales, through just better systems, management, etc. Again, we really act as a growth partner for our clients. We're not just an ad agency. We go through all the other stuff, P&Ls, making sure obviously your P&L is profitable and scalable, making sure you've got good recruiting processes in place, etc. We really are a growth partner. We obviously do all this stuff done for you as well, get you calls on the calendar, done for you. We can place you with closers, etc. But we also really just scale up your revenue through becoming your growth partner. If you're interested in that type of offer, shoot me a DM. If not, hopefully this was useful. And as always, if you do have any other questions on this stuff or anything in general, just tag me in school, make a post in school, tag me. And as you probably see, I get back to everyone. So whatever you need help with, I'm here to help.
All right, so in this one, we're going to go through the only 6 ways you can increase the quality of your booking so that you speak with more qualified clients who say yes. Now, what I want to tell you is that in this video, I'm going to cover every single lever that you can pull. There's nothing that you can do outside of this video. It's going to be a big training because there's a lot of high level things that I also want to speak to, but there's nothing else that you can do inside or there's nothing else you can do, period, to increase the quality of your bookings outside of this video. I want to make that clear. Now, before we get into that, I do want to speak to some high level concepts, not high level as in like more advanced, just like bigger stuff that doesn't relate to the ad account. I'm going to get into the tactical stuff of like stuff to do in the ad account, stuff to do to your offer and your creatives and this and that to increase quality. But there's a few things that I need to speak to that make it basically all those tactical things redundant if those high level things aren't in place. Now, just before we dive in, as a quick side note, if you would like to work one-on-one with me and my 8-figure team to scale to 100 to $1 million a month with your agency or coaching business, then there'll be a link below. I'll link this doc on this doc here. You can book in a call. It'll be with one of our advisors. They all work one-on-one with our 7 and 8-figure clients. So even if you don't become a private client, that conversation will be super valuable. However, let's get into the training here. So what's important to note is that every agency or coaching business that is scaled to 50 or 100 million a year has done so through paid ads. Even Hormozi, the organic king who preaches product, and referrals, grew Gym Launch through ads. Yes, these 50 to $100 million companies have a great product. Yes, they have a lot of referrals. Yes, they post content and have robust outbound, all this other stuff. But these are all ancillary acquisition channels. The main driver of their revenue growth is through paid ads. And as a side note, don't take this the wrong way. I'm a huge proponent of having the best product or service in your industry. You will win by default if you get better client results than your competitors. I don't know if you guys see it, but there is tons of other agencies in our industry who basically rip off our ads word for word. And so obviously if ads was the only key to success, then all these other guys who rip us off word for word would be crushing it. But what you also probably see is that although there's a lot of those people, you probably see that there's not a lot of people who were here this time last year or this time 2 years ago, right? It's really only me and like a couple of the people who you will see in the space that are here today, and they'll be here this time next year, this time in 2 years, etc. All these other guys, they're here today, gone tomorrow. And it's because they think that they can build their business through paid ads. And of course they can't. Like there needs to be all this other stuff, product, referrals, great team, like there's so much to it, right? But I'm saying if you've got a good product, then you need to get paid ads locked in because that is the only way you're really going to be able to truly scale. And as I said here, you still need to make your product or service known in a way that's profitable and scalable. And after going from 40-ish K per month to over 700K per month in 18 months, I've found that paid ads are the best way to make your product or service known and generate new clients predictably. It's also the same realization that the 50 to 100 million per year agencies and coaches have come to as well. No one has scaled to that level without paid ads being the center of their acquisition, despite how good their product or service is. Okay. And if, it kind of makes sense if you think about it, right? Before you close a new client, you must make them aware, right, of you, your company, and how you can help them. Now, what's the easiest and quickest way to make your ideal clients aware of you and your company? Paid ads.
Super easy, right? What acquisition channel are your ideal clients most likely to respond to your marketing message on if they find it intriguing? Paid ads. What acquisition channel do you have the most leverage on from an input versus output perspective? Paid ads, right? If you have a winning campaign, you can just double your volume of bookings and closings, and by extension, double the volume of your business by literally clicking 2 buttons, duplicate, and then like confirm duplicate or whatever the second button is. That's it. Oh, 3 buttons, and then you hit publish. And you can basically double your business that way, right? Conversely, suppose you had a winning outbound email funnel as an example, and you wanted to double your bookings or closes. In that case, you would have to scrape 2 times more leads, buy more domains to handle the increased sending volume, hire another VA to handle the 2x increase in replies, etc., etc. And obviously, on organic, I mean, it's physically impossible to just double your bookings, right? You can't do it. Same thing with what acquisition channel gives you the biggest scale. Obviously, paid ads. You know, we're currently spending $4K a day right now. And this month, so far, we're halfway through the month. We've had 500,000 people, individual people that is, in my target market see one of our ads, and it's completely automated, right? Once I set up the campaign, I don't do any additional work to manage them. Out of that 4K per day in spend, we've closed 32 new 5-figure clients and over 450 new lower ticket customers or clients, as you can see right here. And next month, if I want to close 64 new 5-figure clients, I just need to double my spend. That's it, which requires minimal work, and I will double our company. Period. Because I'm in control of our acquisition. And this is all going to become really important in a minute when I explain a big idea that I have before I get into the tactical levers of what to do to increase quality. Now, the only reason we won't double our spend immediately is that we cannot handle 2x increase in volume with our current capacity. We need at least 1 more closer and 2 more account managers. And so over the last 2 to 3 weeks, that has been my primary focus, acquiring new talent. That's it. Because once we have onboarded and ramped up the required personnel, we'll be able to double our ad spend and we'll double our revenue. That's it. In other words, I always ask myself at the end of every month or the start of each month, why can't we double our ad spend for next month? I'm always asking myself this question. Why can't we double our ad spend this month? Why can't we double our ad spend next month? And whatever the reason is, the reason why I can't do it might be because, again, fulfillment capacity. If you're signing 2 new clients a week, and you can only handle 2 new clients a week, well, you can't go ahead and just double your ad spend because you're already signing 2 new clients a week. If you double your ad spend, that 2 new clients is going to double to 4 if everything stays the same, which most of the time it does if you do it right. And so if you sign 4 new clients a week, you can't handle 4, things are going to break. So whatever the reason is, when you ask yourself this question, why can't I increase my spend? That should become your focus as a CEO. I get a lot of clients ask me, I don't know where my focus should be. My team's doing this. You know, closers are closing, account managers are doing their thing, operations are doing their thing. What should I be doing? Where should I go? What should my next step be? Honestly, just ask yourself this question. Because unless you don't want to grow, this question is going to give you exactly what it is that you need to do, or the answer or the reason to this question is going to give you exactly what you need to do to grow. And what's kind of interesting about this is when you think about, why can't I double my business? Right? When you think of it from that way, why can't I grow? I'm at 100K a month. Why can't I get to 200K a month? It's very hard to answer that question. Why can't you get to 200K a month? Well, I think I need to, you don't know. But when you put it, well, at least for me, when I ask myself tangibly, why can't I go into the ad account tomorrow and duplicate my budget and double it? Why can't I do that? Sometimes it will be because your current ads aren't profitable. Well, guess what? You need to put all of your focus as the CEO into making your ads profitable. What is the problem with them? Is it the creative? Is it the copy? Is it the offer, the funnel? Obviously, there's 101 things that it could be. But maybe that's the reason, right? Your ads are not profitable, or maybe they are profitable. So then why can't you scale it? Why can't you double spend? Well, it's because closer availability, maybe you don't have enough slots, right? You're already booked out. So if you increase spend, you're going to get more bookings, which you can't facilitate. You don't have the availability for them. Okay, great. Hire another closer. It makes it very, very tangible. And guess what? If you ask yourself this question, you really can't think about, well, we can handle more clients. We can handle more sales calls. Our ads are profitable. They're working. I want to grow. Okay, great. Well, then guess what? The answer is you can double it. Increase spend. And when I say double it, I don't mean literally 2x. You just increase spend, right? Scale spend, however you want to do that, however aggressive you want to be. That's up to you. But increase spend. Done. And then what's going to happen, as I talk about down here, what's going to happen is you'll be at that point. So like, you'll ask yourself here, for example, why can't I double my spend? You'll realize you can. Great. Guess what? You're going to grow, right? You're going to grow. And then at the new spend, once you find baseline, everything's looking good, your close rate's good, cost per call maintains, etc. CPA looks good, cash ROAS looks good, perfect. Then right here, you're going to ask yourself the question again, why can't we double spend? And then what's going to happen is then there will be a new constraint. Well, now we can't handle the volume, or now we need more closes, or whatever it is. And so then what you're going to do is you're going to maintain at this level. And then that's where you have this section here, right? You have sustained momentum, you have stack, or you have obsolescence, which basically means then you start to taper back off again, which most of the time doesn't happen. Well, it shouldn't happen. You want to either sustain momentum, means you keep riding the wave up, or you stagnate. And you only stagnate if you can't fix the constraint, or you don't have enough urgency around fixing the constraint, meaning you just take forever to hire a new closer. And so by extension, you just have to stay here for a extended period of time until you hire the new closer. Finally, then you can go, right? That's what causes stagnation. Or again, you just don't know, I can't increase my spend because we have a closer problem, and you just can't fix the closer problem. Well, then you're just going to stagnate to where you're at, because you can never break through unless you fix that constraint. Does that make sense? And then when you fix it, great, you increase spend, and then you grow again. As I said here, this is why most companies' growth is in the form of an S-curve. It's never a straight upward trajectory, because at each level of scale, you then hit a new constraint that takes time to alleviate in it, creating a plateau or stagnation, depending on how urgent you are around it in the growth. But then when you crack it, then you increase spend, then you go again. And you go again, and you go again. If you look at my Stripe account, you look at anyone's Stripe account, it's always the same thing. It's never just like this. Every month is bigger than the last for the last, 2 years. It's never going to happen. Maybe you have 3 months where each month stacks on top of each other and it's bigger than the last one. But there's always months where they, you do the same revenue for a couple months because you need to fix whatever the problems are, go through a big hiring thing or whatever it is. That then gives you the foundation to get to the new level, right? Which creates that S-curve. Now, I mentioned above, as I said before, the best question to ask yourself is, why can't I double my ad spend tomorrow? This is because if you have a profitable funnel that you keep pouring money into, there's only one way your revenue can go. That's up. That's it, right? If it's profitable. Now, it's obviously not as easy as just keep spending money, because costs will rise, profits will decrease, capacity will fill up, quality will go down, refunds can increase. There's 101 different issues that can arise as you're scaling. But your focus should always be on how can I spend more, or how can I double my ad spend? Or another way to express this is you want to create and optimize your business so that it can run or scale on ads. The reason why is because the person who can spend the most wins. And so by the very nature of asking this question, how can I spend more? Or why can't I double my ad spend tomorrow? It literally means that you're optimizing your business around ads, right? Which you should be. It's like, why can't I spend more money on ads? That's all you should be asking yourself, because the person who can spend the most wins. So if you ask yourself, why can't I spend more on ads? The reason will pop up. Why you can't? Great, fix that, spend more. Keep spending, new constraint. Why can't I keep spending more? Well, because now costs have risen. Why have costs risen? Maybe we need more creatives. Let's get more creatives, right? It's always going to show you the thing to focus on, basically. All right, so that's enough of that. Now, I said all of that. Hopefully you're still with me and you didn't zone out on that. The reason I brought all that up is because now I want to go into an idea that I've really never heard anyone else talk about, but it's around creating your business for ads. And I know I just talked about optimizing your business for ads, but I really want to go through this idea. And I wanted to show you the importance of ads and like why, because like I might go into this idea and you might not believe that ads are important. So then why would you build your business around ads, right? So I needed to first get you to buy into the idea and see why ads are so important so that I can go into this idea. And if you implement on what I'm about to go through, you will never not make money. It's literally impossible, period. So let me get into it. The biggest mistake that people make when trying to make ads work for their agency or business, coaching business, is just that. They try and make ads work for their current business. Instead, you must make your business work for ads. Now, this might seem like minor wordplay, but just let me explain, because it's what took us to a 10 million per year run rate company. And it's the number one reason agencies and coaches cannot make their ads work. 1000%. It has nothing to do with their ad copy, their creatives, their offer, their funnel, or whatever niche they're in, right? And when I was writing this, I was getting excited, right? Because this is like, honestly, the biggest breakthrough that we had in our own company. And I'm going to show you something that I recently did as of week to 2 weeks ago, whatever it is, very recent, that I've recently done. That has took our costs on our ads from $350 to $117 cost per qualified booked call. I'm going to show you it. It's crazy. And it's because of this right here, right? As I say, me and my clients can go into any industry or niche and do $1 million a year within 3 to 4 months and do $1 million a month within 18 to 24 months, even if we have no experience in that particular niche. And it's not because we're so much smarter than everyone else. It's because we understand one key principle. Let me explain. No matter your niche or product, your ideal client will have a pre-existing desire, right? Something they inherently want. Every market has it no matter what industry you're in. Give me the most random industry, that industry has a pre-existing desire. Which is basically something that they inherently want without you needing to sell them on it, right? Now that desire changes for every industry, but there is a desire nonetheless, 1000%. And so where most agencies and coaches go wrong is they disregard the market's pre-existing desire and instead try to force their product or service onto the market and hope they book a call and close. They think, I need to figure out a way to get my ideal clients to want the service or product that I have or that I offer. All right. But what they're really saying here is, I'm going to try and change my entire market's basic human instincts so that they want what I have. Instead, what we do, and this is the big switch, we go, what does our market already want, and how do we give it them? That's it. It's a much easier problem to solve, right? And in either scenario, you need to choose which problem that you want, because you, in either scenario, have a problem that you need to solve. You just need to choose which one do you want to solve. So in other words, what a lot of people do is they go, okay, here's my service. How do I market this so that my ideal clients want it? Never ask yourself that, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to change the market's pre-existing desire to make them want what it is that you have. Now, what you may have might actually be what they want. But even if that's the case, you still want to go, what do they want? And then go, okay, do I have that? Can I offer that right now with my current service? Does my current service provide them with that outcome that they already want? If the answer is yes, perfect. You don't need to do anything. Great, done. Now you just write your ads for it. Perfect. But what most of the time happens is the answer is no. What my market wants, I cannot deliver that. But what most people do is they stay stubborn, or they just close their eyes. They don't want to accept the fact that what they've built for the last 2 or 3 years organically, this is the other thing, what they've built for the last 2 or 3 years organically is not going to scale. Yes, it works on referrals and word of mouth because you're only getting the 1% of your market that actually wants the thing that you have. But if you want to scale, you've got to go outside of the, it's not even 1%. That's a big portion of any market, really. It's probably like 0.1% or whatever, right? And all of those guys you're getting through referrals. So you think it gives you a false positive that what you're doing is actually really good work and it's like a good offer and it's good deliverables, etc. But then when you take that to cold traffic, it never works. Why is that? Because majority of your market don't want what it is that you have. So you've got to make the hard decision to make a switch. Otherwise, you will stay in the referral, word of mouth, non-scalable game forever, and you'll never break 100, 200, 500, much less $1 million a month. It's never going to happen. And so, as I say here, figuring out what your market wants and how to deliver it is much easier, in my opinion, and it can be done in a weekend. All you need is 1 or 2 days, a Saturday and a Sunday, Friday and a Saturday, whatever it is. Just no Slack. Quit Slack, turn that off, turn off your emails, turn off everything, and just get a Google Doc and write. That's it. That's all you got to do is just write and just figure out what is it that my market wants and how can I just give them this thing? Because if you can figure that out, your ads are always going to work. If you can figure that out, you can scale your ads. You can scale your company. No problem. The problem is people try and make ads work on something that nobody fundamentally wants. That's it. So you can kind of spin it up. You can make it sound sexy. You can do all this stuff, trickery, get them in. But then once they get on the sales call, this also causes a lot of sales call problems. Once they get on the sales call and they realize behind the scenes, as I say, in the marketing, you can make it sound sexy and tricky and do these copywriting things and whatever else. Great, perfect, do it. But at some point, the rubber meets the road, right? At some point, the prospect will realize what this actually is. And if they don't want it, fundamentally, they're not going to close. No matter how many calls you book, or even if you do get them to, as I say, book the call and show up to the call, if they fundamentally don't want what it is that you're selling, they're not going to buy it, period. And obviously that's the thing that matters most, not bookings, not quality. It's like, how much cash are you collecting? That's the thing that matters most. That's all we focus on with our clients. We don't focus on cost per call or quality or this or that, CPL and all that shit. Who cares about that? It's how much cash are you making, right? How much are we putting in? How much are we getting out? And this is how we optimize for that. Now, yeah, we implement this process for every one of our clients. This is what we run every one of our clients through. This is also why we get the best client results in the space, because of this idea right here. And sometimes it's a small tweak to the client's fulfillment that they need to do, whereas other times it's a whole new deliverable that we need to add or change for the client in order to make it work. However, the growth and profit that we receive as a byproduct of having ads that convert cold strangers into 5-figure clients far outweighs the work required to tweak our fulfillment process or the client's fulfillment process when we implement this for them. You see, this is also why I said about you need to understand this before we get into the tactical stuff, because if we go into your ads and start tweaking your copy, tweaking your messaging, and doing all of these following tactical levers that I'm about to show you that you can pull, but fundamentally the thing you're selling, nobody wants, all of these are the tactics. If your ideal client wants X, whatever that may be, but in your ads, you only speak to Y, it doesn't matter how your ads are optimized, what audience you run to, what offers you run, what funnel you run, etc. You will never get qualified bookings at scale. So what's all of this up here, I realize that you may have been asking yourself, how does this tie into quality? This is how right here. It starts with this. And nobody talks about it. You can't change X. This is the thing. You can't change what it is that your ideal client wants. That's not ever going to change. It's that pre-existing desire. It's set in stone. It's not moving. But you can change Y, which in this example, Y is your product or service. So in this instance, you have two options and both work. Number one, you can figure out a way to deliver X, right? So figure out a way, find a way to deliver your client's pre-existing desire, right? Or number two, you can figure out a way to sell the prospects already coming through your ads. Let me explain both. And again, as I say, both work. We've done both for clients and they both work really well. So number one is figure out how to deliver X. In other words, figure out how to deliver the thing that your client wants. Now, you first need to understand what that actually is. Like, what is it that your market actually wants? And then you need to figure out how to deliver it. And as I said before, this can be done in a weekend if you're serious and you sit down, turn everything off, and you just focus and think about this. Just think through it, right? Now, if you don't already know these things, right? If you're in a new market, maybe you're a bit more of a beginner, or as I say, you've like just recently gone into a new market, you've switched, whatever. You may not inherently know what it is that your ideal client wants. And so the best research methods that I've found is number one, experience. If you've been in your niche or industry for longer than 3 to 4 months, you most likely know without doing much thinking what your ideal clients want. And that is also usually the thing. Like if you can think about your market and go, what do they want? And then if the first thing that pops into your mind is usually the correct one, usually. But if you don't have that, what's intuition, is it? I don't know. If you don't have that insight, basically, then you can look at some of these others, right? And as I said here, a good probing question to rely on experience, a good probing question is, you obviously make sure that you answer this completely objectively and you don't set any boundaries based on what you can currently deliver. That's the other thing. You want to have no boundaries. Don't think about what you can deliver or what you currently deliver or what you've delivered in the past. Don't think about any of that. Just answer this stuff completely objectively, independent of what you currently do. Ask yourself, if I told my clients that I could click my fingers and give them anything they wanted, what would they ask for? That is the easiest question to ask. Obviously, I mean, you could ask clients directly, but usually if you, again, have been in the industry for more than 3 to 4 months, you can just ask yourself that. And you know, as long as you're objective, you can put yourself in your client's shoes and you get the right answer, right? Now, as I said here, whatever first comes to mind, usually that's their pre-existing desire. Also, you can look at Reddit, Amazon reviews, comment sections, testimonials, right? A great way to understand your ideal clients' wants is by seeing or hearing what they say about niche-related products, services, or content. So if you find a book that's, quote, famous in your niche, then and go to the review section on Amazon, you will learn a lot about your ideal clients and what they want. The same goes for Reddit threads or YouTube comment sections or competitor testimonial walls, etc. Also, competitor ads. ads or just ads in your industry in general. No one in their right mind runs an ad for longer than 1 to 2 weeks if it's losing money and it's not performing. This means that if you see ads in your niche that have been running for an extended period of time, whatever is being said in that ad is making your ideal clients convert. They're making money off of it. Otherwise, they would not be running that. And you see that with our ads, right? Like my ads have been running forever because they make money, right? Like I'm not going to be running those if they were losing money. So, if you're in, if you're in my niche, maybe look at what I'm saying in my ads, because maybe your clients probably want the same thing. But that's probably going to create a ton of competitors now. And by the way, yes, off the back of that, this is not an invitation to copy your competition, but rather to get a feel of what your ideal clients are already responding to so you can figure out their pre-existing desire. And the last one here is to ask. So in the early stages of defining an offer that can scale on ads, one of the highest ROI activities you can do is speak to your market and ask them what they want. Just ask them, right? This is extremely underrated and it's overlooked due to its simplicity, but it works. If you just ask 20 different ideal clients, literally just this question right here, you ask them directly. That's it. As I said before, if you have experience, you probably don't need to ask people directly because you can ask yourself and you'll know. But if you don't have the experience and you ask yourself this question, you don't know, just ask your clients or ideal clients, people in your market, right? If I could click my fingers and give you anything that you wanted, what would that be? You will find a common theme, can't spell, amongst their answers, which would equate to your market's pre-existing desire. Simple as that. And you can ask this question on your sales calls to the prospects who don't buy as well. This is no one does this, but it works so well. If someone doesn't buy, right? Don't be like, oh, well, that's just another one that didn't buy or whatever. Instead, ask them, what would have you bought? Everyone buys something. They just don't buy your shit. So ask them, what would have you bought? What would have it took for you to buy this today? Now, maybe they say, oh, I need more proof. If they say that, what would you say then? Ask them, what proof would you want to see? Right? If they say, they may say proof. They may say, oh, I've tried ads in the past, it didn't work, right? They may say, oh, I really wanted something more about this, or I wanted that, or I wanted this outcome, or it seems like you can only do this, but I really want, whatever it is. Maybe asking one person individually may not be that useful because maybe that's just them. But if you ask 10 different people, 5 different people, 20 different people, whatever, you will see a theme. And it's the theme that you're looking for because that usually is the common thread throughout the industry. Most people within any industry want the same thing. You just got to find it. That's it. And so now that you know what your clients want, we now need to figure out how to deliver it predictably and consistently at scale. Brian Chesky, founder of Airbnb, once said, in the beginning, do things that don't scale. So if you're just starting out, making under 50K a month, I wouldn't worry about the scale part of your delivery. Just focus on delivering your market's pre-existing desire, however you achieve it. And again, don't worry if it's scalable. We can solve that problem later. That's a constraint, right? Like before, why can't we double ad spend tomorrow? Well, we can't sign any more clients. Why not? Because we're currently fully, tapped out. Well, then that's a question or that's a problem we can solve at a later date, right? Making your fulfillment scalable. No problem. But what's more important about making your fulfillment scalable is making sure that your fulfillment actually works, delivers the results. So initially you got to optimize for the delivery of the result. Then we can optimize for the scalability of delivering the result. It's like trying to run before you can walk. There's no point trying to scale something that doesn't work. So let's focus on making it work, then focus on making it scalable. And when I started Scale Clients at AO, I knew that my ideal client wanted to have, quote, their pre-existing desire was a lot of sales calls automatically booked into their calendar with prospects who had the budget and desire for their products or service and be able to control exactly how many new clients each month, how many new clients they close each month. My entire market, you watching this right now are my market. If I was to ask you, what do you want? You'd tell me a variation of that. I can almost guarantee it. So that's my market pre-existing desire. So I did everything that I could to figure out how can I deliver this to our clients. It first started out with me delivering it myself. Then I slowly just started to replicate that for everyone else, right? And as I say, I was then tasked with figuring out how to deliver that result. And to do that, I was involved in every aspect of our delivery. Yes, it wasn't scalable, but it doesn't matter. In the beginning, you want to do things that don't scale. To quote Brian Chesky, he built Airbnb. Maybe you should, listen to him. At least that's what I did, and it's worked for us. And so a lot of our delivery, I actually didn't want to do. The biggest one being done for you, I've mentioned this before, but I'll be honest. I never wanted to offer a done-for-you service. I wanted to be a coaching company. That's what I wanted to do, a coaching product. Because at the time, I incorrectly thought that that was the only way to hit $1 million a month, which was my goal. You can't scale done for you. You can only scale done with you. So I want to do a coaching company. And I also saw, though, that part of my ideal client's pre-existing desire was not only to have the calls and clients coming in and whatever else, but was also they didn't want coaching, right? They didn't want the hassle of running their own ads and managing all the complexities that came with it. So part of their pre-existing desire was to have this all done for them. And although at the time, this goes back to what I said in the beginning, this is why I started off with that idea, right, of creating your business for ads, because in the beginning, I was a coaching company. And so what most people would have done in my instance, and I did this myself, I started off with this, is I tried to run ads for my coaching offer. And those ads did not work. I got a ton of bookings because on the front end, I was doing a bit of trickery with my copywriting. I had a really good VSL and all this stuff. So it was getting a ton of bookings. But on the sales call, when people realized what it was, in that it was not done for you, it was coaching, they did not buy it. So even though I got a ton of great front end metrics, great quality, great people coming on, I didn't collect any cash. And it was because I was trying to force people to want what it is that I wanted to deliver. That was it. And then the moment, and I think I go into this, as I say, despite my own desire to build a coaching company, I transitioned our fulfillment to be done for you because that is what our market was. That's what they wanted. That's what they were literally telling me that on the sales calls. I was doing this up here. I was asking them, what do you want? What would have made you buy today? They all said done for you. I just want this done for me. And so, in other words, I built my fulfillment and offer so that it worked on ads as opposed to trying to make my ads work for my original offer. And before I made the switch, my ads weren't working. I had taken 50 plus sales calls and closed no one. And I was taking the course myself at the time. And everyone I spoke to said the same thing, as I mentioned before. They didn't want to buy another course or coaching offer. They wanted it to be done for them. So I changed my fulfillment process to be done for you so that it would convert on ads, even though I really didn't want to do a done for you agency. And in the beginning, it was all very manual and time intensive on my part in terms of the delivery of the done for you ads. And as I mentioned, I was 100% involved in delivering client results. I built the required funnels for our clients, ran the ads, wrote the copy, coached the clients on their sales, and did sales call reviews among a ton of other things. That was just on our fulfillment. That wasn't to run the rest of the company, right? And so, but my goal wasn't to scale in the beginning, right? Like I said before, do things in the beginning that don't scale. My goal wasn't scaling in the beginning. My goal was to figure out how do we deliver our clients' pre-existing desire. That was my only focus, get them the results that they want. And once we built a process that predictably delivered results, I could then focus on making it scalable. And the issue most agencies or coaching businesses run into is failing to deliver what their ideal clients want, and instead forcing their current offer or fulfillment onto the market despite nobody desiring it, making it impossible to get their ideal clients to respond to their ads. If you can find your ideal client's pre-existing desire and figure out a way to deliver it, you can speak to that outcome in your ads, ultimately increasing the volume of qualified bookings and closes that you generate. Perfect. So that's solution one. Build the solution that your ideal clients want. That's it. Solution two is to figure out a way to sell the prospects already coming through your ads. So Hormozi said in his book, $100 million offers, which I highly recommend, the average gym owner makes $35,000 a year in take-home profits. If that's the average, it means half make even less than that. Now, Hormozi had a $16K for 16 weeks front-end offer and a $42K per year back-end offer. In other words, he was asking these gym owners to part ways with half of their yearly salary or more to buy his program. That's crazy. Now, if Hormozi only relied on the clients in his niche who were a perfect fit and had more than enough funds to buy his offer, he wouldn't have scaled Gym Launch to a mere fraction of what he did. Instead, he found a way to sell and deliver to the prospects who were already coming through his ads and who were easy for him to get on a call with, as opposed to relying on only the perfect fits. And because he found a way to sell and deliver to anyone who had a gym within reason, he took total market share and scaled to $1 million a week. You know, everyone talks about $1 million a month. He scaled to $1 million a week. Now, here's another example of this. I had someone in this group ask me a few weeks back how he could increase the quality of the leads coming through his ads. And currently, he's only getting 9-to-5ers, and no matter what he tried, he couldn't get any freelancers to book a call. And that was obviously who his ideal client was, freelancers who wanted to basically build a real agency. And so I think at the time, I believe his cost per call was like $60 to $100. However, they were all quote unqualified because they were 9-to-5ers. Now, his offer, for context, is a coaching/course product that helps freelancers get more clients for their services. So I asked him, why can't you tweak your fulfillment to cater for 9-to-5ers and help them create a service and get clients for it, right? 9-to-5ers are already coming through the funnel and raising their hand, admitting they have a problem. They have the budget and desire for the product that or service that we are selling. Now, if this was my offer, my immediate response would be to figure out a way to close them and get them results, because they're already coming through the ads. If someone's already coming through your ads, put it this way, if someone's coming through your ads and you're not even calling them out, right? Obviously, if you want people with money, right? We all do, come through your ads, and you're getting people with no money. I'm not saying to try and figure out a way to sell those people. But what I am saying is, if you're calling out freelancers and you're getting a ton of people with 9-to-5 jobs wanting to make a side income online, maybe you should look at how can you tweak your fulfillment to cater for or to be able to help 9-to-5ers get more clients. It's basically the same thing. It's a small sidestep to what it is that you're currently doing, but you know you can get 9-to-5ers through the ads. So why don't you look at trying to sell those people? That's my option. That's my opinion. Another perfect example of this. We have a client right now who she is doing tremendously well. I had a one-on-one call with her like 2 days ago, and she is getting it's like £850 CPA right now on a £6,000 offer. Okay, great results, right? But in her ads, she came to us saying that her ideal client was med spas, right? She has an agency service. She wanted med spas and like aesthetic businesses or whatever, call it med spas. And so that's who the ads are calling out, med spas. What we found is that no med spas are coming through, but dentists are coming through her ads, right? And in England, she was mentioning to me that like in England, a lot of the dental clinics also have like a aesthetics arm connected. So they're kind of connected, but they're kind of not, right? So like very, very adjacent, just one mini step removed, right? But nonetheless, calling out med spas, she's getting dentists. And so what we've now done is just basically fully optimized for dental. We just tweaked the niche, changed the ads. Now we're calling out dental. She's been working with our internal sales director to like really dial in the sales script call for dental specifically. And then we're making a couple tweaks to her fulfillment to obviously optimize for dental specifically. All because they are the ones coming through the ads. So instead of us trying to go, oh, fuck, like, let's, in the ad say, don't opt in if you're a dental clinic or whatever, and like really try and change the quality, quote unquote, to be more med spas. Instead, we're like, these dental guys are coming through. They need what it is that we want. They want they need what we sell, not what we want. They need what we sell. They want what we sell. They have the money. And we only need to make a few small changes to our fulfillment in order to be able to actually help them. That's so much easier than trying to change the ads to get somebody to come through your ads who's not coming through already, even though you're calling them out directly, right? So that's a perfect example of figuring out a way to sell the people already coming through your ads. That might solve your quality problem. What you don't want to do is in your mind think, oh, I can only sell this person, and then try all this stuff to try and get this person come through, when all the while there was all these other people coming through who you could have sold. They're like a really good fit. You just need to make a few small tweaks here and there, and then all of a sudden you've got a great profitable funnel that you can scale. It's like, why would you be blindsided because you're so blinders on for this like one person? Well, who else is coming through? Maybe they could be a good fit. And as I said before, what I'm not saying here is whoever the first person to click your ad is, you build your entire business around that one individual. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is if your front end marketing is speaking directly to your ideal client's pre-existing desire, and you're still unable to attract the exact type of client that you want, you may want to look at who is coming through your ads and see if there's a better way for you to close and deliver results for that person. Remember, the goal is to find an offer and fulfillment process that scales on ads. That is the goal. If that means tweaking what you are currently doing to find the combination that converts, then so be it. Your future self will thank you. Now, this is a really important big idea to get clear on and to make sure you're actually following before we move into the tactical levers that you can pull to increase quality. And what I want to finish off this section before we get into these tactical levers with is the recent change that we made in our ad account. I'm going to give you some live numbers here that I honestly cannot believe. And it's because I implemented on exactly this. Now, we've always done this, by the way. I've just now taken this to the next stage, and I've also updated what our deliverables are specifically. So, but it comes back to creating our business for ads. So let me give you a bit of background on this. We have 2 closers right now, and we were spending $3,000 a day on our VSL funnel specifically. We have another funnel that we're running, spending like $2,500-ish a day on. So as a company, we're spending about $5,500. It averages out to be about $4,000 a day, like I mentioned above. But for the past, couple months, we've been, kind of pushing 5,000. And but for the VSL, we spend about $3,000 a day. And, we get about a 300-ish cost per call, roughly 300 to 400 cost per call. So he was booking like, say, 7 to 12, depending on the day, obviously, sales calls a day. Pretty good. 300-ish calls a month. Great. Here's the thing. I have recently dropped my ad spend from $3,000 a day on the VSL to $600 a day. We're spending $600 a day right now on the VSL because our 2 closers are fully booked based on the $600 a day ad spend. It's like, well, again, it kind of ranges, but it's like $600 to $700 a day ad spend. And it's because our cost per call has gone from about 300 to 400 down to 117 this week so far. And overall, I think we're actually sat just under $100 cost per call. And I didn't change our front end ads. We're running the exact same ads. And for the last 2 weeks, we've dropped from $300 to $400 cost per call to about 100, call it on average. I've not changed our front end ads. All I've changed is, let me show you, our landing page, our DSL. And more specifically, what I've changed is our deliverables, or in other words, our mechanism, how we achieve the result. So our front end offer is still the same, 15 client guarantee, whatever. But our deliverables have changed. So what we used to sell was like, we'll run your Facebook ads. Now what we sell is our custom built AI sales agents. So now in the back end, in our main offer, we have our done for you ads that we still do for clients. We still place the closers for clients. We still place closers, and we obviously still work one-on-one with clients and actually help them scale and increase their cash. Like I said earlier, we don't focus on really cost per call or quality or whatever. We just focus on how much money are you making and how much money are we spending, and then how can we just scale your revenue profitably while keeping your ad spend around 25% on the P&L, right? Much more of a growth partner. But what we've added onto our deliverable, because I have seen where the market's gone, where the trends are going, what everybody wants AI, etc. And I think AI is a great thing as well. So it's only going to help, but it's also a big desire right now. I've added that to my fulfillment, to our deliverables. And so what that's allowed us to do is, like I said over here, let me just quickly find this. Where did I talk about? Let me find it because this is really important. Okay, so right here. I said, on the flip side, if you can find your ideal client's pre-existing desire and figure out a way to deliver it, you can then speak to that outcome in your ads, ultimately increasing the volume of qualified bookings and closes that you generate. Now, granted, I haven't changed our front-end ads. I've only changed our DSL, and this should show you how impactful this is. 300 to 400, and by the way, we've been sat at 300 to 400 cost per call forever on this offer, ever. I've never gotten it below 250, ever. I've not changed our ads, and we're now below 100. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. And it's because I changed our deliverable to custom built AI sales agents. It's what our market wants. Like everybody, it's sexy. It's a natural mechanism, which means I don't need to hype it up. I don't need to make it sound sexier than it is. I just state it. And because what it actually is, what everybody wants, everybody's booking. And obviously throughout the DSL, I go through and actually explain like how it works and whatever else. But like I said before, obviously we do those deliverables, we do the ads, etc. But now we've added on an advanced AI sales agent. So if you're in this, automatic appointment funnel group and whatnot, and you've got the AI sales agent, that's a like a light version of the back end one. Our main one is like really, really advanced. And it basically gets clients for free. And then we use those profits to fund the ad spend. So it's really, really cool because you can basically, now our clients are basically scaling on ads, spending more money on ads without dipping into their own pockets because their clients are basically financing the ad spend. It's kind of like the client finance acquisition whole thing that you probably heard of before. And so we're able to now do that because of the advanced AI sales agent. What we've also got for certain clients where it makes sense, B2C coaches, this doesn't make sense because it's based on LinkedIn, but we now have outbound AI as another deliverable that we do for clients, which is basically where we are able to import our clients. This is why it doesn't work for B2C, because we need parameters. So we need to be like gyms, or we need it to be like, like SaaS businesses or e-commerce, right? We need like an industry, and then we need like employee. Well, we don't necessarily need employee size, but if you want certain employee, certain companies with certain employee sizes, we can put those in parameters in. We can put revenue parameters in. Obviously, you've got to be making above $1 million a year, $5 million a year, $10 million a year. They're going to have more than 2,000 employees or whatever it is, right? We can put these parameters into now our outbound AI software, and then the outbound AI sends thousands of emails a day, completely obviously legal because of the spam laws and whatnot, and also has crazy high open rates because the AI swaps out the email addresses. It's like a whole thing. Point being, the outbound AI now runs with the advanced AI sales agent, and the ads are running. So what this all does is it basically maximizes the ad spend. And so now we sell that on the front end. And so again, because we changed our delivery, we've kind of just expanded on it. We've not changed it. We've just made it so much better by adding on the AI, which is why I was saying at the start of the video, if you want me and my team to come in and just do all of this for you, click the link below, open up this doc you'll see here. You can book in a call with us to see how we can apply this to you. But this is not a sales pitch for that, by the way. I'm just saying if you want it. If you don't book a call. However, whoops, I don't know where that's gone. Point being, we changed our back end, made it way better. Now we've been able to bring that to the front end because I know that's what our market wants. And now we're speaking to that in our front end assets. And that has been the thing that took us from 300 to 400 to below 100. It's like 100 on average, call it. And I've really made a point of this because what everybody gets caught up in is what I'm about to go through next. Don't get me wrong. These are the only levers you can pull to increase quality. What I'm about to go through is crazy good. We've, what we've built and figured out and refined over years and millions of millions of dollars in ad spend. So this stuff works. But also, people get hung up on the tactical stuff. They forget about all this stuff. There is, I'll make this last point and then I'll go into the tactical levers. There is nothing that, I just wanted to make sure I'm still recording. There is nothing I could have ever done to our offer, to our ad copy, or in the ad account, the media buying side of running ads. There is zero I could have done in those three areas, or any other area for that matter, to take our cost per call from 300 to 100. There is nothing I could have done because I've done all of it. And I've only ever got to 250. That was our cheapest ever. But then it goes right back up to like 300 to 400. That's just our market, right? There's zero other things I could have ever done to get to that point other than bring a new, genuinely desirable, natural mechanism to the front end. And that's what we did. And now we're set at $100 cost per call. Now I've been literally forced, because we can't handle the volume, to go take our ad spend from 3,000 to like 600, 700 a day. And we're getting the exact same volume and better quality. It's like, if that isn't a case study to like prove everything that I've just gone through as to why all of that is so much more important, in my opinion, than the tactical stuff, I don't know what is. I just wanted to show you that, be super transparent, be super open with all of that. Because it's the craziest thing I've ever seen, if I'm honest, in terms of impact on results. Anyway, with that being said, let's now move into the next part, which is tactical levers, which are still very, very important. So let's move into that. All right, so by this point, you should have an offer that delivers what your ideal clients want. However, what's important to know is that that then doesn't mean by default, you will, your calendar will be flooded with clients begging to pay you money. So what I've done below is I've listed in no particular order, this is important, no particular order, every single lever that you can pull that will increase the volume of qualified clients who book a sales call through your automatic appointment funnel, increase the budget they have available to pay for your services, and increase their desire to get started today, as opposed to, speaking with tire kickers who aren't serious about moving forward with your product or service. And to re-emphasize, this is every lever that you can pull to increase quality. There's no other way you can get more qualified prospects to come through your funnel outside of what I've written below. No other way. If you get told by some guru, okay, or some random guy on the internet that there's a secret way to get qualified prospects come through your funnel, and it isn't isn't listed below, they are lying to you. Trust me, they don't have anything, or they've copied from something that I've below and they've written it in their own words. Like what I've got below, we've tested this stuff on so much ad spend at this point. We've got 150 plus active clients who we're actively working with right now, and we've had 1,000 in the past. Like this is everything that you can do to increase quality. This also means that if you pull every lever below and you are still struggling with quality, the issue will most likely lie in what I've discussed above. You are trying to make ads work for an offer that nobody wants. And as an important note, when implementing the below, it's not only a question of if you are doing it, but also how well you've implemented it. So you may do one of the things below and it might not work, but it's not because the thing doesn't work or your offer doesn't work or an agency doesn't work. Oh my God, you need to change businesses. That's everything done. No, it might just be that you didn't implement it as well as it could have been done. So what you can do in that instance is if you do something that I go through here and it doesn't work, drop a post in the school community and I can have a look for you myself. And then I can also give you some feedback on it. As I say here, for example, if you run an ad that doesn't convert, it would be silly to conclude that ads don't work, right? You're not going to conclude that because, as you know, ads do work. And so it would make more sense to think the ad that I created didn't work, so let me create a better one, right? Meaning just do what you've done better. All right. Let's get into the quality levers here. So quality lever number one, again, this is in no particular order, confirm and cancel. So the more calls you cancel, the more qualified bookings you'll get. I know this sounds ridiculous, but hear me out. If you spend $300 a day and you book 5 sales calls each day, the cost per booked call would be $60 in this case. Now, if 4 of those 5 calls are unqualified, meaning either they aren't in your niche, they have $0 to their name, and or they have a completely different problem to the one that your product or service fixes, you'll most likely presume you have a, quote, quality issue with your ads, right? 4 out of 5 calls that you book are unqualified. That's a quality problem, right? Is it though? So if you canceled 4 out of the 5 bookings that are unqualified, right? You canceled the 4 unqualified due to the above criteria, right? They're not good fit for whatever reason. You would be left in this instance with 1 qualified booking per day. Now, if you're spending $300 a day, as this example, you do not need to spend $300 a day. You could spend $3,000 or you could spend $30, right? You don't need to spend $300. It's just an example. But if you were spending $300, such as this example, you would have a $300 cost per qualified booked call, given you canceled the rest, right? You had 4 out of 5 calls that were unqualified. You canceled the 4. You were left with just the 1 left over. And that 1 left over was qualified. You're spending $300 a day and you're booking that 1 per day, or you're booking 5 per day. You cancel the 4 per day. You have the 1 left per day. That equals a $300 cost per qualified booked call, right? And so if you have a 70% show rate, right, on the calls that were left on your calendar, so out of the 1 that was left on your calendar each day, 70% of those guys actually showed up to their scheduled time, and you closed at a 25% close rate of the 70% of the 1 out of 5 that was left on the calendar. If you do all the math, which I've done on this doc, you would have a $1,712 cost per acquisition, which is not bad. If you have a 5K a month retainer, you're at, what's that equal to? 5,000 divided by 1712. You're at a 2.92 cash ROAS. If you're at a 2,500 per month retainer, this will be high, but you're still at a 1.4x cash ROAS. So you could get this down by dropping that $300 cost per call down to like 200, which is definitely doable. And that would obviously drop your increase your cash ROAS. But overall, it's not bad. It's not crazy bad. As I say here, with a $300 per day budget, this would mean that you'll be closing one new client every 5 to 6 days. So in this example, you may be led to believe that, quote, all of your calls are unqualified and that you have a quality issue. But in reality, when you cancel the unqualified prospects off your calendar, you remove them and then base your costs only on the calls that are left on the calendar, in other words, the qualified bookings, you actually have a profitable funnel that you can scale. You don't have a quality problem at all. In other words, by confirming and canceling, well, canceling so far, I'll get into the confirmation side of it in a minute, but by canceling the unqualified calls, you actually increase the quality of the calls coming through your ads. You don't technically, it's the exact same, but the perception of it increases. So when you're running your automatic appointment funnel, the only metric that matters outside of CPA, which is cost per acquisition, is your cost per qualified booked call. That's the only thing that matters. That's the only thing you should make decisions on. Because in this instance, well, as I say here, I'll explain in a minute, actually. So some call this an MQL, which is marketing qualified lead. I personally refer to it as a cost per qualified book call. Either way, this is the only metric that you should be tracking, as this number is your source of truth as to how well your ads are performing. Here's why. Let me explain. The only way your company makes money is by making offers to prospects. Every client you've ever closed, the reason you close them is because you made them an offer. An offer is just essentially, here's what we'll do, and here's the price. Do you want to join? Obviously, you're not going to say it in those words, but like that's what an offer is. And every client you've ever closed is because you made an offer to them. In other words, the more offers you make, the more sales you'll make. The more sales you make, the more you'll scale, right? Very simple. If you make 5 offers per day, you will make less money than if you was to make 50 offers per day. Pretty asking yourself, what determines whether or not you make an offer, right? Well, the only time you should, maybe you don't do this, but you should really only be making an offer when you're speaking to a prospect on the phone or Zoom who's in your niche, needs a solution you provide, and can afford your fees. In other words, a qualified prospect. That's the only time you'll make an offer. Okay, so the goal is not to maximize bookings, right? You could book 100 calls a day, but I don't care if 99 of them are unqualified, right? So the bookings isn't the number to maximize, but qualified bookings is what you want to be looking at, who match the above criteria of in your niche, has the money, and has the problem. That's how you make the most money, right? In the example from earlier, where we assume that you were spending $300 per day, 5 bookings, 4 in which were unqualified. If you kept the 4 bookings on your calendar, you would spend time on those calls, not making offers. If you canceled them off the calendar, that would free up your slots for a more qualified booking to take their place. And so then you would spend the same amount of time on the qualified call as you would on the unqualified call, but only on the qualified call, you would actually make an offer. So again, the more offers you make, the more money that you make. Now imagine if you were to book 30 sales calls per day across 4 or 5 closers. I'm sure you can see now how important this becomes at scale in terms of making sure that your closers are actually on call with somebody who's qualified. Because if they waste time on call with prospects who are unqualified, you're losing money, basically. Now, that said, let me explain the tactical process that we implement to confirm and cancel every call that lands on our calendar through the automatic appointment funnel. So first we have the application. Now, before a prospect books a call, they must fill out a short application which asks a few key questions about their current situation. Now, if you're using the automatic appointment funnel, an application will be built into your funnel by the very nature of using the automatic appointment funnel. But in general, you always want to ask 3 to 5 key questions that that give you enough context on the booking as to whether or not you should immediately cancel the call. So for context, here's ours. We always ask, obviously, this basic stuff, basic personal information. Then we ask, do you specifically own a digital marketing agency or coaching business? We say not insurance or real estate. The only reason we say that is because we was getting insurance and real estate guys come through. So we essentially just say not that, right? And then we have yes, or we have no, and then in brackets we say no, please leave this page immediately, right? The next question we have is what's your current monthly revenue? We have 0 to 10, 10 to 50, 50 to 100, etc. Then we ask core business, and then we say, are you 100% going to show up? These questions are all in your automatic appointment funnel, by the way. But based on the above application, right? If a call comes in and they say either any one of these things or multiple of these things, we will cancel the call off the calendar. We won't even spend a second on them. So if they say no to the first question of, do you own a business, coaching business or digital agency? If they say no, we'll cancel it. If they select 0 to 10K a month to this question, right? They do 0 to 10K a month, we cancel it. if they say anything to the types of businesses that, if they say anything not related to the types of businesses that we help in the core business question, we'll cancel it. So for example, if someone books in, they say, I have a real estate company, we'll cancel it, right? Like, we don't work with real estate agents. We work with marketing agencies who serve real estate, or coaches who help real estate agents, or, you know, they do have some kind of coaching offer in the real estate space. We'll help those. But if they actually own the brokerage, we're never going to help them, right? So we'll cancel it. Or in here, if they put in a short answer like ads, or, you know, like, I coach people, just some short basic answer like that, we'll always cancel that as well, because we just have seen historically, if someone's doing 100K a month, they won't just put in their ads, they'll actually explain what they do, right? Or if they do 10K a month plus, they'll actually explain what they do. So we always, anyone who just says this basic stuff, it's just an assumption that they're unqualified, so we'll cancel it. And also, obviously, anyone who selects no to, are you 100% going to show up, we'll also cancel. So by having an application that allows us to get a good feel on the prospect's current situation without being too invasive or adding too much friction, because obviously you could ask them like, what's your, you know, fucking social security number? How much money's in your bank account? You could ask them all those questions. They'll probably give you a good insight on whether or not they're qualified. But guess what? You'll also get no one booking a call. So there's a fine line between being too invasive and having too much friction and getting zero calls, and then having too little friction and having no hoops for them to jump through, getting a ton of calls booked, but they're all unqualified. You got to find the balance. But by getting this feel, we can then immediately cancel the obvious unqualified bookings without spending too much energy or time manually qualifying each prospect. This increases our qualified bookings, right? Now, we also implement, in tandem with this, we also implement the confirm cancel process. So to ensure every sales call that you or your closers take are 100% qualified and are in the right mindset to buy, relying on only this application isn't enough, right? This does a good job to just like get out the obvious unqualifieds, but it doesn't do a good job to make sure that everyone on the call who stays on the calendar is in the right mindset to buy and is perfectly qualified for what it is that you do. So that's why we built the below confirm cancel system, allowing us to generate 75% plus show rates and close at 35% plus pretty consistently. Here's how it works. So on Monday mornings, our setters triple dial every call booked for Wednesday. We always call 2 days out. So Monday we'll do Wednesday, Tuesday we'll do Thursday, Wednesday we'll do Friday, and so on and so forth. And triple dialing also means that you'll call, right? You'll call them. If they don't answer, dial them again, call them, bring it out. If they don't answer, call again, and repeat it, right? 3 times. And this dramatically, obviously increases your pickup rate. If they don't answer, and by the way, just quickly on this, the reason why this increases your pickup rate is because if you call them, if you have a call, a number call you, you might look at it, you might be like, whatever, you don't answer it. Okay, great. You do whatever else you do. That number calls you again. A lot of people are significantly more likely to pick up the call on the second time. If they then don't pick up on the second time, put it down, the number calls again, how much more likely are you to actually pick up on the third time? A ton more likely. So this really increases your pickup rates. Now, if they don't answer though, still, we'll then send them an SMS script with the below script right here. I won't read the script because you can just go through this yourself. But this really increases a ton of response rates. And what you'll see here in a moment is that if they don't respond to this, we'll then cancel them. Now, just quick side note, these questions will be based on the application that they filled out upon booking the call. You would want to ask deeper qualifying questions, deeper than what you'd obviously ask in the application itself, to ensure they're 100% a perfect fit. Great example of this, right? So if you say here, could you shoot me a quick text with the below info, right? Well, you would say this whole script here, but say this bit here, then this question here would be basically centered around, okay, in the application, they said that they, their core business is that they do, in our case, it might be like they run web development for, online trading platforms, as an example. Okay, great. So in this qualification question, we're going to dig down into exactly what that looks like, right? How much do you charge, out of curiosity, how much do you charge per web development project? Or do you do any retainer-based work for clients, or is it purely project, right? Like, these are certain things that we would need to know for our industry, and we just want to get clearer on those specifics, right? So we ask deeper qualifying questions here based on their initial application. Now, I've also added in this example of this. So we actually, obviously, believe it or not, we actually do this for ourselves because it works. So we took one of our clients who closed just yesterday. He came in through this exact same scripting process. You can see I screenshotted the entire conversation. And what happened is he closed the next day. So this was a conversation that was had like 2 days ago. Then yesterday he closed, but this conversation was had before he closed. So hopefully that makes sense. Now, if by the afternoon on Monday, on that initial day, right? So this is, by the way, up here. This example was like on Monday morning, right? So Monday morning, you're going to call all calls on Wednesday. And then if they don't pick up after triple dialing, you then send them all individually this message right here. Now, if by the afternoon on that same day, on the Monday, you don't have either a callback from your triple dial or a response to this above SMS that you send, this script right here, then what you want to do is you'll repeat the same triple dialing process that you did in the morning, in the afternoon, right? So you do, basically on Monday, you would do 6 dials total. Now, the only difference now is if they don't respond to your second set of triple dials in the afternoon and or your SMS, which should have been sent in the morning, then you will cancel the call, because that's basically then 7 contacts, right, that you've made to the prospect, 6 dials and 1 SMS. If they don't get back to you, then you will then cancel them off the call. And so once you cancel the call, you then want to send them another SMS using this below script. The below script just basically says, hey, we've canceled the call. We need a couple pieces of information more on you before we can actually speak with you. Let me know your answer to the above. And you just reference the previous SMS, right? And we can get you back on the calendar here. And what will usually happen is the prospects who are serious and are qualified will respond almost straight away, because they'll see the cancellation email and immediately, quote, raise their hand asking why their call got cancelled. But that's perfect, because that then acts as a hand raiser. And at this point, you can then either call them, pick up the phone and call them and pre-qualify, pre-frame and reset them, or you can just then get them to text you back and forth a little bit to get the answers to the questions that you sent. And that's what happened in this case up here. Now, you or your setters will repeat this process every morning and afternoon for the bookings that are always 2 days out, right? So Monday to Wednesday, Tuesday to Thursday, you get the point. Now, you always want to do it 2 days out so that if you end up canceling a call, the prospect will be, the spot will now free up on your calendar and be rebooked by another prospect. The issue that arises if you do this process the day of the call, which is what most people do, though, in the morning, call their calls for the day. There's no point doing that. Yes, it works just to make sure, like remind them of the call, but it's not going to work if they're unqualified and or aren't serious and we're never going to show, because at the end of the day, they're not going to answer the call. And so then what will happen is if you then cancel the bookings in the morning of their call, no one else will be able to book in for that slot as it's too close to the time. If we go to our funnel here, and I'll show you what I mean. So today, well, right now it's Friday and it's 20 past 8 in the evening. So 8:20 p.m. And you can see here, the next earliest slot is next Tuesday for us, right? So if I have a call now, say for example, at 9 p.m., right? As an example. Well, if I try and dial that booking now, to see if they're going to show up and see if they're qualified. Well, and then maybe I get through to them. Okay, great. And I realize they're not qualified. Okay, great. Let me cancel that slot in 40 minutes, right? Well, the problem is the next slot that somebody can book in is 10 a.m. on Tuesday morning. No one can book in there because it's too close to the time. So you basically, the slot's wasted anyway. You may as well have just kept the call on the calendar. There's no point canceling it, right? And so that's what you do basically that's what you do if they don't answer the call. You want to go through all of that. If they don't answer, you cancel them off. Then when you cancel them, they may raise their hand to say, hey, why did my call get canceled? You can then pre-qualify them, make sure they're all good, reset them. Perfect. That increases quality. Now, what do you do if they actually do answer one of your 6 dials in the one day, right? What do you do if they actually do answer the phone? Well, essentially, you want to conduct a mini discovery on the prospect and ultimately pre-qualify them, pre-frame them, and confirm them. So here's how this process works. Pre-qualify. So you want to see, is the prospect in your niche, and do they have what you need to be able to deliver results? In other words, do they have the business model that you work with? Do they charge enough for your product or service to make sense? Do they have a big enough or small enough team, depending on your specific situation? Are they doing the revenue that you require? Do they have all the assets you require? Do their goals align with what it is that you can deliver as an outcome? Do they have whatever else you may need to be able to deliver the results for them? Obviously, there's 101 things that you may need clients to have or do or qualify for or whatever it is. These are just a few examples, but that's what you basically want to check, right? You just want to double check, like through pre-qualifying on that call. Do they fit your criteria? Now, if they don't have something that you require, then are they open to changing what they are currently doing? For example, we will sometimes get a prospect book a call with us who charges like $500 a month for some like very basic services. As their retainer, right? And in order for our services to work and scale, we need our clients to be charging at least $1,500 per month, whether that be in the retainer format or averaged out, right? Like, for example, if you're a coach who charges $10K for 3 months, that averages out to be more than $1.5K a month, which will still work, right? Now, if they're obviously charging $500 though, right now they're not a good fit for us. But if that client, if we have the conversation with the client, like, hey, would you be open to changing your pricing? Maybe we need to change your fulfillment. But also then by changing your fulfillment and getting your clients better results, you'll be able to obviously increase your price. Would you be open to that? If they say, yeah, 100%, then we can still bring them on as a client because we can make them qualified. But some clients, for whatever reason, they're like, no, I do not want to budge from $500 per month. And it's like, okay, well, we can't help you, right? Because the economics of the funnel are just not going to make sense. Okay, great, no problem, unqualified. That's it, right? And we cancel them off the calendar. Now, as I say, we won't automatically DQ this type of person who currently charges under what it is that we need if they are open to changing their pricing. On the setup call, though, we need to see how open they are to change. If they're closed off, we will then DQ, disqualify. So that's the first thing, pre-qualify them. Then you want to pre-frame them. So if a prospect shows up to the sales call thinking it's going to be a free coaching session, for example, that prospect doesn't have the correct mindset needed to buy. If they show up thinking it'll be $200 instead of your $20,000 price, again, they don't have the correct mindset to buy. If they show up thinking you do one thing when in reality you do something entirely different, they don't have the mindset. So needless to say, this section of the call needs to be focused around pre-framing the prospect correctly to ensure when they show up to the sales call, they are in the right mindset to buy. You don't necessarily always need to tell them the price, right? But what you do need to do is give them a rough range. If they come again onto the call expecting it to be around $200 to like $500, and in reality your price is 20 grand, it's just never going to work. So whilst they don't need to know it's $20,000, they do need to know it's like, hey, it's a 5-figure investment. Like it's decently sized, right? Again, there's a fine line between pre-framing the prospects correctly and scaring them, causing high no-show rates. So sometimes if you outright tell the prospect on the setup or confirmation or triage call that you charge 20K, as I was just saying, for example, without going through your pitch first as the anchor as to why this costs 20K on the sales call, they will then scoff at you and call you crazy, right? And what that will then result in is very high no-show rates. So even though you're calling these guys and they're saying, oh yeah, that sounds good, right? Because people, they're not going to tell you, oh my god, that's way too much. They'll go, okay, gotcha, that's interesting, sounds good, whatever. After the call, they'll be like, no way, I'm never doing that. And then that's going to lead to them no-showing, which means a lot of your set are going to have high no-show rates. And it's because you're giving away too much information on the call, ultimately scaring them off. So what I'm not saying here is you tell them the price and only get on the sales call with prospects who agree, before they've heard your pitch. That's like the worst thing you could possibly do. But what I am saying is that you need to pre-frame your prospects on a general range so that they go into the call with the correct expectations. Now, the same goes for your services and your deliverables. We've had a small handful. This has only been a couple times, but we have had it where a small handful of prospects in the past who just extremely are against, which is really strange to me, but they just vehemently do not want to run ads for their acquisition. Really weird, but I don't know why, to be honest, which is obviously what we do for clients, right? We run ads. I have no clue why they don't, and no matter what we did, we couldn't open their eyes to the fact that paid ads are actually exactly what they needed. Either way, they were 100% closed off to our service, making them, again, unqualified, in which case you would just end the call and DQ on the setup call this is, right? Then finally, you confirm. So the best transition that I found to go from pre-framing the prospect to confirming the call that they have scheduled is via setting up the closer or whoever is taking the next call as a beast, and then go into confirming the time. So how I would do that is something that looks like this. So you'd say something like, awesome. So I know how earlier you mentioned that, and then you would just insert whatever they said their goal was in the pre-qualifying section. I know that earlier you said that you wanted to hit like 100K a month or whatever. So I'm really looking forward for you to speak to Jay, who's actually one of our closers. I'm really looking forward for you to speak to Jay, as they are, and then you would just hype them up. They are like the absolute beast. They work one-on-one with all of our 7 and 8 figure clients. They do X, Y, Z, whatever. And on the topic of that call, actually, does X time on X day still work for you? Great. outside of, you know, like getting hit by like a bus or something crazy, you're 100% good for that time, right? So like that last beat, you got to have good tonality, as I say here. That last line you need to deliver with great tonality. Otherwise the prospect will like kind of push back, and it'll kind of have a negative effect on your show rate. So they'll think it's kind of really weird. Maybe they think you're pushy, etc. But you see how I just delivered that, right? So it's like, great. Outside of, you know, like getting hit by a bus or something, you know, fucking crazy, you're all good for that time. Right? It's just different, as opposed to saying, great, so outside of, you know, you getting hit by a bus or something crazy, haha, you're all good for that time. Like, it's just really weird, right? So you got to do it real natural. But if you do that, this works like a charm. Now, as I say here, there's a few other levers as well that you can pull on this confirmation call to increase your show rates. But this doc is focused obviously on quality, not show rate. So I'll save those show rates for the show rate doc that I'll publish to the Automatic Appointment Funnels group relatively soon. But for now, this is just all in an effort to find the guys who book in a call with you before their scheduled time. Remember, this is what's had 2 days out from their appointment. You call them up during the previous process, and you want to have this type of conversation with them to pre-qualify them to make sure that they are the perfect fit. If they're not, you want to cancel them off the calendar. Now, 2 big tips to increasing your pickup rates when dialing leads. Number 1, always use a local dialer. A local dialer essentially means that your call shows on the prospect's phone, when your call shows on the prospect's phone, it will show the local area code of wherever that lead is. So ask yourself this: if you're in the States and you receive a phone call with +44, right, and it says United Kingdom, would you ever answer that call? No. Nobody does, and your prospects definitely won't. My recommendation for local dialers, by the way, are Kixi, Allaware, and Ring Central. I'll have a link for Kixi. That's what we use. We do have a referral link. So if you just want to book through that, I would appreciate it. If not, no problem. We don't make our money through that, so you can do whatever you want. But as I say here, these 3 are really good, but we do use Kixi. Now, again, the local dialer is like the most important thing. There is 0 point in you calling anybody if you don't have a local dialer, simply because no one will ever pick up ever. Again, just ask yourself, when was the last time you saw a call come in from out of your country, some other random country, and you actually picked it up and was like really curious about it, right? No one picks it up, period. But even if you were to pick it up, you're probably going to pick it up to say, hey, dude, never call me again, right? So you need a local dialer, bottom line. And the final thing here is on increasing pickup rates, always triple dial. So the reason for this is simple. Well, I've already mentioned this actually. So yes, they're the 2 things to do to increase pickup rates. Now, that's the first general process or lever to pull to increase your quality. Confirm and cancel. I cannot stress this enough. It's extremely important, and it becomes increasingly important as your volume increases, because as your volume increases, the real estate on your calendar becomes more valuable. And so that means you need to make sure that you are really control who is left on your calendar, and make sure that they are absolutely perfect. They're pre-qualified, they're pre-framed, and they are confirmed, and they are obviously qualified, and everybody else is canceled off the calendar so that those other spots can fill up with somebody who's more qualified, ultimately allowing you or your closers or your sales team as a whole to make more offers because they're speaking to more qualified people, which will ultimately lead to you making more money. Simple as that. So with that being said, let's move on to quality lever number 2, which is messaging.
Change location, but let's go into messaging. So this is the most common lever that people pull to increase their quality, yet somehow it's still the most overlooked. There are only 3 requirements to allow your messaging to maneuver its way through your market and find only the people who are qualified based on whatever your standards are, and force them to book in a call with you. Now, you do need all 3, because one without the other won't work. You need all 3 to be in place. Now, as a side note, this is assuming that you have an offer that your ideal clients want, right? The below cannot make up for a bad, undesirable offer. That's why I started this entire document off with the whole offer, building your business for ads, as opposed to trying to create your ads for your business idea, right? Because that needs to be in place. Otherwise, again, you could do all this other stuff, but if that fundamental thing isn't in place, it's not gonna work. But if you have that in place without these other things, it's also not gonna work. So you need everything on this doc to be able to scale, as I say down here, to multiple hundreds of thousands per month, if not millions a month, directly through ads. So let's get into it. Here are the 3 messaging requirements. Number 1, call out. So your call out must be calling out a TAM, total addressable market, of at least 30,000 to 100,000 TAM. This is really important. Again, it sounds simple, and it is. It is simple, but again, no one does it, or at least they do it incorrectly. What most people do is For example, they'll call out entrepreneurs in their call out, right? They'll say entrepreneurs will do X, Y, Z. Or maybe they go one step further and they call out entrepreneurs making 10K a month. But they wonder still why their ads aren't working. And it's because the size of the TAM, right, total addressable market, you call out must have between 30,000 and 100,000 people in it. If it's smaller than 30,000, then it's too specific and your cost will be way too high. And if it's more than 100,000, then it's too broad and your cost will be too high, as well as your quality, if you get anyone through, will be low. So like this will never work. It just won't. Unless you have a product that is extremely desirable. Like for example, right now you could probably just say, if you have some kind of like AI caller thing, right? That seems to be really hot at the moment, right? AI setter, but like actually doing dials for you AI wise. If you have that as a product, you could just say, hey, install this product into your business and it will do X, Y, Z. You probably will get some good results with it. I guarantee you the results will be better if you called out a specific market that had a TAM of 30 to 100,000, but you would still get results. But that's because the product is so desirable. For the most part, you won't have a product that is that desirable. Like we don't have anything like that's crazy, crazy sexy. And so instead, in that instance, you have to have a TAM between 30 and 100,000. Time and time again, I see with our clients, the highest performing ads all have callouts between 30 to 100,000. And as a side note, this is also referring to the revenue of your ideal client as well as the niche itself. So for example, if you're going after warehousing companies, there may be more than 30,000 of them. However, I highly doubt there's more than 30,000 of them making more than 20 million per year. As a total example, there's probably not more than 30,000 there. So there's probably 30,000 total. If you only want companies above, say, 20 million a year, then there needs to also be 30,000 above 20 million a year. For most markets, that's not realistic. That's never going to happen. And so that's also why the call out revenue is really important as well. Like you can't call out someone doing only companies doing above 100 million a year. It's never going to work, right? And the reason why is because, again, the TAM needs to be niche and revenue. And so in this case, quote, warehousing as a niche is great, but if we was to call out warehousing companies above 20 million per year, we wouldn't get anyone through. And it's not because your ad wouldn't be good or your offer isn't good. It's just because the call out is not good, basically. And so the reason I use warehousing as an example, by the way, is because we recently launched a client in this niche and he is killing it. Even though it's a very particular niche, warehousing companies, like it's so niche, but it's crushing it. He's getting he's had 123 qualified book calls at $120 cost per qualified booked call. And I've got the screenshots here to prove it. And I even tried testing a call out in our own ads, which was marketing agencies above 100K a month, and it flopped. We didn't get a single booked call from it. Yet when I changed it to marketing agencies above 25K a month, it produces $250 cost per qualified book calls on a roughly 100K a month spend, like clockwork. And what's crazy is we get tons of agencies and coaches book a call with us who are doing far beyond 100K a month. But when I called them out directly, nobody booked. And it's because whilst those people will still come through, it's like this client here. Do I say this down here? No, I don't think I do. So this client here, he gets bookings with guys doing above 20 million a year in terms of warehousing companies. But if we was to have called them out directly, because that niche in particular, who the ads are technically speaking to in that instance would be 20 million a year plus, there's not enough of those people. So your costs are only based on those people coming through because everybody else doesn't click the ad because it's not speaking to them, right? And so your costs are going to be way too high. However, when you drop the you drop the call out to like 5 million a year, for example, I think that's what we're doing with him. If you're interested, I could double check, but I'm pretty sure it's above 5 million a year. He still gets these people through, but he also obviously gets a ton at 5 to 10 million as well, which then brings down his cost per qualified booked call. Now, as I say, the TAM in that instance, the reason why when I called out above, agencies above 100K a month, the TAM of 100K a month plus agencies and coaches isn't above 30,000, hence why it flopped. So the way you get the highest volume of qualified bookings through your ads is by calling out a market which, again, is between 30 to 100,000 in size. And if this means you need to niche down, then so be it. If this means you need to expand your usual market, again, then so be it. Important. If you are thinking, how do I find the size of my market? There's no one right way or one source of truth. But here's the thing. You don't need to know the exact number. You just need to know roughly. Like, is it 5,000, 50,000 or 500,000. You don't need to know if it's like 47,000. It's just like, what roughly is it 50? Is it 5? Is it 500? Like roughly, where do we land here? As I say, you only need a rough idea. And to find that, just spend 10, 15 minutes searching on Google. That's how we find all the TAMs. And once you have your call out, this should then be stated within the first sentence of your ad copy, the first 5 to 10 seconds of your ad creatives, and within the first 20 to 30 seconds of your VSL, or the first page or 2 pages if you're using a DSL. Okay, so this is just really, really important. And for the most part, if you're not getting results right now, check your call out. And what's crazy about this is you can just change your call out and it can have a drastic impact on your results without changing offer, changing mechanism, changing niche, or anything like that. Just change the call out and watch what happens to your results. It's very, very powerful. Okay, the second thing is your results. So again, these are all the levers as it pertains to messaging to increase your quality. So as I say, results ideally should be bigger than your call out. So as much as I wish you could just call out anyone in the world and they'll immediately respond to your ads, it doesn't work that way in reality. So getting your call out right is only part of the messaging quality equation. So there's a conversion process, right, that takes place between when your ideal client stops on your ad, thanks to your call out, and when they actually click that ad, opt in, and book a call. There's a myriad of factors that go into that conversion process, such as your offer, which obviously we've already discussed. But one of the main determining factors as to whether or not your ideal client will ultimately book in a call from your ad is if they can see that you've helped others like them get the result they want. This is huge. So again, like I said before, what I wish you could just call out any company in the world, any person in the world. If you just call them out, you're going to get them through the ad. If you have a good enough offer, right? You would think that's the case, and it's not. You need to call them out. You need to have the perfect offer for them, but you also need to have proof that you can, again, get that exact person the exact result that they want. Now, so to put this into perspective, if you run an ad calling out coaches above 30K a month, right? But all of your results show you taking coaches from 10 to 20K a month, or from 15K to 30K a month, or from 0 to 30K a month, right? You will not get the quality that you're wanting. In other words, coaches above 30K a month. No matter how bad you want these guys, they're never going to come through your ad if you call them out and you have an offer for them. Maybe you say, hey, coaches above 30K a month, we'll scale you to 200K a month. That's a desirable offer for guys above 30K a month. But guess what? If all of your results match this, they're never going to come through, ever. And so, again, in isolation, these are great results. I'm not saying they're bad results, but in the context of them attracting people above 30K a month, again, as a complete example, they aren't big enough. You don't have big enough proof to get guys above 30K. And so in this situation, you would either need to lower your call out so that your results match who you are trying to target. Otherwise, you'll get no one through your ads, much less qualified bookings. You're never going to get qualified bookings unless you lower your call out. Like, if you was to change this call out here from 30K a month to coaches above 5K a month, for example, or where my mind went there is you could even change it to something like coaches looking to scale to 30K per month. That could be a call out, right? And, we help this client go from this, and you could use these exact same results. And in that second instance, you would probably get some really good bookings come through, but you're never going to get guys above 30K a month. Why? Because they can't see themselves getting the result that they want, because they don't want this. They've already done it, right? And so in this, as I say, you need to lower your call out basically, or add bigger results. But usually you can't just get bigger results. You need time to do that. And so the other way that you would do it, that you can do immediately, is just lower your call out. And in actual fact, if you wanted someone who's doing 30K a month in their business, here's the thing. You ideally want results that show you taking people who are at 30 to 50K a month to 100K a month, to 150K, 250K, 500K a month plus. That's really what you want. And this goes back to what I was saying here. You want your results to be significantly bigger than your call out. Like, you're probably not going to get many people doing above 30K a month if all of your results show you obviously like this, or even if your results are like 30, we took this one coach from 30K to 50K a month, or we took this one coach from 30K to 60K a month. You might get a couple doing 30, but most of those people that are gonna come through are gonna be doing between like 10 and 20, I would say, maybe 5 to 20 in that range. Whereas if you want guys doing 30, then you need to show multiple six-figure results a month, right? So like with us, like I said earlier, we get guys come through, even though our call out says, hey, agencies or coaches above 25K a month, we'll still get guys come through doing 100, 200, 300K a month. But that's because our results show us generating an extra 300K a month in profit for this one client. This one client hit $1 million a month. This one client hit 500K a month. This one client closed 100K just last 7 days, etc. Right? So when somebody who's at 100K sees us generating another client an extra 400K, well, guess what? That resonates with the guy doing 100K. Does that make sense? Because he wants to add the extra 400K. So even though our call out is a bit broader, 25K a month, whatever, they're attracted to us because of our results and our offer, and they see the call out resonates with them as well. Again, it's never one thing, it's adding all these things together, which creates really good quality at a good cost. So it's ideal, as I say, in other words, that your results are significantly higher than your call out. So this would 100% ensure that if someone saw your ad and was doing 30K a month, they would immediately feel confident that you could get them to their goal, which will most likely be 100K a month or $1 million a year and beyond, which your results prove you can do if you have these types of results in this case. So they'll click and they'll book in a call, again, if your offer is desirable. So I kind of just mentioned this here, to be honest, so I won't repeat myself. Now, the only way, this is important, the only way you can have your results be bigger than your call out is if, number one, you have a better fulfillment process that generates bigger results and case studies, if obviously you don't already have them. Or number two, you lower your call out below what your average client result is. Now, this is so important, I cannot overstate it. So obviously our logical next question, I'm sure you most likely have, is what do I do if I don't have those big results or case studies? Well, the answer is simple. You need to lower your expectation with who's going to be attracted to your ads and offer in the beginning. Really important. This is only in the beginning. This doesn't mean you can't work with your ultimate ideal client, but it does mean that until you build up those big results, you have to accept working with lower or smaller revenue companies or clients. And over time, you can slowly add more and more proof and results to your ads, which will then attract a bigger client, which will give you bigger proof, which you can then add to your ads, and the flywheel continues. This is exactly how I got started. And if you speak with any agency owner or coach who has the business that you desire, they'll tell you the same thing. When we first started running our ads, we was getting guys doing like 10, 15, 20K come through. And they were the only people that were coming through because our results were like, we generated an extra 50 calls a month for this one client. This one client closed 5 clients last month. They added an extra 20K a month in recurring revenue, etc. Relatively small numbers, great numbers nonetheless, but they're small. And so by extension, the only people that were attracted to those is other people at that same smaller level. But then over time, we built up, and then we maybe got one lucky bigger client through. That then one client, we was able to add an extra 100K a month to their agency or coaching business. Great. We then updated our front end ads with the new 100K a month revenue result, case study. And then somebody who was at maybe 50K a month saw that, was attracted. So now we started to get consistent guys at 50K a month. Then those 50K a month guys, we got them bigger results. And then, it just continues like that, but it builds up. Point is though, we could never have started out getting the guys that we now get through the ads because we didn't have the proof to attract them. So the expectation thing is really important. If you don't have proof, you cannot expect to get huge companies through. It's just never going to happen. Now, that's on results, okay? Results are huge in determining quality. I can't, again, like I say here, I can't overstate that. So that's the second thing. Now, the third thing is reinforced funnel messaging. So from the first few words inside your ad creative and copy, all the way through to your application questions on your booking page, you need to reinforce who this offer is for, which is, again, your ideal or qualified client, and who it isn't for, anyone who isn't your ideal qualified client. No matter what, it's important to realize you will get unqualified people book a call despite what you say. However, the goal is to get that number as close to 0 as possible. It's never going to be 0. You're always going to get unqualified people book, but the goal is to get it as close to 0 as possible. And so disclaimers and direct messaging is a must in your ads, your opt-in or lead form, your VSL and DSL, the VSL and DSL page itself, the booking page, the application questions, etc. And obviously examples of what this looks like is, saying things such as, if you're not a insert ideal client, this system, process, method, software, tech, whatever it is that you're selling will not work for you, right? Or this is only for XYZ person, which is your ideal client. Are you an XYZ? If you're not, please leave this page immediately. I added in some screenshots below, taken from various stages of our funnel, but let me just show you in real life instead. So obviously on here, you can see right at the top, this is only for marketing agencies and coaches above 25K a month. This is also what I mean by the VSL or DSL page here, right? So it's like actually on the landing page itself. It's not in the DSL, it's on the landing page itself. Like this is just flicked to though. I've literally got who this is for, ideal client, who this is not for, everyone. And again, right above the book a call page, book a call button, right? We say again, if you are ideal client and you need outcome, then click the link below and book a call. Then you go to the book a call page. And by the way, this is obviously not our ads. Our ads do the exact same thing on the front end. Same thing on the book a call page. Disclaimer, if you are not ideal client, don't book a call. You will automatically be canceled. Then in the actual form itself, right? Do you specifically own ideal business? Yes? Great. No? Please leave this page immediately. What's your current monthly revenue? 0 to 10K a month. Please do not book a call. Your call will automatically be canceled. And again, like I said before, we still get people who will fill this out and go 0 to 10K and they'll try book a call. We cancel it. That's it. So point being, you're never going to get it to 0, but you do want to reinforce this messaging across the entire funnel. It's really important. There I'm just obviously explaining what I just showed you. And so ultimately with your messaging, the goal is to only attract your ideal clients and push everyone else away. In other words, you want your funnel to be a magnet for your ideal client and it should repel everybody else. That's how you want to think. Like create this really strong diversion in the traffic. It attracts everyone who you want and it kicks away everyone else. And this will also train your pixel on who it should optimize for and who it shouldn't. The reason why Facebook is by far the best platform, as of right now, at least at the point of recording this, to run ads on and get qualified clients at scale is because the pixel is obviously the most advanced. And so what this means for you is when somebody triggers the event that you are optimizing for example, if you're running a lead form ad, then the event you're optimizing for is leads, meaning the lead event will only trigger when somebody opts in, right? Well, Facebook will then look at who opted in and then find other users based on who look similar. And once they find a group of other people that look similar to those already opting in, they'll show your ads to that group. Now, if they are similar to those already responding to your ad, then there's a high chance or a high likelihood that they'll do the same. And so remember, Facebook has 2 key values: happy users and make money. They want their users to be happy, and obviously they want to make money. And really the way they make money is by having happy users, because then happy users will keep returning to the platform. And the more time they return to the platform, guess what that creates the opportunity for Facebook to run more ads. And so here is where this gets fun for you. Stick with me. For Facebook to make money, they have to show ads to its users. And those users need to convert so that the advertiser keeps spending money. Obviously, if you run an ad and you don't make any money from it, you are not going to continue running that ad. And Facebook knows that. And so the only way you're going to continue running the ad, or in other words, keep paying Facebook, is if the money you're paying Facebook, you are making more back from that from people buying from you, right? Again, Facebook knows this. But the only way for you to make sales is obviously for users to be on the platform that you're running the ads on and for them to see content that they actually like. So as I say here, for users to be happy, they have to consume content they like. By extension, Facebook's goal is to show ads to its users that they like, so they are happy and they convert. And this will achieve both Facebook's goals: happy users and high paying advertisers. That's it, or consistently paying advertisers. So now, how does Facebook know if its users like the ads they are seeing? It's by their response to the ads. Do they click or do they keep? You ask yourself the same question. The last ad you clicked on Facebook, did you click it because you hated the ad, you never wanted to see it again? Or did you click it because you liked it? Same thing with the ads that you scroll past. Did you scroll past it because you loved the ad so much? Or did you scroll past it because it didn't interest you? If you didn't like it, you're like, whatever, scroll past, right? Obviously, within reason, everyone who clicks and triggers the ad, the event the ad is optimizing for will like the ad more than those who see the ad and keep scrolling. We can agree on that, right? And so this is why your messaging is so important. Hopefully you can see how this all ties together. It's why your messaging is so important. If everyone who clicks the ad and triggers its optimization event is a qualified client, because your messaging is like, hey, this is for you and this is not for you, right? It's very strong in that diversion process. It's like, this is for you, everyone else, fuck off, for lack of better words, right? If your messaging is that strict, then Facebook is going to show your ad to more qualified clients, because if your messaging is that strict, the only people who click the ad is the ones who like it, which in other words is a qualified client ideally for the most part. Facebook then looks at, okay, who is clicking this ad? Okay, it's these people. And then they'll go, okay, great, let me go find more people like that, because I know this type of person likes this ad because they keep clicking this ad. Okay, great, let me find more people. Right? And then they send, so they kind of do the heavy lifting for you, like I say here. Hence why it's imperative your messaging only speaks to your ideal clients, and it repels everyone else. Because if everyone who sees your ad, if everyone who sees your ad and keeps scrolling is an unqualified client, Facebook will steer who it shows the ad to in the opposite direction, or vice versa. If they see that everyone who clicks your ad is a qualified client, if everyone who clicks your ad is a qualified client, Facebook's going to look at who's triggering the event, and then they're going to show it to more people like that. They're also going to look at, as I said there, who's not responding to the ad, and they're going to not show it to people like that. So if you can get the people to click, qualified, people who don't, unqualified, perfect. Facebook's going to do the heavy lifting for you. If only your ideal clients trigger the event you're optimizing for, Facebook will, by default, find more qualified clients for you. But again, only way this can happen is if your messaging is specific and strict. That's it. And you have that reinforced messaging across the entire funnel. This is also why Facebook lead forms are so amazing, because I don't think I've got it, or maybe I've got it down here in one of the later levers to pull. But in general, Facebook lead forms are amazing because you can basically set up the lead form to where it has conditional logic. So if you ask a question on the beginning of the lead form, and the question should ideally be, are you a qualified client? So in our case, are you a marketing agency or coach above 25K a month? And then to that question, we have a yes or no. Facebook now have this conditional logic function to where if they hit yes, it triggers the event as a lead. Great, you got a new lead. If they hit no, the lead goes to a page where it's not a lead. If they hit no, that person, that traffic goes to a page where it says something like, thanks for, scheduling your interest. Based on your answers, you're not a good fit for this offer. They then cannot become a lead. In other words, they cannot trigger the lead event, which means Facebook does not optimize around the unqualified people. They only optimize around the people who say yes. And so if you ask the question of, are you a qualified client? By extension, everyone who says yes is qualified, which means Facebook optimized for qualified clients. That's why we love lead forms so much. And we run it for majority of our clients. But you can also achieve that same idea through your messaging. So they're the three big levers to pull when it comes to messaging across your entire funnel. If you just focus on those three things, I promise you, you will see a significant increase in quality, and you will see a significant decrease in your cost per qualified booked call, which again is really the only metric you should be optimizing for as it pertains to your marketing. All right, let's move into quality lever number 3, which is audiences. So as we discussed in the messaging, a lot of our quality comes from the targeting that we do in our messaging and relying on Facebook to do the optimizing for us. Sorry, I just reworded this bit here. So with that being said, I'll often take some of our highest performing ads, right, with the great messaging and the really specific messaging, all that stuff. I'll take some of those highest performing ads that have over 100K in spend. I'll test them with new audiences and they'll flop. They will not work, right? Yet I'll run those same ads with our highest performing audiences and we'll produce 155 qualified calls at 210 cost per qualified book call, which, as you can see here, is what exactly we're getting in one of our current campaigns. And if I actually just show you, I'll show you my ad account right now. So we've recently dropped our spend actually from, we was doing about 25 to 3K a day, 2,500 to 3K a day. We've recently dropped it to, I think yesterday we did like 1,100. And the reason why, actually, what did I do yesterday? Yeah, $1,100, crazy. And the reason why is because as of recent, our cost per qualified call has actually dropped way below even what I've said here. It's dropped to 185, and you can see here we've got 2 campaigns running. One's at 162, the other's at 207. That's for this week so far. We just don't have the closer availability at the moment to be able to
facilitate a 3,000 a day ad spend level on a 185 cost per qualified call. This is crazy. But what's more important about this is that they're all running to the same audiences. So again, although broad audiences are becoming increasingly popular amongst advertisers, we have found that there still needs to be some specific inputs made at the audience level in order to get the highest quality at the best costs. And so I think of audience targeting as me telling Facebook what direction to look in to find my ideal clients. I don't tell them who to look at, I just tell them where to look. So in other words, we don't go super specific with our targeting. We mainly, we maintain fairly broad audiences between 7 to 20 million in size on average, roughly in that range. And on our ad account, for the past 18 months or so, we have 2 audiences that have outperformed every other audience we've ever tested. And I've spent literally over 150K trying to beat these 2 audiences, yet still to this day, they consistently produce the best quality at the cheapest costs. It's crazy. I've never seen anything like this. All of our ad spend, so you can see here, if I go to this year on this one ad account, I think we're running across like 4 ad accounts at the moment. It's pretty full on, but just on this one ad account, for context, we have spent almost 200K. That 200K has been spent on 2 audiences. We've just rotated new creatives to these same 2 audiences. Because again, I've tested literally tens and probably even 100 other audience tests, different interests, different lookalikes, different, broad, this, that, specific, super broad, whatever. Nothing's ever beat it. And you can see here, so far today, I've spent 822K on these 2 audiences, and they've generated 3,000 sales calls at 267 cost per qualified call. So if I go to maximum in this ad account, you can see, I want to show you everything. I've got nothing to hide. Once it loads. All right, there's a lot of data on this account, which is why it takes a minute. Okay, let me pause this. All right, so you can see since we've spent a touch more on this ad account since I wrote this doc here, but you can see that now we've spent 896, call it 900,000, 3,394 bookings, appointments scheduled at $264 cost per call. Again, all on 2 audiences. Insane. And so, as I said here, what's more, I continue to spend about 2,500. Now it's about 1,100 because the costs have dropped even lower, like I just mentioned. But here are the 2 audiences. The thing I know you want to know, here are the 2 audiences. I've got a 3% lookalike audience on 95% video viewers. So again, let me just show you this in the flesh. So we've got this one here, which is a 3% lookalike on, again, video viewers. So this was everyone who's watched a video, one of our ads, or at least everyone who's watched at least 95%, I should say, of one of our video ads, right? So they've watched 95%. That amount of people, who I don't know how big the audience was, a couple thousand. Those people, we then created a 3% lookalike on. And we obviously run to the big 5. So this is the Australian version, and then we did individual, so English, Canadian, whatever, right? So we did a 3% lookalike on everyone who's watched 95% or more of one of our video ads. That's the first audience. And the second audience is a 3% lookalike on all of our past sales calls. So again, in here, you can see the second one here is September booked or 2023. So this is where I just downloaded for last year. Obviously, we're midway through 2024 now. I've just still not updated it, but we just downloaded, I should say, in a CSV file, all of our bookings from 2023 and done a 3% lookalike on that, again, in the same countries. Now, some ad sets here, as you can see, we stack. The only reason I've stacked these lookalikes in this in these ad sets is because this is our creative test, ABO, where we just do a ton of creative tests. You can see these are all active ad sets at the moment. There's a lot of creative testing going on. So I just stack the audiences because I don't want to also test at the audience level. So I just put all of our best audiences in one ad set and then just rotate in new creatives, as you can see down here. But in other ads that we're scaling, typically we'll break them out into 2 ad sets. We'll have the 3% video view 95%, and then we'll also have the booked call 3% lookalike. But point being, they're the 2 audiences. And the reason these 2 audiences get us the highest quality at the cheapest cost, and again, by extension, receive 100% of our budget, and have done so for the last 18 months, is because the custom audience that the lookalikes are built on are qualified, right? So obviously all of our calls from last year
all qualified calls. So the fundamental audience is a qualified list. And so if we use, we use lookalike similar to the above for 80% of our clients. However, they only work if you are creating a lookalike on a list that matches your ideal client. That's really important to note here. So if you're going after, again, 100K a month plus companies and you create a lookalike based on your past sales calls, that's great. But if all of your past sales calls are with prospects doing under 100K a month, that audience will not get you qualified book calls. Needless to say, in order to guarantee that your ads are being shown to your ideal clients, test lookalikes based on the following custom audiences, provided they are all qualified. Client list, past book calls. You can download this list as a CSV file from your scheduling software, and also your opt-ins. Opt-ins are typically not as good, if I'm honest. But the past book calls, and also, yeah, I should add in here, video viewers, 95%. Really, really good lookalikes to do. This will ensure that your ads are being shown to your qualified prospects, who at which point will book a call with you if your call out and messaging is specific enough, your offer is desirable, and your results resonate. Again, essentially everything else we've spoken about on this doc. Now, if you are limited on qualified past data in that you don't have access to hundreds of past clients or bookings, etc., you can just pay a lead sourcer to manually scrape a lead list of 500 to 1,000 ideal clients, which you can obviously then use to build a lookalike on. And again, what I don't want you to think here is that no other audience works. I'm just showing you what we've spent literally millions of dollars on that we still spend on every single day as of right now, because it just outperforms everything else. I've got nothing to hide. I want to show you everything. This is what we do. But again, I also do test a lot of other stuff. It just doesn't really work that well for us in particular. But this is what I would do at the audience level to make sure your ads are being shown to exactly who it is that you want. And again, this just gets the highest quality. Like when we test other audiences, we do get bookings. It's just the quality is nowhere near as close as to what those two audiences produce. And again, this doc is in regards to quality specifically. And so this is what we do to get the highest quality. So that's lever number 3, audiences. Now, let's move into lever number 4, which is changing faces. So this sounds crazy, but hear me out. I've tested this concept with over $1 million in ad spend, and I can confidently say the following statement is true. Certain faces perform exponentially better than others, even if both people are saying the exact same script. For example, look at the 2 ads below and their respective performance. I would show you this in the ad account, but I won't be able to find these 2 ads. So this ad here, you can see, has generated 20 clicks at $20 cost per click with $424 in total ad spend and 0 bookings. You can see here, appointment scheduled, 0, okay? Now, ad 2, this ad has gotten 606 clicks at $13 cost per click and has had 45 appointments at $190 cost per booked appointment, and obviously has 8,500 in ad spend. The reason why there's such obviously a discrepancy between the ad spend is because this one worked and this one didn't. So I stopped spending on this one real quick, right? And I kept spending on this one because it was working so well. So yeah, 45 bookings, 190 cost per call. Both of these ads have the exact same word for word script. The only difference is the face. The first one is me, and the second one is a UGC actress. If this doesn't prove my point to be true, I don't know what will. I mean, this is just literally in the flesh. Like, you cannot argue this. Certain faces perform better than others. Call it what you want. I don't know, but it's true. That's what I know. And so we see this exact same trend across all of our done for you clients as well. So certain industries respond better to certain faces. And in my industry, no one responds to my face, or at least nowhere near as much as they do someone else's. Again, this is not maybe saying that my face can't get bookings, but I guarantee you my cost per call is always higher than an actress, for example. And so picture this. This is a crazy, crazy thought. If I only ran the first ad, which is my face, I would have turned off the campaign and concluded that the ad script is off, or maybe my offer doesn't work, or maybe I need to change my niche, etc., because it just didn't work. You can see, I'm like, oh my God, these metrics are horrific, right? So I would have concluded, oh, I need to change something if I only ran that ad. But because I had the comparison of the second ad with a different face, I knew that straight away, the person speaking the words has just as much impact on getting the booked call and sale as the words themselves. Now, just before I go into a few of the other big benefits that come from this as well, as just profit, I do want to mention that, again, this point that I made here is really important. sometimes you may jump to conclusions. And one of the most common problems that I see with people in general, especially across our clients, is usually what their problem is not necessarily finding a specific solution or knowing what solution to implement to, solve whatever issue they're facing. Usually their problem is defining or diagnosing the actual problem, if that makes sense. So in other words, in this instance, they may look at these and they may go, if they didn't run this second variation, they only ran this first variation. They may say, the problem, as I said before, is the offer, is the copy, is the whatever else, right? But if they came to that conclusion, they've misdiagnosed the problem. So then what they would do is go and implement on the solution for a new offer. I've got to create a new offer. I've got to change niche. But those solutions are not the correct solution because the original diagnosed problem isn't the real thing, isn't the real issue as to why this didn't get results. The reason this didn't get results is because of my face, right? And again, I knew that because I had the comparison of the second phase. So most of the time, most people struggle with diagnosing the real problem. And then because they misdiagnose, they're running over here trying to do all this other stuff when actually the real problem is here the whole time, right? So that's really important to just note with ads and everything else in general. But again, I just want to show you this so you can see the impact of face. Now, again, there are a few of the big benefits that come from this as well. Number one, you don't need to record your own ads. I'm not sure about you, but I dislike recording new ads every single week. I don't mind writing them, but the act of sitting down, remembering my lines and doing tons of retakes and whatever else doesn't appeal to me at all. Well, now I have a valid reason to not do them. Amazing. Secondly, if you want to sell your company, your acquisition is no longer tied to you. It's amazing. One of the biggest things, obviously, a potential buyer of your agency or coaching business will look at when valuing your company is how will it run when you're not there. Now, if all of your acquisition is tied to your face, it shows that you are needed to grow and ultimately decreases the value. So it increases your enterprise value massively. And number three, you can give fatigued ads a new life without any extra work. So if you've run ads for any longer than a few months, you'll know that at some point your current best performing ad will die out. Every ad, every audience, etc. has a lifespan. It's just a question of how long is that. It may be this week, right? Or it may be in 6 months, but at some point it will die out. Its performance will decrease until it's out of KPI. This happens with every single ad. It's the natural life cycle of obviously high performing ads. That said, you can give these ads a whole new life, or in other words, maintain their performance without them dying out simply by getting a new face to say the same script. You give it a whole new life. It's amazing. And here's something that you can implement today that I guarantee will give you an immediate boost in bookings and closes. Take all of your past performing ads that have died out and get a UGC creator to record them for you, relaunch them in the same campaigns that were previously running that performed, and watch the results. It will crush it. I can almost guarantee you. And the final one here as well, the other big benefit that comes from this is you can easily 10x your creative output just by having different faces, which doesn't, again, require any extra work for you. So as you scale, you'll notice that one of the biggest constraints is creating enough new ads to keep costs within KPI. The more you spend, the quicker your ads die out. The quicker your ads die out, the more creative output you need to be able to maintain costs. But to do that, it's very hard. However, with different faces, it actually becomes really easy. So watch this. If you write 25 new ad scripts and you send these to 10 different UGC actors or actresses, you immediately have 250 different ads that you can test, again, without doing any extra work. All you need to do is write 25 new ad scripts, and by extension of getting 10 different faces, you have 250 ads to test. Amazing. So you just 10x your creative output, again, without doing any extra work. It's the easiest way to create mass volume of new creatives in the shortest amount of time possible. And just as a quick side note, I'm not affiliated with this company in any way. Their support is actually pretty bad, but it's the best place I found to source UGC content from. Backstage, highly recommend it. Again, their support's not the greatest, but as long as you don't need to interact with their support, it's the best place to find really good talent. And I'm not affiliated with them in any way. So that's quality lever number 4. Change the faces of your ads. It will massively impact your cost per qualified booked call, which again, this entire doc is tied to or speaking to specifically. All right, quality lever number 5, optimization event. So the optimization event, I should say, and the funnel format. So when you optimize for a particular quote event, essentially what you're telling Facebook is, show this ad to people who are likely to become that event that you're optimizing for. In other words, show this ad to people who are likely to become a lead if you optimize for leads, or a schedule if you optimize for schedules, or a purchase if you do that, right? Again, or whatever other event you optimize for. And the highest predictor of future actions is past actions. So Facebook naturally will look at all the people who become a lead or became a lead, for example, in the past, and that's the quality of traffic that your ad will be shown to. So this is why you should never run ads that optimize for page views or engagement, etc. Because Facebook shows your ads only to people who view pages, and but never become leads, or who like ads if you do engagement, but then they never actually click the ad and become a lead or become a schedule or become a purchase, etc. As I say here, same goes for engagement. Basically optimize it for people who do all this other stuff but never buy, right? Never click and buy. And so if you optimize for these lower quality events, your costs will be extremely cheap because nobody is running ads to them, so there's zero competition for that trough of traffic, ultimately driving down the costs. Whereas if you optimize for the lead event, your ads will be shown to people who are likely to become leads, same for schedules, same for purchases. So naturally, a great test you can run to increase quality is to change the optimization event in your ads to schedule as opposed to leads. I always recommend, I don't think I say this down here, I'm conscious of repeating myself, but I never recommend to start off optimizing for schedule or whatever it is. I mean, you can, to be honest, you can, but I don't necessarily recommend it. It's not something that we do for clients. Reason why is because obviously initially you want to try and get as much flow, as much traffic through the funnel as possible, see where the constraints are, then optimize for those constraints to alleviate those constraints. And so by optimizing for lead first, you're going to get more volume through as opposed to schedule. Also, if you optimize for lead forms, or if you use on Facebook lead form, you don't have the ability to change the optimization event. It's by default optimized for on Facebook leads. So you don't have the ability to do that. And a lot of the time we obviously launch lead forms for clients, and then we actually just stay with the lead form because it just performs so well. We might test the scheduler on the side, but usually we'll just stay with the lead forms. But if you are having a quality problem, or if we run an ad for a client doing the lead forms, and it's the 5% of the time where a lead form doesn't work, well then we'll definitely move to a schedule event optimization to change the trough of traffic or change the quality of traffic that's coming through. And we'll obviously then track our cost per qualified per call, see where that lands, and then see whatever has the best cost per qualified call, and then we'll just scale that. Now, this change can result in your ads being shown to, again, highest quality segment of your market who are more likely to book a call, and given that, they're usually a higher quality individual. And so when does it make sense to test a schedule campaign? Well, if you're more aggressive like me, I would test it. I would test it immediately. There's no downside. The only downside is actually you've got to obviously spend more money, right? But if you, again, are aggressive like me, I would just do both at the same time. However, if you're slightly more budget conscious, then I would test the schedule campaign if whatever ads you are currently running are producing low quality leads, and you've already pulled all the first three levers that we've mentioned above in terms of confirm, cancel, messaging, and audiences, changing faces, etc. First four levers, actually. As well as you've ensured, obviously, your offer is desirable for the exact type of client that you're going after. If you've done all of that, still quality is just not really where you want it to be, 1000% test a schedule optimized campaign, 100%. Okay, another thing you can do is the schedule event and remove your opt-in. So a test that ties into the optimization event is removing your opt-in and sending traffic straight to your VSL or DSL and optimizing for schedule. So you don't get leads this way. And as of writing this document, this is the funnel that we run. We run the ad straight to the DSL page, which then goes to the booking page, which then goes to the thank you page. So our front end ads drive straight to this page right here. Okay, our ads drive straight to this page. There's no opt-in, there's no nothing you can see on this page. Usually this page should be tagged as a lead event, but we take that away because obviously people click the ad, then come straight here. They're not a lead. It's just a page view, that's all it is. Then obviously they just go through and they book a call, and we optimize our ads again for schedule, right? And as I say, we don't have any opt-in, and by extension, we don't collect any leads. Now, here's why though, this is important to know. Here's why this structure works so well for my market and a few others that our clients are in as well. We run this for a handful of clients. Our core funnel still for everyone is the lead form. but there's a handful that we do this structure for. And here's why it works so well, but not for every market or niche. You see, there are a handful of markets that are significantly more, quote, aware, sophisticated, and saturated than others. So a few that come to mind are agencies, coaches, e-commerce, and SaaS. These are like the 4 main ones, right? So if you're in any one of these niches, and by the way, the reason these are so aware is because these are the guys innovating marketing, right? These are the ones on the front lines of marketing. You know, Facebook ads, Google ads, TikTok ads. They're the innovators in our industry. And so by extension, they are the most aware because they are also running ads themselves, right? If you go to a gym or a restaurant, the likelihood of them running Facebook ads at a very high level is very low. They're most likely not. So when you take a strategy to them, a Facebook strategy, it's like a new thing to them, like, oh my God, this is amazing, whatever. So they're not as aware. And so it's easier to sell, right? Whereas an e-commerce business, what's the likelihood of an e-commerce business running Facebook ads at a very high level? It's very likely because for most e-com businesses, the way they make their money is from ads. A restaurant, they don't make their money from ads. They make their money from people, walking in the door. So they can do 101 other marketing methods, referrals, word of mouth, all that type of stuff, right? But for an e-commerce business or an agency, if a marketing agency runs ads for their clients, how likely is it that they're going to be aware of funnels, of ads, of this, of that? Of course they are. So then that means that they're more aware, they're more sophisticated. And so when you then try and run an ad to that market, it's significantly harder to make those ads convert because you're running ads to somebody who knows exactly what you're trying to do. They know you've got a big sexy offer because, that is based on the market's previous desire. They know with the lead form, which I'm going to get onto here in a minute, they know a lead opt-in. What is a lead opt-in for? They know that if they put in their name, they put in their number, they put in their email, they're going to get marketed to. They're going to get put on an email list. They're probably going to get dialed by a setter. So they know all these things, which means they're much less likely to go through the funnel. And so if you're in one of these niches, you must realize that they are exposed to more ads, marketing messages, sales messages, etc., than any other industry, meaning they are more aware of what you're trying to do. They are at the forefront of the marketing world because they are in that world themselves most of the time. And so, as an example, if you're in the auto mechanic niche, they have no idea about marketing. So you can run, quote, old techniques and they'll still convert. Because to a mechanic, that old technique is new to him. He's never seen it, right? Given that we're in the agency and coaching niche ourselves, we found that when we had an opt-in, we were getting a lot of fake information and our cost per lead was like $90, right? It was like really high. It's like $100, $90, $80 consistently at that level. It was ridiculous, right? And most of the leads we were getting was fake info. And so what I realized was happening was when an ideal client clicked our ad and went to the opt-in page, they knew if they put their information in, they were most likely going to get a call from a setter and receive a ton of automated emails. So what happened at that point was one of two things. Either number one, they input incorrect information so that we couldn't contact them because nobody wants to actively be marketed to, right? Or number two, they did put in any information and they left the page, ultimately driving up our lead costs. But in either scenario, it wasn't a good outcome for us. So what I then tried was removing the opt-in and sending the traffic straight to our DSL, which I knew also was a new format for our market. That's where we kind of really started to optimize for the DSL. I knew it was a new format for our market. Our market was used to VSLs. So when they saw a new format, the Google slide presentation, they were immediately curious. And what we saw was our cost per qualified call drop by 75%. It was crazy. I couldn't believe it. And we went from spending 1,000 a day and getting 2 to 3 calls a day to spending 3K a day and getting 15 to 25 calls a day with higher quality prospects. It was like the biggest breakthrough we've ever had. Now, this comes with a big disclaimer though. I do want to say, when testing no opt-in, you need to remember that you won't be getting any leads at all. Meaning, all the sets that you are currently getting from setters will be non-existent, and all the bookings that you get from email and SMS automations will also be non-existent because you don't have any leads, you don't have any contact information. And so, in other words, in order for the no opt-in funnel to actually outperform an opt-in funnel, it needs to convert significantly higher on the front end, as usually when you factor in auto books, so people who opt in, watch the VSL, then book in themselves without anyone contacting them. You factor in that. You also factor in all of the bookings that your setters make by virtue of calling the leads, etc. And you factor in all of the bookings from your email and SMS automations. Usually, the lead form will result in a net cost per qualified book call that's cheaper than going straight to VSL. But sometimes, in some instances, like with us, it was so drastic that even factoring in all those other things, our cost per qualified book call was significantly lower than when we did lead form. So that's why we do that. And we do that for pretty much any client who's in any one of these industries. Now, if you're in one of these industries and you're currently seeing that with your current ads, that the quality is low, and again, you've done everything else on this stock, I would highly recommend optimizing for schedule as the first test. See how that goes. If that still doesn't work, optimize for schedule, remove opt-in, drive to a DSL. That will, if anything like us, crush it for you. So that's quality level number 5. And the final one is quality level number 6, which is the DSL versus the VSL. So this is completely dependent on your market, and again, ties into market sophistication and awareness. If your market is slightly less educated and or sophisticated and unaware, a VSL will give you a significantly better, a VSL will give you significantly better quality at a cheaper cost than a DSL will. The video sales letters work extremely well and will continue working extremely well. The issue is though, they work so well that everyone uses them, which again is a good thing because they convert. But when you are in an industry like mine, right, agencies and coaches or e-commerce, for example, they are exposed to, again, the most ads and marketing material out of any niche. So the moment something starts working, such as, again, a VSL, the industry gets completely saturated with that format of advertising, resulting in it having lower conversion rates in general, right? Meaning, if you are in one of these industries, you need to constantly be innovating on your style of marketing, as that's when I personally came across the DSL or the deck sales letter. The other reason why this is important is because if everyone's running VSLs in an industry, when you then see another VSL pop up, and you know, if you see like 10 ads a day and they're all the same style, when you see the 11th ad and it's the same style, whether it's a VSL, a video ad, image ad, whatever, if it's the same style, you become desensitized to that ad, right? So you don't click it because it's like, oh, it's just more of the same, more of the same, more of the same. And that again is what we was experiencing. We was running the VSL and the costs were okay, but like it just wasn't crazy. I knew it could be better. So then when I changed the format, right, it's like more of the same, more of the same, more of the same. And then they click an ad and it's like this entirely new format they've never seen before. They're like, what is this? You know, it piques curiosity. And then they actually give it attention. They give it the time of day, right? They start to read it. And then obviously that's where your actual script itself should take over. So the change in format piques curiosity, gets them hooked in. It's like makes them at least somewhat aware or open to what it is that you're saying. Then once they start to read it, then the script should just basically take over and actually sell them on booking in the call. But the change in format is what piqued their curiosity initially, as opposed to them just being completely desensitized to it and just scrolling straight past it, right? That's the idea at least. And again, we saw that our costs dropped by 75% when we introduced the DSL. Crazy. Now, again, as I say, from the day I launched it, to today, we are still spending about 100K a month on our DSL, and it has routinely produced the most qualified calls at the cheapest cost per book call. And I missed this bit actually, but yeah, 100% of our budget goes on the DSL because it just absolutely crushes it. If I had never tested the DSL, my current cost per book call would be at least triple what it currently is, and the quality would be significantly worse. So should you use DSL versus VSL? It's more based on your market education. If you're unsure, you know, I would look at like how aware is your industry, how sophisticated are they, and how educated are they? And then based on that, you should really know whether to do VSL or DSL. Obviously, the less educated, as I say here, the less sophisticated, the less unaware, do a VSL. If they're more aware, more educated, do a DSL. But if for whatever reason you're still struggling to know which one you should do, just drop a post in the school community and I will let you know. Like within reason, I just can look at the niche and go, this one will work better. So if you're unsure, just let me know and I can confirm which one to do. That's going to get better results for you. So overall, I hope you found this helpful. I know it was a big training, but so big I couldn't even do it in one sitting. But I hope you really did find this helpful. If you'd like me and my team to run your ads entirely done for you and work one-on-one with you and your sales team, if you have one, and your fulfillment team, if you have one, and help you scale to 100K to $1 million a month within the next 6 to 12 months, I really urge you to book in a call here. And obviously, we only work with people who are above 10K. So this is interesting, actually. In our ads, we always call out above 25K, but our bare minimum is 10K just because nobody below 10K could really afford our fees. And it just doesn't make sense either, right? Our bare minimum is 10K, but again, in our ads, we call out 25K so that the algorithm optimizes for like that sort of level. So then at least we'll get people at that level. And if we get some people who are slightly below it, we'll still bring them on as a client. But for the most part, our pixel is optimized for 25K plus. That's why we call out 25K plus. But actually on the back end, it's really above 10. Anyone above 10K is somebody that we would work with, provided we can obviously help them. And also provided that you're actually wanting to scale hard. Like you want to be aggressive. You really want to get to that next level. If that's you, I really recommend for you to book in a call. You'll be speaking with one of our advisors. All of our advisors work with our 7 and 8 figure clients, so they're on the front lines working with our clients as well. They know what works, they know what doesn't. So even if you book a call and you're like, actually, maybe not right now, this is not necessarily for me, whatever, you'll still get a ton of value anyway. So I highly recommend you book that call. And with that being said, I'll see you in the next training. Okay, so this is going to be a training on the referral play. Now, this is something that we have, as of relatively recently, like the last couple of months, we've started to put a lot of focus on referrals. I've always been somebody who is very all in on one thing. And if I'm on one thing, I forget about everything else. And this is how I've been with referrals and organic up until, like I say, a couple months ago. I was always in the mindset of like, ads are the best way to scale. It's the quickest way to scale. It's the easiest way to scale. If I want to, double my volume, I just double my ad spend. It's the easiest thing ever. So in that case, I'm going all in on ads, and I'm forgetting about organic, and I'm forgetting about referrals, because who cares about that when I can just spend more on ads? That's been my mindset. I know it's relatively flawed. And so now, as of recent, last couple of months, we've really been going hard on referrals, and moving forward, we're going to start going harder on organic as well, because I think it's a combination, and that's really where referrals come in. When you have a great referral system, it is unbelievably powerful, given you have a consistent stream of new people coming into your ecosystem, becoming a client, coming into your business every single day. That's what ads provides. And then referrals on the back end, when you have that front end flow, referrals just takes that to a whole nother level. And it's honestly now the reason why. So we've just recently took our spend from about, we was kind of set at 4 to 5K a day. Now we've gotten to 10 to 12K a day over the last sort of 2 months. And a big reason for that, and not only a big reason for scaling, but also a big reason for us doing that and increasing our profit margins at a double volume of ad spend, which is unheard of, is because of our referral system that we now have in the back end for all of our offers. And in this training, I'm going to break down some of the stuff that's been working really, really well for us internally on the referral front over the last couple of months. This will be an ever changing and dynamic video, because over time we're testing a lot more, and we're always doing new things, trying new ways of perfecting the system, getting more conversion, all that type of stuff. But what I'm about to go through here is what has worked tremendously well for us up until this point. So with that being said, let's jump into it. There's 2 types of referrals that you can do. Okay, so you've got new clients, getting referrals from new clients, and then you've also got getting referrals from existing clients. Now, I want to make this distinction because most people don't realize that you can actually get referrals from new clients even before they've gotten any results from you. So let's jump into it. Now, the easiest way, hands down, that we found to get referrals is to set the expectation before they come on board as a client that you'll request they introduce you to 3 friends. So before they even become a client, you set the expectation clear of, hey, if you I'll show you how we do it here, but it's basically telling them upfront, like, hey, I'm going to request for you to send us 3 friends once you become a client. So then on the back end, when you actually ask them, they expected it, right? That increases the referral rate significantly. Now, when dropping your price, how we found it works really, really well, and it kind of increases close rate as well, which is kind of interesting. But when dropping your price, you can offer a slight discount. And by the way, you just jack up the price and then discount down to the price you want to charge anyway. So you're not actually doing it for cheaper. But you would, if they didn't want to refer you, you would charge the higher amount, right? So you'd actually get an extra whatever you would do. In this case, we do 4K, but you get whatever it is if they didn't want to refer, or if they do agree to refer, then they actually get the discount, right? So it is a real discount, but you would just go higher. You wouldn't actually go lower. You wouldn't discount from the price you want to charge. Hopefully that makes sense. So as I say, you can offer a slight discount if the client agrees to send you 3 referrals. How we do this is we basically say, awesome. So the investment to get you to insert desired outcome is usually 24K. Now, this is not actually our price. So I don't think this is for us. Just as an example, is usually 24K. But if you can refer us 3 other, in our case, we would say 3 other agencies or coaches. You would just say whoever your ideal client is. If you can refer us 3 other agencies or coaches, then we can do it for just 20K for 4 months. Now, obviously, if you haven't seen the training where we go through like why we, charge 20K up front, not a 5K a month retainer, for example, or a 2K a month retainer, we would charge 8K for 4 months. Watch that other training. But you can see the discount, 24 to 20, if you agree to send us 3 other agencies or coaches who could potentially benefit from, also scaling past 100K a month with their business. Cool? Great. Awesome. So now you can see this way, you're giving the prospect a huge incentive. So as I say, this actually helps close rate, which is interesting. But you're giving them a huge incentive to send you referrals before, this is the key, before they become a client. And you are getting an agreement. In other words, they buy into the idea of sending you their friends. This works every single time when they truly, agree to it. It's like, yep, I'm happy to do that, no problem. They'll send you the 3 friends every single time. Every single time, at least based on our experience. Now, furthermore, because you gave them a discount, when they agreed to send you referrals, this is kind of like a side benefit that also just, again, increases the referral rate, is they now feel indebted to you because they feel like they've taken something from you, so they need to give back to you. And so when this obviously naturally increases the likelihood of them actually sending you the people when you ask. It's like, hey, I know you came in for the 4K discount because you agreed to send us 3 friends. Did you have those names? That's all you need to say. And they'll every single time give you the names. Again, 100% of the time we've done this, it's worked. Now, on actually collecting the 3 referrals, there's basically 2 ways to go about this. So number 1, you can just reach out the moment they have their first impactful win with you, right? So you've set the expectation, and then the moment they have their first impactful win with you, you want to basically identify whatever that moment is within your client journey where they basically have an epiphany, right? Where they think, oh my gosh, holy shit, this works. This is amazing. This is the best thing ever, right? Where they have that epiphany. And in every good client journey, your client should have an epiphany. I'm sure you had this feeling when you first started your agency or coaching business and made your first sale, right? Remember that initial rush that you got. Remember that feeling. Like, it's hard to explain until you experience it, right? But again, every good client journey should have that. And so what you want to do is you want to catch your clients at that moment, right as they have that epiphany, like, oh my gosh, this is amazing, whatever, and ask them for the 3 referrals at that point. That is going to, look, in my opinion, you can ask them at any point, and they'll give it to you, provided you do this well, right? Provided you actually say this and they actually agree and whatever else. But if you just want to take it to a whole new level, catch them in that epiphany moment, and they'll do anything you ask them to, like every single time. So as I say, for your offer, this may be when obviously it depends on your offer, right? But when they close their first client, right? Or when they book their first appointment without speaking to the lead beforehand. Like, I know for us, an early epiphany, it's a small one, but like an early epiphany for our clients is when they get their first booked call from ads that's qualified, that shows up, and that closes. And like, it was all from ads, and they, maybe collected 5K in cash and they only paid $500 to acquire that new client. They're like, oh my gosh. It just gives, like, you see in clients' eyes, at least again in our case, they just have this like realization of, I can see how I'm going to be able to scale my company. If they're at like 20K a month, they got there through, referrals only or whatever, and they want to get to 100, but obviously referrals aren't scalable, which I'm going to get into that as well in this training. When they close their first client, maybe collect, as I say, 5K cash, and they paid $500 on, our team who's running their ads spent $500, and they just collected 5K cash, and 10x their money. They're like, they can see the path to 100K a month, and they have this epiphany. And so that is where we try and catch them and ask them for the referrals. Works every time again. Again, for your offer though, maybe it's when they lose their first 5 kilos, or they close a certain amount of sales, or they make their first 1K online. Whatever it is for you, identify it. And then what you want to do, as I'm going to show you here in a minute, you want to bake it into your client journey so that referrals become consistent. Again, I'm going to go through that. That's super important that you do. And so for every business, it will be different, but you want to find yours, where yours is, when yours is, and create a system around collecting referrals at that moment within each of your client's journey. Now, again, in terms of creating the system, that is hugely important to making this a scalable referral system, but I'm going to go through more in that. I'm going to go through that more in depth in a minute, because that's super important as well. Now, remember, since this was part of the sale, the client expects you to ask them for referrals. So all you need to say, like, you don't need to overthink this. You don't need some crazy script or whatever. Just literally ask them for the referral. Like, they expect it. It was a stipulation of the sale. So all you need to say is, hey, it's awesome to see XYZ result. Quick question. Did you have those 3 names? That's it. Just do it, right? Don't overthink it or anything like that. Just be natural and assume Assume the close, right? You've probably heard that from, I don't know who created it, but the assumption close, I think it's called. But here you just want to basically assume they're going to send you the referrals. Hey, remember those 3 names? Could you send me them through now? That's it. And they'll send you them through. That's it, nice and easy. Now, as a side note, this typically, based on the epiphany stuff, that works a lot better for B2B and agency offers, B2B offers and agency services, that I should say, right? This first way of collecting the referrals. Now, the second way, this second option is better for B2C and coaching offers from my experience, which is basically where you want to ask immediately on the call / right after they close. So you still want to do the same price drop, based on referring three friends. However, the way you position it is slightly different. So instead of saying, if you refer 3 friends, we can drop the price by XYZ, you would position it as, look, we normally charge 15K. But one of the things, we did this like big internal tracking push last month. And one of the things we found is our clients and students, whatever you refer to them as, our clients who complete the program name with at least one other person, on average, we found they get XYZ better results. They make an extra 10K a month, or they lose an extra 5 kilos over everybody, whatever it is, right? They get XYZ better results than those who go at it alone. So with that said, if you can refer 3 friends who you'd like to do this with, then I can drop the price from 15K down to 10K. Right? So you see how I've positioned it there. Now, the reason this works obviously better for B2C is because B2B, like, they would know that that's BS. They would call that out, because it's like, if it's a B2B done for you service, they don't need a friend to come and do this with them, right? That's not going to help them. But with B2C, it makes a ton of sense, because now they've got an accountability buddy, that can go at it together. They're going to be more likely to stick it out. They're going to be more likely to probably, if it's some kind of like, for example, a training offer, like a fitness offer, they're going to train harder, all that type of stuff, right? So it does make a ton of sense for B2C. Now, this way, instead of collecting the referrals once the client achieves their first win, you would collect them up front, as it's positioned as, let me know who they are so I can get them started with you alongside you so that you get better results, right? So you collect these up front. So it's like, hey, if you can refer these 3 friends to me, then we can do 15K and we can drop that down to 10K. And then if they go, oh yeah, 100%, I know those people, great, let's do 10K. And then as you're like kind of collecting payments, like, oh, by the way, could you, and as I'm going to go into here, create a 3-way group with each one of those 3 people that you've got in your mind so that we can get them started with you right now, right? And you assume that they're going to create that, right? Now, receiving the referrals, the easiest way to get the referrals information and reach out to them is to get your clients to make a 3-way group chat with themselves, you, or your closer, obviously, if it's, if it's like, if we get a referral, our clients don't make a group chat with me, they do it with themselves, a sales rep. Typically it's our sales manager, and then obviously the referral itself, not the referral. Because the referrer is the person making the group chat, right? And basically the thing there is, obviously you probably heard about this before, the whole thing of transferring trust, right? That's what happens in that 3-way group chat. Now, once they've transferred the trust, the referrer has transferred the trust to the referral. You want to then set up a call with the referral and close the deal. Just like any normal client, the only difference is this time, it's obviously significantly easier to close a referral than it is a cold lead. Now, that is the best way that I've found for new clients specifically to increase your referral rate. Now, I want to go through existing clients, then I'm going to get into the system that you want to create around collecting these referrals, because again, arguably in my opinion, that's the most important thing. So existing clients, with any new client, you can just make them send you referrals as part of the, almost like a stipulation of the sale, for lack of better words, as we just discussed. Now, whereas with existing clients who didn't join based on your new sales process, because like this, you can only obviously roll out for new clients, right? Moving forward. But you probably got, 20, 100, 5, 50, however many current clients that you could also really, really use to get a ton of referrals from right now, but you won't be able to use this process, right? That's only for new clients. So with existing who didn't join based on that process, you can't rely on that expectation. So we need to incentivize them in another way. Notice how with these new clients, because you made it part of the sale, you don't need to typically, I mean, you could actually, thinking about it, you could, and this is why I'm saying, like, we're kind of still working this out. One of the things you could test is actually adding an incentive to this as well. But you've kind of already done that in this price drop. You see how you've already gone from 24K down to 20, or 10 down to 6, or whatever your numbers are. You've kind of like embedded the incentive into it without actually kind of paying out of pocket for the incentive. because this is probably what you want to charge anyway. And then if they didn't want to, you would just charge them an extra 4K, which is just a bonus, right? But you're not actually digging in your pocket to pay them. Whereas existing clients, typically you do. So, yeah, you need to incentivize them in another way. So what I found here to work best is to create an offer in the exact same way that we do for new front-end clients, in terms of, you know, your guarantee offer that you have on your ads. Create a similar offer, but for referrals specifically. In other words, I create, to use Hormozi, a stupidly irresistible offer to incentivize existing clients to send us new business. I've never heard anyone talk about this before, and we do it, and it, again, works extremely well. So very few clients will refer you new business off their own back. You've probably found this. And maybe they do, and you know, it does happen, but personally, I like to think in my mind, I'm not gonna get any referrals. Now, when we do, that's a bonus, right? But if you think that you're not, then you're gonna have to create these systems to actually generate the referral, which is what you wanna do. You don't wanna rely, too many people like hope that their clients send them referrals. And like, maybe they do, but it's like one every quarter, and it's like, that's nothing, right? You wanna instead build a system into generating the referral. So here, I'm gonna and part of that system is generating what we call a referral offer. Now, here we'll cover 2 referral offers. One is more focused for agency service done for you businesses, B2B, and another is more like coaching done with you based businesses. So that for the agency service or done for you based business, what I've found here to work best is really just to incentivize them through money. It's kind of basic, but this is, you know, we've tested a couple of different ones. This is what I found lands on top in terms of performance as it pertains to agency services, is just basically pay them a lot, right, to refer you new business and sweeten with the bonuses. So given the nature of this model, it's hard to incentivize with much else, unlike coaching and done with you offers, which I'll get onto in a minute. Now, the key here is to ensure that the amount you incentivize with is meaningful, almost crazy, and that you give them incentives, that you give the incentives to both the referrer and the referral. This is pretty common, but the big thing here is that whatever you pay them, for the most part, it's like a good amount, like it's a meaningful amount, right? Here's how I think about this. So whatever a great CPA is on Facebook, what I do is I take that number and I split it in 2, right? Half for the referrer and half for the referral. For example, with our offer, I'm happy to pay 3K CPA on our ads. Like, I'm happy to do that. But a great CPA for us is like 2K. That's like a really good CPA for us, right? Like really, really good. So what I've done is I've taken that 2K and I said to our clients that I'll pay you 1K USD per new referral, and we'll pay the referrer, per new referral, yeah, and we'll pay the person that you refer to us also 1K. So you get 1K and the person you send to us also gets 1K. That way, the person who brings the new person in is able to go to that new person and say, hey, I've got an opportunity here for you to not only get big benefit, but also you're gonna make an extra $1,000 cash just by joining, right? So they've got an offer to take to the person to get them in, right? Now, to sweeten it, I'll also bake in additional bonuses, which are only accessible if the client refers someone. This is key. Make these bonuses only accessible if they refer one. You can set whatever the number is, but like you could do 1 person or you could do 3, is typical, but you get the point. If they refer 1 person or 3 or more people, that is the only way they can get access to these bonuses. Now, obviously, you've got to make the bonuses super desirable so that then they go ahead and refer you a ton of business to get access to the bonus because they really, really want it, right? Now, also, obviously, on top of that, the person who gets referred is also able to get access to the bonuses as well. Now, the bonuses could include, you know, exclusive trainings and content, exclusive access. So for example, if, you know, you aren't as involved in your fulfillment like me with our, you know, high-end clients, some of our higher end clients I'm very involved with, but for like our core client, scale clients, client base, it's our account managers who run that. But what we could do is do an exclusive access weekly call with just me on our, you know, for our clients who refer at least 3 or more people, as an example, right? So it's exclusive access. You could do events. You could do services or a free trial of an additional service or deliverable. This one is probably my favorite, and it's the one that works the best, in my opinion. Now, Again, remember, this is only for if you have an agency, service, or done for you based business. So depending on the economics of a particular service that you offer, you could remove the monetary incentive from the above and treat the service's COGS, cost of goods sold, as the CPA for the referrals. So I don't explain it here. I'll get into this in a minute. But remember here how I said about, you could pay them, if a good CPA is 2K, you could take that, split it, and then give 1K, 1K. Well, instead of paying them the cash, you could instead just wipe that. And if you have, like I say here, we have a super advanced like AI sales agent that we install for our high-end scale clients, our scale clients. And if that, say, for example, costs us $1,000 a month to operate, it doesn't, it's a lot more than that. But if it was $1,000 a month to operate, we could offer, for example, the offer to get referrals could be trial our new AI sales agent that does super beneficial things, super desired, or that could produce super desired outcomes for free for 1 month if you refer at least 3 agencies or coaches who could benefit from working with ScaleClients.io. So you see how this is super attractive, provided that they actually want the thing that you're offering a free trial on, and provided obviously that can produce super desired results. Well, if it costs you $1,000 a month to, per client to actually deliver it, the COGS, the cost of goods sold, if the COGS are $1,000 a month, just offer a free trial on it. To the client, that's all like, oh my gosh, like that's amazing. And for you, you're paying $1,000 a month. Like your CPA there would be $1,000 a month. $1,000 to acquire a new client. Like, I mean, for us, if I could get a $1,000 CPA, like, just that would be ridiculous, right? So you can see how structuring the offer, quote unquote, in that way can really increase the volume of referrals without you really needing to pay a ton, basically. And so this one works the best. Now, I will say, again, I don't think, as I said here, this would crush only if, this is the key, the service itself is extremely desirable to the client. That's the big thing here. So you could do any one of these. But if the thing you're actually offering isn't desirable, well, it's not going to work. Even if you offer a free trial, like you do this here, well, if the thing you're actually offering as a free trial or the training that you're offering or whatever it is isn't desirable, nobody wants it, nobody's going to do it, right? That's the key. Like you got to be offering something that's actually super desirable. And again, like I said above, wherever, almost crazy. It's like almost ridiculous for you to offer that. If you do it that way, you're going to get a ton of referrals, guaranteed, right? Now, as I said here, a ton of clients would take us up on that offer, and we would be essentially be paying, as I say, 1K to acquire a new client, which for us is just ridiculously, extremely profitable. This would be even more powerful if you obviously add an extra 1K to the person getting referred, like I mentioned above. Now you could do, something else based on this. If you was to run some kind of framework like this, you could go, for every new referral, you get 1 month free of the AI sales agent or of whatever the service is. So if you refer 5 people, you'll get 5 months free. That could also be extremely good, because then even in that case, it's going to be 1K per person that you're paying. It's just spread out over 5 months. Super, super sexy. Now, obviously, you could do any one of these, or you could do anything else that your clients would find extremely valuable. That's the key here. Now, as I said here, the key to making this work is to try and make the bonuses something they would pay real money for, and a lot of it. Because if they would be willing to pay real money for it, and then you offer them a way to, you basically say, hey, you cannot buy this, but if it's something they would actually pay, if you said, hey, it's 5K, or hey, this is 10K, would they buy it or not? If the answer to that is yes, well then put a stipulation in place to where they can't pay me 100K. I'm not giving you this, right? Make that very clear. The only way you can you can get access to this is if you refer 3 friends. If you have an offer like that, you'll get infinite referrals. I promise you that. And again, you could say, if you refer 5 friends or 3 friends or 1, but you can put a volume on it to where it's like, if you refer me 1, amazing, but you've got to hit 3 to be able to unlock almost this bonus or this service or this access or whatever it is. That's the big thing there. Now, the idea, by the way, just a PS, the idea of giving away something free that clients will pay a lot of money for in exchange for something of zero cost,
also applies to getting reviews. So we did this in our LTO, and we've had almost 200 people. It's actually way more than that now, I'll show you. But we've had almost 200 people give us a review, and we get roughly 5 to 10 new reviews per day, even though I posted this a month ago. So in our low ticket group, you can see here that I don't know when I made this doc. It was like maybe a month ago. There was 192 comments on this post. But if I actually pull this up now, you'll see that now there's 377 comments on this post. And this is basically the same exact idea. I say, get our 400K per month fulfillment process for $0. If you've gotten any value from this group and are willing to give us a review, then I have something for you. I want to give you access to an 18-module course that breaks down our entire account manager fulfillment model, which does over 400K a month in profit. Comment below for immediate access. It will cost you $0 and a short written review of this group. You cannot buy this content anywhere else. Here's the benefits that you get. Here's exactly what you get. If you'd like full access for $0, all it will cost is a short written review. Please comment below. Everyone comments below. We DM them the review link. We get review. We give them access. You see how there, though, I'm saying you cannot buy this. Like, pay me whatever you want. You can't buy it. You've got to leave us a review. That's the only way you're going to get access. And again, the thing I'm actually selling, quote unquote, the 400K per month client fulfillment process, this is what this entire group really wants. Like, they really want access to this. That's why this works so well. You can see the last comment here was 8 hours ago. I posted this May 5. It's currently July 3rd. So what's that, like 2 months? Yeah, exactly 2 months, almost to the day. And we still get, if I scroll down to the bottom here, you can see here, 9 hours ago, 14 hours ago, 22 hours ago, 23 hours ago, a day ago, a day, 2 days, 2 days, 2 days. Like, we get, as I said on the thing, 5 to 10 reviews a day. I posted this 2 months ago, you know? And so you can apply this same idea of like, hey, we'll give you this super valuable thing. If you refer us, you can apply that same idea to reviews as well. Now, the general offer framework I use here is basically, if you've gotten any value, I've just kind of showed you, right? But if you've gotten any value and know 3 friends who could benefit, then, you know, if you refer them, I will send you X amount if you're doing a monetary amount. And again, I recommend to do the monetary amount for agency service done for you based businesses, because your profit margin is usually a lot more in those businesses. So you have more cash to be able to actually, you know, pay a sexy amount. With the low ticket group, for example, we charge $27 a month. It's very hard to I mean, we still do offer a monetary incentive, but it's hard to like say, hey, I'll pay you $1,000. It's like, we're just not going to do that, right? The economics don't make sense. Whereas obviously for agencies, and done for you based service businesses, it does. I'll get onto how I would change that for coaching based businesses here in a minute. But for now, this is the general template if you're going to do it in a public way. If you're not, and you're just going to do it one-on-one, like if you have a one-on-one service, like our backend, for example, it's an account manager based model. And they, reach out to clients, to speak to clients one-on-one. You're not obviously going to use this. You would just ask them directly. But if it's a bit more of a public thing, or maybe you set up an email sequence, which I'll get into here in a minute, this is how I'd structure it. If you've gotten any value from X and know 3 friends who could benefit with, benefit 1, 2, 3, then if you refer us, X, Y, X, Y, Z people, 3 people, 5 people, whatever, I will send you X amount and give you instant access to, super valuable thing, which you cannot find anywhere else on the internet. Here's exactly what you're going to get, benefit 1, 2, 3. And again, the only way to get access and get paid X amount is if you're able to refer us 3 friends. And we'll even pay whoever you refer also X amount as a signing bonus on top. Now, obviously, that's a general framework, but the format will change depending on the channel in which you're sending that. So that's how, as I said up here, that's how I would generate referrals from existing clients if you have an agency done for you or service-based business. If you have a coaching-based business, it's kind of the same, but a little different. When I say a little different, there's one key difference that I found with coaching-based businesses is like really profound, which is basically everything I explained in point 1 still holds true for coaching-based businesses. But the one key difference I found is the incentives are completely reversed in terms of desirability. And I've seen this firsthand with our offers. What they want is exclusive access for the most part over money. And I've put this, I've really thought about this, because with the coaching side, I found exclusive access, like you just seen there. This is basically exclusive access, right? Like get access to our XYZ, exclusive access. Nobody else has access to this outside of the people who have left us a review. So, and again, you can see the response. It's ridiculous, So I've found that getting access
far exceeds in terms of, again, a volume of response on coaching offers than money. And I was really thinking about why that is the case, because for our agency, the $1,000 referral fee crushes it. Like I was just saying there, right? That crushes it. But I've tried hey, I've got this like new training or whatever, but like it didn't really, no one really cared, to be honest, in our Done For You, with our Done For You clients. And so I put this down. I was, again, been thinking about why that's the case. And I've put it down to the type of client who buys coaching versus Done For You. So Done For You clients just want something done. That's their, like, they just pay money, get something done, right? They typically don't care how it's done, who does it, or how it works. They just want to pay money and for the thing to be done without really too much input from them. And also, in general, they can be lazier, which is obviously it's not a bad thing. It's actually a great thing, because now that, you know, people naturally are lazy, and so you can create a business out of that. You know, I've Done For You, people don't want to run their own ads. It's too finicky, it's too messy, it's too difficult, too complex, especially at scale. So they just want to be able to pay somebody, not have to worry about it, and it's done, right? So they have no desire to consume content. So if you try and incentivize this type of client with exclusive content or events or, you know, exclusive whatever, to them, I've found that can sound worse than just not getting it. Like, if you put something else on their plate of like, hey, you got to go through this super valuable training, that's something else on their plate that they now need to do in their mind. And so that's a negative for them. What they would rather is just not have that thing, right? So it's almost like they're better off not referring you, you know? But the complete inverse is true for coaching and Done With You clients. People who buy these offers are the type who want to learn new things. That's why they bought the coaching offer in the first place, right? They want to learn new things, they like new content, and they're actively looking to consume more information. There's somebody, you know, this is exactly how I am. I always consume. I'm in that consumption mindset. Some people aren't. And so if you give them something to consume, they're going to kind of like push back on it. Whereas if you give someone like me something to consume, I'm going to consume it. You know what I mean? And again, people who buy coaching and Done With You products are generally the type of person who is somebody who consumes versus just wants it done, doesn't care how it's done. They want to know how it's done. So you give them that info, right? Now, hence, these clients are the ones that you want to incentivize with exclusive training, mastermind, or coaching calls, etc. Again, only if they refer 3 friends or if they leave a review. The reason why I lean on that for the coaching is because it's way more profitable. You don't have to pay any money. You just create something of super high value, and then you use that as the thing that's going to get them to leave a review or refer 3 friends or whatever it is. You don't have to pay anything, right? Whereas obviously with the Done For You type businesses, agency services, etc., you have to pay them $1,000 or whatever it is, something desired that they desire, which for them is money. These guys, you can just create something for free. I paid $0 to these 377 people who left us a review. I just gave them access to this super valuable content, right? Obviously, if you want to give access to content and pay, I mean, that's just like, you know, what I'm not saying here is coaching clients don't like money. Of course, you can incentivize them with money, but you can also get almost the same conversion without the money and just have the content, right? Or the access or the events or the weekly group mastermind call or whatever it is, right? And so, yeah, the huge selling point I always use here is content, access, whatever, cannot be bought anywhere else on the internet, and it's only accessible if you refer 3 or more friends. In other words, positioning, or it positions the valuable thing as something that money cannot buy. This forces them to do the thing that you want if they want the content and access bad enough, which is also why you need to make it valuable enough that you could sell it if you wanted to, and your clients would buy it if you put a price on it. But you're not. The price is you got to leave a review or refer 3 friends or whatever it is. And so I just showed you this example I did in the LTO. You can see when I took the screenshot, it's like 192. Now, obviously, as I say, it's consistently getting more comments every single day. We're at 377. If you check this in a couple of months' time, it's probably 1,000 plus, right? And here's an example of how I use the same structure, but for referrals. I'm not going to read through this. This training is already long enough, but you can pause this. The link to this document actually will be below the video, so you can check this out. But I basically did the exact same idea, just based on referrals. And you can see so far, this one has gotten 81 comments. So that's 81 people who have signed up to become a referral for this low ticket group. Pretty, especially when you consider the fact that this post hasn't been up as long.
And again, this consistently probably gets maybe 3 to 5 new comments per day. Every single day, you know? So again, over time, that's just gonna build up and build up as we funnel new customers. And again, this is the key here as well, funneling new customers, new people into the system with ads. Then they see this, then they become a person who leaves a review, or they become a person who refers based on these pinned posts in our coaching group, right? And it's the same idea for your agency service. All right, so independent of new or existing clients, there is a stigma around referrals in that they are not consistent. Or that they are inconsistent, I should say. And I will tell you right now, they are not inconsistent. It's the problem, as I say right here, for most people, referrals aren't consistent is because they aren't consistent. And this is the biggest thing that honestly, I believe for the longest time, like I was telling you at the start of the video, I thought, man, referrals, like they don't scale, they're not consistent, whatever else. So I'm just, again, not gonna do it. I'm just gonna go all in on ads. That was my mindset. I realized that was a mistake. Now we go all in on referrals as well as going all in on ads. But the key is that we are now consistent with our referrals, which, believe it or not, makes the referrals consistent. The problem, if anyone tells you referrals are inconsistent, they're not. They're inconsistent. And I'll tell you why in a minute. They can be extremely consistent if you have the right system. This is like the big thing. You got to put a system in place to collect referrals. What normally happens is one day, right, somebody, a business owner, will have a surge of energy to get referrals. So they'll hit up their clients and maybe they'll close 1 or 2, or maybe they don't close any because at the point in which they hit up the client, nobody wanted to refer. So then they go, oh, that didn't work. Or maybe on the flip side, they sign 1 or 2 people, whatever it is, right? But the problem is they then stop and then they'll get zero referrals for the next 60 days or 30 days or whatever until they ask again. Then they stop and then so on and so forth. And then they default to referrals aren't consistent when in reality, they just weren't consistent. Or worse yet, they don't even ask ever, and they just wait or hope a client magically sends them their friends. Now, again, this will happen for sure. But the problem is some months they do and others they won't, right? Again, that causes it to be inconsistent. So instead, what we've done is we've now created a predictable referral process similar to a predictable client acquisition process, right? Most people realize if their client acquisition isn't consistent, they realize it's because, I don't have a system that allows me to produce clients consistently. So they go and try and build the system. But when it comes to referrals, they don't think like that. They don't think, oh, I don't have a predictable referral system. They just think, oh, referrals aren't consistent. But that's kind of like saying, oh, getting clients isn't consistent, so I'm just not going to sign clients. It's like, what? No, like, you know what I mean? Like no one thinks that, but they think that with referrals. So in other words, what we do is we create a we create a consistent system around getting referrals, whether it's for our low ticket offer or our main offer. This is how we consistently sign and generate more referrals each month than churn customers or clients, which in other words means that if we stopped running ads, we would continue to grow every single month forever because the clients who leave us each month, we sign more clients from referrals than we have clients who leave us each month, which means each month we're just going to grow and grow and grow forever, right? The problem is that growth is slow because obviously it's based on your current client base. Whereas if you add ads on top of that, that's where it just basically adds, no pun intended, it adds fuel to the fire. So that's where you can grow exponentially quick. Whereas if you was to rely on referrals, it will be a, slow burn. You will be growing every month, but it would be very, very slow. You add ads into that, it exponentially grows, right? With the referral system in place. So some of the ways that I found to make getting referrals consistent are, number one, again, like I mentioned before, the first big win or breakthrough a client has with us, our account managers, this is in our back-end offer, our account managers congratulate them and immediately ask for 2 to 3 friends. So couple things here on this. The reason why we only focus on building a system or process around getting the first referral or the first set of referrals, if it's more than one, we build a system around getting that first one. And we're very, very all in on getting that first one. And the reason why we're so focused on the first one is that we've found from experience that in our experience, we found once a client refers someone once and receives the super valuable referral offer that you have to get them to refer, right? They almost get into a routine of continuing to send people your way. This is particularly true if you have some kind of payout process
per new referral who signs up with you, even more so, obviously, if it's more than 1K, right? And again, I've really thought about this because we've seen this like black and white objective. It's just like, damn, if someone refers, they are exponentially more likely to send us another referral than if nobody has referred in the first place, right? So again, that's why we're so big on trying to get that first referral through, not only because it then will double that client lifetime value, but also because they're so much more likely to send in the future. And again, I've been thinking about why is that the case? And I think it's because they see how easy it is to make a bit of cash. Again, if there's a sizable payout per referral and they get paid it and it goes into their bank account and they see like, damn, I just made $1,000 for sending somebody their way. Fuck, let me go and see other people that I can send their way, and they just send more, right? Because they get the feeling of the bonus. And also, obviously, if it's, again, access or whatever, they get access to the content, like, oh my God, this is so crazily valuable, whatever. They get a taste of what it's like to get the bonus. They want more of it, right? So they send you more. And more importantly, though, when they get praise, more importantly, they also get praise and thanks from their friend who they referred about how amazing you are as a company, right? And so what they want more of as well is they want more of that. They want that feeling of praise and thanks, and you know they're looked up to by that person that they referred, right? There's a whole thing of like, if you like watch a really good movie or something, or read a really good book, and then you refer that book or movie to a friend, the friend will look at you as the person, they'll give you the credit, and they'll look at you as like, oh yeah, Kai referred me that. So you get the credit, right? And so that's also what happens here when they refer a client to you or something like that, and the client or the customer or whatever gets really good results. That customer then thanks you as the referrer. And so, they just want more of that praise within their like social circle. That's what I'm putting it down to, at least anyway. And the same goes for obviously content and or exclusive access. When they see how valuable that is, they want more. I get probably 5 to 10 people a week message me saying, have you got any more content? Can I do anything else for you to get access to more content? Do you have any more trainings? Can you do more of this? They want more, right? So again, if I just say, hey, yes, refer me another 3 friends, I'll send you XYZ. They're going to go out and refer me more friends, right? Also, by the way, this doesn't necessarily mean, obviously I'm focusing here on like, again, building the system around getting the first referral. But this doesn't mean that we never ask again, obviously, after the first referral. More so that we really build, we only build, I should say, getting the first referral into the client journey. Meaning, okay, step 1 is this, step 2 is that, step 3 is refer, step 4, you know what I mean? It's part of the process which generates that consistency. And we really build getting the first referral into the process, whereas the others, like, referral 4, 5, 6, 7, we don't really build that into the process. We of course ask, like I'm saying here, but the rest are more like ad hoc and incentivized via the account manager wanting to be compensated more and be ranked number 1 based on the account manager team, which I'm going to get onto here in a minute as well, in terms of something else you can do to generate consistency. But that's really important. Getting the first referral built into the process, because once you've got that, it's almost like if you've ever read the copywriting book, The Ad Week by Joseph Sugarman. It's a great book. I don't know why this example came to mind, but in that book, he talks about your ad copy should always create like a slippery slide. Like that's the analogy he uses for like really good copy. It's like once you get onto, and if you think of like a metal slide with oil, once you get on that fucking thing, like you're not getting off, right? You're sliding down all the way to the bottom. That's how your ad copy should be. Once somebody starts reading it, you shouldn't be able to stop reading it. It's kind of like the referrals, to where once you get them the first referral, you just get an avalanche of more referrals from them. But getting the first referral is like the hardest week. Getting them on the slide is the hardest. But once you're on the slide, you're going to get a ton more, right? I don't know why I came up with that example, but there you go. Also, just here, when I say, our account managers congratulate them and immediately ask them for 2 to 3 friends based on their first big win or breakthrough. When I say ask, I mean they present the offer that I was talking about above. They present our referral offer and ask if they know anyone who would be interested. That's what I mean when I say ask, just if you're wondering. Now, this is built into our client journey so it doesn't get missed, which means we don't not get referrals. It's a part of our process. It's kind of like when you wake up, your routine is to brush your teeth. You don't need to think about it or plan it. You just do it. And then over time you realize, oh, I've never missed a day without brushing my teeth. Why? Because it's a part of your routine. It's a part of your process, right? As a more relevant example, it's similar to client, if you run an agency, it's similar to client check-in calls. So if you run a coaching offer and you have weekly group coaching calls, most people just do them and they don't even think about it, right? It's because for me, every Friday morning, I have a group coaching call. It's just what I do. It's just a part of my weekly routine. Well, it's the same thing with referrals. We built that same hygiene standard for getting referrals. This also builds a competitive culture on your account manager team as to who can get the most referrals each and every month. So similar to closers and, like with their cash collected and deals closed, if you have a sales team, you'll know what I mean. There's always a bit of a competitive culture on your sales team as to who's number one, who's the best closer, right? Based on cash collected, deals closed. Well, we track referrals per account manager publicly on our fulfillment team meetings. So everyone on the team can see how they're pacing. And if they want to win this month, how many more referrals they need to get as an account manager from their client base. Now, you can also, to incentivize account managers even more than just the public recognition, which is a huge driver, by the way, of like anyone on your team, don't always feel like you need to compensate them. If you want to incentivize them, don't feel like you need to compensate with money, because public recognition is just as powerful a driver of increase in performance on whatever it is as money is, particularly on your sales team. Closers are very, very driven by recognition. Just a side note, so are account managers. So if you just build a really tight culture on your account manager team of like, damn, like X account manager got 10 referrals this month, whereas damn, you was first last month, now you're only at 7. That person who's at 7 this month is going to do everything they can next month to beat the number one guy at 10. And again, you don't need to incentivize them there. That's just purely recognition, ego, whatever you want to call it. That's what happens. But on top of that, you can also compensate your account managers as well, similar again to a closer, but for referrals. Because at the end of the day, the account manager, if you have a high touch point product or service, the account manager is the reason the client will refer, right? And so in my opinion, like if anyone's going to get compensated for that deal, it should be the account manager, not anyone else, basically, because the account manager is the reason that client referred, and the reason the company received that referral that month is because of that account manager. So that account manager should get paid out for that, right? And so compensating naturally incentivizes the account managers to and builds it into your client journey. And it's a great way for your account managers as well to bump their income each month without doing anything extra other than asking the client for some friends. And it's also how you can have your account managers make quite a bit and it actually make a ton of sense on your P&L. Or in other words, it's a way for them to make more each month without dipping into your profits, because the way they made that extra 5K that month, it's like 5K for an account manager on top of their existing pay is a lot. You know what I mean? But for you as a company, you're not dipping into your pocket or into profits that month to pay them that extra 5K because it came from new closes. Does that make sense? So it's a really easy way to bump account manager pay without hurting your margins. Now, if you're wondering on the specific comp, you could do this 101 ways. It doesn't have to be, I've put 300 to 500 here. You could do 1,000, you could do 2,000, you could do 50. It completely depends on your offer economics, your client lifetime value, and your offer economics, in other words, pricing, right? If you're charging 10K, you can, give them a huge increase in pay versus if it was only, a $500 product or whatever, right? But yeah, again, I would take the great CPA. If you want a rough framework, I would take the great CPA number that we just discussed above minus 300 to 500, depending on your price point. Give that 300 to 500 to the account manager or $1,000 to the account manager, and then you would split the rest, the remaining amount based on the great CPA. You would split that between the referral and the referral. Hopefully that makes sense. Now, what ends up happening here is basically, if you can make it, and stick with me here, I don't think I wrote this very clearly, but just stick with me. If you can make it a no-brainer for your account manager to want to get more referrals selfishly, because they'll make more money, right? Well, they're going to be incentivized, obviously, to send you more referrals, right? Outside of the public recognition, as we just talked about. If you can make it a no-brainer for your account manager, they do that by offering their clients a no-brainer to send a referral or 3, right? That they'd be stupid to turn down, meaning that referral offer. So the account manager makes more money selfishly. So they're incentivized to do whatever it is because they're going to make more money. Now, the way they make more money is by sending a stupidly irresistible offer to your clients, right? That they can't really say no to, again, to use Hormozy. They can't really say no to that offer. And then that offer also how the client gets the benefit of that offer is by referring one of their friends that also has a no-brainer offer built in, because their friend also receives the bonuses I talked about before. And you can do it for an extremely profitable price, right? Based on, again, the great CPA or even cheaper, depending on how you structure it. Guess what happens based on that? It's like a like the account manager's incentivized. The way that they get the result is by making the client super incentivized because of like whatever your offer is. The way they get the thing that they want is by incentivizing the new person. That new person becomes a client. The account manager gets compensated. Your client does, and the new person that you just signed, the new client, is also getting all the benefits as well. You can see how that system, again, the system behind that, naturally is going to produce you a ton of referrals really, really consistently, right? As I say here, you end up with a lot of new profitable clients, and you have more referrals than clients churning each month, which means you'll grow forever without any ad spend, like I spoke about before. Now, hopefully that made sense. I know that's a little confusing, but you get the point. On the flip side, if you so this is purely based on if you have a high touch one-on-one service-based model, right? On the flip side, if you have a higher volume offer without an account manager model, as intense as ours, here's a few things that we've done in our LTO that doesn't have obviously any account managers or one-on-ones that have also performed extremely well. Now, number one is a pin post with a comment CTA. So if you have a higher volume offer, you most likely have a community with all of your members and customers inside of that community, wherever it's hosted, right? I highly recommend School, I love it, but wherever your community's hosted, you'll have a centralized spot with all of your customers. And if you don't, for whatever reason, you should. But most people, if you have a higher volume type offer like that, I'm sure you will. Even if you don't have a higher volume offer, you probably still have some kind of community. In that community, as I say, pin a post with a comment CTA. As I say here, make a really good, make a post with really good copy. And again, you can see our examples up here. Yeah, these two here. Make a post with that type of level of copy, and then pin it to the feed. It's so simple, but it gets consistent eyeballs every day from new and old customers, which generates new referrals every single day. The other thing I'll say is I would highly recommend to make the CTA a comment here, like comment below to get access kind of thing. You see how here, I say, if you'd like full access for $0, all it will cost is a short written review, comment below. The reason I say that is because social proof is huge. If I said DM me, a ton of people would see this. They would probably still DM, like a ton of people would DM me, but nobody else sees that a lot of other people are getting access to this. But when a new customer now comes into this group, they see, damn, this post has 377 comments. They read it and they're like, oh my God, I would really like that. Then they scroll down and they see, oh my gosh, like everyone's getting access to this thing. And they're doing it recently, as you can see here. Guess what? They're far more likely to do now because of the social proof. They're also going to comment. So I really like that comment thing. Also, if for whatever reason you can't pin it to the top of the feed, if you do the comment structure, in most platforms, if the post that gets shown at the top of the feed, even if it's not pinned, is the one that had the recent activity on it. And so if you do comment below, that's going to get consistent new activity, which is going to consistently push it to the top of the feed. But if you use something like School, you can just pin it and it's always going to be there. But even so, I would still do the comment because you're going to get that social proof is huge. I can't stress that enough. So I'd really recommend to do the comment. As I say, we also did this with our review posts, which you could do as well, which now generates, as I say, 5 to 10 new reviews a day. So that's the first thing. Make that post exactly like this. I would just copy ours, like almost word for word. Give them something of super value. Remember, if it is a coaching product, especially if it's like a high volume coaching product, I would really recommend to give something away for free, like content wise or access wise or something like that, or a weekly group coaching call or something of that nature. But the content seems to just really do well. Pin it, and then it'll just consistently every single day just get consistent new either referrals or reviews if you want to do it for reviews. Now, the other thing is email automation. This is also super powerful. Our LTO is a very good product. And I know that anyone who stays after 30 days, like of course, as any kind of SaaS, like you're going to have people buy and then they'll drop out, of course. But I know if someone stays with us after 30 days and like it by default means they love it, right? And so right now, actually, we have about 92% of total front end buyers stick until after 30 days. I'm improving that because that obviously, in other words, means we have 8% churn. I know we can get that lower, but either way, if someone stays with us after 30 days, they love the product. They love the product. And so what I've now done as well on top of these pinned posts here is I've basically set up an email automation to send on day 32 to count for obviously the months that have 31 days. That is basically the exact same copy as these posts here, this one. Within reason, it's the same copy. I've just obviously changed the format to suit on email, but it's basically the same post, which sells customers on why they should refer 3 friends and what they get if they do, right? And so this one here, this one here, right? Same thing. You can see this one's got 81 comments, whatever. And you can see, again, it's a similar style of copy. I won't read this. You could read it in your own time, but I've changed that, obviously formatted it for email, and then that sends automatically on day 32. Again, what does that now create? A consistent system to get referrals without me doing anything. It's completely automated, right? And so again, I really want to reiterate that this works so well because, quote, the thing I'm giving them is ridiculously valuable, that if I sold it as a 5K-ish product, around a $5,000 product, they would 100% buy it, no questions asked. But I give it away for free if they refer 3 friends, right? Now, if my customers didn't want it, whether it's money or training or access or whatever, no one would refer. So what I don't want you to think is, oh, I need to set up an email automation because that's what's going to get me referrals. Or, oh, I need to, create a referral offer because that's what's going to get me referrals. It's like, no, that's the first step. But then the actual referral offer itself needs to be extremely desirable. Doing the pin post, comment here, whatever. It's like, yeah, that's that's one of the steps. But if what you're saying in the post isn't attractive, isn't, nobody wants it, it's not going to work, So I want to make that really, really clear. Now, as I say, to drill the point home one more time, when setting up your referral play, you really need to give away the farm, both monetary and non-monetary. You don't need to do both at the same time, but if it's monetary, you need to give away the farm. If it's non-monetary, you also need to give away the farm, right? The final thing you can do here is build it into the onboarding process or welcome process. I haven't done this yet, but I am planning on doing this because I think this would work really, really well. I'm planning on adding a video in our onboarding/welcome flow on when a new client comes in on board, basically going through exactly how customers can get our big, sexy referral offer. It's like, hey, here's how you get this big, sexy thing if you want it, right? And as I say, it's kind of the frame of like, if you're interested, if not, no problem. I just wanted to give you the opportunity. If you want this, here's how you get it. But again, no, you're not forced by any means. If you don't want it, no problem, right? That's the tonality I'm coming across with it in. But again, because the thing I'm offering is so valuable, because I know all of my clients really want that thing, it's actually in my customer's best interest for me to just let them know, like, hey, here's how you get access to it if you want it. Right? Which again is through referring, right? Because I know they will get better results if they have the thing and they will love it and they want that opportunity to get access because they really, really, really desire it. Do you know what I mean? So that's why I'm planning on building this into our onboarding and welcome flow, which again, once you build it into it, it's then a system that just runs in the background and you just receive referrals or receive reviews or whatever it is that you want to do. And so that's how you build that system. And again, this is for coaching products specifically. As for agency services, what I found works best is obviously through your account managers, incentivizing them and then building it into your client journey, like I was mentioning here. And when I say build it into the client journey, I mean, like, you should, by default, as soon as your client gets the first big win, the next thing your account manager does is ask them for those referrals. Does that make sense? So it's like, okay, big win, then it's referrals. That's it. So like, that's what I mean when it's like building it into your client journey. Okay, so these are a few ways that we've built referral programs into our products and client journey, making it consistent and wildly profitable without needing any other form of marketing, right? But of course, we're still spending around 10K a day on ads. So I don't used to think like we're just going all referrals now or whatever. We're still spending 10K a day on ads. So we're generating a ton of new customers. But now the only difference is, in the past, those new customers, we obviously always got referrals because the product is so good. But I don't like, what I've realized is I don't like relying on hoping that somebody reaches out and says, hey, I'll send you a referral. Because now just relying on them doing it, which doesn't happen often, as often as it could, is my point. So now, because we have such a great product, we now, obviously, if you did all this stuff in this training, but your product shit, it doesn't matter. Like, that's not going to make up for a shit product. You've got, like, I'm assuming your service or your product or whatever it is that you're selling is actually good. If it is, then you add this on top, these referral plays, you're going to get a ton of referrals, And so, as I said before, what's now happening is we're spending 10K a day on ads. and we're getting a ton of new customers in, which is what we was doing before. We were spending less before, but we were still getting a ton of new customers in. But what was happening before was it was just those customers that we was making money from. But now what we've been able to do is increase, like I said earlier in the video, we've doubled our ad spend to 10K a day, and we're more profitable. And it's not because our ads are performing significantly better. Rather, it's because the clients we are signing are worth way more because they're referring on the back end at such a higher clip. Does that make sense? Because of these plays. So now what's happening is we're generating a ton of new customers, but now those new customers from ads are slowly propagating into 2 to 3 times that volume on the back end via referrals. So like one customer that we paid for on ads is now turning into 2 or 3 on the back end because now they're referring, which again is the reason why we've been able to increase spend and increase profitability on ads. So those new referrals as well from the ad customers also propagate into 2 to 3 more times referrals. Sorry, I should say 2 to 3 times more referrals, and it exponentially compounds from there. So the ad customers turn into 2 to 3, then those 2 to 3 turn into 2 to 3, and so on and so forth. And that is how you get to 10 million a year through ads, by adding in referrals on the back end. So hopefully this was useful. Any questions, as always, please let us know. Let your account manager know. We're always updating this and changing it. We're testing a ton of things right now as well on top of what I've already gone through here. But this is just what we've found has worked really well. And I would recommend for you to replicate this immediately. And then anything new that we find, you'll be the first to know about it. And with that being said, as always, questions, let us know, and I'll see you in the next training. All right, so in this one, we're gonna go through pricing for scale. So here's a pricing rule of thumb. Your price should always be 1/10 of the value/return that your clients receive, right? Now, when I talk about the value or return your clients receive, depending on the service, that doesn't necessarily mean a direct cash return every single month. Obviously, if you can make it a direct cash return, so in other words, if you can change your back end to facilitate direct cash, then you should, right? Because if you can show your clients, hey, you're paying me 3K a month, and I'm giving you 30K per month in new cash that's hitting your bank account every single month that wouldn't have otherwise been in there if it wasn't for the services that we're giving you. If you can show your clients that in black and white, it's just like, there you go. That's indisputable, you know? So if you can facilitate that direct cash return with your services, then you always want to go down that route. However, it's not always necessary. For example, I know an 8-figure company which has a VA placement service, and they charge $1,000 a month on recurring in a recurring retainer. Now, their VAs obviously don't directly generate their clients 10K a month, but they do generate that value indirectly. When you factor in the cost of finding, hiring, and training and onboarding new VAs yourself, and the value of not having to hire and fire 10 VAs to find one good one, that is probably in value way more, honestly, than 10,000 a month. So you can see that it's kind of indirect. So it doesn't always need to be that direct cash return. However, if you can do 1/10, so for example, if you charge your clients 1,000 a month, your clients, if you can get them 10,000 a month in direct cash that they wouldn't otherwise have had if they weren't working with you, that's the tip of the iceberg. That's the best place to be, right? Obviously, if you charge 5,000, you should be generating 50K a month in revenue. Same thing for 10,000. Now, I promise you, if the minimum return your clients make is 10x, you will never, ever have a retention problem, ever. Which then means you can spend way more on your front end acquisition, which ultimately means you'll be able to scale far easier. I've found that getting beyond 10x is more a function of fulfillment than it is a function of pricing. For example, you want to price at 10x, and then you want to hyper iterate and improve on your fulfillment to get your price to value ratio to 20x, 30x, 40x, and so on. Okay, and there's going to be more trainings on this in terms of how to do that from a fulfillment perspective in the later trainings. But just know that like whatever your fulfillment is at right now, charge 1/10 of that. And then if you want to get it to a 20, 30, or 40, that's not, because you could price based on a 20x return, but then your price is going to be so ridiculously low. If you generate your clients 20,000 a month, well, a 20x return on pricing would mean you're charging 1,000 a month. But if you're charging 1,000 a month and generating your clients 20,000 a month, you're charging way too low. Like that should be 2,000 a month minimum, 20,000 a month return. Then if you wanted to get that 20,000 a month return to, or that 10x return to 20x or 30x, just make your fulfillment better. Get your clients from 20,000 to 30,000 or 40,000 a month return. And even then you could probably look at bumping your price up anyway as your value increases. Hopefully that makes sense. So that's kind of just like the general rule of thumb. Now, if it's a new offer, okay, if you have a relatively new offer, which you don't have much proof with yet, here's how I recommend pricing to start. So when I talk about a new offer, I'm more specifically referring to offers where you don't have much proof, okay? If that is you, here's how I recommend to price. If you're any type of agency or service-based business, I would recommend to do 2.5K to 3K per month with a 3 to 4 month minimum. So in other words, that would be a roughly 12K for 4 month type initial project period. That's what I recommend to, again, start with if you're an agency. If you're a coaching or consulting type business, if it's BizUp, then I recommend doing a roughly 4,800 for 12 to 16 weeks, or in other words, 4 months. Just for whatever reason in the coaching space, typically it's based on weeks, like 12 to 16 weeks is how people think about it. Whereas in the agency space, it's months, right? So if it's BizUp, as I say, 4,800 for 12 to 16 weeks. If you're in health, weight loss, or relationships, I recommend doing 28 to 3,800 for 12 to 16 weeks. Okay. So just as, again, starting points, right? And essentially the idea here is you want to price low enough initially to where price isn't an objection, all right? Because in the early days of any new offer, you always want to optimize for flow, in other words, new clients, over profit. Why? Because that's what's going to allow you to get the results you need to be able to increase your price. If you're just starting out on a brand new offer and you're not closing, but your price is 10K or something ridiculous, given that you've got no results to back up that price point, to prove that actually the price is 1/10 of the value you're going to be generating them. If you don't have that proof, then people aren't going to be buying your offer, not because they don't want your offer, but because of the price. So now you're losing out on clients because the pricing is too high. It's too high for the value that you have to show proof for, right? And so instead what you want to do is just drop it a little bit and optimize for flow first. Get the clients in, work with the clients, get them results. Now that you've got those results, you can go back to your pricing and bump it to where it really should be, which again, really where it should be is 1/10 of the value. Hopefully this is making sense. That's how I think about it. Now, pretty much as I say here, once you sign your first few clients, you are then able to use the results to determine your true pricing, which is 1/10 of the value that you provide. So these are some starting points that I would start at if you have a new offer, or again, in other words, a new offer that doesn't have any past results. Now, again, thinking back to the offer logistics training, if it's your highest tier offer, you want to double it or more. So if it's your highest tier guarantee, then if you're going to do 12K in this instance for 4 months minimum, I would do 25K or 30K even for your higher tier packet, for your highest tier guarantee. Does that make sense? And then the one that you actually want your clients to come in on, your downsell guarantee, would be the 12K for 4 months. Hopefully this is making sense. All right. Now, for pre-existing offers, or again, offers that you have results for, this is actually pretty simple. You just want to look at your past clients who all did exactly what you require them to do and got results. Again, look at your best clients. Don't look at the clients who didn't do anything. Look at the clients who did everything that they needed to do and had the resources required, okay? Don't base your pricing off clients who don't actually take action or didn't get any results, all right? So look at those clients, your best clients, take 5 to 10 of them and figure out their average monthly return. Whatever that number is, divide it by 10. Again, this is where I would start, okay? Because you can always increase price. So again, if you're any type of agency, obviously you want to do this formula to figure out what exactly is it for you specifically in your service, because different industries produce different results, different services produce different results. So it is got to vary a little bit. But again, if you're any type of agency, ideally where you want to be is 3K a month plus. For 4 months, for 4 months minimum. So again, 12K plus for 4 months. If you're above that range, you're in a good spot because that's going to give you a nice padding to be able to use to scale with ads, right? And again, if you're in coaching or consulting, if you're in BizUp, then ideally you want to be at 6,800 plus for 12 to 16 weeks, 3 to 4 months. Or if you're in health, weight loss, or relationships, you want to be at 4,800 plus for 12 to 16 weeks. Again, this is not what you should be charging. It's just if you're above this range, you're going to have enough profit and margin to be able to scale, right? So that's where you want to be. And again, this is where you would start. Now, from here, I keep saying this is where I would start. This is where I would start. So what does that refer to? Well, this means that you start here, but that doesn't mean to say you can't increase your price. So in terms of increasing price, how do you do that? Well, again, the above is where I'd recommend you start your pricing with the goal of eventually increasing. So you want to increase your prices when your close rate is above 30% and your cash collected is above 50%. Now, why do you want to do it only when you've got these two metrics in place? Well, because if you're at 15% close rate right now and you increase your price, guess what's going to happen to your close rate? It's going to drop because it's going to be more difficult to close on a higher price point, obviously. So you have to have a high enough price point, high enough close rate currently on your current price point to where it makes sense for you to increase. And even if you increase your price point and maybe your close rate drops a little bit, well, that's okay because now you're charging way more per client. So you're actually going to be more profitable at the end of the day. But if you're in a place where your close rate cannot drop, because if it does, you're going to be unprofitable, don't increase your price because your close rate most likely is going to drop if you increase price, okay? So if your close rate and cash collected are above those two KPIs, these two KPIs here, then it's clear your prices are actually too low. Okay, because if you're closing, some people flex at the closing at 70%. Well, I could close at 100%. Our team could close at 100% if we're charging our clients $10 a month, right? And that's a, extreme example, but you get the point. You can close 100%, no problem at all. But you're charging $10 a month. And so the same idea applies to when if you're closing at 50%, but you're charging $2,500 a month, that's a clear indication that you should be increasing your price because it's way too high. Too many people are joining, all right? Now, if you're in this position, I recommend increasing your price by $2K on the 3 to 4 month package. So if you charge $20K for 4 months, bump it to $22K. Find your new closing and cash collected baseline at $22K, right? In terms of, what's your close rate at, what's your cash collected rate at the new price point of $22K. Work it, refine it, get better at closing at that $22K price point until you're above 30% close rate and 50% cash collected, and then increase it to $24K and go again. Find the new baseline and repeat, okay? Just remember, as you're increasing your prices, you still need to maintain 1/10 price to value, right? That ratio, you still need to maintain that. Meaning as you increase price, you may also need to increase the value of your product, which you now can do because you also have more margin to play with. So like, for example, one of the things that we've just recently kind of done is we've really gone built out a whole editing side of what we've done. So that's made our client results way better, our client experience way better. And so but obviously it's a huge cost to us. So we've just bumped our price only small, but we've bumped it a little bit. So now we've got extra margin to play with to be able to actually provide our clients a better experience. And so you got to remember that when you increase price, you now have more money to be able to deliver your clients a better result and a better experience. And you want to do that as well so that you're maintaining that 1/10 price to value ratio. Because again, if you are able to maintain this, you're going to have 100% retention. Maybe not 100%, but you know what I mean? You're going to massively increase your retention rate simply by making sure that you're maintaining that ratio. All right. So one of the things you might be having a question on right now is what am I referring to when I'm talking about cash collected? Well, this is where the idea of accelerating your cash flow comes into play. So you would have noticed above, I keep saying X months minimum or X weeks minimum, 12 weeks minimum, 16 weeks minimum, or 3 or 4 months minimum, right? That's because when pitching your pricing up front, never pitch a monthly amount saying it's 3K per month. This is particularly common for agencies. A lot of agencies charge on a 2K a month retainer. Yeah, we charge 2K a month. Don't do that. Don't do that. Rather, you want clients to pay for 3 to 4 months up front, which is the most common, in full, and then they retain on a monthly basis. This is exactly how we work. So if you charge 5K a month, you would pitch prospects 20K for 4 months. This is how you pitch them or sell them on the phone. So when they ask about your price, oh, what's the price? You don't say, oh, it's 5K a month, like most people do. You go, it's 20K for 4 months. And we'll show you more specifics on the sales aspect of doing that in the sales week and whatnot. So don't worry too much about the specifics for now, but just know that's how you want to pitch the pricing. Get clients to pay in full. You will be shocked. You will be shocked at how many clients pay in full. And what this does is it scales your business without you needing to sign any more clients. Because if you close 10 clients at 3K per month each, that's 30K cash collected. If you close those same clients and 50% of them pay in full for 4 months, and the other 50% do month to month, because you'll always have a split. Not every client is going to pay in full. So those guys, you sell them on your payment plans, which is what you would have sold them on in the first place. So at least go for the pay in full first. If they don't, then you can just downsell them to your payment plan. But it's the same total amount. It's the same contract value. Okay. So in this case though, same 10 clients, 50% pay in full, the other 50% do a month to month. that would be then 75K cash collected, which equates to 30K versus 75K from the same 10 clients closed for that particular month. So you just 2.5x your business simply by just getting 50% of your new clients to pay in full. And as you can imagine, this acceleration of cash flow is huge when it comes to scaling and your ad spend. Super important when it comes to scaling and ad spend, and particularly on your P&L. Because imagine if you spent 10K this month, well, if 10K and you only collected 30K cash, well, that's going to be 33% of your P&L. But if you collected 75K cash, 10K would have been whatever the math would equate to, a lot less than 33% in that instance, all right? So if you're wondering what you would do in this instance where a prospect can't pay in full, well, I kind of just gave it away. You simply downsell them the payment plans, which again is what you would have pitched them on anyway. So instead of pitching 3K a month up front for 4 months minimum, you would pitch them 12K pay in full. Then if they can't do the 12K pay in full, cash is tight, whatever, you then try and loop back down to a split pay. So let's do 6K today, 6K in 30 days. If they can't do that, you try loop back down to a 3 pay. And then again, if they can't do that, then you would go, okay, no problem. The best we can do is a 3K per month for the 4 months. So you downsell them to what you would have pitched them up front in what you would have pitched them up front anyway. And so this then obviously ties back to increasing your prices. If your close rate is above 30% and your cash collected is above 50%, that's when you should increase price. So when I talk about cash collected, what I mean is how many, on average, how much cash are you collecting up front for your initial project period? So again, for example, with us, on average, we actually collect about 45 to 50% depending on the month. So we have our AOV, I believe right now is about 25K for the first 4 months. And so on average, we collect about 12 to 13K of that upfront on average because our cash collected is 50%. That then means obviously a handful of clients pay in full, a handful of clients do a 4 pay, a myriad of clients do 2 pays and 3 pays. But at the end of the month, on average, we're at about 45 to 50% of that total front end value is collected on day one and the rest is put onto a payment plan. Hopefully this is making sense. All right. So to roll out a price increase, how do you do it? How does that look? Well, get your highest performing closer, or if you're still on the phones, I recommend you to do it. If you're not on the phones, like I'm not on the phones anymore, so I'm not going to dial this in myself, but I would get one of our highest performing closers to use the new pricing on their sales calls whilst you keep the rest of the team at the normal price point. Now, once the highest performing closer hits KPI, meaning they get to 30% close rate or 25% close rate with the new pricing, you then want to roll it out to the remainder of the team and get the highest performer to give some coaching, okay? Give some coaching points to what he or she has found with the different price. Okay, that's super important. With the different price increase, is there any tweaks? Usually there's not, honestly. I mean, if you go from 20 to 22, it's just most of the time, the most common problem with the price increase when people can't close it is they just get a little, we're charging more. So they make it like this big thing in their mind. And then when they drop the 22K price point, they're like, it's 22K. Like they're like, it's 22K, because they've always sold at 20K. So like it's 100% of the time, it's a mindset thing. Unless you massively go from like 20K as your price point to like 30K, you ridiculously increase it. Well, then that's where sometimes, it might just be too much for your market. But if you just incrementally increase the price, it's never going to be so much to where the clients, they're just like, oh, no way I'm not paying that. If someone's going to pay 20K, they're going to pay 22K. So in that instance, if then the closer doesn't get the close with a prospect who would have paid 22 versus 20, if they don't get the close, it's 100% on the closer because it's in their mind. That's all it is. It's just a mindset thing. So as I said here, usually there's not too much difference, but always get your highest performing closer to roll out with the new price point. This is the easiest way to roll it out without having any major hit to revenue, right? If it doesn't work out, because obviously if you keep increasing it, at some point, you can't just continue to increase and increase and increase. At some point, it's going to be too much for what it is that you're offering. So, at that line, you obviously then want to just bring it down right below the, there's a word for it, but you just want to bring it just below the point to where it becomes too much. All right. Now it also, again, gives you the ability to have a case study. So this is really important. When you give your top performer the higher price point, get them to dial it in first, then roll it out to the rest of the team. It gives you the ability to, quote, have a case study for the rest of the team if they can't close on the higher price point. So if someone on your team just isn't that great of a closer or isn't as good as the rest of the people on the team and they're not closing on the new price point, well, you can show them like, hey, this performer, this closer is closing on it. You're not. What's the different variable here? It's you. You're the problem. It's not the price point. Because that sometimes can happen. Certain closers, again, who aren't as skilled, they're going to be blaming the price. Oh, it's just too much. These guys aren't going to pay. It's like, well, this closer did, so it can be done. It's just you. We need to figure out how can we get you better so you can actually close on the new price point. So in this one, we're going to go through the theory of constraints. And essentially what this training is going to be and how you want to use this training is almost as like a tool for your company's growth. And what I mean by that is this isn't going to be one where you'll watch it and then you'll just move on to the next training and that's that, right? You want to continuously rewatch this training to find the next constraint in your company right now. So anytime you look at a company's growth, it's usually in the form of an S curve. So they grow and then they plateau and they grow again, right? And the reason why is because you're always going to grow to your tightest constraint. And then when you alleviate that constraint, right? So as you're alleviating it, that's usually where the plateau occurs. And then once you alleviate it, that's the bottom of the next peak. So then you go again to the next constraint and then you alleviate it and then you go again, right? And so this training is really what's going to allow you to find your tightest constraint right now. It's going to make it extremely obvious to you exactly what you should be focusing on. Then you want to go to the immediate training in this, the course content. There's a lot of training in here, but it's structured in a way to where it's, you want to use it as like a buffet style to where you pick and choose what it is that you need right now. And what you need right now is going to be based on whatever your biggest constraint is right now. But to know what that is, you got to first identify it. And so that's really what this training is focused on, is identifying the tightest constraint that if you alleviate that one thing, whatever that is right now, that's going to be allow you to grow to the next stage. And then you go again, you find the constraint so that you plateau a little bit and then you go again, right? So with that being said, let's jump in. So the easiest way, in other words, basically what I was just saying there, this is another way to explain it. So the easiest way to scale any business, no matter what it is just to spend more on ads. And so by extension, your sole focus as a founder is figuring out how can we spend more? That's the only question you should be asking. And more specifically, the way I found to answer that question, the best way to answer that question is to ask this more specific question, which is, why can't we double ad spend tomorrow? Always ask yourself that question. Because if you ask that question, that's going to show you what your issue is. Or in other words, what your biggest constraint is. And again, once you've got the constraint, you can then use the training in this course content to, okay, I need to close better. We'll go to the sales training. I need to have better fulfillment. Go to the fulfillment training, right? And, use it like that. So most of the time, it's pretty common based on this question, what you need to focus on. However, if what you need to focus on isn't clear from asking that question, you might, ask yourself, why can't we double ad spend tomorrow? You might be like, I don't know, really, right? Well, then here's how you identify the root constraint. You need to track all of your metrics against their respective KPI and see which is either below or just at KPI and fix that. That's the constraint. So then you want to fix that. And so I'll show you how to do this. You want to do this based on a reconciled 30 days worth of data every single month. Do it at the end of every month. Once you've got all of your numbers for the previous month, run the company through this. Then that's going to show you, by extension of running the numbers through this based on last month's data, it's going to show you exactly what the focus should be this month. To, what constraint, or what's the biggest, because there's always a constraint. It might not be a really, really bad one, but it's going to be worse than, the others. So like, that's the thing that you should be focusing on. And again, by doing this at the end of every month, it's going to give you the exact insight into exactly what you and the team need to focus on for this next month. Simple as that. And again, if you can just do that consistently month over month over month over month, you're going to scale. All right. So identifying the root constraint with the KPIs. So essentially this is from, click to close is what Hormozi calls it, like click to close, the process in between. But more specifically, this goes a little bit past the close and also looks at fulfillment and company health in terms of the P&L. And so all of these metrics are in that funnel, and then there's obviously KPIs for each metric. Here they are, and you want to track your numbers against these KPIs again at the end of every month. All right, so you got ad spend, the KPI for your ad spend. All right, so I've just changed this here to basically be new cash to CAC as opposed to lifetime gross profit, because it's slightly different. And what's more important is that your new cash to CAC is a 2-to-1, meaning if you're or this should actually even be ad spend, honestly, just to make it even easier. New cash to ad spend. So if you spend 10K a month in 10K in 1 month on ads, the new cash, excluding your AR, excluding your accounts receivable, should be 20K. Right, so you spend 10K, minimum you should collect 20K from that month, and that should be ideally 20K in new monthly recurring revenue, right? Okay, so that is really the KPI. You want to spend as much as you can whilst maintaining that ratio. Then the moment that ratio drops below a 2-to-1, so you spend 10K, or you keep scaling, you spend 50K and you only collect 90K, for example, right? Okay, well then you must immediately then look at, well, why have we dropped below the 2-to-1 ratio? And that's your constraint, and fix that, right? So again, how you do that is by running all the rest of your numbers through this process to see what is the reason why that 2-to-1 new cash to ad spend ratio dropped, right? And then again, once you find that, spend more until it drops. So that is the KPI for the ad spend. Now, also, when I keep saying spend more, obviously we're going to be working with you on this thing. We're going to be running the ads for you. So we'll be able to facilitate this process with you. But again, just talking more so high level, just like in general, we would want to spend more, right? The next thing is closer availability. So this refers to basically how many slots per month do you have on the calendar, right? So do you have 3 closers at well, easy numbers. You have 1 closer who can take 60 calls a month. Well, your closer availability will be 60. If you have 2 closers who can take 60 a month, it will be a little bit more than that. It should be like 80 a month. Then you'll have 160 availability, right? Then you have book calls. So this, again, you just want to track, right? How many book calls? What was your cost per book call? The KPI for your cost per book call is sub $300. Most of the time. It's going to be massively dependent. For context, for us, our cost per booked call KPI for our own offer is $450 US, right? It's about 705 Australian specifically. That's our KPI. Because again, it just makes sense based on the later metrics I'm going to get onto here in a minute. But most offers, most of the time, it's going to be sub 300. Number of no-shows, show-up rate, right? Show-up rate is based on sales calls taken divided by sales calls booked minus canceled by you. So if a sales call comes in and it's clearly a fake, you're going to cancel it. So you won't want to count that person onto your show rate because they're obviously going to no-show. So you want to cancel off all the unqualified, or at least either clear unqualifieds or clear no-shows like fake calls and whatever else, right? Cancel those off. Then you'll be left with a number after all the cancels. That's the number you want to use to base your show rate on, right? In other words, it's just sales calls that are left on the calendar for a closer to take divided by, or sales calls taken divided by how many are left on the calendar. Then, so the KPI though for the show rate is 50% plus for a B2C, and it should be 65% plus for B2B, and we can help you increase show rates, no problem. Then you want to look at how many canceled by you due to unqualifieds, not by the prospect, but by you due to unqualifieds. How many sales calls taken? How many closes? Again, this is all based on last month's data. How many closes? What was your close rate? KPI for the close rate should be 25% plus. What was the CPA or the CAC? Cost per acquisition, that is, or cost to acquire a customer, this is. So how much did it cost you to get a new client? If you spent 100K and you closed 10 clients, which wouldn't be the best, that would be a 10K CPA, 10K cost per acquisition. Then you have price point. So if you're an agency, you want to look at what was the monthly retainer, as well as the lifetime value. Because if you have a 3K a month offer, but you closed the client on 5 months minimum, that's really 15K lifetime value. But cash collected might have only been 3K. So you want to be able to track both of those, right? And obviously lifetime value is based on the average retainer, your average monthly retainer, times by the average retention rate. So again, your LTV, if on average your clients stay with you for 9 months, you have a 3K a month service, then your LTV is 27K, right? Now, if you're a coach or you just have like a one-time type offer, then you obviously your price point is just your price point because it's just 5K and that's your offer, right? There's no monthly recurring. So what was your price point? Cash collected. How much cash collected did you collect based on the previous month from new? This is from new closes specifically. Yeah, this is from new closes specifically. Then you have your cash collected percentage. So like, for example, with us, we have, call it, our AOV is about 25K roughly. Some clients are slightly lower. We have other clients who are on like 40K for 4 months and whatnot, but roughly it's about 25K. So, if a client comes on for a 25K package for 4 months, then, and they do call it 20K easy numbers for 4 months, and they do a 4Pay, that's going to be 5K per month, right? And so the cash collected in that instance would have been 5K if they did a 4Pay, but the revenue was 25K or 20K, for the full 4 months. And so the cash collected percentage would be 25%. Does that make sense? Because the amount is 20K for 4 months, but we only collected 5K, so it would be 25% cash collected. So obviously that's in the instance of one specific client who closed, but what you want to do is base this on the total month. So how much total new cash collected did you have, and what was the total cash collected across all closes? That KPI should be about 40% plus, ideally, because that's going to obviously factor in your pay in fulls. It's also going to factor in the guys who 2Pay, the people who 4Pay, etc. But what's the average across it all? And for more insight on this idea, watch the pricing to scale training, because I break down pricing and how to position pricing on the sales call to do packages versus monthly, etc. So watch that. But just know the KPI here is about 40% plus. Then you have your cash ROAS. Okay, so the cash ROAS, this is what I was referring to earlier. The KPI here is 2x, right? Meaning you spend 10K, you want to bare minimum collect 20K from that 10K spent, bare minimum. And ideally that 20K wants to be recurring, right? Then you have your total revenue and then the revenue ROAS. So the revenue ROAS should be 5x minimum, meaning if if you have a 4-month contract at 20K, some clients are going to 4Pay, some clients are going to 2Pay. So that's going to determine your cash ROAS. But then the revenue ROAS based on the 20K total revenue that you're going to collect from that client that you haven't yet collected, you want that to be 5x. So again, in other words, if you spend that 10K, you collect 20K, well, that's 2x cash ROAS, which is good. Well, that's minimum KPI. And then the revenue though from that 10K spent, you would ideally want that to be at 50K revenue generated from that 10K, and you collected 20K cash. They're bare minimum KPIs for those numbers, right? Then you want to track your total collected. All right, so your total collected would be including your AR, so including your accounts receivable. That would obviously factor in your current clients who are on monthly retainers, or if you're, again, coaching, consulting type business where you don't have necessarily monthly retainers, but you do have like clients who split pay and whatever else, that's including all the payment plans, okay? So you want to track your total collected for the month. Then your churn. So your churn refers to average clients leaving per month divided by total active clients. The KPI here is sub 10%. You want your churn to be less than 10%. And then you've finally got your NOI. So your NOI is your net operating income. If you don't know what this is for you right now, watch the P&L tracking training that I've got in, I believe it's in I don't know where it is, but it's in, I think it's in the Foundations to $1 Million a Month training. Watch that P&L tracking video to figure out what your NOI is. Your NOI should be 45% plus, okay? So every month you want to track at the end of the month, based on the previous month's data, you want to track all of these numbers and see against these KPIs, where are you sat against the respective KPIs. Then, well, as I say here, by running your business through this exercise on a monthly basis, it becomes abundantly clear where your focus for that next month needs to go based on the root constraint that you've identified. So if you track all your numbers against these metrics and you go, oh, my close rate, KPI close rate is 25%. We closed last month at 13%. Well, then again, that's clear. We got to fix the close rate. Like that is the biggest constraint right now, that if we fix that, it's going to, give you the biggest, again, thinking about the S-curve growth charts of most companies, that's what's going to give you the biggest shoot up to the next constraint. And then maybe the next constraint the following month, once you get your close rate to 25%, maybe then you look at this and you go, actually, our cash collected, yes, we've increased close rate, but now our cash collected has dropped to 25%. KPI is 40%. Well, we need to increase our cash collected to 40% so that, again, ultimately our ads become more profitable on the front end. Whatever the case may be. But like, this is how you need to be thinking through scaling each and every month. All right. So this is how to identify the root constraint, right? To figure out, oh, close rate's our problem, or show rate's our problem, right? Or cost per book calls too high, or whatever it might be, right? Now I want to just go through a couple of the most common reasons, a couple of the most common root constraints that are identified and how to solve those specific things. So for every constraint, there's a certain set of variables which directly tie into that particular metric. Now, once you identify which ones are at fault, it becomes easy to fix them, because the first step is to identify all the variables in the equation. You then want to define the benchmark KPIs. They may not be numbers, but most of the time they are numbers. You want to define those benchmark KPIs for each variable, see which variables are below KPI, and then now you have your root problem. And then once you have the root problem, you can then put the correct strategy in place to remedy the broken variables. And this is where you can obviously lean on us to help you with this. Obviously, we've got a bunch of training in here, which really goes through every single potential constraint that you could face and how to specifically fix that. There's a lot of training in the course content. You can just go straight to that training and, get help from there. And also obviously massively lean on us because we're in this thing with you. We've done this with multiple clients. We do this ourselves. So we can help you with really whatever the constraint is that you've identified. Here's some common examples though. So again, you want to ask yourself the question, why can't we double our ad spend tomorrow? If based on this tracking, you realize, we can't double, it doesn't make sense because we're not profitable on acquisition. Or in other words, our cash ROAS and or revenue ROAS is not at 2x. It's not at 5x. We're spending 10K a month on ads, but we're only collecting 2K, right? It's like way below KPI. Well, if that's the question, if that's the constraint, then you want to look at, like I said here, see which variables within the constraint are below KPI. But to do that, you got to define, as I say here, the first step is to identify all the variables in the equation. So if the equation is we're not profitable in ads, well, what variables tie into your profitability? Well, you got cost per book call, you got close rate, show rate, and price point. They're the only things that tie into your CPA. Cost per call, close rate, show rate, and price point. That's it, right? But that's not even CPA. It's more profitability. This is what ties into profitability, right? Okay, now we've got those variables in place. Now we want to look at, if you're not profitable on your acquisition, well then which one? Because there has to be one of these variables that's out. There has to be. Otherwise, you'd be profitable, right? So cost per book call, KPI roughly is between $100 and $300. And we'll know this as well. Again, we're working with you on the ads. Obviously, that side of the things is done for you. We're going to help you in all these other areas such as close rate, price points, show rates, all that type of stuff. But just so you're thinking in the right way, right? The cost per call should be roughly $100 to $300 depending on the market and the pricing. Massively is dependent on your market and your price point. Again, our cost per call KPI is $450 US. 450. So it's massively out of this structure. But again, because of our market and our pricing, 450 makes sense. And we can scale that. It's scalable, right? So again, it's dependent, but roughly these are the metrics. Close rate, again, you should be above 25%, depending on market and pricing. Short rate should be 50 to 80, depending on market and pricing. And your price point should be 3K a month plus or 4K plus, again, if you're a coaching, consulting type company. Now, the goal, again, should always be 2x ROAS on day one. So if you've got a 2K a month offer, your CPA should be 1K, right? If you've got a 10K a month offer, your CPA should be 5K max. Now, based on this, if you are not profitable on your acquisition, you want to identify which of these variables, because it's only these variables that tie into your profitability for your acquisition, identify which one of those is not in KPI. Do you have a show rate between 50 and 80? Is your close rate above 25%? Is your cost per book call between these numbers? Is your price point at this level, right? Then what you want to do is you want to then take that variable that you find is not in KPI because one of them is going to be out of KPI. Maybe it's your close rate. Okay, well then you want to take the close rate variable, as I literally did here, through the same process of figuring out the root problem. So going into the close rate, if that was the thing that was the issue, then is your offer rate sub 80%? Meaning, out of every call, how many are you actually giving an offer to? How many are you presenting an offer to, right? And so this is usually a quality issue or your closes are just not aggressive enough. Meaning if you get on a call with a prospect and you figure out that this prospect is literally, living on the street. They have zero money, that, 15 years old. This would be a terrible call. Ideally, you'd want to cancel this off the calendar before, you have the call with them, but you get the point. Then obviously you're not going to present an offer to that person because they're not going to close. You're not going to pitch them on your program of 10K, right? And so, if that happens at scale, then you're not going to be making many offers, and certainly your offer rate, how many calls you take versus how many offers you give, is going to be below 80%. So it might be a quality issue. Or, and this is actually more common, the closers are not aggressive enough. So usually closers aren't aggressive enough because they are either trying to protect their close rate and they only pitch people they 100% know will close, right? So that happens a lot. This is why you don't really want to make decisions based solely on offer close rate, because as I say, a lot of closers, like if they feel as though someone might not close, they just won't pitch them an offer because they want to protect close rate of, oh yeah, I close 80% of people who are qualified. It's like, well, people who are qualified is subjective. They want to be offering ideally to everyone, right? Or maybe they're just shy. They just don't, they're not as aggressive as they should be. And so by extension, they're just a little bit shy. They don't offer in everyone that they should be, right? So the only way though, really, to truly identify the root constraint is through quality control, QC, and core reviews. Now, the good news for you is that we will do this work for you, and we will work one-on-one with your closers, or you, if you're still on the sales calls, to alleviate whatever that constraint is. But fundamentally, you want to QC and core reviews, do core reviews for your closers to figure out why is the close rate not at 25% KPI, right? Now, if your offer rate, so based on your tracking, you should have full tracking. And if you don't, it's totally fine. I'll show you our tracking later in the training. But you can see kind of from the metrics, what's the offer close rate? What's the call close rate? If the call close rate is below 25%, then you want to look at, what's their offers? How many offers are they making? Is the offer rate above 80% or is it below 80%? Again, if it's sub 80%, usually it's because they're not being aggressive enough. Then obviously we want to do core reviews to really dial in why they're not being aggressive enough, what's going on specifically. Now, if it is above 80% and the call close rate is still sub 25%, then usually it's because your closers aren't handling objections good enough or at all, right? So they do offer a lot of people, but then as soon as that person says, oh, I need to think about it, immediately what they do is they go, no problem, like let them go think about it, and then they never hear from the prospect again. So they are offering everyone, they are making offers, but they're just not closing. It's because they're not handling objections. They're not sitting in that uncomfortable, a lot of the time closers just aren't comfortable in uncomfortable situations. And at the end of every single sales call, usually that's where it can be seen as uncomfortable because the prospect's pushing back, they're giving objections, and then a lot of closers just go, okay, no problem, you just go think about it. And then again, as I say, they just never hear from that prospect again, right? So usually it's because the closers, aren't handling objections good enough or at all, or the value presented on the call just isn't good enough. So you're pitching a 10K product, but the prospects can only see 2K worth of value. Again, they're never going to close, right? But same thing, quality controlling or QCing the calls and core reviews are required to see exactly what is the problem. And again, we can do this for you, of course. So remember, if you increase your close rate, this is important. If you increase your close rate from 20% to 30%, you increase your front end business by 50%, not 10%. Most people don't realize that. So this is why this is so important to be maintaining a healthy close rate. We, a couple months back, we had some pretty slow months and I was like, we increased ad spend. We were scaling real hard and then we just bombed. Like there was a couple months it was just really bad. And I could not figure out what the problem is. And then I realized our close rate massively dropped. So then we went all in on, and I figured it out because of this process. I was like, oh, it's clear. Our close rate is just not where it needs to be. And so it dropped. And so that massively impacted our profit, like tremendously. I couldn't believe like the impact. And then I realized, it's because if you go from 30% to 20% close rate, you're going to drop your business by 50%, which is insane. Right? Same thing, or in that instance, it would be 30% to 15%, you drop by 50%, right? But if you increase from 20% to 30%, you're going to increase your front end by 50%, right? So it has such a huge impact to make sure that your close rate is at ideally 25% plus, okay? So that's what you would do, okay? If you figured out that the close rate is the reason why you're not profitable on ads, which is ultimately the reason why you can't scale your spend tomorrow. So then you would want to fix the close rate. And again, you can lean massively on us to help you with your closing. What would you do though if your close rate is 25% plus? Well, maybe the problem is your cost per book call. So the lead cost is good. Quality of leads is good. Quality of auto bookings are good, but the costs are still too high. If that's your situation, then you want to ask yourself, are you leveraging setters? No? Well, then you want to hire setters to increase efficiency / conversion of the leads that are coming through. If it's yes, that you do have setters, then you want to get them to work one-on-one with us so that we can train them to get them to become more proficient and effective. Because if if all of these things are good, which they will be, because again, we're running your ads for you. So if lead cost isn't good, you don't need to worry about that. We're going to handle that for you, right? if the quality of the leads isn't good or the quality of the bookings isn't good, we're going to handle that. So we got that covered. What you'll most likely find is that sometimes, well, not most likely, but if this is your problem, as I say, you might have good quality auto bookings, but for whatever reason, the costs are still too high. Well, setters can massively help decrease the cost of those ads a lot. And so if you don't have them, you want to hire them. If you do have them, but they're not working out or they're not as good as maybe they should be, use us. We'll help you train them up. We'll help them get to KPI. Okay, that's a huge lever to pull as setters if cost per call is high. What do you do if the price point's the problem? Right? So again, if you look at here, the price point, you're not at 3K a month plus right now, or you're not at 4K if you've got a one-time offer. Well, if the cost per book call is in KPI, the show rate is in KPI, the close rate is above KPI, and you're still sub 2x cash ROAS minimum. What do you do in that instance? Because that's a tricky situation. Well, normally this is a pricing issue in that you just need to charge more. If you refer back to the scaling to $1 million a month training, one of the things I said in there is that you have to make sure your pricing is high ticket, because otherwise that could act as the reason why you don't scale to $1 million a month. Like literally, it's that impactful. And so usually this is what happens is, cost per call is good. It's like, yeah, we're getting good cost per call. Our show rate's in KPI. We're closing at 35%, but we're still not profitable. Like that's such a common situation. And it always goes back to pricing. You just got to charge more, right? And so to do this, I always recommend stair-stepping the pricing until you hit a point of diminishing returns between price and close rate. And so if you're at 3K a month with a close rate, as an example, price point here, if you're at 3K a month with a close rate above 30%, then you want to increase to maybe 4K a month or 3,500 a month and stabilize at 30% close rate. Get back to a 30% close rate, dial it in. Then you can rinse and repeat until you hit a number where you're unable to close above 30% and drop back slightly. And then essentially then you would want to reoffer everyone who didn't close at the higher price point with the new price point. So essentially what I mean by this is the following. So if you're below 25% close rate on a 3K a month type price point, you don't want to increase your price as your constraint isn't price. Does that make sense? Your constraint is close rate. So don't increase price, increase your close rate basically, right? Because that's the bigger constraint at play here. Now, only increase your price once you're above a 30% close rate and ideally a 40% upfront cash collection. Because this then gives you the padding required. You need padding when you increase your price, because if you increase price, naturally your close rate is going to drop a little bit. But if your close rate's already at bare minimum KPI of say 25% or 20% even worse, you're not even at KPI yet. Well, when you increase price, your close rate is going to drop. So then you're going to drop either below KPI or even further below KPI, which is just not productive. There's no point doing that. So you want to make sure that you're super far above KPI. KPI is 25%. You want to be at like 30 to ideally 35, 40% close rate, then increase your price. Because then if you increase your price, you might drop from say 35%, you might drop back down to 30%. Well, you're still above KPI and now you're collecting far more cash per client. So the compound effect of that is going to make, your, again, what we're solving for here is profitability. It's going to make you a whole lot more profitable. Does that make sense? So yeah, I basically just said that there. That's just key. Only increase price if cost per calls in KPI, show rates in KPI, and your close rate specifically is above KPI. That's super important to make a point of. And then obviously the show rate, we have a full show rate checklist, which you'll be going through eventually. If you need it, we can just give it to you. But we have a full show rate checklist to follow, step by step by step, all the levers to pull to increase show rate. And obviously we'll be doing a lot of that for you anyway. So there are a couple of other things that, again, if you can't scale your ad spend because you're not profitable on acquisition, these are a few of the things that you need to be, these are some of the levers that you need to be looking at, pulling in order to increase your profitability. And again, I don't want you to feel like this is on you to do. I'm just talking more from a general sense of this is what can be done. And we'll be doing a lot of this with you and for you. So it's not on you by any means, all right? Now, what if you ask this question, why can't we double ad spend tomorrow? And the answer is because you can't handle more calls. Like this, you can't, you've got 2 closers right now. We literally cannot handle more sales calls. Well, the question, if you can't handle more calls, and you ask why, well, most of the time, the reason why is because your availability is going to be at 95% plus, meaning you have 100 available slots per month, just easy numbers, 100 available slots per month on the calendar. And right now, you are booking 95 to 100 of those slots. It's like, well, you can't scale ad spend because guess what? You're going to get more bookings come through, but where are they going to go? Because you're already booking out 100% of your availability. Well, obviously, the simple answer here, and you probably would have guessed this, is hire a new closer. So in this instance, you would want to use the company-wide recruitment training and the building and leading your sales department training as your step-by-step process to hiring A players and leading and managing those A players to KPI. And once you've made the hire, you want to get the new closer or closers added to our training and the Slack channel that we have with you so that we can work one-on-one and train that closer to KPI as well for you in the quickest time frame possible. Now, obviously, this is assuming that the initial closer, whether that's you as the founder or you have a current closer on the team, is closing at a profitable percentage. Again, usually that's above 25%. If you aren't, then the real constraint here is closing/sales. So even if you are at 100% availability, or your availability is full each month, if you're not closing at KPI, don't hire another closer. Rather, figure and don't spend more on ads. Rather, figure out how can I be closing more of the calls that we're already generating. If again you're not at the close rate KPI, because then that is the constraint. But if you are at KPI, you are closing, or your current closers are closing well, and your availability, you're filling up your availability every single month, and you want to scale spend, then obviously, if that's the situation, then that's when you would want to hire a new closer. What about if you can't handle more clients? So, you can't increase spend because you can't handle any more clients. Well, usually you want to ask, obviously, or you want to get specific on what's the specific reason why you can't handle more clients. Is it capacity? Well, if it is, this is obviously, again, an easy solution. You just need to hire more account managers. That's all that is, right? Now, this is assuming, again, your current model is scalable, meaning you have a profitable and working model. You just need more people. If that is you, then again, use the company-wide recruitment training as your Bible, as well as the building and leading your fulfillment team training. Go through those two sections, and that's going to help you increase your fulfillment capacity. Now, if you don't have a profitable model, most clients don't actually, which is at least when they first come on board with us, then we need to look into why it's unprofitable and restructure your model, which is in alignment with ours. And to figure, to know what that is, watch the Designing Your Fulfillment Conveyor Belt training. That's where I really break down exactly how our fulfillment model works, how it's profitable, and how for you to basically mirror that for your own agency or coaching business. And also get on a call with your account manager if this is something that you need to do as well, because it's quite in depth. But we'll be able to fix this for you if your current model isn't profitable, which again might be the reason why you can't handle more clients, which is why you can't scale your ad spend. Or if you can't handle more clients, not necessarily because of capacity, but because of client results. So if your fulfillment is broken, resulting in a high churn rate, right? Again, churn rate KPI should be less than 10%, ideally less than 5%, but call it 10%. Well, if you've got a high churn rate, which could also be, this is actually interesting. So this could also bleed into you not being profitable despite the acquisition performing. So this is another reason why it's so important to get clear on the real problem, not the symptom. You might be saying, I'm not profitable right now. We need to make our acquisition way better. We need to make it more effective. We need to get cheaper cost per call. We need to increase close rate, increase price point, etc. And it's like, well, we might be in KPI on the front end acquisition, but the problem actually is that you've got a 50% churn rate every single month with your current clients. So that's forcing you to think that we need to be more profitable on acquisition. But actually the real problem, the real root constraint here is your churn rate, which means that you need to get better client results, right? And so in that instance, if that's the situation, then you want to list all your current deliverables and find the constraint. For example, one of our clients had an issue with funnels for their clients. It just wasn't working out. The conversion rates on the funnels that he was running ads to the client's business like website or whatever it was. And he was like, dude, the ads are just not working. And we went specific on why aren't they working? What's the problem, etc. And then we realized it was the funnel. And so I told him, I was like, dude, you just got to make a general like operations type hire, someone that's like maybe 2, 3, 4K a month, pretty, not anything crazy. And you just got to get a funnel working for one of your clients. And then you want this operations type person to basically just replicate and rebrand that funnel for every new client that comes in. And then just charge like an extra $200 per month per client so that you're in control of getting your clients results and you're not dependent on your client's business website that they have. So you control the result. And obviously you don't take a hit to your P&L by making an extra hire because you just charge slightly more on the front end to make it make sense on the P&L, right? So that's another again, this is more so just how to be thinking about scaling and the constraints. And remember, this all goes back to optimizing the business so that all that's left is to spend more on ads. That's really what we're doing here. You want to ask yourself this question And if you don't know the reason why, then you need to plug in your numbers into this tracker here. There'll also be a Google Sheets tracker based on this link right below this video, which will help you plug in your numbers easier, because I understand on a Google Doc it can get a little messy. So that'll help you plug in your numbers easier. But essentially that's what you want to do. Plug in your numbers, find the constraint, then take the constraint through this, you can call it a investigation process, if you want to call it that, right? Take it through this constraint, figure out the root problem. Is it the close rate? Is it the show rate? What is the actual reason why you may not be profitable on ads? Or what is the reason why you can't handle more calls? What is the reason why you can't handle more clients? Again, these are just some of the common reasons why people can't scale the ads. Figure out the reason why. Fix that thing, use us to fix the root constraint, use the training to find the specific trainings associated to the root constraint that you currently have, alleviate it. That's then going to give you the growth spurt to the next level of scale. And then again, at that level of scale, you're going to then find the new constraint, take your business through the same process, and then again, spend more on ads. That's all we're doing, optimizing the back end business so that we can just spend more on ads, because that is how you're going to scale to $1 million a month. Obviously though, we want to make sure that we're still maintaining profitability, maintaining client results and all that good stuff, which is why we want to run through this model. So at this point, once you've found the root problem, you've solved it. The next steps is really, you want to re-ask the question. Why can't we double our ad spend tomorrow? And if you've solved the reason why you can't currently, you solve that. Well, again, guess what's going to happen when you ask this question again? You realize, oh, we can now. We've got another closer. We've got more availability. We can spend more. Or now we are profitable on our ads. Okay, great. We can spend more, right? So then scale spend. And again, I'm saying in this instance, like scale spend, we'll be doing that for you. We'll be handling all of that, and we'll be working with you through this process. But that's what we would then do, is we would then scale the spend until we find a baseline at the new spend. Obviously, every time you scale ads, there's going to be a period of like recalibration, because higher volume comes with more problems and whatever else. But we recalibrate, find a new baseline, ensure that we're still performing in KPI. And then once you've found, I keep saying you, but like once we found the baseline at the new spend, we then want to repeat the process of asking yourself, why can't we double ad spend tomorrow? And then maybe at that new scale of spend, then you realize, oh, now we can't handle more calls because now our closers are packed out. Okay, hire a new closer. That's the new constraint, hire the closer. And then again, we repeat. We just keep rinsing and repeating that process. And basically, that is the fundamental idea of the theory of constraints and how we want to use it to scale again to $1 million a month plus. All right, so welcome to this training. In this one, we're going to be going through using your P&L to make decisions. So obviously in the previous one, we went through this structure here. I want to make this training now though, right after, because what I don't want you to do is just mindlessly fill this out every month and not actually use it, right? If we don't use this as a tool, there's no point doing it in the first place. And in this video, I want to go through how we actually tangibly use this tracking, because obviously this gives you great insight into how you're running your NOI, your costs, and just how healthy you are as a business and whatever else. But it also can show you, and it tells you black and white, what you should be doing next, where you should be putting budget, and essentially, obviously as well, another thing, the most common question that I get asked from clients is always, what should I how much should I pay my account manager? How much should I pay my closer? How much should I pay my setter? How much should I pay these people, right? For compensation. And every single time I take the client back to their P&L, because the P&L should influence your how you compensate your team. And again, in this video, I want to go through all of those use cases of the P&L, okay? So let's jump into it. Starting off, fixed costs versus variable costs. You really only want to introduce fixed costs, in my opinion, as you scale revenue past roughly 150 to 200K a month, where possible. Obviously, there's certain costs that you can't get out of them not being fixed, right? You can't make certain costs variable. However, most of the time, as I say, you only want your you want to try and just rely on variable costs until you hit about 200K a month. As I say, most costs before then should be variable so that your P&L doesn't take as much of a hit. For example, account managers should be an amount per client, right? So it's variable. Closers and setters should be commission only, variable. CSMs, client success managers, cost per client, right? So it's variable. I have just recently, only now, we're at, sort of just under like say 500K a month or so. Only now have I started to introduce fixed costs every month. For example, we just brought on an internal sales coach. He's a fixed cost. I couldn't really make that work on a variable structure. So it's a fixed cost. But I've introduced it now because we're at 500K a month, and I can give him, you know, or whoever it might be, 10, 15 grand a month, and it's not, and the percentage of my P&L, it's not too bad, right? Whereas if I was to do that at 100K a month, then that would have been like 15%. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. Just there's no way, just on a sales coach, excluding all the other fulfillment costs. So, you know, you really want to try and rely on a variable as much as possible, as I say, until about 200K a month. So that's just an overarching concept to be thinking about. I want to now break this down into departments in terms of how you use the use cases of the P&L per department. So the goal of your marketing should be about 20% of your P&L should be going to ad spend. When I say marketing, I mean ad spend specifically. No other, like, no marketing softwares or anything like that. It should just be ad spend, okay? That should be about 20%. Meaning, on the flip side, if you're not at 20% ad spend, then you should be spending more to get it to 20%. You actively want your marketing to be 20%, all right? If you can't handle that volume, so say, for example, right now you're at 5% of your P&L is going to ad spend, and you're kind of drowning in volume, right? You can't really handle clients, you can't really handle any more sales calls, and you're only at 5%. Well, then obviously in that instance, you don't want to then take it to 20%, because imagine the volume at 20%, right? So what you would then instead want to do is, if you can't handle the volume, you want to essentially find the constraint on the back end. Why can't you handle the volume? Alleviate it, and then increase your ad spend to 20%. So essentially how you tangibly do this is, I always ask myself, why can't I double my ad spend tomorrow? Or in other words, why can't I double the volume of new clients that we're closing tomorrow? Why can't we do that? And then whatever your answer is, that's your constraint. So for example, if you ask this question, why can't I double my ad spend tomorrow? And the answer is, we can't handle double the volume of clients. Okay, great. Obviously, what's your constraint? You need more account managers. Now, your focus then becomes hiring more account managers. You know, if you ask that same question, you're like, we can't handle the volume of sales calls, because right now my current closer is pretty packed out. And if we was to double, there's nowhere else for those sales calls to go unless we start booking him like 2 weeks out. Okay, great. In that instance, you need to hire a closer. Maybe, you know, why can't we double our ad spend? Well, our ads are not profitable right now. So if it was to double, when, you know, that's not going to solve the problem of profitability. Well, again, in that case, the reason you can't double your ad spend is because profitability. Well, why are you not profitable? Well, our cost per book call is way too high. Okay, great. The constraint is to fix the cost per book call, right? Can you see kind of how asking that question, it's always going to bring the real constraint to the surface. And then what you then, as the founder or as the owner, what your job then becomes is, okay, this is the constraint. I need to fix it. And then that becomes your focus for the next 1 or 2 weeks or a month, however long it takes you to fix it. And then once you fixed it, then you can go back to the ads and go, why can't I double my ad spend? Well, I can. Okay, great. Double it, right? And try and get your spend to be 20%. This is how you force scale. A lot of people, they kind of just, every month, they don't really know what their goal is for the month. They kind of just like, oh, let's hope this month's a good month. No, you don't want that. You want to put the scale of your company in the control of your hands. And also, you want to force it. So again, by constantly asking yourself, doubling the spend, why can't I double? Why can't I double? And it's always going to bring the problem to the surface. You fix it, and then you double. And then there's going to be a new problem when you double, right? It's going to be a new constraint because now you're at increased scale. So now there's going to be a new constraint. Well, what's the constraint when you double? Well, now the profitability is decreased. Okay, great. Well, let's fix that. Okay, great. Now the profitability is good at the double spend. Well, again, ask yourself the question, why can't we double? Well, now we can't double because now the volume of clients is way too much. Okay, well, what do I need to do to my fulfillment to handle the increasing volume of clients? And you go from there, right? Okay, so that's kind of primarily all I look at with marketing. That's how I use the P&L, is just making sure that the ad spend is always 20%. So this cost here, ad spend, is always around this number here. So for example, this month, if I was to do 25,000 in ad spend, that's only 10%. Well, that's great because now you're really profitable. You did 250 grand with only 25 grand in ad spend. That's great. But next month, if you want to scale, well, then I would really try and push next month, you know, set the projection of 50,000 ad spend, because you know that that's going to then be 20%. And guess what? If you double your ad spend and you was doing 10% and you was doing 250 revenue, well, if you double it for next month, obviously you're going to do a lot more revenue, right? Or at least you should. And if you don't, you're still at 20% anyway, which is actually not that bad. And so again, if you was to then project to double your ad spend next month, but then if you look at like here, for example, you're like, oh, my fulfillment is like, that's going to be really tight if we double. But then again, the focus then should also be hiring an account manager. Now, on the topic of labor and hiring and whatnot, this is the biggest area that you want to be using your P&L, which is why this is like majority of this training. So With the labor, your labor should always be about 20 to 25%. Right now, I believe we're at about 21 to 22% on our P&L every month. But that's where you want your labor to fall, between 20 and 25%. Now, any compensation plan that you roll out, you always want to start with the following two metrics: the on-track earning to the position and the target percent on the P&L. They're the two metrics that you want to start with. Don't ask yourself, or ask anyone really, how should I pay my account manager, or how should I pay my closer, or how much should I pay my closer? No, you don't want to ask that question. What you want to ask is, what's your on-track earnings? So how much do I want them to make each month? Okay, well, I want my closers to make about 15 grand. I want my account managers to make about 10 grand, whatever it is, right? How much do I want them to make? Okay, great. And then what's the target percent on the P&L? Well, if we look at the targets here, I basically wrote them out. We want about 9%. And again, these are not going to be exact for every model, right? If you have a very, very high ticket, high touch service, then your fulfillment might be a little higher, but then your sales might be a little lower, right? Like you want to kind of mold this for your own service and your own offer in your own industry. But as a rough rule of thumb, you want your targets to be about 9% fulfillment, 8% sales, 3% operations / marketing, and 5%, for like legal, finance, HR, etc. Now, these are the totals for each department, right? That's important to know. This is for each department. Now, obviously within fulfillment, you've got account managers, you've got CSMs, you might have some operation type staff, you might have some VAs. They all fall under fulfillment. So each position is obviously going to be much lower. As I say here, each position you hire for will be a sub percent within each target, and that's what you want to define. Okay, and then just as a quick one here as well, obviously finance, legal, and HR, you're only really going to start to build out these departments. Like we're only starting to build that out now at about $500,000 a month. So obviously until you get there, like, what you can do is you can use this 5% as overflow until you get big enough to have a finance, a legal, a HR, etc. Because if you look at this, 9%, 8%, that's 17%, plus 3%, that's 20%. Then you've got the 5% here, which as you start to scale, you will need to eat into that extra 5%. But again, before you get to the big enough to where you need these departments, this overflow of the 5% to reach the 25, you can use as overflow in these areas here. So you could maybe go 11% fulfillment, 10% sales, and maybe 4% operations, whatever it is. Yeah, that would work. Okay, so let's go through two examples. We'll do an example for an account manager and we'll do an example for a closer, okay? So again, for an account manager, you want to start with these two things: on-track earnings and target percent of the P&L. Well, the on-track earnings for an account manager is going to be about 10K a month. For us, this is ours. Again, you might be a little different, but these are going to be roughly the numbers. On-track earnings for an account manager, 10K a month. And I would say the target P&L percent would be about 7%, okay? Because total for the fulfillment department, you want about 9%. So that'll give you about 2 percentage points for a CSM or for a, like a VA or whatever else you need those for, right? Okay, so the goal then is, how do we make the account manager make 10K a month whilst it's only taking up 7% of the P&L? Well, here's a few ways to break this down. Assuming you have a 4K a month price point, well, if you have, say, for example, you make the account manager have 30 clients under management at $335 per client, that'll equal 10K a month, okay? Now, that will also be, if you have a 4K a month price point, that will also be 8% of the P&L. That's a little high, okay? That's a little bit high. Now, what you could also do, okay, well, if that's a little high, how can we change this to make it make sense? Well, what you could do instead is go 35 clients under management at $285 per client is your 10K. And now that's only 7% of the P&L, because now it's only $285 per client on a 4K a month price point as opposed to $335 on a 4K per month price point. You see how though we got the same outcome, but we just achieved the outcome in a different way, which ultimately made it more profitable on the P&L. That's how you need to be thinking to compensate any of your team members. I'm using an account manager here, but you can do this for closers, for setters, for anyone. It doesn't matter. This is how you need to be thinking, okay? Now, as a side note here, if you can't make these numbers work without requiring your account managers to handle too many clients, obviously where client results and client experience decrease, then you can always increase your prices to make it make sense. So here's another example. If you was to increase your price or your retainer from 4K per month to 5.5K a month, which is really not that hard to do. If you're slinging in 4K a month deals, you'll be able to hit 5.5 no problem. Here's the math then at that point, okay? So you could then drop, if you was to increase your price, you could drop your the clients under management required to 25 clients under management for an account manager at 400 per client. And again, that's still 10K a month. And that's only 7.2% on your P&L, which is basically hit the goal of 7% on the P&L. But now your account manager is only required to handle 25 clients as opposed to, in this instance, handling 35 clients. Does that make sense? Because obviously I understand for some industries and for some offers, like 35 clients is going to be extremely difficult to handle for one account manager. Well, then you can drop it by 10 clients, still make 10K a month, and it's only 7.2% of the P&L just by increasing your pricing, because now you're able to give your account managers 400 per client, and that's only obviously 7.2% of 5.5K. Does that make sense? Obviously, if you then take this to 6K a month, you can see how those numbers will change as well. So hopefully that makes sense in terms of how you need to be thinking about compensating your team and what compensation plan you provide to the team. There was one other thing I was going to say as well on here, which was, hang on, let me quickly go through. So just the other consideration real quick on this as well is if you have for example, right, you're charging your clients $1,500 a month. You might be looking at this right now and being like, how on earth am I going to be able to charge my clients 5.5K a month when, I can't even charge more than 2K a month, right, for my service? Well, if that's you, then most likely what your service is probably a lower touch service, and it's probably maybe not as valuable as maybe a 7K a month service is. Maybe you're only generating your clients an extra 10K or 20K a month. Maybe you have a social media management agency where there's no direct revenue associated to what you're providing your clients. By extension, you can only charge a certain amount. You can't charge 7K a month to make this make sense, right? So you got a low touch service, and your retainer is maybe only even it's 1,000 or 1,500 a month, and you're like, there's no way I can increase price. You got to realize with that, again, this is why the framework of what I'm talking about is more important than the numbers, because with that, well then obviously 7%. If we do the math, right? If you're charging 1,500 times 0.07, so that's 7%. That's only 105 per client. Here, I've just done an example of charging 400 per client. You can only really give your account managers 25% of this number. Well, the thing is though, is if you're only able really max to give your account managers $105 based on 7% of your P&L per client, here's the thing. If it's a lower touch service and you're not able to charge as much, then by extension, it means that you're probably, most likely, not doing as much for your clients, which then by extension means that your account managers cannot handle 25 clients. They could maybe handle 75 clients or 80 clients or 85. They could handle so much more clients because the input per client is probably so much lower, which is also the reason why you're charging so much lower, because you're not actually doing that much for your clients. Does that make sense? And so now, you might then go, okay, well, they can actually handle 85 clients because really all we're doing is X, Y, Z. And maybe you could look at how could we incorporate AI to increase the efficiency, all these types of things. And now you realize actually they can handle 85 clients. Well, if you can handle 85 clients, and again, maintaining your 7% on the P&L, which was in, if you're charging 1,500, that would be 105. Well, 85 clients at 105 per client is actually 8,909K a month. So again, you're achieving the same outcome of a 8, 9, 10, 11K a month account manager whilst maintaining the 7% on your P&L in this example, right? And then again, on the flip side, you might be looking at this and thinking there is not a chance in hell that my account managers are ever going to be able to handle 25 clients under management per account manager. You might be thinking there is no way. Well, again, that's okay, because if that is the case, then that means that your account managers are doing so much work per client to where they're doing so much that you're probably charging your clients a lot more because the input per client is so much more, and probably the value you're creating for your clients is so much more. So then again, if you was to then maybe say my account managers can only handle 10 clients per account manager, well then, okay, in that instance, then you're probably charging a whole lot more because the input per client is so much. So then maybe you're charging, let's say, for example, you're charging your clients, say $15,000 a month as your retainer. We have a couple clients doing this, right? $15,000 a month retainer. Well, again, 7% of 15,000 is $1,050 a month. Okay. Still 7%, still the same profitability on the P&L, 1,050. So then again, obviously, if they're charging, if they're handling 10 clients, well, I just randomly came up with this example, but there's exactly the same 10,000 a month. And now they're only handling 10 clients under management at 1050 per client. That's still the same 10K, and it's still your 7%. Now, one other thing the other consideration I just want to quickly mention on this is that if you're looking at your numbers and you're like, this doesn't make sense. I can only charge my clients, say, 2K a month, and my account managers can only handle 10 clients. They can't handle any more than 10 clients, and they can only handle, I can only charge them 2,000. And so 7% of 2,000 is say like 150, and they can only handle 10 clients. Well, now they're only going to make 1,050. Like that's not obviously a good on-track earnings. Like there is no way that if you physically can't mathematically make it make sense, well, then you've got a problem with the model overall, because if you're charging a lot less, account managers should be able to handle a lot more. If account managers can't handle that much, then they should be, in terms of client volume, then you should be charging a whole lot more. Now, if you can't make that work, then you've got a bigger issue that probably I would like you to tag me in Slack. We can jump on a call and we can really figure out what's going on there. And this is also another reason why e-com is such a terrible industry, because what you'll find is most of the time in e-com, you can really only, unless you're like a big agency and you're doing a lot of really like valuable work for clients, like, you can charge say 10K, 15K, 20K a month and whatnot. But if you're like just the standard, basic Facebook ads for e-com agencies, then most of the time we do see a pretty hard cap on like say 4, 5, 6K a month retainers, right? With e-com. Now the problem is that because e-com is so tailored, the delivery is so difficult to make it work. Account managers can really only handle 10, 12, 15 clients, maybe max, but you can't charge any more than maybe 3, 4, 5K a month. And so then that's again where the model just fundamentally breaks, and you need to change something up, either your service or your niche. And obviously if you're in e-com, you should be changing your niche. Anyway, that's account managers. Now, just quickly on this as well, your job, once you've figured this out, your job then becomes hiring the right account managers and equipping them correctly to be able to handle the required number of clients. So like, to handle, in this case, for example, 35 clients under management, that's difficult. And so your job as the owner, as the founder, then becomes how can I equip my account managers with what they need to be able to handle 35 accounts at once? And also, obviously, the other big thing as well is how can I find the right people who can handle this as well? And then obviously, once I hire them, then how can I train them up in the best way possible? And that's obviously where I'll go through the onboarding and ramp and the scalable fulfillment stuff later in the training. But yeah, that's how you want to use that in that instance. A closer, this is pretty simple as well. A closer, again, you want to start with on-track earnings and the target P&L percent. So in this instance, for a closer specifically, I would say about maybe 15K a month is a really good, attractive on-track earnings. And the target P&L percent, ideally for a closer, should be about 5% every month. Now, this does not mean commission. You can do 10% commission, as we'll get into here, and still it's only 5% or so on the P&L. Reason being is because if you look at this, well, in this, sorry, where's sales labor? Sales labor is here. You see this? In this example, the closers is 6.38%. Well, how does that work if these closers are getting 10% commission? Well, it works because they only get commission on the new revenue that they close, right? Or the new cash that they collect for that month, on the new clients that sign. They don't get commission on all the retainer clients. And so the retainer clients bumps up the revenue, and the 10%, if you was only to close the new clients, the 10% would be 10% on the P&L. But if you factor in all of your AR, your accounts receivable, your retainer clients, that's going to then bump it up, which then brings this down to a lower percentage. Does that make sense? So just quickly on that. Now, in this instance, again, 15K a month commission, 5% target P&L percent. Well, assuming a 5K a month price point, right? So a 20K package for 4 months, which is what you would want your closers to be selling. You wouldn't want your closers to be selling 5K a month. You would want them to sell 20K for 4 months, right? Like what we do, right? Because then they get commission on the 20K as opposed to the 5K, because you won't be able to make the numbers work, the economics work on only a 5K price point. You'd have to do a package like this. So again, in this instance, 100 calls a month, okay, which is basically 5 per day, Monday to Friday, roughly. 100 calls a month at 25% close rate would be 25 new clients. Now, in this instance, this would equal, assuming, this price point here, 250K. That's not right. Hang on. Let me redo this. Okay, I did the math wrong initially. So 25% close rate would be 25 new clients with 100 calls on a month. That would equal, assuming that they're selling the 20K package for 4 months, that would equal 500K in new revenue. And let's say, for example, they have this is very low, upfront cash collected of only 25%. Well, that would be 125,000 cash collected, okay? Because they'll collect 500 divided by 25% is your 125 cash collected, okay? Now, that would then equal 12.5K commission for the closer, because they only get commissioned on, this is if you were doing 10% commission, right? So that would be, that would be 12.5K commission on the cash collected, excluding their recurring commissions from the previous months, which would then equal 10% on the P&L of new cash collected. So now, in this example, all you would need is, I might just make a note here as well, because I realized I didn't. Assuming 10% commission. Just to make that clear. So now all you would need in this case, to make the overall percent of your P&L 5% for the closer, you would just need 125K in AR, or accounts receivable, or client retainers, and you would be at 5% of the P&L because they've done 125K cash collected. They get 10% of the 125. So if all you had was the 125, then the closer would be at 10% of the P&L because they're getting 10% commission. But if you have 125K in retainers, which is pretty simple for an agency, right? Especially if you're doing this volume on the front end, you should at least have a 125 in the back end retainers. Well, if you've got that in retainers, then now the commission total on the P&L would half to 5% because now they're only getting 12.5K, but you've done 250 total. Does that make sense? So it's only 5% of the total P&L, and that's how you would get it, right? So that's pretty simple there, to be honest. Now, with keeping your sales percent low on the P&L, what you need to make sure that you have is good AR and a high retention rate, which essentially means, in other words, you need to have good fulfillment, right? Because this will help decrease your sales costs and allow you to have an attractive on-target earnings for closers whilst keeping, as I say, the sales percent low on the P&L. Because as I said here, right, imagine if you had here, in this instance, they closed 125 new cash collected, they got commission 12.5K. Now I know the on-track earnings here was 15K, but each month your closers should probably have recurring from the previous month. Because like, for example, here, if they, do 20K packages for 4 months, well, naturally they're going to have some forepays. And so if they, pay today, the first installment today, well, next month's installment, the closer is also going to get commissioned on that next month's installment, just for the first 4 months. If they ascend after the first 4 months, obviously they don't get anything. Because if anyone should get compensated on them ascending after the first 4 months, it's the fulfillment team, not the sales team, right? And so though, in this example, if they did 125K cash collected, but you had 250K in retainers, then the commission wouldn't be, or the sales percent wouldn't be 5%, it would be 2.5%, right? And if you, that was only because though you have better fulfillment, you have more clients retaining. Does that make sense? So that's why you need a good AR and good ascension rate, and that will help you decrease your sales percent on the P&L. Now, just another quick thing I want to mention here as well is if you didn't have as many calls as this, but you still wanted to get your closers commission to 15K a month, then what they could do to increase their commission each month is, instead of taking more calls, because 5 a day, Monday to Friday, that's pretty much max that they can take, right? So then the question becomes, well, is this then the max that they can earn each month? Well, no, it's not. The way they would increase this is by increasing their close rate from 25% to 35%, right? And then another way would be increasing that upfront cash from 25% to low. Last month, we had a 53%, I believe, upfront cash collected, meaning if, we do on a 20K package for 4 months, it is, that would have been 53% is like just over 10K. So in reality, that, if I do an example here, say 50%, easy numbers, well, then they would have collected 250K cash collected, and then the commission on 250 is now 25K. right? So now they've just doubled their income just by collecting more cash up front in this example without taking any more sales calls. So again, what your then job becomes is now ensuring that your closers are full. Obviously, they're getting their full, they've got a full calendar of 5 calls a day. That's on you as the founder, or it's on us if obviously you're working with us. And you need to make sure that they are closing at 25% or higher in this example, and that they're making that, that they've got a really healthy upfront cash collection. And as I say, they're closing either 25% or higher. That's how you're going to ensure that they're going to be able to make this 25K or the 15K on tracked earnings. And obviously with all of the closer stuff, increasing your sales, your closers performance and all that type of stuff, make sure you lean on us as well, because we're really good at this stuff and we can help you help your closers, or we can help your closers directly increase their close rates, increase cash collected, on all that good stuff. So that is closers. That's a closer example. And again, hopefully the framework of how I'm thinking about this makes sense, because this is what I want you to take away from it. It's anytime you have a position, you want to start with the on-track earnings. What do you want this person to earn? Okay, this much. Okay, great. And then also, what do you want this position to be as a percent on your P&L? Okay, this much. Okay, great. Then the question becomes, how do we make that up? How do we achieve that in a way that hits the P&L percent and they can make what they want to make, right? And then finally, overhead. This one's quite simple. We want about 5% of your overhead. So again, where is this on here? This is here, overhead expenses. Okay. You want that to be about 5%. So pretty basic. Any new software, insurance, professional services you want to engage, etc. You always want to be just looking at making sure that the cost of whatever it is doesn't push your total overhead to above 5%. That's really all you want to make sure. Now, if it does, and it's something that isn't necessary to have right now, then you want to wait until you're slightly bigger and the amount obviously doesn't have as much of an impact. For example, if you look in here, and you go to like legal and professional services. So it's like legal. Well, that might be a lawyer, right? That might be, if you're doing high volume B2C, a typical lawyer that I know a lot of B2C companies have is an FTC lawyer, right? If you're in the US. But here's the thing. If you're only doing, right, a lawyer is most likely going to be a fixed cost. But if you're only doing 50K a month or 100K a month or 200K a month, you don't need a lawyer, right? So just leave, that's what I'm saying here, right? If you want to look at the cost and make sure it doesn't bump you above 5%, if it does, then just hold off until you really need it, right? So as I say, an FTC lawyer might be, say, 15K a month, 10K a month, whatever it is. Well, if you're doing 100K a month, that's going to be 10% of your P&L just on the lawyer, excluding all the other costs. There's no way you can have that. But if you're doing 1.5 million a month, then an FTC lawyer is probably more important for you. It's not probably, it is more important for you. And then at 1.5 million a month, 10K a month, I don't even know what that math is. Okay, hang on. Yeah, so look at this, right? If you're doing 1.5 million a month and you've got, say, a 15K a month lawyer, that's only going to be 1% of your P&L, which is totally fine if you're doing 1.5 million. But a 15K a month lawyer at 100K a month, it's 15%, right? So that's kind of just how you need to be thinking about it. And yeah, as I say, if it is something that bumps you above 5% total, if you was to factor it into your overhead, then if it's something that does, but it's not necessary to have right now, then as I say, just wait until you're slightly bigger and the amount doesn't have as much of an impact. That's all you need to do. So hopefully this was useful in terms of how to use the P&L to make decisions in your company. And make sure you do this, because as I say, everything that I do, every decision, every new hire, everything that I do is built off the back of the P&L. And by extension, my P&L is always healthy. I'm always above 50% profit every single month without fail, no matter what, even as we scale. That's the other thing. As you scale, you want to keep making sure that you're continually factoring this in, because as you scale, most of the time, most people's margins decrease. But if you're always making decisions using this training that I've just gone through now, it's pretty much within reason impossible for it to decrease. Literally, it's impossible. Because as long as every decision you're making, it makes sense on the P&L now, if it scales, you should be still okay. And you should always maintain, as I say, above 50% profit. So hopefully this was useful, and I'll see you in the next training.